Chapter 1. A father fallen in battle, a mother departed too soon, and myself poisoned to death. Hando very or brains I shall deliver them to Dave. Hiss. If thirts. Suheng felt an agonizing pain in his head, as if something were being forcibly cremedintoid, threatening to plith him apart at any moment. Drowsily Suheng openetices, taking a highletina de ses surroundings. Where am I? Struggling to sit up, he rubbed his throbbing head. Gazing at the elegant lion tickway dan classically adornedrum, he cold and felt but speak. Noticing the clothes worry and his long hair cascading down to his waist, Suheng was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened, bulging like bronzables. Had traversed through time? Didn't they remember sleeping in a thome, how had he do fear? Had struck emperor's power increased? Hiss. Thepian in his shed returned, but this time it was accompanied by a flood of memoria surging into his consciousness. After a considerably time, Suheng finally accepted the memorious in his mind and discurrent predicament. Indeed, he had crossed over. However, the situation was far from favorable. This person was also named Su Hong, the Hertoth Prince of Southern Town in the Qian dynasty. His grandfather, the first Prince of Southern Town, had played a significant role in establishing the Qian's current territories. His grandmother was the sister of the founding emperor, Princess Shouyang. His father was the current Prince of Southern Town, commanding an army of 300,000 in southern region. His mother was the legitimate eldest daughter of one of Jiangnan's most prominent families, the Jiang clan, whose business network spanned across the Qian, rivaling the Althoff nations. His incl served as chancellor, holding power in Lens and Sangzhou, wielding immense influence in the court. In the entire southern region, 90% of noble families revered Su family. With such a lineage and status, he was comparable to an prince or princess. Yet, this noble scion had been poisoned in the heavily guarded Prince of Southern Town's residence. This raises many questions. System? Suheng tentatively called out. Ding, Thesignan system is loading. Ding, loading complete. A Signan system? How many years had it been since such a system existed? Just look next door at see the race-amening Signan system or a lot Signan system. And Daria was a mere shadow of its former glory. Sigh. Suheng cold and felt bedlament, better than a thing, I suppose. Ding, detecteth that the host has silithal poison, so leading powder, within. Wool de olikita clean seat? Upon hearing the system's words, Suheng couldn't help but furrow his brows. So leading powder? With the memory of soft he original owner, Suheng was well aware of the formidable nature of so leading powder. Colorless and odorless, highways insidious and difficult to detect. If a certain dosage was reached, one sliff would be inescapable at risk. Even a slight basura could leave Iona soul damaged, often result in gin madness. Of course, such substances were only wielded by a select few powerful factions. But how could possibly wish to poison him? He was the Hertoth Prince of Southern Town, a figure of importance with significant ramifications at play. To poison him was an audacious act indeed. Cleansite. Suheng replied, recognizing that the immediate priority was to detoxify himself fast for who had light the poison, he would wait to see how direct to reveal themselves next. Ding, cleans in gin progress. As the system's voice echoed, Suheng felt a warm thin his body, and a suddenly experience a dabbering eye through. Indeed, these world was not merely a realm of mortals, Buten where warrior sexisted. Power fuel warriors could split mountain senses, pluck stars and moons, and live at long lives, witnessing the titus of otten the shifting of landscapes. Ash understood martial realms were categorized from low to high as acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, celestial being, and the legendary earthly immortal. His father, Sulu Yuan, the Prince of Southern Town, was a peak-level grandmaster. Grandmasters were undoubted life pinnacle of power in the Qian. It was that celestial beings and earthly immortals didn't exist. It was implied that he had never encountered such formidable figures. In a briefment, Suheng's cultivation soared from the peak of acquired realm to the initial stage of Denatarium. Unexpectedly, this soliting powder had inadvertently granted him a boon, allowing him to ascend to Thanatarium. Feeling the immense power within him, Su Heng couldn't help but clench fists. Suffis the strength of a wary oratrilian thrall send activates. System is theory a novice gift package? Su Heng recollected reading these novel send kun tressist inquiring. Ding issuing novice gift package. Ding delivered to system space please check it at your leisure. Ding the system is a sign-in system with the sole function of signing. Martial arts, techniques, cultivation, characters. Anything possessed with a myriad worlds can be acquired through signin. Sign-in opportunity is available daily or can be obtained by completing tasks issued by the system. After the system's explanation, Su Heng began to comprehend. System open the novice gift package. Ding opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining one martial arts cultivation card, 1 character summoning card, 1 legion card, and one divine ability card. Ding detecteth that the host has not signed in today. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Sign in. Ding, signing in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character Zhaogao. Ding detecteth that this is the host's first sign-in, triggering a critical hit. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining thesis in organization, Luo Wang. Goodness, this is a windfall. Use all the cards. Writing down thighs wavy of good fortune, Su Heng hastily commanded Iogurto Streitrich. Ding, using. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the characters, the 2 elders of Xuanming. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Gala Janoft and Thousand Great Snow Dragon Riders. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine ability, Eye of Illusion. As the system's voice faded, Su Heng felt a surge of warmth within him and Desora began to rise. In a matter of months, he transcended the material Manda Kivith master level. Though merely the initial stage of master, he was still a formidable figure. He could establish a sectand would be regarded as an estimated guest among noble families. Then, Su Heng fell to warmth and highseas, soothing and pleasant. Upon appending his Marie, herolized that world appeared distinctly altered. Not only wasted clearer, but he could even perceiveth the spiritual energy drifting through the air. Su Heng wished to further explore the wonders of this technique but sensed Simeone approaching. Young master, you have awakened? 2 stunning maidens resembling attendants entered, their voices lay said with concern. Upon seeing them, Su Heng recalled their identities. Wang Chun and Duanxia. They were Reyes loyal handmaidens, having grown up alongside of him, unwaveringly devoted. Su Heng replied softly. Has father returned? Su Heng suddenly remembered something and inquired. Upon hearing the question, Wang Chun and Duanxia exchanged glances, lowering their heads. Noticing their demeanor, Su Heng immediately sensed something wasemus. He recollected that his father should have been dispatched by imperial order to Thinings who border to suppressed Bela tribe. With their hesitance, could it be thought something hajo norai? My father is in trouble, isn't? Su Heng was not foolish equiply connectethodots, and his mind said with Mara thoughts Tananyoniels. Your Highness, while suppressing Bela tribe, Huasem Bushiden fell in battle 3 days ago. Wang Chun cautiously lifted her gazi to meet Su Heng's bef responding. After speaking, Shen Duanxia knelt in unison. Indeed, something has transpired. Su Heng hurriedly rose, suddenly struck by another thought, and asked. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. Upon hearing this, Su Heng Shan faltera butan hissues, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. It seems that phrase meritorious deeds that overshadow the master has no befallen Su family. His father's death in battle coinciding with his own poisoning occurred on the same day. Do you believe it's mere coincidence? The Li Kaiyan imperial family. Well done, truly well done. Chapter 2 Does His Majesty intend to disregard founding emperor's edict? Assist mine changing my attire. Su Heng stood, casting a glance at the attire of Tetwu maidens. He hadn't one intention of doing such ancient garb. Upon hearing his request, Thethwa maidens prompt Lyros. Wang Chun remained to assist, while Wen Zai withdrew. Soon, a group of maidens entered, kneeling with their heads bowed, presenting thyre offering shy above. Su Heng surveyed Hitem's washing water, mouthwash, garments, belts, shoes. Now under some spoke off devil feudal society the display was a grand thetany might mistake for oil treatment. With Thethwa maiden's assistance, Su Heng swiftly complete his preparations. During the grooming process, he learned much from Thethwa about rich and happenings. If thys affair true liberty of Stothlikian imperial family, it was likely that further actions would follow. As for the death of Prince of Southern Town, Su Heng filled litline through of emotional turmoil. After all, he had no experience at first hand it was merely none of memory. Thessel of this body seemed to have dissipate entirely, leaving no trace of attachment. Perhaps death was for the best thys way he would not have to confront he. Yet he shall avenge ye, fulfilling the obligations befitting Gasson such as himself. It must be said that Crown Prince of Southern Town King possesses remarkable looks, adorned as if he were a celestial being, akin to an immortal who exists apart from the mortal realm. Your Highness, the royal envoy has arrived, reportedly to convey a decree, and is currently awaiting in Thuong Hall. When Zai entered, delivering the report to Su Heng. The royal envoy? Upon hearing this, Su Heng's pupils constricted. The Southern Town King had just passed away, and he himself had recently faced an assassination attempt. In merely 3 days, the royal family had taken action. If this matter has nothing to do with Likian royal family, I shall willingly remove my own head to ceasable. As for posthumous, his father, after all, waste Southern Town King, and his death was no trivial matter, particularly as it occurred in service to the nation. For Connor Stoba granted, the Ministry of Rights must draft it which would then be reviewed and presented by Central Secretariat, discussed and confirmed in a court assembly, and in the reefter would that decree by Central Secretariat. Considering the travel time, 3 days is hardly sufficient. It is likely that Likian royal family is gemin for the position of Southern Town King. After all, with his father deceased and the Cheryl so having Matan in time litimes, the only one left to inherit the throne would be his shelf brother, Su Yen. Letous proceed to Thuong Hall. Su Heng suppressed the fury within, eager to see how his ruler of Likian dynasty intends to orchestrate the situation. With 300,000 troops in the southern territory, would the prominent familias of South agree? Thuong Hall. Fielder Leunuko had come to deliver theti criclosa desires and reverence, followed by 2 young eunuchs. Before a Fielder Leunu Canelta figure. Without needing tigtis, it was soon doubtedly his shelf brother Su Yen. Thuffa secondarison, he's indisputably these condung master of Southern Town King State. While Southern Town King State at backing Hingham, moving freely in the Southern Territory Posesnwasu. If you were wise, he would allow himself to be wealthy young Lord Butila's hesh has no regard for his own safety and dares to conspire with Likian royal family, willing to burst. Should he uncover anything, he must not blame me for cleansing my family's legacy. As Su Heng stepped into the courtyard, he noticed at Xuanja imperial guards standing on either side, guarding Thunuk delivering the decree. A cold smile flickered across Su Heng's face. Foolish child, the southern territory is not so easily controlled. The entirety of the southern region is, in fact, a community of shared interests. Thus merely one family the Suplin has been stirred, yet it impacts all the prominent familias and south. Moreover, the entire Khan dynasty is not limited to just the Southern Town Kingus and Alternatoroi. It was through to power of the prominent familias that the King's best expansa comito beyonder the guidance of its founding emperor. Yet in the end, it has resulted in a cumbersome situation that cannot be easily discarded. Do they truly believe a thought more flatterias to restore of the dynastia live its tempto succa status? Ignorance, compounded by arrogance. As Su Heng entered Thuong Hall, Fielder Leunukapin his eyes. Glancing at Su Heng, a shadow of darkness briefly flickered in his gaze. Since the Crown Prince has arrived, Neelan listened to the imperial decree. Fielder Leunuk declared, turning to Panthwooden box held by Theunja on its behind him, extracting the decree within. Seeing this, Su Heng cast another glance at the kneeling Su Yen and Latuta Sofchical. What doest Crown Prince mean, do you direct disrespect the sovereign's authority? Theodorliunuch, noticing Su Heng's refusal to kneel and disenwarranted laughter, could not but question him. Histonicare the pressure of fa Grandmaster. As the Villa illusion activated, the earlistige cultivation of Theodorliunuch's a Grandmaster became undeniably evident. Thoth merely at the initial stage, high still a formidable Grandmaster. The Likan royal family indeed does not hold back, dispatching the Grandmaster to deliver a decree. But what if it? This southern town king-state, his territory whether radigerlies in reposiera dragoncoils, it is all the him. Such a grand accusation, this gramizeneath crown prince it cannot bear. Alas, I am still recovering from my grave illness, and upon hearing the grievous news of my father's death in battle, I am utterly heartbroken and unable to kneel. It trust thought both the soverignan the stemmed official synthi court, as well as the people of the Chien, will understand. Su Heng spoke directly, suggesting that they should kneel before a Themer Derir of his father. What nonsense! You! Theodorliunuch, up and hearing this words, sufter readered but found himself a telash for words. The other party had positioned themselves as the victim, standing atop femoral high ground should counter. It would place the sovereign in a position of neglecting his subjects. Then, let Crown Prince stand and listen. Theodorliunuch, with new theroption, ultima telecosatoralent. Like a grasshopper in autumn, let us see how long we can leap. Thank you, esteemed Dunik, and thank you, your majesty. Su Heng expressed disgratitude, further aggravating Theodorliunucha. Suppressing the fury within, Theodorliunucha began toriat thedicree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor state as the southern town king Siluan of exceptional strategy and skill, possesses both talent and virtue, having long commanded the military and led troops in Tobadal. Alas, heaven, envious of such talent, has taken him from us for the sake of the nation. Henceforth, his posthumously honored as the Duke of Yu with the posthumously Floyal Marshal. Furthermore, Su Yen the second son of the Su family is endowed with both virtue and talent, well versed in literature and martial arts, loving the people his own children, diligent in governance. Ino heed the will of heaven, decreeing him to inherit thegical title, henceforth to be known as Southern Town King. Thus it is decreed. As Su Heng listened, heckled no thelpid law. Virtue talent, well versed in literature and martial arts, loving the people his own children, wickoft he straits do shis a legitimate a brother possess? As for governance? The other party, a mere legitimatizen while he, the crown prince of Southern Town King, is still present thou could the title fall to him? This decree's indeed heartfelt. Southern Town King, receiveth edict. Theodorliunucha closed thedicreondext and didito Su Yen. Subject Su Yen, grateful for your majesty's great favor, shall serve with ye utmost loyalty. Su Yen hurriedly pledged disloyalty, yet before he could touch the decree, he was interrupted by Su Heng. Wait. Su Heng's voice through the air, capturing the attention of both individuals. What questions doest Crown Prince have? Theodorliunuch, suppressing his impatience, inquired. Is it possible that his decree has been misissued? To conspire for the position of Southern Town King in the shadows before him, they haven't even asked for his consent. Is the Crown Prince questioning the Emperor's decision? Theodorliunuch narrowed his eyes, gazing at Su Heng like a poised serpent, exuding an aura of anger. During Thirignath the founding emperor, a decree was stating that the title Southern Town King would be inherit eternally. This decree is still enshrined in Misufamili's ancestral hall. I Su Heng, the lacking ingenuity, have submitted a memorial, discussed in court, and dressy of edict regarding the hirtothetical. As Su Heng spoke, hitune the decree from Theodorliunuch's hands to examinate. Currently, as the crown prince, I am neither deceased nor at fault of the title to be inherited, it up not pass to another. Or does the emperor intend to disregard the founding emperor's decree? If this decree is disregarded, does it imply that other decrees may also be disregarded by the subjects of Tyrol? Chapter 3, The decree lacks two seals. Could it be that the eunuch is falsely conveying the imperial edict? Su Heng boldly refuted, questioning whether the eunuch aimed to usurp the title of Prince of Southern Town. Such delusions were nothing but folly, utterly nonsensical. The old eunuch, seething with rage, understood the implication behind those words, which only stoked the fire of his anger. Moreover, the decree bore only the imperial seal. Where were the seals of the Central Secretariat and the Department of State Affairs? The absence of two seals raised questions. Had this not been deliberated in the court, or had the eunuch surreptitiously stolen the imperial seal to fabricate the edict? Su Hong forcefully threw the decree at the eunuch. The eunuch clenched his teeth, his hands hidden within his sleeves cracking ominously, a glint of malice flickering in his gaze. Yet soon two formidable presences of grandmasters began to rise, seemingly issuing a warning. Sensing this palpable aura, the eunuch regained his composure. This was the Prince of Southern Town's residence, not the capital. Even as a grandmaster, he could not guarantee a successful escape after taking a life. Yet, the audacity of Su Heng's tongue stirred a desire within him to tear the man to shreds, to see if he would dare to speak so brazenly again. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to counter. Su Heng's words were well-founded. Even accusing him of fabricating the edict, while it was indeed irregular, circumstances left him with no choice. If discussed in court, there would surely be opposition, especially since Su Heng's uncle held the position of the Central Secretariat. The influential families within the Great Qin dynasty were in collusion, rendering political mandates nearly impossible to implement. Thus, he resorted to such underhanded tactics, aiming to force a resolution through sheer might. It was also unfortunate that the agents operating in the shadows had failed to poison Su Heng. The poison of soul-devouring powder was undetectable. Even if it did not kill, it could render a person senseless, making manipulation easier. After all, would it not be laughable to have a fool inherit the title of prince? If that waste had been effective, they would not be entangled in the current predicament. I suggest you return eunuch, and confirm with His Majesty whether the name was mistakenly written. After all, Heng and Yen are quite similar. Su Hong spoke again, choosing not to sever ties outright. While the Great Qian was constrained by powerful families, there remained many old-timers within the royal family. If the eunuch were to gamble everything against the Prince of Southern Town, even the strongest of alliances could shatter. Once he had bided his time and grown stronger, the Li dynasty would soon reach its end. Upon hearing this, the eunuch's face turned pale. This decree had been personally dictated by His Majesty. And how could there possibly be an error? Moreover, the preceding description had already identified the individual as the second son. How could the name be mistaken? Yet, he chose to concede, for they were indeed in the wrong. The young master spoke correctly. We shall return and seek confirmation from His Majesty. The eunuch forced a smile, addressing Su Hong obsequiously. There was no other option. Had he been in the right, he would have acted. Yet, the logic of his opponent was irrefutable, articulated with such clarity that if he were to take action, his adversary would raise the banner of cleansing the court, and he would meet his end in vain. He had believed this would be an opportunity, only to find that the gap remained unbreached. His Majesty was far too impatient regarding this matter. Otherwise, the current situation would not have arisen. Meanwhile, Su Yan, still kneeling, clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Why should everything from childhood be yours? The title of young master is yours, the affection of our father is yours, even the respect of the entire southern realm is yours. Why, it just because of this so-called distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. Why should you, born as the legitimate son, bask in endless favor? Why should I, born as the illegitimate son, be overlooked? Now, even this title within reach could be snatched away. He refused to accept it. Why? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Su Yan's eyes. If he were to launch a surprise attack, he would have a 50% chance of success, though there was also a 50% chance of failure. That probability was already sufficiently high. Kneeling beside him, Fu Qiu immediately sensed her young master's agitation and guessed his intentions. Fu Qiu discreetly tugged at her young master's sleeve, but Su Yan remained unmoved. As he neared the brink of allowing his resentment and fury to dictate his actions, Fu Qiu gritted her teeth, rose first, and questioned, "The decree has been issued. Does the eldest young master intend to defy it? Will you not accompany me to pay respects to the Prince of Southern Town?" As she spoke, Fu Qiu cast a glance at the Su family's servants present. She then promptly knelt, addressing Su Yan. "I, the servant Fu Qiu, pay my respects to the Prince of Southern Town." This bow was executed with utmost reverence, for she understood it would be her final act of kneeling to her young master. After Fu Qiu knelt, no one else followed suit, as if they had not heard. Even Su Yan's other personal maid, Wen Dong, wore a look of astonishment, anxiously glancing at Fu Qiu, unsure of her motives. "What nonsense is this? Where does this Prince of Southern Town come from? Take her away and execute her." Just as Su Hong finished speaking, individuals entered the hall and dragged Fu Qiu away. The sudden turn of events jolted Su Yan back to clarity. He realized Fu Qiu's actions were meant to save him. In such circumstances, a surprise attack was utterly impossible. He could only blame himself for being momentarily blinded by resentment and anger. Watching Fu Qiu being taken away, Su Yan hastily knelt before his elder brother. Brother, Fu Qiu did not act with malice. Please spare her, Su Yan pleaded, imploring Su Hong to show mercy towards Fu Qiu. Fu Qiu and Wen Dong had accompanied him since childhood. Without them, he might have perished long ago from treachery. Their bond transcended mere master-servant. They were akin to family. Moments later, Fu Qiu's anguished cries echoed forth. The instrument used for punishment was no ordinary rod, specifically designed to discipline disobedient servants. Hearing Fu Qiu's screams, Su Yan's expression turned desperate as he began to prostrate himself before Su Hang. Begging for Fu Qiu's life, however, Su Hong remained unmoved, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yan. Such an audacious maid is a potential calamity. As your elder brother, I shall discipline you in place of our father. Lest you commit grave mistakes in the future that entangle you and the entire Prince of Southern Town's residents. Su Heng's words dripped with insincerity, and he could hardly suppress his urge to retch. The utter repulsiveness of his own speech was staggering. Su Yan wished to protest further, but his voice faltered. He collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed lifelessly outside the hall. Young master, the punishment has been carried out. A guard entered, reporting to Su Hong. Upon hearing the reality he had wished to avoid, Su Yan was rendered speechless, slumped on the ground, a solitary tear tracing down his cheek. It was he had caused Fu Qiu's demise. Beside him, Wen Dong wiped her tears but dared not make a sound, fearful that she would be the next to meet such a fate. Take the second young master back to the courtyard. Su Hong cast a glance at Su Yan before addressing the guard with a stern expression, his demeanor betraying a concealed smirk. Good brother, this is merely the beginning, the show is just unfolding. If you dare to covet such a position, be prepared to face the consequences. Chapter 4. The Su family is the sole arbiter of the Prince of Southern Town's lineage. As Su Hong turned, the facade of his smile morphed into a mockery. Eunuch, do not be offended. The Prince of Southern Town's residence commands the Southern Realm, overseeing 300,000 troops, and my uncle is the current Central Secretariat. Among the Southern families, the Su family stands supreme. Of this vile servant, so mad with audacity, is it not appropriate to administer a slight punishment? You would not hold it against me, would you? While Su Hong spoke of Fu Qiu, each word subtly reminded the eunuch of his place. To threaten the Prince of Southern Town's residence, it was not an endeavor to be taken lightly. If he dared to act, let him try. The eunuch's smile was visibly strained, his hands clenched white within his sleeves. What you say is quite right, this disobedient servant deserves punishment. However, it is getting late, we must return to the capital to report. Lest we keep His Majesty waiting, the eunuch slightly bowed, speaking with a tone that belied the restraint he exercised as a grandmaster. Please make yourself comfortable, Xia. See the eunuch off for me. Su Hong maintained his warm smile. Exuding an aura of gentle authority, the eunuch departed with a smile, yet his expression darkened as he turned away. In contrast, Su Heng's smile faded, replaced by a glimmer of amusement. Upon returning to his chambers, he instructed, send someone to follow them. Once they leave the southern borders, I wish to see none of those guards. A shadowy middle-aged man behind Su Hong nodded in acknowledgement. It was none other than Zhao Gao. Name, Zhao Gao. Identity, leader of the Web of Assassins. Mastery, Pinnacle Grandmaster. He had summoned Zhao Gao before heading to the Yuhong Hall to prevent the eunuch from resorting to desperate measures. Zhao Gao withdrew, leaving the room empty. Su Heng's gaze drifted towards the direction of the capital, a cold smile curling on his lips. It would be impolite not to reciprocate, but this is merely the interest. Li Chen, we shall settle our accounts slowly. Su Hong sat cross-legged, steadily absorbing the memories swirling in his mind. The Great Qian dynasty comprised 36 states, while the Su family monopolized 7 states in the southern realm. Including his uncle's fief of Xinzhou, that made a total of 8 states. Of the 7 states are Yunzhou, the capital, Ningzhou, Qingzhou, Jingzhou, Yuzhou, Binzhou, and Yizhou. In the grand domain of Deqian, only 12 of the 36 provinces are under its direct control, while the remaining 24 are governed by prominent families. The vast territories ruled by these families are exempt from taxation and possess the authority to raise armies, manage affairs, and maintain order, resembling a nation within a nation. As Su Hong was elucidating the current situation, Wang Chun approached him. What is it? Su Hong inquired, opening his eyes to regard Wang Chun, who hesitated, casting a furtive glance at her master. The clan leader has summoned the elders to the ancestral hall and sent someone to request your presence. Claiming they wish to invoke the clan's laws, Wang Chun reported. Clan laws? Su Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, quickly suppressed. It was evident that these old men had a stake in the matter. When his father was alive, authority was firmly in his hands, rendering the clan leaders mere figureheads. With the passing of the Prince of Zhennan, they naturally sought to elevate a compliant figure. Alas, their schemes would not come to fruition. Convey my orders to assemble the Ming Guards and surround the ancestral hall, Su Hong commanded Wang Chun decisively. The Ming Guards were the visible elite of the Zhennan prince's household. Only two individuals had the authority to mobilize them, his father, the prince, and the head of the Su clan. Wang Chun hesitated for a moment upon receiving the command but ultimately withdrew. The two maidens possessed contrasting temperaments. Wang Chun was composed and contemplative, while Wen Xia was straightforward and somewhat reckless, yet both were undoubtedly loyal to him. The reason for mobilizing the Ming Guards was his desire to discern which side they currently aligned with. With his father deceased, it was a foregone conclusion that he would ascend as the next Prince of Zhennan. Should the guards lack discernment, their existence would be rendered unnecessary, that he could simply form a new guard, one that would be entirely devoted to him. Arriving at the ancestral hall, Su Hong was accompanied by Wang Chun, and when Xia.to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he had summoned the two venerable elders. Shen Ming names, Lu Zhangke status, worshipper of the Prince of Zhennan cultivation, late Grand Master signature technique. Shen Ming divine poem names, He Bai Wang status, worshipper of the Prince of Zhennan cultivation, late Grand Master signature technique. Shen Ming divine poem upon their invocation. Su Hong assigned them the roles of worshippers of the prince's household. Entering the ancestral hall, he found several clan elders already seated on either side, while at the foremost position sat an elderly man with closed eyes. To his surprise, he discovered that his younger brother was also present. Upon Su Heng's entrance, many elders rose to their feet, for with the death of the Prince of Zhennan, this young man was now the one who held sway over the household. Su Hong paid them little heed, taking a seat beside the head of the Su clan. Su Yunling, noticing the situation, Su Yunling opened his eyes, slammed his hand on the table, and bellowed, "Su Hong, how dare you sit there? The seating arrangements in the ancestral hall are predetermined. Only the clan leader and the Prince of Zhennan are entitled to those seats. How dare you, a mere heir, presume to sit here? This is a flagrant breach of decorum." Su Hong, uninterested in engaging in further discourse, signaled, and the Ming Guard surged into the ancestral hall. Seeing this, Su Yunling turned his gaze towards Su Hong, daring to mobilize forces in the ancestral hall. "What do you intend?" he questioned, his anger palpable as he stood, his beard bristling. "I am here today for one purpose only, to reclaim the clan's decree." Su Hong stated plainly, preposterous. The clan decree has always been held by the clan leader. "Are you attempting to betray the clan?" Su Yunling's face flushed with rage, initially intending to summon Su Hong for punishment under clan law, yet Su Heng's preemptive strike had left them entirely on the defensive. Betray the clan? Among all the families in Deqian, which one does not entrust the clan decree to the most powerful? Were it not for my father's favor, would this decree have ever fallen into your hands? Do not let 2 days of being clan leader inflate your ego. The Su clan is ruled by my lineage of Zhennan. A cold smile crept upon Su Heng's face, inviting a debate. I recall when my grandfather followed the founding emperor to establish this realm, he faced opposition and was expelled from the clan, yet, upon achieving success and becoming the Prince of Zhennan, you all returned, shamelessly clinging to him. Were it not for my grandfather's compassion, what place would you have here? I declare once more, hand over the clan decree, and we shall continue as family. With the Su clan remaining under the protection of the Prince of Zhennan, and otherwise, I shall renounce my clan affiliation, and from this day forth, the lineage of Zhennan shall have no ties with the Su clan. Su Heng's patience was wearing thin. This was their final opportunity. Clan leader, relinquish the decree. Some elders chose to speak up, acknowledging that the Su clan's current standing was largely due to the backing of the lineage of Zhennan. In the past, the Su clan was indeed a renowned family, but how could they possibly compare to the current authority wielded by the Prince of Zhennan over the southern territories? They had long benefited from the prince's influence. If he were to withdraw his support, they would be left in a precarious position, oblivious to when they might awaken from their slumber. Indeed, clan leader, yield it to him. We all wish to honor the heir. Many elders immediately pledged their loyalty. You, all of you. Su Yunling was taken aback by their response, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, he staggered backward, evidently fainting from the rage, though it remained uncertain whether his faint was genuine or feigned. Su Han leaned towards believing it was the latter. Could a grandmaster be so easily overwhelmed by anger? Su Hong exchanged a glance with Wang Chun, signaling her understanding his intent. She approached Su Yunling, crouched down, and retrieved the clan decree from her bosom. This item was typically safeguarded closely by him, always carried on his person. Wang Chun offered it to her master with both hands. Su Hong examined the clan decree, crafted from exquisite white jade, with a golden inscription inlaid at its center, rendered in small seal script. The written language of this world, thankfully, his previous memories afforded him some comprehension, otherwise, he might have struggled to decipher it. The clan leader has toiled diligently for the Su clan. May you find rest in the days to come. Su Hong addressed the assembled crowd before departing the ancestral hall. Following his exit, the Ming guards retreated, leaving only the members of the Su clan present. There was no need for Su Hong to discuss familial bonds. In this world, fratricide and betrayal among kin were not uncommon. Sentimentality could lead to ruin. He harbored little affection for his estranged father, let alone for these individuals. Should they comply, he would not mind supporting them. However, should they dare to conspire or covet what they should not, he would not hesitate to act decisively. While it may not be easy to take a life, there were countless methods to achieve it. Has my father's body not yet been recovered? Su Hong inquired. Not yet. After the prince was ambushed, his body was seized by the Bailey clan. Currently, the army remains stationed at the border, as the generals are wary of what the Bailey clan may do with the prince's remains. Hence they have refrained from taking action. Wang Chun relayed the situation. Upon hearing this, Su Hong remained contemplative. Locating the body might provide insights into the circumstances surrounding his estranged father's demise. After all, he was a peak Grand Master, one of the foremost figures in Deqian. It was hard to believe he could be so easily ambushed unless foul play was involved. Is there no issue within the army? Su Hong inquired further, considering the potential power vacuum left by his father's death. He did not trust Li Chen to remain idle. It was likely he sought to maneuver during this transitional period of power. The military leaders who fought alongside the prince have not shown any signs of dissent. However, certain families appear to be stirring restlessly. Wang Chun reported, detailing what she had gleaned. A bunch of fools. Do they truly believe that with my father's fall, the Prince of Zhennan's household will falter? Su Hong remarked, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Investigate thoroughly. I wish to know which families dare to make a move. As he commanded. A voice in the shadows acknowledged the order. Wang Chun, though filled with questions, refrained from speaking, knowing too much could be detrimental, and if Su Hong wished to share, he would do so in his own time. Those who serve should focus on their tasks, otherwise, they might find themselves unaware of the reasons for their demise. Additionally, issue a decree to the Bailey clan, demanding the return of my father's remains to Yunzhou City within 3 days. If they fail to comply, I shall unleash 30,000 troops upon the Bailey clan. Su Hong addressed Wang Chun with a directive, pondering that since the Bailey clan was courting death, he might as well accompany them on their journey. However, Wang Chun hesitated, questioning whether 3 days would suffice. Moreover, without the emperor's decree, mobilizing troops independently could easily invite censure from court officials. The crown prince had yet to fully consolidate power, and such actions caused her considerable concern. 3 strikes and you're out. Should there be a next time, you needn't serve before me any longer. Observing her demeanor, Su Heng's expression brightened. I am guilty. The maidservant quickly knelt in contrition. You may leave. Su Yan did not elaborate further. He was not jesting. 3 chances were all one would receive. Should there be another instance, regardless of deep affections, he would not allow her to remain in his service. After Wang Chun exited, Su Hong could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Fortunately, the original owner was not incompetent, and his actions were sufficiently appropriate. Otherwise, he would find it exceedingly difficult to manage the legacy left by his father. The military might have already been in turmoil, yet, he did not believe that the military generals were entirely loyal to the Prince of Zhennan. If they were, how could his father have fallen victim to a surprise attack? There must be a traitor at play. As for the Bailey clan, he had never intended to spare them. Even if they delivered their corpses, they would still meet the fate of extermination. However, he needed a justifiable cause, and he had made his stance clear. At the very least, he stood on the side of righteousness. Was it too much to seek vengeance for his father? In the following days, Su Hong continuously absorbed the memories flooding his mind while attempting to engage with the politics of the southern region. Truth be told, it was a Herculean task, rising earlier than the roosters and retiring later than the dogs. This was merely the southern region. Should he ascend to the throne, governing the entire Deqian would surely be exhausting. He finally understood why ancient emperors rarely enjoyed longevity. Some were drained by indulgence, while others perished from sheer fatigue. And nonetheless, during these 3 days, he managed to sign off on several matters: plans for the Zhuge crossbow, a vial of 9-flower jade dew pills, and a single great return pill. Regrettably, he possessed only the schematics and lacked the means to manufacture them, nor did he have a civil minister or strategist to manage state affairs on his behalf. This burdensome fate must rest upon his own shoulders. Chapter 6, No Emperor Shall Ever Permit Your Existence. At the border of Binzhou, in the Shuangyan Mountains, beyond these mountains lay the southern region. The old eunuch sat in the carriage, guarded by the imperial guard as they sped towards Tianjing. At this moment, the old eunuch seethed with rage. Given the chance, he would ensure that his adversaries would find themselves in a predicament from which there was no escape. I will sever their heads and fashion night pots from their skulls for my use. Just as they emerged from the Shuangyan Mountains, the old eunuch lifted the carriage curtain to glance back at the southern region. Next time I return, it will be with a mighty army. He was about to lower the curtain when the alertness of a grandmaster made him instinctively recoil. In an instant, a sharp sword pierced the carriage mere inches from him. An assassin, the captain of the Imperial Guard, quickly sensed the anomaly. Drawing his sword to command his men into action, yet, before he could utter another word, an arrow struck his throat, sending him plummeting from his horse. Immediately, countless arrows rained upon the Imperial Guard, positioned below and unaware of the enemy's numbers. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. The Prince of Zhennan, the old eunuch, gritted his teeth, exclaiming that their ambush upon exiting the southern region could only have been orchestrated by the Prince of Zhennan. Who possessed such audacity? Retreat. The old eunuch issued orders, oblivious to the enemy's circumstances. Had he sensed the approach of two grandmasters from the Prince of Zhennan's estate earlier, he would have been doomed today. The carriage sped away, quickly vanishing from view, leaving behind a scene littered with the bodies of the Imperial Guard. Let them pursue. We shall toy with them. As Zhao Gao stood halfway up the mountain, observing the retreating carriage as he instructed Heibai Xuanzhan, leave a needle in that old fool, even if he returns to Tianjing, he shall not survive. As Zhao Gao spoke, he handed a slender, hair-like needle to Heibai Xuanzhan. Once the needle was accepted, Zhao Gao departed with his entourage. The crown prince still required his assistance. Heibai Xuanzhan concealed the needle and then covered his face with a cloth. Today, they were bandits. In Tianjing, in the Huanyu Hall, the sovereign of Deqian, Li Chen, was reviewing memorials, while at the foot of the steps knelt an old eunuch, evidently the one dispatched to the southern region with orders. Your Majesty, the Prince of Zhennan must be eliminated. If we continue to indulge him, he will undoubtedly become a profound threat to our Deqian. The old eunuch lamented incessantly, particularly concerning Su Hang, who exhibited no reverence for the royal family. His intentions laid bare, however. Li Chen continued to peruse the memorials, paying little heed to the old eunuch's pleas, as if he were unaware of the issues being raised. After a long while, Li Chen completed the review of the memorials, massaging his throbbing temples. You may leave. This old eunuch was becoming a nuisance. Were it not for his remaining usefulness, he would not tolerate him so. Your Majesty, the old eunuch attempted to voice further grievances, but Li Chen merely grunted, and the eunuch dared not protest, obediently retreating. Yet, just a few steps away, his eyes widened in shock. Blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Li Chen paused, glancing at the memorial in his hand, before returning to his normal demeanor and resuming his review. Li Chen's personal eunuch, the head steward, Gong Gong Hao, began to investigate. As a grandmaster, he swiftly discerned the location of the poison needle. Applying pressure to his palm, he forced the needle out, then ordered its removal to prevent it from staining the emperor's sight. Your Majesty is aware. Just as the head steward was about to report the specifics, he was halted by Li Chen. He was not blind. He could see and understand the implications. The tea has gone cold. Fetch me another cup. Li Chen set down the memorial and glanced at the head steward. Issuing the command, the head steward understood, bowing respectfully before exiting. Incompetent. Once the steward departed, Li Chen could not help but mutter in frustration. This was not an insult directed at the steward but rather at the old eunuch. A figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows. What is the situation? Li Chen asked, sipping from a cup of hot tea. The Prince of Zhennan has issued a proclamation to the Baili clan, demanding they return the corpses within 3 days. Otherwise, they shall face extermination. The man in black reported the developments. Upon hearing this, Li Chen set down his red brush and could not suppress a chuckle. Since he is so confident, let him collide with the southern wall. Li Chen scoffed. If the Baili clan were so easily subdued, he would not have allowed them to survive until now. If even your father could not accomplish this, I am eager to see how you will succeed. Your Majesty, this memorial has just been submitted. The head eunuch brought over the hot tea, accompanied by 2 young eunuchs carrying trays of memorials. They expertly placed the documents down and collected the previously reviewed ones. These old fools. Li Chen could not help but snort disdainfully, knowing without a doubt that these memorials pertained to the Prince of Zhennan. All useless. They thought Su Yan was a significant figure. Alas, he is just a burden. Should the poisoning succeed, ample room for maneuvering would open up. The Prince of Zhennan has but 2 heirs. Should Su Hong perish, Su Yan becomes the sole successor. Even if the ministers are reluctant, they will have no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, I have dispatched a grandmaster to deliver the decree, providing ample leverage. Yet this fool managed to endure. He truly is inconsequential. Whether it is Su Hong or the decree-carrying eunuch who perishes, it is advantageous for me. Su Hong's death would simplify the endeavor of seizing the Prince of Zhennan's estate, while the eunuch's demise would give me a legitimate pretext. If they were to die within the Prince of Zhennan's estate, what significance would that hold? With the plan thwarted, Su Hong's ascension to the Prince of Zhennan is now a foregone conclusion. Perhaps Su Hong's reign would be rather beneficial, given his rebellious heart. As long as he opposes, things will become far simpler, and now, it is time to push him, to force his rebellion. It is a pity for those imperial guards. After all, nurturing such a force is no simple task. As for the bandits, what bandits would dare lay hands on the imperial guards? Investigate those robbers. Li Chen instructed the man in black, harboring a suspicion that Su Luyan had left a contingency plan for the Prince of Zhennan's estate. Otherwise, where would these bandits have suddenly emerged from? The man in black acknowledged and withdrew. The world ultimately belongs to the Li family. No emperor shall ever permit your existence. Li Chen gazed towards the southern region, muttering to himself. Chapter 7. How is it that my words as the crown prince hold no sway? Yunzhou. At the Prince of Zhennan's estate, what news from the Bai Li clan? Su Hong inquired of Zhao Gao behind him. No action has been taken. Evidently they have chosen a second course of action, Zhao Gao replied. Upon hearing this, Su Hong exhibited no surprise. Wang Chun. Su Hong called out, and Wang Chun, waiting at the door, stepped inside. Send word for Uncle Mu to lead 100,000 troops to launch a frontal assault on the Bai Li clan's forces. This time, Wang Chun had learned her lesson. She refrained from further commentary and simply acknowledged before exiting, let the assassins of the Tianzi network take action and eliminate the high-ranking members of the Bai Li clan. I intend to eradicate the Bai Li tribe without leaving a single soul behind. Su Hong addressed Zhao Gao, issuing his commands. The territory of the Bai Li tribe is characterized by towering mountains and treacherous landscapes, teeming with venomous creatures and miasmic vapors, yet, it remains a veritable treasure trove of resources, abundant in rare medicinal herbs. Moreover, the geographic positioning of the Bai Li tribe is quite advantageous, serving as a buffer zone between the southern realm and Nanzhao. Should we conquer the Bai Li tribe, it would facilitate any future military endeavors against Nanzhao. How is the web of our plans progressing? Su Hong inquired. The southern King's manor and Deqian are destined to stand in opposition. Thus, we must strategize while we can. The web is not only adept at assassination but excels at gathering intelligence as well. The sooner we can spread our network throughout Deqian, the better it will be for the southern King's manor. Dispatches have already been sent throughout Deqian, however, development will undoubtedly require some time. Nevertheless, regarding the distribution of the 7 states in the southern realm, progress may be expedited. Zhao Gao pondered for a moment before responding to Su Hong's query. Indeed. Su Hong acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further comments. Such matters did not warrant his concern. Ningzhou, the southernmost province of the southern realm, shares borders with the Bai Li and Jiuli tribes. As of today, 100,000 troops are stationed at the border, poised to surge into Bai Li territory at a moment's notice. Within the encampment, one officer lamented, alas, the young lord is being reckless. If the Bai Li tribe were so easily subdued, how could the prince have faltered here? Another concurred. Indeed, the terrain of the Bai Li tribe is highly variable, infested with venomous creatures and wild beasts, shrouded in toxic mists. Should our army venture within, we would likely suffer significant losses. I suggest the young lord retract his commands. One officer exclaimed, such talk is easy, yet the prince has just passed away, and the young lord is eager to achieve results and establish his authority. It is not so simple to dissuade him. In the tent, Mushan, the trusted confidant of the southern king, clad in armor, sat at the high table, continuously polishing his spear. The other military leaders were embroiled in heated arguments, contending that now was not the opportune moment to engage the Bai Li tribe. Enough, Mushan declared, laying his spear across the table and surveying the gathered leaders. He appeared as an exceedingly cultured middle-aged man. If not for his armor, one might easily mistake him for a scholar. As Mushan's gaze swept across the assembly, the previously quarrelsome tent fell silent. Clearly Mushan held considerable esteem within the military. The prince has bestowed upon us profound grace, now that he has fallen victim to treachery. If we do not act, would we not be betraying his memory? He paused, yet we cannot gamble with the lives of our brothers, noticing the glances directed at him by his fellow generals. The dissenting officer fell silent. Without the prince, we would not be where we are today. Even if the entire southern army were to perish, we must ensure that the Bai Li tribe pays in blood for their debts. If anyone is unwilling, they may leave now. Otherwise, they need not blame my spear for being indiscriminate." Upon hearing Mushan's words, the leaders bowed their heads in submission. "General, a messenger from the young lord has arrived." Just as Mushan intended to delegate tasks, a soldier entered the tent to report. The mention of the young lord's messenger caused the gathered leaders to furrow their brows. If the messenger had come to oversee the troops, it would be one matter. However, if he sought to give commands, that would be sheer folly. Bring him in. After all, as the young lord's envoy, proper decorum must be maintained. If he were merely to oversee, that would suffice. However, should he attempt to issue misguided orders, they would not hesitate to disregard his commands. The eyes of Mushan and the others turned toward the tent entrance, where three figures cloaked in black emerged. Their identities obscured, it was difficult to discern their genders, yet the foremost figure exuded an air of authority, the other two instilled a sense of veiled threat. Mushan's brow furrowed slightly. As a late-stage grandmaster, he was only wary of those at the pinnacle of that realm. Could the person before him be a peak grandmaster akin to the prince? Mushan's gaze shifted to Su Hang, and then to the two grandmasters flanking him. In the southern realm, he was well aware of the hierarchy, yet these three appeared as if they had materialized out of thin air. "You shall assist Mushan in executing this plan," Su Hong commanded Zhao Gao directly. "This old servant understands." Zhao Gao inclined his head in acknowledgement. "General Mu, I am not discussing this with you, I am informing you. Do you comprehend? I understand. At this juncture, what could Mushan possibly say? "You may leave. This lord requires rest." Having taken control of the encampment, Mushan dared not utter further protest and withdrew. On a moonless, windy night, it was a fitting time for bloodshed. In Bailey territory, one soldier from the southern army inquired, "General, is this location suitable? Split up and proceed." After surveying the scene, the general deemed it sufficient and commanded his subordinates to act. Subsequently, a group dispersed, producing torches to ignite the flames. Duan Bin observed as his men set fire, the blaze rapidly spreading, a cold smirk betraying his satisfaction. He had not only dispatched men to kindle flames here but had also orchestrated similar acts across the neighboring Bailey territory. How would the people of Deqian react if they learned that the heir to the Prince of Zhennan was so utterly deranged as to incite arson? If public sentiment turned against him, it could very well jeopardize the succession of the Zhennan title. Duan Bin's expression was one of cold amusement. The Zhennan royal house, with its military might, had disrespected the imperial family and thus deserved their fate. The fire continued to spread, painting the surroundings in a vivid crimson within mere moments, yet an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Where were his men? Just as he turned, a sharp blade severed his throat, leaving him no chance to react. Duan Bin's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively reached for his wound. In his haze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure turning away. Once their task was complete, the assassins of the Luo network vanished without a trace. As for the fires being ignited elsewhere, the Luo network was certainly aware of it in the Zhennan military camp. Mushan glanced at the horizon, where the sky over Bailey was already tinged with red. A warm smile graced his face, yet his intentions were anything but benevolent, dispatching those men to start fires, only to eliminate them afterward. "Two birds with one stone." "General, they are our neighbors. The Bailey clan has suffered a natural disaster. We should extend our assistance," Zhao Gao interjected before promptly leaving the area. Mushan fixed his gaze on Zhao Gao's retreating form, contemplating his thoughts as he glanced at the heir's tent. The following day, Su Hong awoke and stretched languidly. The bed was uncomfortably firm. Leaving his back sore system, check-in. The first order of business upon waking was to register. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a heart shield. Name, heart shield function, capable of deflecting a fatal strike from a pinnacle grandmaster. Not bad at all. After all, while an open attack can be evaded, a hidden one is much harder to defend against. With the heart shield, his safety was somewhat assured. "Where are the others?" Su Hong inquired, noticing Wen Xia standing nearby. "I heard that the Bailey clan has faced a natural disaster, and General Mu has taken people to assist with the fires," Wen Xia replied, unaware that the calamity was man-made. Upon hearing this, Su Hong could not help but feel speechless. Who was the genius behind this plan? A proclamation had already been issued to rally against them. Why resort to such tactics? It was akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Why not take advantage of the chaos and subdue the Bailey clan instead? "Pack your things. We are returning to the royal residence," Su Hong instructed, recalling something. "Now, but both our attendants and Mr. Zhao have gone with General Mu to the Bailey clan. Wouldn't it be dangerous to return now?" When Xia expressed her concern. "A foolish girl, if there is no danger, how can we fish? Go and handle it," he commanded. Although when Xia was puzzled, she had no choice but to comply with the heir's orders. After she left, Su Heng's demeanor turned cold. There were likely members of the Liqian royal family within the Zhennan army. Furthermore, at this juncture, those wishing to eliminate him were probably not limited to the Li Qian royal family. With that in mind, why should he fear becoming bait? Chapter 9. I want half of the Zhennan army to perish before they reach Baili Mountain. At Baili Mountain, the saintess spoke. The Prince of Zhennan is utterly deranged, setting fire to the mountains, leading many of our Baili clan members to their doom in the flames. Indeed, Saintess, the Prince of Zhennan's approach is fierce. If we do not act soon, we may suffer severe losses. Saintess, the actions of the Prince of Zhennan have invoked the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. I propose we ally with the Zhou and Nanzhao to resist this threat. If necessary, we could reach out to the Li Qian royal family, otherwise our Baili clan may face total annihilation. Numerous elders of the Baili clan voiced their concerns as the flames spread rapidly. Many clan members remained trapped in the fire, unable to hold out for much longer, although the Baili clan held a geographical advantage. They were still outnumbered by the formidable Zhennan army, the Xinjiao army, and the Heiqi army, three elite divisions under the command of the Prince of Zhennan. Each boasting a strength of over 100,000, totaling 300,000 troops. Initially, the southern territory had 1 million soldiers, but Su Luan had disbanded 700,000 to appease the royal family. The remaining 300,000 were the cream of the crop, selected from the original army, making them an elite force. What does the Grand Elder intend to do? A woman draped in a dark blue veil spoke as she slightly tilted her head toward the Grand Elder. The sound of her silver ornaments jingling softly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder fell silent. What could he possibly devise? The Baili clan, while seemingly in a favorable position, was in a precarious situation. To the north lay the territory of the Prince of Zhennan, to the south was the nation of Nanzhao, and to the east, the Jiuli clan. As for the west, an uninhabited wasteland separated the Baili clan from Baiyu territory. Filled with unexplored dangers, the Baili clan, already sparse in numbers, could not expand their territory and could only cling to their limited land, else they would be utterly passive, since the Prince of Zhennan desires war. What do we have to fear? Even if every member of the Baili clan perishes, we shall ensure the Zhennan army meets its demise alongside us, declared the saintess, her eyes glinting with resolve. Let our people retreat to Baili Mountain and set an ambush on the Zhennan army's path. I want half of the Zhennan army to perish before they reach Baili Mountain. The saintess proclaimed, determination evident in her gaze. Asu command. Saintess, the elders present knelt in loyalty, for the saintess held the highest respect among the Baili clan, her sorcery renowned. Additionally, I recall that the fifth elder developed a poison that ignites upon contact with fire. The saintess continued, and the Grand Elder understood her implication. As for the flames, let them burn. The Baili clan's population was already limited, largely concentrated around Baili Mountain, with only a few scattered throughout their territory. The river Lijiang served as a natural barrier, preventing the flames from reaching Baili Mountain. Even if the fire raged on, it could not touch Baili Mountain, though it might consume the resources within the Baili territory. Suddenly, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed, and an elder collapsed, who, the saintess reacted swiftly, launching a palm strike toward the source of the energy disturbance. The impact shattered a chair behind her. It failed to reveal the assailant. Another elder fell. Everything occurred in silence, as if a ghostly hand were at work. Who dares? The elders formed a protective circle, back to back, wary of their surroundings. Boom! Sensing danger, the Baili clan saintess instinctively evaded. Retaliating with a palm strike, the light of the sun was momentarily obscured, but she quickly concealed her form. Another elder collapsed, and many grew anxious, gripping their weapons tightly, fearing they might be next. The saintess was furious. Each elder was a master, a pillar of the Baili clan. The loss of each one weakened the clan's strength. Where do you think you're going? The Grand Elder sensed something amiss and leaped to attack. But soon felt a deadly threat and instinctively turned to defend, yet, it was too late. A sword pierced his heart. Feigning an attack, Grand Elder. The other elders rushed to support him, including the saintess, who was enraged enough to grind her teeth in frustration. The entire Baili clan had only 3 Grandmaster-level warriors, and the Grand Elder was one of them. His death posed a catastrophic threat to the clan. Jingyu Heibai Xianjian and Yan Ri revealed themselves. Standing side by side, their gazes icy as they regarded the Baili clan, under the command of the heir. The Luo network's elite assassins, Jingyu Heibai Xianjian and Yan Ri, have come to collect the debt. Once they finished speaking, they turned in unison and departed, and none dared to obstruct them, for all 3 were grandmasters. The Baili clan saintess clenched her fists, watching their retreating figures, filled with murderous intent. These 3 grandmasters were all mid-tier grandmasters. The Prince of Zhennan had indeed concealed his forces well. The Grand Elder, an elder exclaimed, realizing the Grand Elder had succumbed. Second Elder, handle this matter, the saintess commanded before turning to leave. Within the Saintess's chamber, she asserted, the Deqian must provide an explanation to the Bailey clan, otherwise we shall cease our cooperation. Seated behind the screen was a figure, presumably a man. This matter took me by surprise as well. Allow me to report to your majesty and request that reinforcements be dispatched. The relationship between Deqian and Bailey is one of cooperation. Naturally, Deqian would not stand idly by while its ally finds itself in peril. Having spoken these words, the figure vanished. The anger within the Saintess of the Bailey tribe subsided slightly as she poured herself a cup of tea. However, a trace of ruthlessness flashed between her brows. After all, others are ultimately unreliable, and the only dependable ally is oneself. Unbeknownst to the Saintess, another graceful figure had also disappeared from the room. Undoubtedly, it was Jingli, after taking care of the previous matter. Jingli did not leave but instead followed the Saintess of Bailey to this location. Su Hong had long suspected a collusion between Deqian and Bailey. After all, how could a mere tribe like Bailey dare to challenge the might of the Duke of Zhennan? Thus, he intentionally exposed his web of influence, allowing everyone to be aware of such a power beneath his command, with the aim of intimidating the Liqian royal family. Chapter 10. What the royal family cannot possess. The southern region cannot either. On another front, Mushan was leading the Zhennan army, pressing directly towards Bailey Mountain. However, the terrain was rugged, with numerous mountains and rivers, causing significant delays along the journey. The two elders of Xin Ming were also dispatched to the army to assist the Zhennan forces. Just as they had traveled halfway, the sky began to change. The Bailey tribe seemed to possess extraordinary luck. Mushan gazed at the heavily clouded sky and couldn't help but utter a remark. The Bailey territory is characterized by mountainous swamps, and to the south lies the ocean after passing through Nanzhao. This geographical feature results in a rainy climate. Nevertheless, having already launched an attack in this area, even rain would be of no consequence. General, we have received news from ahead. A scout approached, delivering a secret letter. Upon seeing the seal on the letter, Mushan recognized it was sent by the air, and he promptly opened it for inspection. After reading, a surge of power erupted from his palm, shattering the letter into fragments. Convey the order for the entire army to advance. Mushan issued a direct command for the army to proceed at full speed. According to the message received, the heir had dispatched assassins. And now only 2 of the 3 grandmasters of the Bailey tribe remained. With the loss of over half of their grandmaster strength, this was indeed an opportune moment for their advance. The Zhennan army surged forth towards Bailey Mountain. In Shanjing, the Deqian court, within the Wuji Hall, the ministers were voicing their concerns. Your Majesty, the death of the Duke of Zhennan is no trivial matter. A decree for appeasement is necessary. Furthermore, as a noble of our Deqian, the Duke was tasked with suppressing the Bailey Yuzhou and Nanzhao forces in the southern region. We should promptly issue a decree for the heir to ascend to the title of Duke of Zhennan. Many ministers chimed in with their petitions. The ruler of Deqian, Li Chen, adorned in imperial regalia, remained silent, simply observing the proceedings, his authority unmistakable. The drapes of the imperial crown obscured his features, rendering his expression unreadable. Along the sides of the court, rows of Deqian officials knelt in attendance. In the foremost position closest to Li Chen knelt 4 middle-aged men clad in purple robes. A purple has always symbolized nobility. Reserved for only the most distinguished individuals, their status in the court was indisputable, each representing a faction. The 2 men on the left, nearest to Li Chen, were the current Minister of State, Su Luqi, who was Su Heng's uncle, and behind him stood a representative of a prominent family, advocating for the interests of the aristocracy. The other was the current Minister of Rights, Yuan Xingzhou, who represented the scholars of the realm and the academies. As for the 2 men opposite them, one, who was rather burly, was the current Marquis of Ningbo, Chu Hui, representing military interests. He was not the source of concern, rather, it was his father, the Duke of Jingua. Chu Xiong, whose numerous connections within the military lent him considerable influence. The other, somewhat rotund, was the Duke of Fugua, Li Dan, representing the Liqian royal family. Below them were officials in crimson robes, including the Minister of Rights, the prefect of Jingzhou, and the inspector general. The remaining officials donned green robes, comprising the minor officials of the capital such as the grand historian and the Lantai minister. Your Majesty, I have just received word that the heir of the Duke of Zhennan, Su Hong, has gone mad and ordered the destruction of Bailey Mountain. The cries of the people echo everywhere, and their suffering is profound. I implore your Majesty to issue a decree for withdrawal and to seek surrender as our primary approach. I second this. The Bailey tribe has dispatched envoys, willing to offer fealty and tribute to our Deqian, and they are even prepared to present the new Saintess, forging a bond of friendship. Several ministers voiced their support, and it was evident that this was at Li Chen's behest. Just as Su Huan was about to rise to refute, he was halted by a glance from his father. Su Huan, the eldest son of the Su family, held the position of scholar in the Hanlin Academy. What shamelessness! Why do you not mention the death of my uncle in the campaign against the Bai Li tribe? The lives of the Bai Li people are precious, yet my uncle's life is not. Su Luki sat calmly, as though this matter had no bearing on him, yet he cast a glance at an official in crimson robes within the military ranks, who immediately understood the signal of following the cue. An inspector general rose to his feet. Very well, however, just as he stood, before he could reach the center to report, he heard the words of the emperor and was compelled to kneel once more. Refraining from speaking, Li Chen, having witnessed Su Luki's signal, was certainly aware. It was precisely because he noticed it that he intervened. If the other party had truly been allowed to speak, it was likely that neither of them would have been spared. At that moment, the entire court, both civil and military, knelt in agreement, leaving him no choice but to act. Draft a decree for the heir of the Duke of Zhennan to withdraw his forces and return to inherit the title of Duke. As for the matter of the Bai Li tribe, we shall discuss it later. Li Chen declared, decisively concluding the discussion. But could matters proceed so smoothly? Your Majesty, the late emperor long desired to incorporate the territory of Bai Li into Deqian. Such a golden opportunity, if missed, may not come again for a long time. Moreover, with the Duke of Zhennan's unclear demise in Bai Li, if we agree to the Bai Li tribe's surrender, would it not dishearten the soldiers of the army? A minister immediately stood, kneeling in the center, holding a tablet, urging the emperor. Indeed, Your Majesty, this action will surely demoralize our Deqian soldiers. Over time, more officials rose, kneeling as they urged the same sentiment. Humph, is there any war without casualties? Must it be that only after both armies clash and the land is left in ruins can we cease? To conquer without fighting is the best strategy. Do you not understand this principle? Some of Li Chen's ministers began to counter, but they remained in the minority. In the court, half of the officials belonged to prominent families, and even the Marquis of Ningbo, Xu Hui, was genuinely part of the aristocracy. Among the military generals, many were also born of noble lineage, their words and actions dictated by familial interests. Listening to the clamor on both sides, Li Chen maintained a stoic expression. As the emperor, he could not display his emotions openly. The noble families were intertwined, their interests deeply rooted. The entire court resembled a monolithic entity. What emperor does not harbor ambitions of expansion? Like his predecessor, he too wished to see Deqian's territory expand once more, yet he was unwilling to pursue such a course. The territory seized by the Duke of Zhennan would not bear the Li surname. It would solely belong to the southern region. Even if he stationed troops there, given Su Heng's temperament, he would likely covertly seize control. The royal family's dominion would be nominal at best. It mattered not if the royal family could not possess it. What was most crucial was that the southern region could not. Chapter 11. As long as I remain in this position, the Su family shall not fall. Your Majesty, I am willing to serve as a general and lead troops against the Bai Li tribe. Xu Hui rose, kneeling to request the decree. The action of the Marquis of Ningbo silenced the ministers present, halting their dispute. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, scrutinizing Xu Hui. Even Su Luki appeared somewhat taken aback. One could say that such a move positioned him on their side, yet both the Duke of Jingguo, Zhu Xiong, and the Marquis of Ningbo, Xu Hui, had grievances with the Duke of Zhennan. What did this gesture imply? Was it Xu Hui's own intention, or that of the Duke? Xu Hui knew that by stepping forward at this moment, he would undoubtedly raise the emperor's suspicion towards the Chu family. The emperor's paranoia is notoriously difficult to assuage, and it only intensifies with age. His decision to stand forth was both his own and his father's, though the Chu family had grievances with the Duke of Zhennan. They could discern right from wrong in matters of great significance. As men of the military, who have faced battles, they naturally shared a bond and understanding. How could the insignificant Bai Li tribe lead to the Duke of Zhennan's downfall? An ambush? What sort of individual could ambush a grandmaster of the Duke's caliber? The Bai Li tribe possessed only 3 grandmasters, the strongest being at the mid-level. With such strength, how could they execute a successful ambush? The surrounding Jiuli and Nanzhao lacked the audacity, let alone the prominent families within the southern region. One could surmise that the royal family's influence was not absent here. The Chu family, like the Su family, was a powerful faction within Deqian. Having already taken action against the Su family, would they not also turn their sights on the Chu family? This time, he stood with the Duke of Zhennan. Soldiers may fall in battle, but they should not fall victim to treachery. I beseech your Majesty to issue a decree to mobilize troops against Bai Li to assert the might of our Deqian. I implore your Majesty to issue a decree to mobilize troops against Bai Li to assert the might of our Deqian. One after another, individuals rose from their seats, advancing to the center where they knelt and sought the emperor's decree. If the court were to be divided into 4 factions at this moment, nearly 3/4 of the ministers were prostrate, petitioning for guidance. Ultimately, within the court, the authority resided most significantly with the Minister of State. Su Lvq and the Marquis of Ningbo, both of whom wielded considerable power, each commanding half of the officials in the court. The influence of the Minister of Personnel, Yuan Xingzhou, paled in comparison to theirs. Yet no one could rival their grip over the lower-ranking officials throughout the vast Dechen.as. For the royal relatives, many had been in theft to govern the 12 states under Dechen's dominion. A few remained in the capital, but they held only nominal positions. Li Chen was young, with but a son and a daughter, both still in their tender years, and thus, they would not be positioned within the court. Li Chen's fingers turned white from clenching, his gaze seething with a desire to annihilate the ministers before him, yet, he forcibly restrained himself. A small compromise now could prevent greater chaos later, the time was not yet ripe. Therefore, he resolved to dispatch the heir of the Prince of Zhennan to swiftly quell the disturbances among the Baili and return to the southern territories to inherit his title. Dismiss the court, Li Chen declared, leaving no room for the ministers to respond as he made his exit. Dismiss the court, the head eunuch shouted in a voice akin to a duck's quack. Quickly following Li Chen thereafter in the Huanyu Hall, Li Chen could no longer contain his pent-up fury and began to smash the items atop the table. These damned noble families, these wretched aristocrats, entwined in their conspiracies, treated him with utter disdain. Among the court, 2/3 of the ministers hailed from noble families, while the remaining third were either indifferent or closely allied with these families. Each time he sought to implement a policy, he was met with a sea of kneeling ministers, all ready to oppose him. Finding suitable candidates to place in positions of power was exceedingly difficult, after much effort to remove 2 individuals. The recommendations put forth by the entire court were undoubtedly all from noble lineages. Find 2 scapegoats. I do not wish for them to return alive to the southern territories, Li Chen instructed quietly into the shadows. Outside the Wuji Hall lay a long staircase. Standing at the entrance, Su Lvq and Su Huan descended slowly, taking in the vast expanse of the capital. You were growing impatient, Su Lvq remarked, clutching his tablet as he surveyed the diminutive city of Tianjing below. I acknowledge my error, Su Huan replied, displaying a commendable attitude of contrition. Today, it was indeed his impatience that had led to this situation. Such matters should not necessitate their direct intervention. A mere hint of their intent would suffice. For many would gladly serve as their pawns, yet, the death of their uncle could not simply be overlooked, nor could they ignore the plight of their cousin. Su Huan began, but was swiftly met with a warning glare from his father. He glanced around, ultimately opting for silence. In this imperial palace, reckless words could lead to one's demise. At the Su residence, Su Lvq and Su Huan sat across from one another, with Su Huan pouring tea for his father. You shall use my token to summon the 2 Grand Masters to the Baili tribe. It is imperative to ensure the safety of Hanger, Su Lvq commanded, casting a glance at the old steward standing nearby. Although his elder brother had perished, the strength of the Prince of Zhennan's household remained largely intact. The decision to send for aid was merely a precaution against those with ulterior motives. How can my cousin comprehend such matters? Shouldn't I seek permission to head to the southern territories? Su Huan suggested, aware that his cousin, sheltered under their uncle's protection, had yet to face any real challenges. He feared his cousin might falter in the presence of such individuals. Why the alarm? As long as I remain in my position as Minister of State, the Prince of Zhennan's household shall not falter. Su Lvq retorted, his voice steady. Moreover, how could the Zhang family allow any harm to befall their grandson? Do they truly believe our family is made of clay, despite the diffusion of power over the years? It remains a force to be reckoned with. Those who have ascended to such heights must surely recognize the Emperor's trepidation towards the Su family's formidable reputation. If we do not prepare for contingencies, do they truly believe it would be so easy to topple our family? Such folly. Go to the scripture pavilion and transcribe 100 volumes of Buddhist scriptures. Return to court only upon completion. Su Lvq ordered, blowing on his cup of steaming tea. Upon hearing this, Su Huan hesitated, yet dared not disobey. Rising, he bowed respectfully to Su Lvq before swiftly departing. Su Lvq set down his cup, watching Su Huan's retreating figure with deep concern. Such impatience left him apprehensive about entrusting the position of Minister of State to his son. How could he protect the Su family and ensure its enduring prosperity, if both he and his brother were to fall? Could Su Huan and Su Hong shoulder the responsibilities that awaited them? Sighing deeply, Su Lvq's brow furrowed with worry as his gaze turned toward the southern territories, whispering softly, "Brother, you have misstepped in this game. His brother, having faced countless plots throughout his life, would not easily fall prey to treachery. Even a formidable opponent would find it challenging to launch a surprise attack on him. Moreover, if such a powerful adversary were to hide away, how could they mount an ambush? Chapter 12. The net. There were ample means to compel the adversary to speak. In the land of Bai Li, the Southern Expeditionary Army launched a full-scale assault, swiftly overcoming numerous obstacles to approach the Li River. A river apart, crossing it would lead them directly to Bai Li Mountain. However, the Li River was vast, akin to a great lake, with turbulent currents and steep banks that allowed passage only via its waters. What strategies do you propose? Mushan inquired of the assembled generals, subtly casting a glance at Zhao Gao and a figure cloaked in black behind him. General, the Bai Li people are skilled in sorcery, commanding insects and venomous creatures. The waters are not devoid of such hazards. We lack vessels, and constructing makeshift rafts would likely render us targets halfway across, one general articulated, yet, without crossing the Li River, how can we seize Bai Li Mountain? Su Hong remarked, exasperated by the general's analysis of the obvious situation. If we seek your counsel, do not regale us with the well-known predicaments. The founders of verbose literature would surely pay homage to you. Remain calm, let the scouts gather more detailed information. For now, proceed to organize the camp, Mushan commanded, surveying the surrounding generals. Once the officers had departed, only Mushan, Zhao Gao, and the cloaked figure remained by the riverbank. Su Hong raised his head slightly, revealing his countenance. As for returning to the Prince of Zhennan's residence, he had come such a long way, only to sleep for a night and leave? This was merely a ruse to lure certain fish to the hook. Surely by now, the blades of the six-sword servants had begun to taste blood. Let the infiltrators into Bai Li Mountain administer poison in their evening meals. Once the deed is done, signal with fire, Su Hong instructed, directing his orders to the two. The net, as an assassin organization, was no stranger to the use of poison. The two withdrew, leaving Su Hong alone at the riverbank. He lifted his gaze toward Bai Li Mountain, a cold smile curling at his lips. The trap was set. He merely awaited their entrance. A narrow path. This location marked the boundary between Yunzhou and Ningzhou. Crossing this narrow path would lead into Yunzhou territory. As the heir returned to Yunzhou, he was naturally escorted by a guard. When Xia felt restless, glancing occasionally at the blindfolded elder seated before her. The elder remained still, his eyes presumably unseeing. This old man was Duanshui, the most inscrutable among the six-sword servants. Young master, scouts have reported that there are no ambushes ahead, a general announced near the carriage. Duanshui replied without opening his eyes, his voice surprisingly akin to Su Hang's. As a top-tier assassin within the organization, mimicking voices was a trivial matter. The carriage entered the narrow path, the road proving somewhat rugged. Occasionally rolling over stones, Duanshui nudged Wenxia, and suddenly, a long spear thrust forward, blocking their line of sight. Wenxia started, but before she could react, the spear swept toward the elder. Duanshui raised his hand, halting the spear's advance, then twisted his wrist, snapping the weapon in two. Redirecting the spearhead, he thrust it straight towards the carriage's exterior. A scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground. When Xia lifted the carriage curtain to discover that they were surrounded, the very guards who had escorted them moments ago were now the encroaching threat. This guard unit is compromised, when Xia deduced. Her mind racing, however, the unflinching demeanor of the elder and the words spoken by the heir before departing offered her a sliver of reassurance. And the next instant, multiple long spears pierced into the carriage, but stopped just short of the two. As if meeting an impenetrable barrier, Duanshui exerted a slight force, sending the spears hurtling back. His movements were astonishingly swift, so rapid that Wenxia scarcely perceived how he exited the carriage. Immediately, a chorus of screams erupted, blood splattering within the carriage. Danger, a Grand Master is among them. Form a formation, Duanshui commanded from atop the carriage. Sensing the presence of those around him, he had detected the anomaly long before this moment. Had there been no foul play, he would have preferred not to have anyone accompany him. Duanshui's sword struck heavily against the carriage's roof, unleashing a wave of force that sent the gathered individuals sprawling. Before anyone could react, they felt a warm sensation in their throats, followed by darkness. Duanshui's speed was too rapid, and he was an expert at concealment. Even the leading Grandmaster failed to react in time. His throat swiftly severed by Duanshui's blade. The ceremonial display of the heir was, naturally, extraordinary. Even within the confines of the military camp, such conditions were unparalleled. A contingent of 800 guards had been dispatched. Although 200 had ventured ahead to scout the terrain. One could only speculate about their fate. It was likely that they had already met their demise at the hands of these foes. The pace of the skirmish was relentless, with casualties falling rapidly, and due to the swiftness of the conflict, even the blade of Duanshui remained unstained with blood. There were those who sought to encircle the carriage. For should they succeed in slaying the heir of the King of Zhennan, the rewards promised to them would elevate them to unimaginable heights, yet, to achieve such a feat in the presence of a grandmaster, especially one as formidable as Duanshui, was a mere folly. With a swift kick, two swords pierced the throats of the soldiers who dared approach the carriage. In the narrow passage, a group of cloaked assassins concealed themselves, lying in wait for the moment the battle below would cease, at which point they would strike with unerring speed. The sound of flesh being cleaved by sharp blades echoed ominously, yet the figures remained elusive, rendering them impossible to target. The black-clad assassins attempted to counterattack, but as they raised their blades, their throats were swiftly severed by the very weapons they wielded. The leader of this band, a grandmaster assassin, dared not move. He found himself ensnared by two swords, one positioned before him and the other behind. Any hint of resistance would surely result in his own demise. The expression on the grandmaster assassin's face was one of grave concern. The two individuals who had him at their mercy were undoubtedly Grandmaster-level warriors. As a Grandmaster himself, he could sense the formidable aura exuded by his assailants, altogether, including the blind elder engaged in combat within the canyon. There were 6 Grandmasters present, none of whom matched the profiles of those detailed in the intelligence reports. Truly, the Zhennan Wangfu, which held sway over the southern territories and instilled fear in the Liqian royal family, had concealed its depths exceptionally well. In mere moments, all the black-clad assassins crumpled to the ground, leaving only the Grandmaster alive. As Duanshui flicked his sword, the Grandmaster, believing he was about to be dispatched, hastily attempted to defend himself. After all, as a Grandmaster, he was determined not to let these foes have an easy victory. Yet, as he made his move, the speed of the onslaught from behind was even greater, and he was rendered unconscious with a single strike. The net was sufficiently sophisticated to compel him to divulge information willingly. Chapter 13. Yet, I have never trusted you. The soldiers within the canyon were swiftly dealt with by Duanshui. 7 individuals regrouped, taking the unconscious Grandmaster with them as they departed the scene. Shortly after their departure, 2 others appeared, both elderly men who were mid-level Grandmasters. They quickly surveyed the surroundings and their expressions grew grim. The carriage bore the emblem of the Zhennan Wangfu, indicating that these soldiers belonged to the Zhennan army. Upon inspecting their wounds, it was evident that their attackers possessed strength at least at the Grandmaster level, and were exceptionally skilled with the sword. The soldiers bore only fine, narrow cuts upon their necks, a testament to the assailants' mastery of the sword arts. Could it be that the heir had already been ambushed? The 2 men's expressions darkened. Should the heir be dead, it was certain that the family head would not let such a transgression go unpunished. Yet, they soon discerned the truth. These were assassins from the Zhennan sect. As vassals of the Su family, they were well aware of the power dynamics within Deqian. Every detail, from their attire to the design of their weapons, and the eagle insignia upon their shoulders, confirmed that these were indeed agents of the Zhennan sect. Someone had hired the Zhennan sect to infiltrate the land of Baili. After a brief deliberation, they arrived at a conclusion, with no sign of the heir and the fallen Zhennan sect assassins. It seemed likely that the heir was safe. The Zhennan Wangfu had its own Grandmaster-level protectors. Even if they ventured forth, it would be of little consequence. It was more prudent to head towards Baili, especially since the family head had commanded them to do so. The 2 vanished from the scene, and shortly thereafter 2 shadowy middle-aged men arrived at Baili Mountain. As night fell, the unique climate of Baili rendered the night shrouded in mist, obscuring vision and only allowing faint glimmers of light to be seen. Su Hong stood by the riverbank, flanked by Mushan and Zhao Gao. The 3 gazed toward Baili Mountain, as if awaiting a signal. However, as the night wore on, no news materialized. With a smile, Su Hong said nothing further. Zhao Gao, fully aware of the implications, withdrew. Mushan, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped the situation. What shall we do now? Young master, he inquired. Boom, boom, a series of explosive sounds echoed, creating a tremendous commotion in the stillness of the night. Mushan felt the ground tremble as if a dragon had stirred. Looking toward Baili Mountain, he saw flames erupting into the night sky. The earlier noises had indeed originated from the mountain. Turning to his master, Mushan sought to gauge his reaction, but was met with an expression devoid of surprise. It was evident that Su Hong was aware of the situation, and it was entirely possible that he had orchestrated these events. Suddenly, Mushan found it difficult to discern the true nature of his master. It was as if he had become a different person altogether. Does uncle have nothing to say? Su Hong turned, his gaze probing into Mushan's eyes. Caught off guard by the question, Mushan quickly recovered. He launched a sudden attack, his moves fierce and intent on delivering a fatal blow. If he could eliminate Su Hong, he would fulfill the promise made by His Majesty and ascend as the new king of Zhennan, a position of immense power. As one of the foremost families in the southern realm, the Mu family had the confidence to pursue such ambitions. Su Hong remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the impending assault, observing his calm demeanor. Doubt began to creep into Mu Shan's mind. Did Su Hong possess some hidden means? Yet, with Zhao Gao absent and the two old men from Xianming nowhere to be found, what could he possibly rely upon? Before long, however, clarity struck him as three blades converged, locking him in from all sides. Should he exert his utmost effort to attack, he would likely perish at their hands. Gritting his teeth, Mu Shan chose to retreat. He was not foolish enough to sacrifice his life for the sake of others' gains. However, just as he began to withdraw, he felt an odd sensation within himself. Blood erupted from his mouth, and his entire reservoir of spiritual energy dissipated. Mu Shan's eyes widened in shock. His power had vanished. A blade was pressed against his neck, and then pain shot through his calf, forcing him to his knees. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, but the blade at his throat pressed closer, nearly severing his carotid artery. Any slightest movement would spell his doom. At this juncture, what could Mu Shan possibly do to resist? He could only cast his gaze toward the three who had assailed him. Once again, they were three Grandmaster-level warriors, Zhao Gao, the two from Xianming, and now these three. Where had Su Hong found such an assembly? When did you discover it? Mu Shan asked, his voice steadier now as he sought answers from Su Hang. Perplexed by the revelation of his own vulnerabilities, all along, came the calm reply, leaving Mu Shan momentarily speechless. The taste of the soul-devouring powder is rather unpleasant, is it not? Su Hong continued, diverting the conversation to another matter. Upon hearing this, Mu Shan's expression darkened. Su Hong was indeed aware, even cognizant of the very poison he had employed. My father, despite being a peak grandmaster, was still a target for a sneak attack. To think that anyone could manage such a feat is sheer folly, unless it was someone close, within the ranks of the Zhennan army, who could be closer to him and his father than Mu Shan himself. Of course, this reasoning was somewhat tenuous, but I have never trusted you. Zhao Gao thoughtfully positioned a chair, and Su Hong gracefully took a seat. After standing all night, he felt the weight of fatigue. Your reactions are most peculiar. If you were truly loyal to my father, why did you not seek vengeance at that time? Instead, you waited until I issued the edict. Do you not find that somewhat theatrical? Furthermore, as a late-stage grandmaster commanding an army of 100,000, how could he not retrieve even his father's remains? In the land of elite grandmaster-level warriors were a rarity, let alone those at the late stage. Su Hong spoke with a measured tone, as if discussing trivial matters. Listening to his words, Mu Shan connected the dots rapidly. So, you instructed Zhao Gao to poison the network and set the fire as a signal. Deliberately for my ears, to ensure I would communicate with the Bailey clan, thereby exposing myself. The two from Xianming were not merely accompanying a false heir back to the Zhennan Wangfu. Rather, they were dispatched by you to Bailey Mountain to execute your true plan, were they not? Chapter 14, is the Li family's strategy superior, or does the Su family prevail? Mu Shan was not foolish. He quickly grasped the implications. Su Hong had never trusted him and had merely been playing a part all along. It was only logical. The heir was no fool. The Bailey clan, steeped in dealings with poison, was not to be underestimated. What poison could rival their own? With a facade of legitimacy, he had effectively outmaneuvered Mu Shan, achieving two objectives in one stroke. Truly, a tiger begets no dog as offspring. Su Hong offered no response, yet Mu Shan could read the truth etched upon his face. Ha! Mu Shan suddenly erupted in laughter, self-mockery evident in his expression, even daringly challenging Su Hong with his gaze. As if he had uncovered the truth. You have always known, you are aware that I poisoned your father, yet you chose not to intervene. Are you biding your time, waiting for me to act? Yearning to become the Prince of Southern pacification yourself? Ha! Mu Shan laughed heartily, his face illuminated with a sense of exhilaration. How could these individuals possibly be subdued in a single day? And what of the so-called web of schemes? It appears that their plotting has been long in the making, does it not? Previously they revealed themselves to possess only moderate abilities, but now, they have transformed entirely, as if having concealed their fangs for years. Now suddenly exposed, this, indeed, is their true visage, is it not? Su Hong, upon hearing these words, said nothing but fixed his gaze upon Mu Shan. Faced with this inquiry, he found himself at a loss for words and opted for silence. To Mu Shan, this silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Ha! Mu Shan laughed self-deprecatingly, a hint of desolation creeping into his mirth, ultimately tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. He laughed at himself, yet he also laughed at the Li royal family. Li Chen, your Li family has encountered a formidable adversary. He was uncertain of the outcome and unclear whether the Li family would ultimately outmaneuver the Su family or vice versa. What he did know was that a true dragon had emerged from the southern territories. To be vanquished by such an opponent was not unjust, yet the entire Mu family would bear the brunt of this calamity, and for that, he felt a deep sense of regret that he did not believe that someone who had concealed their prowess for so long would spare the Mu family. To leave the roots intact while severing the grass above would only allow for regrowth with the spring winds. Surely this principle was well understood by the adversary. A flicker of pain crossed Mu Shan's expression, followed by a trickle of blood from his lips. His features contorted slightly before he fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. He made the choice to end his own life. The plan was to return his body to the Mu family and publicly declare that Mu Shan had fallen to the ambush of the 100-Li elder, dying in battle against them. Su Hong spoke, issuing a directive. Zhao Gao slightly bowed in acknowledgement and complied. Soon after, 2 members of the web of schemes appeared to remove the corpse from the scene. Have the people been dealt with? Su Hong inquired. Zhao Gao, understanding the question was directed at him, promptly reported, stating that according to the findings of the web members, over 10,000 of the direct subordinates had been accounted for, with more than 7,000 choosing to submit, while the remaining 4,000 had all been eliminated. Previously, Mu Shan had believed that their departure was to investigate why the mission had failed. Later, when they reappeared, he assumed it was a deliberate ruse to draw him into action, but now, they had gone to eliminate his men within the Southern Pacification Army. It was not unjust, the defeat was indeed merited. Su Hong merely acknowledged with a sound, refraining from further comment. After all, his father had only recently passed, and the adversary had not yet seized control of the entire Southern Pacification Army. Command the forces to advance. Launching an assault on the 100-Li, avenging the Prince of Southern Pacification. Let no one from the 100-Li remain alive. Su Heng issued his command. Zhao Gao complied and withdrew with the formidable trio of Xin Ming, Jingyi, and Yanshi also departed to lend their assistance. The 100-Li tribe had but 3 grandmasters among their ranks. With the death of the elder and the severe injury of the 100-Li elder, only the Holy Maiden remained, a fact that posed little concern. However, one must remain vigilant against the 100-Li tribe. Once all had departed, Su Heng's gaze inevitably fell upon 100-Li Mountain. Aside from those characters brought forth by the system, he trusted no one nor dared to place his faith in anyone. Under the bombardment of gunpowder, much of 100-Li Mountain lay in ruins, including the majority of the 100-Li Great Hall. After all, the 2 Shenming elders had taken special care to focus their explosive arrangements on the Great Hall. The locations they selected for the explosives were all gathering places for the 100-Li tribesmen. Thus, this wave of attacks resulted in catastrophic losses for the 100-Li tribe. Initially intending to consolidate their people and hold out against the Southern Pacification Army, they had inadvertently facilitated their adversary, incurring such devastation upon the 100-Li. Now, the entire expanse of 100-Li Mountain had been encircled by the Southern Pacification Army. The 5 grandmasters stood at the forefront of the army, facing off against the remnants of the 100-Li tribe. The 100-Li elder's complexion was ashen. His battle with the Prince of Southern Pacification had left him gravely injured, and he had yet to recover. The only one capable of fighting on their side was the Holy Maiden, a mid-tier grandmaster. Yet, facing the opposing side, any single individual could easily overcome her. How were they to fight? Many faces among the 100-Li tribesmen flashed with regret. Had they known, they would have refrained from provoking the Prince of Southern Pacification. Yet what could they have done? To the south lay the Southern Zhao, and to the east the 9-Li. Among them, the 100-Li tribe was the weakest, continually suppressed. Everyone sought to incorporate the 100-Li lands into their own dominions, eager to trample the 100-Li tribe beneath their feet. They merely wished to live in peace. Yet why did that prove so arduous? Did not the Dechen state proclaim they would assist the 100-Li? Yet where were they? The sweet words were spoken when they needed the 100-Li tribe, but discarded like a worn shoe when they did not. In times of need, they called upon Zhong Woying. In times of peace, they turned to Xia Yingchen. Forward, Jingyi waved his hand and promptly commanded the Southern Pacification Army behind him. The armed soldiers surged forward, launching an assault on the 100-Li tribesmen. They had received orders. All members of the 100-Li were to be slain without mercy. Surrounding them, scorpions, centipedes, spiders, and venomous snakes emerged, constantly attacking the Southern Pacification Army. Some soldiers fell to the ground, having been stung by venomous bees, succumbing immediately to the potent toxins. Yet the soldiers of the Southern Pacification Army were well prepared. They retrieved flasks of strong liquor from their waists and doused the venomous creatures with it. The flames ignited, consuming these creatures in a sea of fire. The clash of armies continued, with casualties mounting on both sides. With the assistance of the 5 grandmasters, the Hundredly tribe was destined to falter. In a matter of moments, the Hundredly tribe had suffered grievous losses, yet the slaughter persisted, particularly from the battle-hardened Southern Pacification Army. United, the ragtag forces of the Hundredly tribe were no different from mere chickens and dogs before this well-trained army, especially as their greatest weapon, the venomous creatures, had already ceased to be of much aid. It was a massacre and overwhelming slaughter, as if the entire world had been reduced to the most primal and instinctual form of killing. Chapter 15. I curse you to possess 1 billion miles of mountains and rivers, yet to enjoy boundless solitude. The Hundredly tribe, already sparse in number, dwindled further under such butchery. The Southern Pacification Army swiftly breached the Hundredly Hall, and upon their arrival, it appeared that the number of Hundredly tribesmen barely exceeded 200. The remaining members of the Hundredly tribe remained vigilant, wary of the Southern Pacification Army, continuously retreating. As the Hundredly tribesmen were pressed back, they found themselves with nowhere left to flee. The Hundredly elder, already grievously injured, was further burdened by the assault of the 5 grandmasters, compounding his suffering. The holy maiden's condition was equally dire, with blood staining her silver adornments. I shall ask once more, where is the corpse of the Prince of Southern Pacification? Jingni and his companions halted, surveying the remaining members of the Hundredly tribe, and inquired again. Upon receiving no response, Jingni remained unfazed, merely gesturing to the Southern Pacification Army behind him. The soldiers swiftly knocked their arrows. Thwack! The volley of arrows fell, piercing numerous bodies of the Hundredly tribesmen. One group of soldiers withdrew, followed closely by another that had readied their bows. The relentless rain of arrows continued to assail the Hundredly tribesmen. In mere moments, the already sparse numbers of the Hundredly dwindled further, likely not even reaching 3 digits. I will fight you to the death. A master of the Hundredly tribe charged recklessly toward Jingni and his allies. Jingni, without raising an eyebrow, swiftly unsheathed his sword and executed a quick slash, retracting the blade in an instant. Everything transpired too swiftly for many to react. The master's body was cleaved in two beneath that single stroke. Slaughter without mercy, Jingni proclaimed, and the Southern Pacification Army surged forth, racing towards the remaining members of the Hundredly tribe. Since they chose not to speak, let them never speak again. Wait! The holy maiden of the Hundredly tribe stepped forward. Calling for a halt, Jingni raised a hand, halting the advance of the Southern Pacification Army. I demand to see your young master. If you wish to know who is truly orchestrating matters behind the Hundredly tribe, it would be wise to report it. Having spoken, the holy maiden averted her gaze. Should they choose not to know, she had no further words to speak. The ranks parted, and soon Su Hong, accompanied by Zhao Gao, appeared before them. The moment Zhao Gao was seen, not only did the holy maiden's pupils constrict, but even the Hundredly elder's gaze narrowed. Peak Grandmaster, command the Southern Pacification Army to withdraw from the Hundredly Hall. The holy maiden's eyes bore into Su Hong with unwavering determination. Su Hong raised a hand, signaling the Southern Pacification Army to retreat. In the blink of an eye, only Su Hong, his 6 grandmasters, and the remaining members of the Hundredly tribe remain within the hall. If there are no further words, I shall leave no one of the Hundredly tribe standing. Noticing the other party's reluctance to speak, Su Hong took the initiative. To overreach, do they truly believe that my boundaries are so easily crossed? The holy maiden, hearing this, ultimately refrained from making further demands. She understood that if he could utter such words, he could indeed follow through. Ignoring the grandmasters, even the individual behind him was sufficient to bring about their annihilation. Spare us, or you shall never learn the truth, for the sake of the remaining members of the Hundredly tribe. The holy maiden was compelled to speak. Upon hearing this, Su Hong scoffed dismissively, casting a glance at Jingni. Jingni understood the implication and swiftly acted. Thwack! The Hundredly elder's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to cover his neck, yet found himself utterly incapable. In the end, he could only collapse to the ground, having lost all vitality. The saintess of the Bailey clan was utterly taken aback, her gaze filled with indescribable rage as she watched the elder Bailey fall. Within the Bailey clan, the saintess held the highest esteem, followed by the elder. Like the saintess, the elder was a position, one cultivated by the former saintess to assist the new. Their relationship could be described as both mentor and friend, as well as father and mother. Now to witness the death of the elder right before her eyes was a profound shock. Do not threaten me again. Throughout my life, I detest nothing more than the threats of others. If the Bailey clan obeys, I would not even deign to set foot in this desolate land. Her first inquiry was my father's body sent to the Li Qian Palace? Zhao Gao, having procured a rattan chair from an unknown source, settled comfortably and began to pose the first question. Yes, the body was sent to Deqian under the pretense of the new saintess entering the palace. The Bailey saintess reluctantly replied, humiliation evident in her voice. The second question, who was the person that appeared in your chamber previously? The Bailey Saintess was momentarily stunned by the question but quickly regained her composure. How could you possibly know? She wondered. I do not know, but I suspect it was someone secretly trained by Emperor Li Qian at the level of a mid-stage grandmaster. Beyond that, I am uncertain. The Bailey Saintess spoke the truth. She genuinely did not know, having never even seen the figure concealed within the black robes. The final question was, why did the Li Qian royal family choose the Bailey clan? Su Heng's gaze was fixed intently on the Bailey Saintess. As this was the matter he most yearned to uncover, both Bailey and Zhou clans bordered the southern regions, with the Zhou clan being more powerful than the Bailey. Why then did Li Qian opt for the weaker Bailey instead of the stronger Zhou? What hidden secrets lay beneath this choice? Upon hearing the question, the Bailey Saintess maintained her composure, yet the slight evasion in her gaze confirmed Su Heng's suspicions. Let them all perish, with his suspicions confirmed. Su Hong had no desire to waste further time, but he issued a command and rose, departing the scene with Zhao Gao. The two elders of Shen Ming Jingni, and the duo of Hebei Shenjin and Yanshi advanced slightly, followed by a thunderous onslaught. Given the current state of the Bailey clansmen, who could possibly withstand their assault? Even the Bailey Saintess was powerless against the five's offensive. Su Hong, I curse you with the blood and soul of the Bailey clan. I curse you to live a life of solitude, without wife or child, possessing vast lands yet forever ensnared in boundless loneliness. All that you cherish shall ultimately fade away, all that you love shall inevitably perish. Su Hong, may you meet an untimely end. As Su Heng exited the Bailey Hall, he could still faintly hear the echoes of the curses within. He merely smiled at these maledictions. A grandmaster cursing me? Such curses are of no consequence. I pay them no heed. As long as I possess strength, I can dispel such curses in an instant. Only the impotent place their hopes in so-called curses. Chapter 16, The Twin Siblings, The Conspiracy of the Bailey and Zhou Clan's Young Master. Everything has been dealt with. Shortly thereafter, Jingni reported, however, the newly appointed Bailey Saintess has already led her team into the capital and is likely to have arrived in Qianjing by now. Jingni spoke again. Have the 6 sword servants lead the way into the capital, not a single one shall be left. Su Hong commanded, instructing Zhao Gao beside him. Zhao Gao nodded in agreement. He furthermore informed Li Qian that if he dares to accept the so-called new Saintess, the southern regions will retaliate. Let us return to the royal residence. The matter of the Bailey clan was thus resolved, yet Su Heng's fearsome reputation left the surrounding Nanzhao and Zhou clans in trepidation. As the entire Bailey clan was now reduced to those who had entered the capital, while they had arrived discreetly, Su Hong returned with the Southern Suppression Army in a grand display. Heading directly towards Yunzhou, however, they encountered a situation en route. Young Master, there are fluctuations of battle at the Grandmaster level ahead. It appears to involve 3 mid-stage Grandmasters. Zhao Shi carefully sensed the situation and supplemented his report. Oh, Su Hong furrowed his brows at this revelation. 3 Grandmasters were indeed a rarity. Let us investigate. Grandmaster level power was predominantly controlled by the great noble families, with only a small fraction remaining independent. He was curious to discover which faction was involved. By the time Su Hong arrived, the 3 had already been subdued. Given their prior battle, how much strength could they muster? Jingni and the others had hardly exerted themselves to capture them. Upon seeing Su Heng's arrival and the Southern Suppression Army behind him, the expressions of the 2 waves of Grandmasters were starkly different. Left Yan and Right Yu exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock and fear on each other's faces. Yet, what could they do in the current predicament? Young Master, I have come at the behest of the family head to ensure your safety. The Su family's offering spoke, still astonished by the power surrounding the young master. Yet compelled to explain, the family head's actions may seem excessive, but with such strength, coupled with the 30,000 troops of the southern regions, it seems unlikely that anyone but a celestial being could pose a threat. This is the family head's personal letter, the offering said, producing a handwritten note from Su Luqi. Upon seeing the words to hanger on the envelope, Su Hong found some degree of trust in the man's words. He was familiar with his uncle's handwriting. After reading the letter, Su Hong slightly furrowed his brows, channeling his spiritual energy to shred the paper into fragments. He gestured for the man to be released, then turned his gaze toward the other 2 Grandmasters. Kill them. He had no intention of wasting time on idle chatter with those of the Li Qian royal family. Hebei Shenjin and Yanshi exchanged glances and immediately chose to act. Their strengths were formidable, both being mid-stage Grandmasters. While they might be impressive within the realm of Deqian, they paled in comparison to Hebei Shenjin and Yanshi. The 2 swiftly concluded the skirmish. The carriage continued its journey toward the Southern Suppression King's residence. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Su Heng's brow was furrowed. There is no need for the 6 sword servants to enter the capital. He instructed to Zhao Gao acknowledged and fell silent. In Shanjing, the saintess of the Bailey is dead. An older voice lamented outside the door, filled with sorrow. Understood. A voice emerged from within the room after a lengthy pause. The elder sighed upon hearing this and chose to depart. He was uncertain of the saintess's true intentions. Though their past days had been fraught with hardship, they had at least managed to live. But now, they were left with nothing, and what significance did any further plans hold at this juncture? Inside the room, the Bailey saintess was drenched in cold sweat, her face concealed by a veil. Appearing to endure immense suffering, after about a quarter of an hour, a silvery white worm, slightly larger than a strand of hair, crawled from the palm of the newly appointed Bailey saintess and into a nearby white jade box. The skin visible on the woman's face regained a hint of color, yet she still appeared pale and weak. She closed the jade box and tucked it into her sleeve. This was her greatest assurance for her visit to Dechen. "Sister, do not worry, I will not disappoint you." A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the woman's veil momentarily, revealing her striking resemblance to the deceased saintess of the Bailey clan, as though they were identical twins. Indeed, they were twins. Initially, a pair of twins was born in the land of Bailey, both fated to become saintesses. However, only one could hold the title, meaning the other would be destined to forego it. Thus, the former saintess and the elder Bailey made a bold decision. The elder would remain in Bailey as the saintess, while the younger would be sent to the Jolie clan to learn the art of Gu from the Jolie high priest. Both Bailey and Jolie clans belonged to the larger Li clan, with Bailey specializing in the control of poisonous insects and Jolie mastering the art of Gu. The younger sister ventured to Jolie to acquire the art of controlling Gu. Recently she had left the Jolie territory, returning to Bailey as the newly appointed saintess. Her decision to enter the palace was largely motivated by her desire to harness the Gu arts to manipulate Emperor Li Qian, thereby achieving the objectives of both clans. This was also the reason the Jolie high priest had agreed to accept the Bailey clan's proposal and teach her the art of Gu. The silvery Gu worm in her possession was known as the life Gu. Only a select few could successfully cultivate one, and a person could only cultivate a single one throughout their life. It was a symbiotic relationship, one's life intertwined with the Gu. As long as she had the opportunity to approach Emperor Li Qian, she was confident she could implant the Gu within him. At that point, his life would be under her control, and the entire Dechen would be at their mercy. In the southern Suppression King's residence, this vendetta would undoubtedly be repaid in kind. The Bailey saintess clenched her fists, her gaze filled with hatred as she looked toward the Dechen palace. If it were any other emperor, she might have found success elusive. After all, as long as a member of the Li family occupied the throne, it sufficed. If one died, another Li family member could easily take their place. However, Li Qian is different. He is highly esteemed by the Li Qian royal family and is referred to as the Lord of the Revival. Should one gain control over Li Qian, it would suffice to make those old geezers of the royal family hesitant and fearful of taking rash actions. Chapter 17, Acting. Then let us perform the play authentically. In the southern region, my lord, we have thoroughly investigated the situation of the Mu family. Currently, the Mu family possesses 4 Grand Masters and a number of Masters. The net has been meticulously laid. We await your command. Zhao Gao stood respectfully outside the screen, not daring to raise his gaze to the man concealed behind it. With no response from behind the screen, Zhao Gao remained respectfully in place. After about a quarter of an hour, Su Hong adjusted his robes and stepped out from behind the screen. 4 Grand Masters. As expected, they are a prominent family. Su Hong smiled, not particularly surprised. After all, the Mu family ranks among the most influential forces in the southern region, holding considerable prestige. However, since they have chosen treachery, he would naturally not hold back. Let this matter be handled by Jing and I. Su Hong took a sip of the tea poured by Wang Chun and commanded, the Mu family is deeply entangled, but so what, if he were to be wary of even a minor family like the Mu? How could he exert pressure over the world in the future? Additionally, the Jolie tribe has secretly dispatched envoys to seek an audience with the young lord. Zhao Gao spoke again, reporting this news. Jolie tribe, Su Hong murmured. The Jolie tribe is far more perilous than the Bailey tribe, especially with their mastery of Gu techniques. One could be unknowingly ensnared and manipulated. Could it be that the Jolie tribe also seeks to control me? This young lord has just returned from the land of Bailey. Let me rest for a few days. I will summon them when the time is right. As he uttered these words, Su Hong cast a glance at Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao promptly understood and withdrew. He believed that with the means of the net, they would uncover some leads within these few days. In Xianjing, at the Wajidian, Your Majesty, the heir of the King of the South has vanquished Bailey, expanding the territories of our great Qian. A commendation is in order. Your Majesty, the King of the South's residence already holds a position of great power. And it is difficult to confer further titles to. I see that the heir of the king of the south has reached a suitable age for marriage, perhaps a marriage grant would be appropriate? Amidst the auspicious occasion, this would further demonstrate the court's favor. A minister stood up to voice this. Upon hearing this, Su Lu Yuan was taken aback for a moment but quickly regained his composure. A marriage grant? There are only a handful of suitable matches for Hanger in the entire Qianjing. Most likely, it would be the great Qian princess. Among the royal family, the only unmarried princesses are the 9th and 10th princesses. At this juncture, a marriage grant, to suggest there is no conspiracy, would be met with disbelief. Your Majesty, I concur. In the court, several ministers rose to express their agreement, many others turned their gazes toward the Chancellor of the Central Secretariat. Eager to discern his stance, the power of the residence of the King of the South is not something ordinary individuals can approach, and if the royal family were to form an alliance with the residence of the King of the South again, the implications would be substantial. Su Lu Yuan remained silent, revealing no intention. He understood that this was Li Chen's intention. Should Hanger truly marry a princess, there would be countless implications to consider. If a princess were to become the matriarch of the southern region, the Li family would undoubtedly have more schemes to contemplate. Your Majesty, if both the 9th and 10th princesses remain unmarried, I implore your wise judgment. A minister attempted to add more, but was silenced by Su Lu Yuan's piercing gaze. Under such scrutiny, the man dared not speak further and retreated. Su Lu Yuan stood and slightly bowed to Li Chen, then spoke. Your Majesty, my brother has only recently passed, and Hanger is still in mourning. It is inappropriate to discuss marriage at this time. I believe we should wait until the 3 years of mourning have concluded before deliberating further. He seldom spoke for himself. If he had any intention, he would have a multitude of subordinates to address it without needing to voice it himself. Before Li Chen could respond, the vice minister of the Honlu Temple seized the opportunity to divert attention. The vice minister was a protege of Su Lu Yuan, and his current achievements were solely due to Su Lu Yuan's support, thus he remained fiercely loyal. Your Majesty, we have received word that the Baili tribe's delegation has arrived in Qianjing and is awaiting your audience outside Wujidian. The vice minister hurriedly interjected to shift focus. Upon hearing this, Li Chen slightly furrowed his brow. I am unwell today. Dismissed the court. Li Chen finished speaking and directly stood up, vanishing from the sight of the gathered officials. Esteemed ministers, if there are urgent matters, please submit your petitions. The eunuch spoke, smiling, and then also disappeared from view. Numerous ministers dispersed, and soon the court was left with only Su Lu Yuan and Su Huan. Su Lu Yuan rose, and Su Huan hastily assisted him. The two exchanged no words, merely exiting Wujidian together. Standing at the entrance of Wujidian, Su Lu Yuan gazed down upon the vast expanse of the great Qian's mountains and rivers. Everyone desires to stand at the pinnacle of power, controlling the fates of millions, yet, when one truly occupies such a position, apart from the chill of solitude, there lies the ever-present danger of missteps. One wrong move could lead to utter ruin. The court is fraught with intrigue and scheming. He suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion, yet he could not retreat, nor was he permitted to. Behind him stood not only the Su family but also various prominent clans. This position represents the glory of the families and the responsibilities and obligations that accompany it. Su Lu Yuan's figure appeared somewhat desolate. He had never lived a day for himself. In the Huanyu Hall, Li Chen did not exhibit anger. Instead, he appeared exceedingly calm. His fury was merely a performance for the benefit of others. Did some fools truly believe they could sway his decisions with mere words? The royal family's possession of celestial-grade experts was his greatest assurance. Have you located his hiding place? Li Chen spoke to the shadows, and the man who had appeared earlier emerged once more. They had already made progress and could dispatch someone at any moment. The figure concealed in the shadows, indistinct, replied. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile broke across Li Chen's face. Since he is already dead, let him remain so. Li Chen instructed, a flicker of hatred crossing his features. To feign death, attempting to evade the royal family's scrutiny and subsequently break through to the celestial realm. Such delusions, to uphold the rule of the great Qian. Those above the celestial realm must remain under the royal family's control. The royal family will never permit the emergence of any celestial experts beyond their grasp. For disobedient nails, simply replace them with new ones. How could I be unaware of Su Lu Yuan's intentions? It is precisely because I am aware that I have played along with him until now. An ambush. How could the residence of the King of the South, which has troubled the Li Qian royal family for so long, be so easily obliterated? If they are willing to perform, what harm is there in being an unsuspecting audience? However, since they have chosen to act, they must not blame me for taking the performance to heart. The figure vanished once again, as if they had never been present. Chapter 18. Just a Mu family, the sky will not fall. In the southern region, at the residence of the King of the South, a notification chimed, "Congratulations to the host for signing in the blueprint for the Breaking Spirit crossbow." Seeing the system's announcement, Su Hong was momentarily taken aback. Another crossbow blueprint. He had yet to find someone to manufacture the so-called Zhuge crossbow, and now there was a Breaking Spirit crossbow. However, after perusing the system's explanation, Su Hong could not help but be astonished. This Breaking Spirit crossbow could even penetrate the spirit shields of Grand Master level experts, although Grand Masters would evade, making it difficult to hit. What of a multitude? Wouldn't Grand Masters be turned into sieves? Zhao Gao, Su Hong called out, and Zhao Gao promptly appeared before him. Find skilled craftsmen and expedite the fabrication of the items depicted in the blueprints. Su Hong handed over the 2 blueprints to Zhao Gao, entrusting him with the task of finding skilled craftsmen that he preferred to focus on signing in. If he could secure a celestial expert through signing in, it would bolster his confidence. Su Heng's gaze turned toward the direction of the Mu family. The first appearance of the Great Snow Dragon Rider should draw the attention of numerous factions. Wouldn't it? The Mu family, renowned in the southern region, had members occupying significant positions within the realm. Yet Su Hong was resolute in his intent to act. Why should he concern himself with the ramifications? If they were unwilling to submit and sought vengeance, he would welcome it. Before the gates of the Mu family, esteemed ones, the Su family and the Mu family are both noble houses. Has the Su family considered the consequences of taking action against the Mu family? The head of the Mu family spoke, emanating the aura of a Grand Master, vigilant against the individuals before him. 6 Grand Master level experts stood in opposition. The Grand Masters of the residence of the King of the South appeared to be of little consequence. Aside from the 3 Grand Masters recorded in the intelligence, the other 3 had not been reported. Moreover, the army before him exuded an overwhelming might, rivaling that of the royal family's Qilin Guard. In response to the head of the Mu family's words, Jing Yan'ai paid no heed. Her sole command was to annihilate the entire Mu family. With a wave of her hand, she signaled those behind her to take action. The head of the Mu family, witnessing the seriousness of the intent, felt his expression darkened. As a fellow noble house, did the Su family not fear inciting the resentment of other families by targeting the Mu family? If the Mu family were to be destroyed, how would the other noble families position themselves? Today it is the Mu family. Tomorrow, could it be another family? Would the Su family still be worthy of the support of noble families, maintaining its prestigious status? Moreover, the Mu family was a major clan in the southern region, and many families were entwined with them. Such an action would be tantamount to self-destruction. Jing Yan'ai had no intention of engaging in dialogue. In a swift motion, she drew her sword, and the head of the Mu family fell. As a novice grandmaster, he was not worth her full effort. However, shortly thereafter, 3 formidable auras of grandmasters erupted, charging directly towards Jing Yan'ai. Jing Yan'ai refrained from making a move as the 2 elders of Xianming and Heibai Shenjian simultaneously engaged, confronting the 3 grandmasters of the Mu family head-on. The strongest among the Mu family was at the late stage of grandmaster, on par with Heibai Shenjian, yet the remaining 2 were merely at the early and mid stages of grandmaster, proving to be no match for the 2 elders of Suanming Dai. In just a brief moment, they were struck by the Xianming Divine Palm, their vital meridians destroyed, their life force extinguished. The late-stage grandmaster of the Mu family was also in dire straits, as Heibai Shenjian, a master swordsman, had inflicted numerous wounds upon him in the blink of an eye. After another 2 breaths, Heibai Shenjian seized the opportunity, delivering a fatal blow with his sword. The grandmasters of the Mu family were all slain, leaving the remaining members utterly inconsequential. The few present did not even engage further. Under the charge of the Dashue Dragon Riders, the Mu family's losses were catastrophic. In the onslaught of the Dashue Dragon Riders, not a single soul from the Mu family survived, all sent to meet the King of Hell. The Mu family's extensive heritage was wholly confiscated. The annihilation of the Mu family instilled a profound sense of dread among the families of the southern region, for none could predict whether the fate of the Mu family today would become their own tomorrow. The families were inherently a community of interests, sharing in both fortune and disgrace. Now, faced with such a situation, did they truly wish to lend their support to the Southern King's manor, allowing it to turn back and stab them in the back? Su Hong was aware of this, yet he chose not to elaborate. He had contemplated the consequences before taking action, unlike the indecisive royal family of Li Qian. He possessed ample confidence in his course of action. The absence of the family's support, if it were to be so, then so be it. As long as he himself was powerful, the families would have to bow their heads in submission. Daring not to utter a word of dissent, he could not believe that if all the families perished, no one would be left to act on his behalf in this world. The royal family of Li Qian refrained from action out of fear of the family's heavy losses. which could provide an opportunity for the northern Mang and the western nations, yet he harbored no such concerns. He welcomed a conflict between Zhou and Nanzhao. News of the events soon reached Shenjing. For the destruction of a family was no trivial matter. It also involved the Mu family and the southern king's manor, deserving of the attention of those with vested interests. In the Huanyu Hall. Upon hearing this news, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. After all, this unfolding situation was beyond his expectations. Xu Huang was indeed unaware of the gravity of his actions, digging his own grave in such a manner. The foundation of the southern king's manor stemmed from the 300,000 troops of the southern region, which was undeniable, yet, had he forgotten that he had an uncle, the authority of the current Minister of the Interior derived from these prominent families. Su Heng's actions were tantamount to digging a pit for his own uncle. Should the families in the court unite, this Minister of the Interior would find himself utterly powerless. Let them be. Let them engage in their own dog-eat-dog affairs. Li Chen chuckled, returning to the examination of the memorials in his hand. In the Su manor, upon hearing the news, Su Luqi's hand trembled, spilling water from his cup onto the memorial. However, he did not dwell on it. Placing the cup down, he gazed at the blurred characters on the memorial, stained by the te'ed. It was in this silence that Su Huan's arrival shattered the stillness. Su Luqi cast a glance at his son, withdrawing his gaze and discarding the memorial, now rendered unreadable, into the bin. What is it? Su Luqi inquired, scooping a spoonful of darkened tea from the boiling kettle. He held it merely to observe the color of the brew, not intending to drink. It concerns my cousin, Su Huan replied, understanding that if he had received the news, his father must also be aware. The fall of a single Mu family did not equate to the end of the world. Su Luqi downed the tea in one gulp, feeling the bitterness and heat, yet Su Huan wished to say more. But a single glance from his father silenced him. Sighing, Su Huan chose to remain silent. The Mu family, renowned throughout the Great Xian, could not bring the world to ruin, yet their ties to the Lu family were significant. The Lu family was one of the 5 great families of Qinjing, with the current head, Lu Zhao, serving as the Minister of Justice. Most critically, the elder of the Lu family, Duke Lu, still lived, a figure who had once followed the founding emperor to establish the dynasty. Contributing greatly to its success, though he had not been in the court for many years, his influence had not diminished significantly. Chapter 19, Su Luqi engages in verbal warfare with the scholars. A grandfather who pits his grandson against the wall. Have you finished copying the Buddhist scriptures? Su Luqi cast a glance at his ineffectual son, inquiring, your son takes his leave, not having completed the task. Su Huan chose to excuse himself to avoid transcribing hundreds of scrolls later. Alone, Su Luqi knelt, his gaze inevitably directed towards the southern region. His nephew was indeed a troublesome individual. The next day. In the Wajidian, Your Majesty, the heir of the southern king has unprovokedly annihilated the Mu family, leaving no survivors, which is a grave crime. I beseech Your Majesty to impose punishment upon the heir of the southern king. Your Majesty, at the time of the Mu family's destruction, there was a 10,000-strong guard that intervened. This guard is neither listed among the court's military nor has it reported to the court. To maintain such a large private army, and one so well equipped, could not have been accomplished in a day. It seems the southern king's manor has long harbored rebellious intentions. Your Majesty, I implore a thorough investigation into the southern king's manor as a deterrent. I implore a thorough investigation into the southern king's manor as a deterrent. I implore a thorough investigation into the southern king's manor as a deterrent. Numerous officials knelt, requesting an investigation into the southern king's manor. These ministers were largely from prominent families representing the various great clans within the court. Many families truly feared that the fate of the Mu family today would become their own tomorrow. However, more families were eager to learn about this newly emerged military force of the southern king's manor. Beyond this force, were there hidden depths they were unaware of? Li Chen remained silent. Offering no opinion, the faction of the Minister of the Interior had yet to respond, and he was keen to witness the two sides engage in mutual destruction. Your Majesty, for the safety of our great Qian, I request an investigation into the southern king's manor. Liu Zhao rose and knelt, seeking imperial decree. Under the leadership of this Minister of Justice, many officials with ties to the Lu family also petitioned, including numerous military generals. Amidst the gazes of all, Su Luqi stood, slowly moving to the center, retrieving 3 memorials from his sleeve. Your Majesty, these documents were hastily delivered to me by the southern king. They detail how Mushan conspired to harm my brother, along with evidence of collusion with the Bailey clan, disturbing our southern borders. I beseech Your Majesty to review them. As Su Luqi spoke, He raised the memorials. A court eunuch immediately took them and presented them to Li Chen. Additionally, within the Bailey clan, the Southern King discovered certain secret letters, suggesting that my brother's death was orchestrated. However, the letters are still en route to Tianjing. Once they arrive, I implore your majesty to handle the matter impartially and punish the instigators severely. Hearing this, Li Chen's grip on the memorial tightened involuntarily. Letters? Could they be those letters? Useless, damned fools, daring to engage in such clandestine dealings under his very nose, leaving behind such incriminating evidence. Li Chen hurled the memorials away, one nearly striking Lu Zhao on the head. The deaths of the Mu family members were of no concern. Draft an edict: all remaining members of the Mu family serving in the court shall be demoted to commoners, exiled to the northwest. Never to be employed again. The female members shall enter servitude, remaining slaves for eternity. Your majesty is wise. Su Luqi bowed deeply, and those from his faction followed suit. He had long understood that the families wielded a double-edged sword. While they could drive away enemies, they would also restrain him. Thus, over the years, he had diligently promoted his own disciples. Your majesty, although the Mu family conspired against the state, the heir of the Southern King acted without edict or due process. His actions demonstrate a blatant disregard for the court. Furthermore, it is a fact that the heir of the Southern King maintains a private army. I request punishment for the heir of the Southern King. Lu Zhao was unwilling to relent and once again voiced his arguments. Was there a conspiracy? The implication of Minister Lu's words is that he was already aware of the Mu family's treachery? If he knew but did not report it, does that imply the Lu family also harbored rebellious intentions? I recall that Minister Lu's second son married a daughter of the Mu family. Correct. Su Luqi was not to be outdone, immediately retorting, "You are slandering." Lu Zhao found himself at a loss for words, resorting to feeble rebuttals. Your majesty, the Lu family's loyalty to Great Qian is as evident as the sun and moon. As evident as the sun and moon, perhaps Minister Lu could enlighten the officials present about how many private soldiers the Lu family commands. Su Luqi pressed on, seizing the moment. Upon hearing this, not only did Lu Zhao fall silent, but all the officials present also grew quiet. Each great family maintained private soldiers in addition to their own armies, albeit to varying extents. This had become an unspoken rule among the families, with even the royal family turning a blind eye. And now that it was brought to light, should an inquiry ensue, none would escape unscathed. Forgotten? Then let me remind you, Minister Lu, when the founding emperor granted Luzhou to the Lu family, he permitted them to maintain an army of 100,000. Yet, under the influence of the Minister of Justice and Duke Lu, the army was increased to 150,000, with an additional 30,000 private soldiers and 8,000 provincial troops. Minister Lu, I have stated the facts correctly, have I not? Moreover, have the esteemed officials forgotten that the founding emperor decreed the Southern King's manor to autonomously manage all matters in the southern region? The Mu families situated in the southern region committed such an offense. Does the Southern King's manor not possess the authority to govern? Moreover, the Emperor Taizu originally established a military system of 1 million troops for the southern territories, primarily to guard against the Li ethnicity. However, as the southern front stabilized and the Li people fragmented into 3 factions, the threat from the southern Zhao diminished. In an effort to reduce expenses, the military strength was consequently reduced to 300,000. Yet, let us not forget that the original 1 million troop system is still in existence. Even when including the 10,000 strong army, the southern military strength amounts to merely 310,000. Still falling short of the 1 million mark. Furthermore, with the recent insurrection by the Mu family under the command of Mu Shan, the southern garrison has suffered significant losses, leading one to wonder if the current military strength in the south has even reached 300,000. Su Luqi spoke with a tone reminiscent of a scholar engaging in a battle of wits. Upon hearing these words, none of the ministers present dared to refute him. Even Lu Zhao remained silent. For what Su Luqi articulated left them with no grounds for contradiction. Even Li Chen could not help but clench his fists. Indeed, his esteemed grandfather had placed him in a precarious position. In his lifetime, he had granted the southern garrison so many privileges, leading to the current predicament. During his grandfather's reign, the nation of Deqian was at the zenith of its power, and the bond between them was one of deep camaraderie. The might of Deqian was such that the northern Mang and the nations of the western regions did not dare to test its military prowess. Domestic affairs were harmonious, and the prominent families did not dare to oppose the imperial authority, a stance that was entirely justifiable. Yet, how unfortunate it was that he encountered such a negligent father. In the earlier stages, everything was conducted with propriety. With the foundation laid by his grandfather, chaos could hardly ensue. However, as time wore on, matters took a turn for the worse, descending into debauchery, favoring treacherous ministers and indulging in a vast harem. He became susceptible to the whispers of women. During that period, the noble families rapidly grew in power, even managing to extricate themselves from the imperial grip had it not been for the intervention of the royal elders. The vast lands of Deqian might have faced devastation. Nonetheless, even so, the lingering consequences have resulted in the current scenario where noble families wield significant influence over state affairs. Chapter 20, The Art of Sovereignty Lies in Balance. 30,000 private soldiers? What, should I also seek an edict to request the emperor to severely punish the Lu family? Su Luqi showed no leniency towards his counterpart. If Duke Lu found it intolerable, he could certainly take matters into his own hands and seek retribution. Your Majesty, I have evidence of Lord Lu's transgressions for your perusal, he stated. A court eunuch received the documents and presented them before Li Chen. As Li Chen gazed at the memorial before him, he felt an immense reluctance to engage, yet Su Luqi continued his relentless discourse, each word a testament to the numerous crimes of the Minister of Justice. In truth, such misconduct was commonplace among the noble families. After all, how many individuals in such positions can claim their hands are clean, selling offices, forming cliques for personal gain, accepting bribes? Each instance made Lu Zhao's blood boil. Did only the Lu family partake in these actions? Forming cliques for personal gain, how dare he utter such accusations when the entire court is rife with such behavior? None more so than the Chancellor of the state, however, he dared not voice these thoughts, as uttering such words would inevitably lead to the noble families uniting to oust him for self-preservation. Your Majesty, I request the decree to punish the Lu family, he implored. I second that. I and others second that. Within moments, a multitude of ministers voiced their support, even those who had previously impeached Su Hong. They were like reeds swaying in the wind, bending whichever way the breeze blew. You all, witnessing the entire court align in support. Lu Zhao felt a surge of fury, spitting blood, and collapsing on the spot, summoned the imperial physician. Lord Ningguo, you shall handle this matter, and ensure the reasons are thoroughly investigated. Dismissed, Li Chen concluded and chose to leave directly. Whether the Lu family fell or not bore significance for Deqian. Moreover, with Duke Lu still in position, their downfall would not come easily. In the struggle between the clam and the heron, let them contend while he reaps the benefits. Upon returning to his residence, Su Luqi was met by Su Huan along with two masters who had been dispatched to the southern territories and had just returned. Their assistance had been instrumental in Su Luqi's south performance in court today, including the so-called evidence that had developed according to Su Heng's foresight. I am weary, you may all leave, Su Luqi commanded. Su Huan wished to say something but was warned off by his father's gaze and reluctantly withdrew. The two masters followed suit. Exiting the room, once alone, Su Luqi removed his court attire and hung it on a nearby rack. Come forth, he called, kneeling and pouring a spoonful of tea from the boiling kettle. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man bearing a massive sword emerged from behind the screen. Shang-Chi, I greet the second master. Shang-Chi slightly bowed in respect, holding the formidable giant K, ranked 11th in the Wind Whisker Sword Manual. He was once a fearsome black swordsman. After being defeated by Niegai, he was imprisoned in the teeth-biting prison and, under Zhao Gao's coercion, became an assassin for the Luo network. Although he held no precise ranking, his prowess could undoubtedly place him among the top assassins of the Luo network. After being summoned by Su Hang, he was assigned to Qianjing, becoming the Luo network's chief in the capital. The evidence he had gathered was a result of his time spent establishing the Luo network in the city. What are your intentions moving forward, Hunger? Su Luqi inquired, sipping his tea nonchalantly. The position of Minister of Justice, Shang-Chi saw no reason to conceal his ambition, as the forthcoming events would require the second master's support. He sought to place his allies in power. Su Luqi furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Shang-Chi. Should they gain influence, the emperor would surely become aware that the new Minister of Justice was their man. Furthermore, this position was unlikely to be relinquished easily by the emperor. The heir has instructed me to convey to you that the art of sovereignty lies in balance. At that moment, the court required a neutral faction to maintain equilibrium among the officials. Shang-Chi articulated the heir's original words to Su Luqi. Having spent many years in the court, Su Luqi was astute enough to grasp Su Heng's intent. Deputy Minister Shin of the Justice Ministry is an ally of the heir. Shang-Chi's statement was succinct. Conversing with an astute individual required little elaboration. After conveying this message, Shang-Chi exited. In recent days, he had uncovered not only the crimes of Minister Lu Zhao but also those of several others. Su Luqi drained his teacup, fully understanding Su Heng's intentions. The court indeed needed a new force to emerge. However, rather than simply adding a new player, it might be prudent to eliminate two more individuals. Establishing a tripartite balance, Duke Fuguo Yuan Xingzhou, Su Luqi pondered as he swirled the teacup in his hand, lost in thought. Dai in the Huanyu Hall, a figure cloaked in black was silently brought before the emperor. Holy Maiden of the Baili, I greet your majesty. The Holy Maiden of the Baili, her entire form concealed within her black cloak, bowed respectfully, her features hidden. The Baili tribe has left a letter. Have they not? The Li Chen's inquiry was framed as a question. It was laden with certainty. Your majesty, forgive me. I am unaware. The Holy Maiden lowered her waist further, her face betraying stark terror. The Baili tribe was now left with only themselves. Apart from the protection of the royal family, they had no other recourse. If they were to return to the Baili lands, the southern garrison would undoubtedly not spare them. Is there no news of the corpse? Li Chen inquired, seemingly oblivious to the kneeling Holy Maiden before him. Upon hearing this, the Holy Maiden gritted her teeth before choosing to respond. None. Li Chen was not surprised by this answer. After the initial ambush, the Baili tribe had not received the body of Su Lu Yuan. Their public declaration of such was merely a ruse to lure others into attempting to steal the corpse, once they opened the coffin containing the remains. Their objective would be fulfilled. Regrettably, no one had fallen for the trap. Depart for now. I shall summon the envoy tomorrow to fulfill our promise. Li Chen returned to his seat and issued the command calmly. The Holy Maiden wished to say more, but the black-cloaked figure who had accompanied her stepped forward. Ultimately, she had no choice but to leave. After their departure, Li Chen cast a glance at their retreating figures. I hope not to see the Baili envoy's presence in tomorrow's court session. The Chancellor's office would surely prefer that the Baili envoy did not continue to exist. He mused. Li Chen spoke lightly, as if addressing an inconsequential matter. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the eunuch discreetly retreated. Those serving closely by the emperor were no ordinary individuals. They understood his intentions perfectly. Framing others for wrongdoing and diverting blame was a familiar art to him. Chapter 21, Redirecting Calamity. No, this is lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot upon returning to the Honlu temple. The Holy Maiden of the Baili cast her gaze towards the palace. Based on her understanding of Li Chen, he would undoubtedly not allow them to escape unscathed. It was highly probable that he would employ others to do his dirty work, placing the blame for their demise squarely on the Su family. Fortunately, during this visit to the palace, she had successfully left behind a life-controlling curse. Perhaps this presented a golden opportunity, a chance to slip away unscathed. It was unfortunate, however, that the remaining members of the Baili tribe were unlikely to survive. The Holy Maiden closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of the royal family. After some time, she opened her eyes. Two mid-stage Grand Masters, what a grand display of power! Yet, even with two mid-stage Grand Masters, today, they would still meet their demise here. The two Grand Masters made a beeline for the Holy Maiden's quarters, while the four other masters rushed towards the rooms of the remaining Baili members. These individuals were intimately familiar with the Baili people's layout, as though they had been plotting this for some time. Their arrival was perfectly timed. The Saintess of Baili whispered softly before vanishing from the room. When the two grandmasters entered, they found not a single soul present, only a peculiar fragrance lingering in the air. Alarmed, one of the grandmasters swiftly reacted, holding his breath. Yet, how could the Saintess of Baili have overlooked this factor? Even if they restrained their breathing, the effects of the poison would still permeate through the skin, leading to inevitable intoxication. The two attempted to mobilize their spiritual energy to retreat, only to discover their powers were stagnated, as if they could not be summoned at all. However, this was not the time for contemplation. They hastily retreated, yet, under the influence of the dispersing energy, how could they escape so easily? In the moment they turned, the Saintess of Baili, wielding dual blades, struck with astonishing speed, severing the necks of both men. With a swift motion, she unleashed two parasitic insects into the bodies of the Grandmasters. The Saintess then dragged out a pre-prepared corpse and placed a binding spell upon it, using blood as a conduit. She planted a blood insect within the corpse. Intentionally, she overturned a candlestick, allowing the flames to spread. This was the Honlu temple, situated in the inner city, and it would only take a moment for someone to take notice. Thus, to be prudent, the Saintess of Baili chose not to take further action but to escape the premises. Tianjing is divided into three districts: the outer city, the inner city, and the imperial city. The imperial city is where the royal family resides, while the inner city is home to high-ranking officials and esteemed families. In contrast, the outer city is a melting pot of various trades and common folk. Utilizing the soul insect, the Saintess altered her spiritual aura, concealing herself in an unknown location. The fire at the Honlu temple immediately attracted the attention of the city guards, who swiftly dispatched troops to assist. The prefect of Jingzhou was also alerted and rushed to the scene to organize firefighting efforts, given that the inner city is a gathering place for high officials and noble families. The fire at the Honglu Temple naturally drew considerable attention, prompting many to send scouts to investigate the cause. At the Su residence, Su Luqi noticed the unusual occurrence at the Honglu Temple. As a former minister of the interior, the Su residence was vast and grand, incomparable to that of ordinary officials, adorned with pavilions and terraces. From the highest point, known as Wochuan Terrace, one could see a significant portion of Tianjing. Su Luqi observed quietly, seemingly unfazed. Sensing something amiss, he slightly turned his head but quickly returned to his normal demeanor. "What have you discovered?" Su Luqi inquired, his gaze fixated on the still-burning Honglu Temple. "As speculated by Second Master, the royal family seeks to deflect blame," replied Shang Qi. "There are other people within the Honglu Temple, allowing for rapid response. If the royal family intends to shift the blame, then let them experience the consequences of their own actions." Su Luqi remained silent, knowing that Shang Qi would handle the matter adeptly. Having spent time together, he was well aware of Shang Qi's capabilities. However, he was somewhat curious about where his nephew had found these individuals, and when he had established the organization known as Luowang. At the Honglu Temple, observing the extinguished flames, the prefect of Jingzhou could not help but exhale in relief. "Quickly assess the casualties," he ordered, recalling something. "Sir, a preliminary investigation reveals over 100 bodies, and we are still confirming their identities," reported the junior minister of the Honglu Temple. Soon, numerous personnel from the Honglu Temple began to carry out the bodies. Laying them in neat rows in an open area, the prefect of Jingzhou and the minister of the Honglu Temple immediately knelt to examine the remains. However, the corpses had been so severely burned that identification was nearly impossible. This is," the minister of the Honglu Temple's expression turned pale as he recognized a unique silver ornament he had seen the Saintess of Bailey wear. "It's over, such an incident at the foot of the imperial city. If His Majesty lays blame, neither their official hats nor their heads will be spared." "What is this?" the junior minister of the Honglu Temple asked, drawing the attention of the two men. They turned to see him holding a dark dragon pattern token. Upon seeing the token, their hearts skipped a beat. The prefect of Jingzhou and the minister of the Honglu Temple exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation. "The Azure Dragon Guard. This is the insignia of the Azure Dragon Guard." The Azure Dragon Guard is a secret force under the Emperor's command. Apart from the Emperor, no one else can mobilize them, not even members of the royal family. Their numbers, appearances, and locations remain unknown. Only their dragon tattoos on the back and the accompanying insignia are recognizable. The emergence of this insignia raises the unsettling question: does it signify the Emperor's involvement? The prefect of Jingzhou immediately examined the back of the deceased, but the remains were too charred to discern anything. The minister of the Honglu Temple quickly regained his composure and began investigating the other bodies. Including the previous one, they had discovered a total of 6 Azure Dragon tokens. Regrettably, all the backs were burned beyond recognition. This is catastrophic. When celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. Despite being the prefect of Jingzhou and the minister of the Honglu Temple, such officials are hardly significant in Tianjing. There are plenty of first and second rank officials. After all, they are merely third or fourth rank, especially for the prefect of Jingzhou, who appears to be in a position of power. Whom can he offend? Who dares to offend him? Their immediate reaction was that someone was diverting blame, casting dirt upon the emperor. After all, if the emperor truly wished for the Bailey clan's demise, there would be a myriad of means to accomplish it without leaving such a glaring flaw. But who could infiltrate the emperor's Azure Dragon Guard? The only individuals capable of such a feat are likely those 4. Considering recent events, they exchanged knowing glances, and unspoken understanding passing between them. Chapter 22. The position is vacated. Our people can step in before long. The minister and junior minister of the Dali Temple arrived at the Honglu Temple with their entourage. After all, such matters fell under their jurisdiction. The minister of the Dali Temple meticulously examined the scene, already formulating a plan in his mind. Among them, apart from the junior minister who was affiliated with Yuan Qingzhou, the rest were from noble families. "I have consulted and shall report truthfully," the minister of the Dali Temple stated. When he had instructed the junior minister to gather personnel, he had inquired about the minister of the Interior's intentions. The response was to report the facts honestly. Upon hearing this, no one dared to contest, recognizing it as the most prudent course of action. However, they bore the brunt of the fallout. When celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. Within the palace, Li Chen received the news, yet his focus was not on the identities of the deceased but rather on the Azure Dragon tokens. The Azure Dragon Guard, traditionally commanded solely by the Emperor, differed significantly from the publicly known Qilin Guard. Did this imply that members of noble families had infiltrated the Azure Dragon Guard? Investigate this matter, Li Chen commanded quietly, his gaze directed towards the Su family's vicinity. He found it hard to believe that such a coincidence could occur. Just after issuing orders, the Su family had reacted swiftly and taken immediate action. Surely, there were spies from noble families present within the Huanyu Hall. Suddenly Li Chen felt a sharp pain in his back, spitting out blood that stained the collar of his inner robe. His complexion turned pale, and before he could utter another word, he lost consciousness. "Protect His Majesty, quickly summon the royal physician," the head eunuch hurriedly commanded, bending down to check on the emperor's condition. Outside the Huanyu Hall, the imperial guards surrounded the area, leaving no room for escape. Physicians rushed in, kneeling in a line to attend to the emperor. 2 Physicians were even dragged out and executed at the noon gate. This news could not be concealed, it swiftly spread among various spies. Relaying the dire situation within the Huanyu Hall, "What has happened?" Li Chen, lying on the bed, inquired with his eyes closed. After the news broke, all loose ends had been tied up. A voice echoed from the shadows. With the head eunuch standing nearby, not daring to interject, "Yes, Sanbao draft an edict, the Saintess of Bailey has poisoned me. The entire Bailey clan shall be exterminated. Furthermore, I am unwell, and I appoint the Minister of the Interior, Su Luqi, to temporarily govern, supported by 3 others, with all officials respecting them." As Li Chen spoke, he opened his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Given his demeanor, there was no sign of being poisoned. Did the Saintess of Bailey truly believe she could succeed? That was a gross underestimate of his capabilities. Even if she underestimated him, she should not neglect the profound depth of the Li Qian royal family. To think that such a small insect could control him was sheer folly. However, this presented a splendid opportunity, which was precisely why he chose to turn the tables. The night was long, yet dawn would eventually arrive. Disaster has struck, the prefect has died suddenly, the minister of the Dali Temple has also perished, and the minister of the Honglu Temple. Cries of panic erupted. What is happening? 5 high-ranking officials have died at once. This is catastrophic. News was immediately escalated, for such a loss of officials was no trivial matter. An examiner was dispatched to investigate the corpses and ascertain the cause of death. Given the events of the previous night, they could hardly have slept soundly, gathering to discuss and plan for the morning court session. However, who would have thought that upon investigation this morning, all 5 esteemed officials had met with untimely deaths? The coroner swiftly discerned the cause of death. It was the soul-biting powder. The 5 gentlemen had succumbed due to an ample dose of this deadly substance. I have examined the teacups and incense. It found no clues. I remain perplexed as to how the perpetrator managed to administer the poison. The coroner spoke, methodically detailing his findings. What did the Minister of Personnel say? The Deputy Minister of the Capital inquired of his subordinates. He had not been within the inner city yesterday but was attending to matters with the 2 officials, the Left Chancellor and the Right Chancellor, in the outer city. Upon receiving the news, he hastened back, initially to address the destruction of the envoy. Little did he know, upon arriving at the Hall of Harmonious Rites, he would be confronted with the tragic demise of 5 court officials. Misfortune seemed to compound, truly a calamity upon calamity. His subordinates had not encountered the minister of the Imperial Secretariat but had relayed the information to the steward of the Su family, requesting him to communicate it further. The subordinate then promptly reported back. After all, how could he hope to meet the minister of the Imperial Secretariat at will? The Su family. Su Luqi donned his official robes, adjusting his attire, as he accepted the tablet handed to him by the elderly steward. "You may leave now," Su Luqi instructed, gazing at his reflection in the bronze mirror before issuing a command. After the steward departed, Shang Qi revealed himself. A scout had brought news. The emperor was suspected to be under the influence of sorcery, and an edict had been drafted for the second master to temporarily assume regency. Shang Qi stated, delivering the tidings. This intelligence originated from the nether realms of the imperial palace. However, whether the emperor was indeed under such enchantment remains uncertain. The security measures were too stringent, preventing the nether spies from uncovering the specifics. What is known is that the emperor was afflicted by sorcery rather than poison, and as a consequence, 2 imperial physicians had faced repercussions. Hearing this, Su Luqi's hand, which was adjusting his sleeve, paused momentarily. He lifted his gaze, peering through the reflection in the bronze mirror at Shang Qi. "Was it you who orchestrated the demise of those 5? Su Luqi quickly regained his composure and inquired once more. "Yes and no. The Holy Maiden of Bailey did not perish. She left behind her mark before her escape. Rather than remain the eyes of the Holy Maiden of Bailey, it would be preferable to eliminate her entirely." After all, with the position vacant, our people can be positioned therein. Shang-Chi did not shy away from the truth, offering an explanation. And what of the Canglong guards? Sulki's countenance grew grave, his gaze fixed intently upon Shang-Chi. Do you comprehend the significance of the Canglong guards? They serve as the emperor's close protectors, a symbol of imperial authority. No matter how fiercely the officials contend for power in the court, as long as they do not transgress the royal family's boundaries, the monarchy can afford to overlook their actions. However, should one dare to encroach upon the Canglong guards, they would tread upon the royal family's threshold, thus altering the nature of the matter. The royal family absolutely forbids any external influence within the Canglong guards. They would undoubtedly initiate an investigation, potentially deploying the ancient beings of the celestial realm. Beneath the celestial realm, all are but ants. Once the celestial beings are mobilized, even the minister of the imperial secretariat would find himself facing death, regardless of his status. To the common folk of Diqian, the minister may appear second only to the emperor, yet in the presence of true power, he remains but a helpless insect. In this fantastical realm, power reigns supreme. Chapter 23, Though you are a bastard, you are still a royal bastard. Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi remained unfazed. How could he not anticipate such circumstances? Observing Shang-Chi's demeanor, Sulki began to understand. The other party was doing this deliberately. They sought to strike against the Canglong guards, and once the investigation commenced within the royal family, it was believed that through the Nether's capabilities, they would surely glean insights. A madman, truly a madman. He seemed unafraid of the potential fallout. Although the celestial beings seldom intervene, they are not incapable of action. What secrets does that nephew of mine still conceal from me? While the royal family's deployment of celestial beings would disrupt this scenario, the royal family is the royal family, and their foundations are anything but ordinary. Moreover, those behind him are formidable. The day is soon to come, and what purpose does it serve to scheme so extensively now? In the end, it may all amount to nothing, an exercise in futility. However, perhaps this also presents an opportunity. Such actions may attract attention, potentially buying time for his brother's breakthrough. Alas, let us see what commotion the other party can stir. With the Jiang family present, they would ensure the safety of this grandson. Preserving even a sliver of the Su family's bloodline would suffice. Master, the carriage is prepared. Just then, the voice of the elderly steward echoed from outside. Shang-Chi once again concealed himself within the shadows, vanishing from sight. In the southern territories, within the residence of the southern king, how goes the investigation? Su Cheng stood within the pavilion at the lake's heart, feeding the fish below. As he inquired, this pavilion was his mother's favorite spot. His mother, of the Jiang family, was the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family from the south, whose business network spanned all of Diqian. Regrettably, she was fated to a brief life, passing away shortly after giving birth to him. The trail has led to the steward and the second young master, Zhao Gao reported. As expected, discovering his half-brother was no surprise. What astonished him was the involvement of the Su family's steward. Indeed, without the steward's assistance, how could he, the son of the royal residence, have been so easily poisoned? His father's matter has been resolved, yet the issue of his own poisoning remains unaddressed. The individual has been apprehended, awaiting the young master's command. Zhao Gao replied, "Bring him." "No, I shall go myself." Initially, Su Cheng intended to bring the individual to this location, but upon reflection, he decided against staining the picturesque scenery with blood. Xian courtyard, this was Su Yan's residence, now surrounded by the dark guards. Xian signifies grace and blessings, while Yan represents nurturing, symbolizing favor and sustenance. One must commend the naming conventions in this fantastical world. They are indeed systematic. For instance, his own courtyard is named Jinghang Courtyard. Jing refers to the brilliance of jade, while Hang signifies exceptional talent, implying a rare genius. Moreover, the names of the courtyards encapsulate their identities. Su Chang stepped into the courtyard and entered the main hall, where he found his half-brother cradling a maid, who had long since departed from this world. What was that maid's name again? Yes, it was Wending. Su Cheng took his seat at the head, casting a glance at Su Yan, who knelt on the ground. He gestured subtly to Zhao Gao, understanding the cue. Zhao Gao immediately dispatched someone to remove the maid's corpse, yet, at that moment, Su Yan was unwilling to allow them to take Wending's body. But what could he do, in the grasp of 2 innate level nether spies? What storm could Su Yan, an acquired level individual, hope to stir? He was easily subdued, helplessly witnessing Wending's body being dragged away. Su Yan struggled, but at Su Cheng's signal, Zhao Gao struck him down with a single blow. Instantly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Had Zhao Gao not held back, Su Yan's strength would not have withstood even a finger's weight. Su Yan leaned against a nearby pillar, Laughing bitterly, as if mocking his own helplessness or the injustice of fate, who provided you with the soul-biting powder, Su Chang, disinterested in small talk, directly interrogated, despite being the second son of the royal residence. Su Yan remained merely a bastard. Such a substance as the soul-biting powder was not something he could acquire. If it had indeed come from the black market, there would be no way for the Nether spies to uncover even a trace. Have you not already guessed? Su Yan gazed at Su Chang, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The royal family fears the Southern King's residence, not who occupies the position of Southern King. Do you believe that by sitting in that position, the royal family's apprehensions will vanish, that they will spare you in the Southern King's residence? As the son of the royal residence, you ought to understand that the reverence and status you enjoy are intrinsically linked to the royal residence. Should the Southern King's residence fall, what chance do you have of survival? Observing his brother's demeanor, Su Chang could not help but offer a word of caution to his ineffectual sibling. I know. Unexpectedly, Su Yan responded directly, throwing a provocative glance at Su Chang. Have you intervened in our father's matters? Su Chang posed his question. It has nothing to do with me, but I am aware of the situation. I know the royal family's schemes, and I am cognizant that they will not honor their promises, but what of it? It is regrettable that I did not take action that day, otherwise, you would not be alive now. My life is unsatisfactory, and yours shall not fare any better. Ha ha! Su Yan laughed heartily. Why should he endure a life of neglect while the other revels in luxury? From birth, Su Chang was showered with affection. Destined to inherit the position of Southern King, why should it be so? Why should the other's mother belong to a prominent family while his own was but a maid? Why, from birth? Was he relegated to the status of a bastard? Though they are kin, why must he feel like an abandoned child? He would not accept this. He sought revenge. If his life were miserable, then no one should expect to enjoy theirs. At worst, they could all perish together. Su Yan rose, attempting to approach Su Chang, but his movement was swiftly detected by Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao raised his hand, and a strike sent Su Yan hurtling backward. Crashing against the pillar, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. The circumstances of birth, whether noble or base, are neither your fault nor mine. Even as a bastard, you are still a royal bastard, born into a legacy that others strive a lifetime to attain. Standing atop millions, why must one place such an emphasis on the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring? Is it truly impossible to carve out one's own path without relying on others? While others may aspire to forge a lasting dynasty, what of you? You have willingly embraced your own downfall. Arriving at this unfortunate juncture by your own actions, you disgrace the surname Su and are unworthy to be counted among the descendants of the Su family. Chapter 24. Perhaps her existence was a mistake. Su Hong could not restrain himself and spoke a little more. An assassin had infiltrated the royal residence, and the second young master met with a tragic fate at their hands. Su Hong issued a command and then promptly departed. Such a brother was unnecessary. If that were the case, then perhaps he need not continue to exist. After Su Hong left, a servant from the netherworld brought forth a cup of wine. After all, he was the second young master of the royal residence, and a certain decorum must be upheld. Staring at the wineglass, Su Yan chuckled bitterly, devoid of any trepidation. Long before he made this decision, he had anticipated today's outcome. He bore no regrets regarding his choice. The only regret was that he had not been more resolute, yet perhaps it was for the best. He had meandered through these years in a daze. Perhaps it was indeed time for him to depart from this world. Su Yan raised the wine cup and downed its contents in one go. The cup met the ground with a muffled thud as it struck the carpet. Su Yan collapsed onto the floor, his gaze fixed on the door, a solitary tear tracing down his cheek. Perhaps his very existence was a mistake. If only he had never been born. His life had been a precarious tightrope walk, fraught with caution, devoid of paternal love and lacking maternal affection. He felt like a stranger within the royal residence. Suddenly Su Yan was transported back to the year he turned 5. That was the year his mother left him forever, not due to the machinations of others, but by her own choice. His mother had been a maid in the residence of the Duke of Zhennan, who had cunningly ascended to his father's bed. She had believed she would soar to great heights, but little did she know it was merely the beginning of her descent into the abyss. He did not even know his mother's name. He only recalled others referring to her as Lady May. From the time he began to form memories, his father rarely visited his mother's quarters. And even during festive occasions, he never sent word for them to join him in the main hall. They were ostensibly a family, yet they had never shared a single reunion meal, though he had a father and his mother had a husband. They were akin to abandoned pups, utterly alone in the world. He had witnessed his mother sitting in silence for an entire night, her eyes fixed on the door. forever awaiting a visitor who would never arrive. He had seen her guard the cold, reheated meals, only to be met with the same disappointment each time she waited for that man's return. Each birthday, he would ask his mother why his father did not come. She would always respond that his father was busy, but what could possibly demand his attention to the extent that he would neglect his own son's birthday? He longed for paternal affection, yet gradually that longing faded into something else entirely, transforming into an overwhelming resentment. The year his mother died, he was nearly 5 years old that night. She recounted many tales to him. She claimed to be beautiful, convinced that no one could escape her allure. She did not wish to spend her life as a servant. She yearned to rise to a higher station. She did not want to be sold as mere chattel. Unable to dictate her own fate, she understood that, given her status, she was unworthy to stand before the noble families, but even as a concubine, she would be the concubine of the Duke of Zhennan. At that time, the Duke already had a legitimate wife, who had recently given birth to a son. Once her confinement was over, she returned to the Zhang family, intending to show off her grandson. Gazing at the Duke, who reigned over the southern territories, she realized her opportunity had come. The Duke loved the Zhang woman, and there was only her in the rear courtyard, even to the extent of rejecting royal marriages for her sake. What did it matter? She did not believe that any man could be entirely devoted to one woman. Wasn't it the case that all men had multiple wives and concubines? Moreover, the Duke had not touched a woman since the Zhang lady became pregnant. She refused to believe that the Duke was so steadfast in his devotion that he would only cherish the Zhang woman for a lifetime. The Duke was a formidable master, yet what of it? Even the mightiest can be ensnared. She succeeded in ascending the Duke's bed, but upon awakening the next day, the first order of business for the Duke was to have her executed. She had anticipated this. Having sent word in advance that the Duke had favored her, even if he killed her, what would it matter? The rift had already been created. He intended to hand her over to the legitimate wife for punishment. Yet she had not yet returned from the Zhang family. He could only confine her until she returned to decide her fate. Little did he know, before the lady's return, she had already conceived. The men of the battlefield, especially the masterful ones, were fearsome. It was only natural that after such a night she would become pregnant. She had thought that she could leverage her child to elevate her status. For even a tiger does not eat its cubs, yet she was unprepared for the arrival of the abortifacient, intended to end the life of her unborn child had it not been for the timely return of the legitimate wife. Who intervened? She might have already met her demise. The lady must have said something to the Duke, for she ultimately gained her freedom. Becoming a concubine of the Duke of Zhennan, she was sequestered in the courtyard to ensure the pregnancy proceeded smoothly until the child was born. Yet the Duke never set foot in her quarters again, not even to acknowledge the child's birth. They were as if forgotten, eternally left behind. The servants of the royal residence were fickle. Fully aware that they were not favored by the Duke, and thus treated them with disdain. When the Zhang lady fell gravely ill, Su Yan was 2 years old, and she passed away. She thought her opportunity had finally arrived. For the rear courtyard was now deserted. Should she be elevated to the primary position, it would be a meteoric rise. Alas, it was not to be. All of this was merely her fanciful thinking. He would rather leave the position vacant than allow another to occupy it. With not a single change, their lives continued as before, devoid of any alteration. She often fantasized that the Duke might glance her way. Even if just for a moment, even if not for her sake, she hoped he would do so for the sake of this child, his own flesh and blood. Yet she had miscalculated. The heartlessness of the imperial family was matched only by that of noble houses. Gradually, her worries consumed her, and she could see no hope for the morrow. On the year Su Yan turned 5, she chose to take her own life. A royal concubine's suicide was a grave sin, one that would endanger her family. In the realm of Dechen, this was a rule that applied to all those above the rank of marquis. After all, a suicide was an affront, particularly to families that held honor in high regard. A loss of face would compel them to restore their dignity at any cost. Moreover, perhaps he secretly desired her demise. In her final moments, she spoke at length to Su Yan. Perhaps her very existence had been a mistake. Yan, my life may have been a miscalculation. If I had the opportunity to choose again, I would prefer to love an ordinary man and live a life of devotion. I had hoped he would treat me with respect for your sake. I do not wish for his love, I only desire that he fulfill his duties as a man, as a father. Yet I did not foresee his utter cruelty. Indeed, what right do I have to continue living? The moment he sees you, he will be reminded of my shameful actions. If I do not die, the chasm between you two will remain an insurmountable divide. Perhaps if I were to die, he might gaze upon you with greater compassion. Perhaps my death could afford you a better life, or even evoke a sense of guilt within him, allowing for a semblance of the paternal love you so long for. Chapter 25. I believe that if I treated others sincerely, They would treat me with sincerity in return. The servant from the netherworld sensed the life had entirely departed from Su Yan. Shifting his gaze to Zhao Gao signaled, and the two men proceeded to remove Su Yan's lifeless body from the scene. The maid's fate being no different. As for Su Hong, he sought an audience with another individual. The old steward of the Duke of Zhennan was a sworn brother of his father. Having saved him from peril on more than one occasion, after suffering a setback on the battlefield, his father had made arrangements, yet unexpectedly, the steward remained in the royal residence, assuming the role of steward there. He pondered the duration of the stewardess service at the Duke's residence, unable to comprehend why this circumstance had unfolded. Was it power, status, or something else entirely? Unable to fathom it, he resolved to meet the steward and inquire directly. In the dungeons of the Su residence, Su Mei, the chief steward of the Su family, stood bound upon a crucifix, his white garments stained crimson, his body marked with lashes. He hung his head low. His disheveled hair a stark contrast to the imposing figure he once was in the Duke's residence. The Prime Minister's kin would certainly regard him with respect, for he was the chief steward of the Duke of Zhennan and shared a deep bond with him. Throughout the southern territories, who would not show him deference, addressing him as Steward Su, status, power, wealth, he lacked for nothing, leaving Su Hong baffled as to why he would act thus. Being a masterful warrior, he was well aware of Su Heng's approach but did not lift his gaze. Seemingly oblivious to the visitor's presence, they stood in silence, neither willing to speak. Ultimately, it was Su Hong who shattered the stillness, eager to know the truth. Why? Su Heng's eyes bore into Su Mei, desperate for answers. His mother had passed away early, and his father was often preoccupied. It was this kind old steward who had accompanied him more than anyone else. He could understand if the steward had conspired against his father. Yet he could not grasp why he would turn against him, seeking to poison him. Hearing this, Su Mei slowly raised his head, the chains clinking with the movement. Su Mei's gaze fixed on Su Hang. A hint of amusement flickering in her eyes at the absurdity of his question. However, her expression swiftly morphed into one of unwavering determination and hatred. Why? You dare to ask me why? Su Mei's laughter was manic, infused with bitterness and grievance. I have saved your father's life 3 times, though he was gravely injured the first 2 times, his foundation remained intact. But what about the 3rd time? I sacrificed my own foundation to save him. Leaving my cultivation eternally stunted at the master level, forever barred from the Grand Master realm. I am merely 2 years older than your father, yet look at me now, I appear to be at least 20 years older. My life has been dedicated to the Prince of Zhennan and to your father, with every ounce of my effort, never daring to be careless. I believed that my sincerity towards your father would be reciprocated. Yet what was the outcome? Su Mei's voice was filled with hysteria, desperate to pour out her resentment. Su Hang remained calm, standing still, gazing back at her. Perhaps it was under the weight of his gaze that Su Mei began to settle down. With a self-deprecating chuckle, she mused that others could hardly empathize with her plight. A decade ago, the Prince of Zhennan fortuitously acquired a 7-colored lotus. He knew full well that this lotus could rectify my foundational issues. I thought he would grant it to me for both public and personal reasons, yet in the end, he used it himself, merely to break through to the later stages of Grand Master and achieve his peak. I am filled with resentment. Why should it be so? I saved him thrice from peril, and yet here I am in this current state. Who am I suffering for? I have never wronged him, he has wronged me. My talent for cultivation is no less than his. Had my foundation not been damaged, my current prowess would surely rival his. Do you know what it feels like to see others advancing while you remain stagnant? Can you comprehend the disdainful glances of others? The chief steward of the Prince of Zhennan? What a grand title, yet without entering the Grand Master realm, how much respect can one truly command? He is devoid of compassion, so why should I adhere to loyalty? You inquire why my grudges against him extend to you, because every time I see you, I am reminded of your father's callousness. Were it not for my attempts to save him, would I now be so alone? I have no offspring, and neither shall he. Su Mei erupted into laughter full of exultation, even as her laughter exacerbated her wounds. She paid the pain. No heed. So the Li Chen royal family has promised you the means to restore your foundation. Su Hang observed the deliriously laughing Su Mei and posed a question. Indeed, I am aware of the Li Chen royal family's schemes. They initially sought to ambush him through me. Perhaps if he were to perish, my hatred could be alleviated. I want him dead. Su Mei spat. Her teeth clenched, her eyes ablaze with animosity. Su Hang raised his hand, severing the chains that bound her. Momentarily taken aback by his action, Su Mei was bewildered by his intentions. This matter ultimately stems from the Prince of Zhennan's failure towards you. In the future, do not appear in the southern territories. With that, Su Hang chose to turn and depart. As Su Mei watched his retreating figure, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, yet she ultimately abandoned the notion. There would undoubtedly be Grand Master-level guardians nearby to ensure his safety. As the steward of the Prince of Zhennan, she was acutely aware of many things that outsiders could not comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and decided to leave. If he claimed he would spare her, what harm would it do to trust him once, even if vengeance was in her heart? She would bide her time until she recovered and could break through to the Grand Master realm. Dragging her battered body, Su Mei exited the dungeons of the Prince of Zhennan. Familiar with the estate, she swiftly made her way out. At the Lanyu Tower, Su Hang stood gazing at the brightly lit city of Yunzhou, with Zhao Gao standing attentively behind him. Is everything in order? Su Hang turned and resumed his seat, inquiring of Zhao Gao. Rest assured, Master, Duan Shui is personally following him. There will be no issues, Zhao Gao replied. It is best that way, Su Hang remarked, lifting a cup of tea from the table to taste. Facing someone intent on his life, how could he easily let them go? Moreover, the individual had served the Prince of Zhennan for many years and possessed too many secrets. Should he turn traitor to the Liqian royal family, it would spell disaster for the southern territories. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to silence him completely. Chapter 26. Yezi, could it be that my so-called father is in the land of Baiwei? Yet, before his death, he still holds significant value for exploitation. Once every last drop of worth is squeezed from him, that will be the moment of his demise. Have there been any updates from Shang-Chi? Su Hang suddenly inquired. Matters within the court are proceeding as planned. However, Li Chen has fallen ill, allowing the second master to temporarily assume regency. It is uncertain what grand scheme he is concocting. Zhao Gao reported, recounting the recent developments. Su Hang listened attentively, withholding any commentary. The presence of a celestial-level expert within the Liqian royal family was an undeniable reality. Below the celestial, all are but ants. This statement was not mere rhetoric, but a stark truth. Reaching the celestial realm not only granted one the ability to soar with spiritual power, but also brought about a qualitative change in strength. While it was indisputable that an army could exhaust a Grand Master, attempting to do the same to a celestial expert was akin to chasing a delusion. If they too had a celestial expert on their side, they need not be so reactive. Let Shang-Chi handle it. Fill the vacancies with our own people, Su Hang commanded. There were several official positions to be filled, including the Minister of Punishments, the Governor of Jingzhou, the Chief of the Dali Temple, and the Minister of Rites. Additionally, keep a close watch on that Saintess of the Baili. She may prove invaluable when the time comes. As Su Hang spoke, he cast a glance at Zhao Gao, acknowledging the directive. Zhao Gao nodded and then withdrew a system check-in. Su Hang declared, opting to sign in. The items obtained from recent check-ins had been unremarkable, not particularly outstanding, yet not lacking either. Those of use had been retained, while the rest were allocated to his subordinates. Furthermore, he entrusted the key to the treasury of the Prince of Zhennan to Zhao Gao, despite their potential value. These items were ultimately lifeless. Since that was the case, why not utilize them effectively to enhance the cultivation of his subordinates? Previously, Su Hang had instructed Zhao Gao to select a group from the Mingwei to form a new guard. Though their numbers were few, each was meticulously chosen, a true elite. With the infusion of resources from the Su family, their future achievements would only rise. However, the current scarcity of personnel rendered them temporarily unusable to Su Hang. Yet, he had already initiated a selection process within the Zhennan army. Better to be selective than indiscriminate was Su Hang's sole requirement. This newly formed guard was granted a new name, Shura Guard. The Shura of the Night would specifically handle certain covert matters for Su Hang. The Zhennan army had now fallen under his command, alleviating his concerns, yet, the Xianjia army and the Heiqi army remained outside his complete control. The Heiqi army was stationed in the western part of the southern territories, guarding against the Baiyu clan, while the Xianjia army was more dispersed, maintaining order within Yunzhou with 3,000 troops. The Zhennan army in Ningzhou and the Heiqi army in Qingzhou lacked the presence of the Xianjia army, with 70,000 Xianjia troops stationed in the remaining regions of Yuzhou. Jingzhou, Binzhou, and Yizhou, Qingzhou and Ningzhou bordered Yunzhou. Should orders be issued, the two armies could swiftly arrive within Yunzhou. The Baiyu clan, Nanzhao, and the Li clan were the three most formidable powers south of the Deqian. The Baiyu clan was the mightiest, Nanzhao the most mysterious, and the Li clan the most enigmatic. The commander of these 3,000 Xianjia troops was a trusted confidant of Su Hang's father. Easily mobilized with a royal decree. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in and receiving the sword-forging ancestor. Oyezi. Name, Oyezi. Cultivation, Peak Grand Master. Occupation, Master Swordsmith. Description, Oyezi. The ancestor of sword forging, forged countless swords in his lifetime, with 8 being the most famous. 8 swords: Zhenlu, Chunjun, Chengxiat, Yuchang, Juke, Long Yuan, Taya, Gongbu, seeing that he had checked in such a formidable figure. Su Hang was somewhat taken aback, however, upon discovering that Oyezi's cultivation was merely at the peak Grand Master level. He could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment in his view. A person of Oyezi's caliber deserved to possess celestial-level strength. It was only reasonable for someone capable of founding a sect to possess the cultivation of a terrestrial deity. Nevertheless, since the system had arranged it this way, he had no grounds for complaint. After all, Oyezi's renown was not based on martial prowess or civil governance, but rather on his forging skills. Coincidentally, he had previously signed in for a Zhuge crossbow and a breaking spirit crossbow, which could be crafted by this master smith. Though 300,000 troops seemed a great number, it was insignificant to the Dechen, which spanned millions of miles. The disparity arose from the fact that the Dechen army was dispersed, controlled by various influential families and noble lords, making the armies under Dechen's direct command appear fewer in comparison. The Prince of Zhenbei, the Marquis of Jinshi, and the Princess of Yuyang all commanded armies that outnumbered those in the southern territories. Once the Zhuge crossbow was created, the Divine Mechanism camp could also be established. Should the opportunity arise to sign in for the Divine Cannon as well, it would be even better. A flash of light heralded the appearance of an ethereal elder before Su Hang. "I have met the young master," Oyezi said, slightly bowing and clasping his fists in greeting. Upon his arrival in this world, a torrent of knowledge regarding its intricacies surged into his mind. Su Hang hastily assisted the individual to his feet, for he could ill afford such a gesture of deference. "There is no need for such formalities, Mr. Ouyang." He presented 2 schematics concerning the fabrication of crossbow bolts, inquiring if the esteemed gentleman might undertake their creation. At the very moment Su Hang spoke, the documents materialized in his hands. Previously, he had tasked Zhao Gao with locating a craftsman for the endeavor, but no substantial progress had been made. A mere glance from Master Ouyang sufficed for him to arrive at a conclusion. Indeed, it is feasible. Although his expertise lay in sword forging, he possessed skills beyond that singular craft. Moreover, the schematics detailed the production process of the crossbow bolts with remarkable precision. Thus, forging them posed no significant challenge. Perhaps he could amalgamate the merits of both to create a new form of spiritual crossbow. "That would be a troublesome request, Sir Zhao Gao. Take Mr. Ouyang below to rest. Fulfill all of Mr. Ouyang's requirements without exception." Su Hang commanded Zhao Gao, who promptly acknowledged and escorted Master Ouyang away from the stargazing tower. Zhao Gao was well aware of the esteemed reputation of the man before him. The legendary Taiye sword wielded by His Majesty the First Emperor was indeed a creation of this master craftsman. In the absence of a steward at the southern prince's residence, Zhao Gao naturally assumed the role. As he watched the 2 figures depart, Su Hang withdrew his gaze. Now that the land of Bai Li had fallen under the dominion of the southern prince's residence, it was prudent to ensure that Nanzhao Jiuli and Baiyu posed no threats. Should war with Dechen ensue, the rear must remain secure from any danger. Moreover, this could serve as a potential escape route. In the event of a true defeat, retreating south would allow them to evade Dechen's constraints. Jiuli, Su Hang murmured softly, contemplating that should action be required, the Jiuli clan would undoubtedly be the optimal target. The Baiyu clan, fierce and savage, was a race born for battle. Even deploying the great snow dragon riders for an encirclement would likely result in severe losses for them. Wait, the Baiyu clan. Su Hang's eyes narrowed as a thought struck him, directing his gaze towards the Baiyu clan's territory. Could it be that his rather unworthy father had ventured into Baiyu land? Chapter 27, System Tasks. The 18-year-old Grand Master. It is no wonder Su Hang harbored suspicions. After all, in his memory, it seemed that an unspoken pact had been forged between Baiyu and his father, resulting in a mutual non-aggression agreement. The Baiyu clan did not set foot into the southern realms, while the southern prince's residents refrained from encroaching upon Baiyu territory. They coexisted without interference. Yet, this was a clandestine arrangement, for on the surface, the Black Cavalry was dispatched to Qingzhou. Could it be that his unworthy father was utilizing a feigned death as a guise to infiltrate Baiyu, intending to break through to the celestial being realm within the land of Bai Li? The more Su Hang pondered, the more plausible it seemed, for indeed, Baiyu land represented the finest option. Perhaps his father had strategically placed the Black Cavalry in Qingzhou, allowing him to enter Baiyu territory with ease while obstructing the royal emissaries from doing the same unless the royal court dispatched a celestial being. But was that even feasible? As long as they remained mere Grand Masters, they would not be able to evade the discerning eyes of the Black Cavalry and enter Baiyu territory. Though it was speculation, Su Hang felt that this hypothesis was likely closer to the truth. If that were the case, why not extend a helping hand to his unworthy father, send the order for the southern army to assemble? Within half a month, I want the Li clan to be eradicated. The Li clan had suffered tremendous casualties in the past, and the remnants had since splintered into the Bai Li and Jiu Li tribes. Now that the Bai Li clan had been obliterated, to ensure the complete annihilation of the Li clan, they could only turn their attention to the remaining Jiu Li tribe. In the shadows, a solitary figure departed from the scene. The captain of the Shurigard. Task 1, become the Southern Prince. Reward: 1 special sign-in opportunity, 1 troop card, 1 character summoning card. Task 2, unify the South. Reward: 1 special sign-in opportunity, 1 organizational card, 1 land deity level summoning card, 1 special occupation summoning card, 3 celestial being level summoning cards, 1 legion card. Phase 1 task, annihilate the Li clan. Reward: 1 summoning card. 3 sign-in opportunities. This was one of the primary reasons he chose to target the Jiu Li clan. With the Bai Li clan already vanquished, the completion of the first phase of the task would unlock the second phase upon the destruction of the Jiu Li clan. However, the most immediate task at hand was to become the Southern Prince, especially since he had already received word that the imperial decree would likely arrive the following day. Su Hong turned and left the stargazing tower. Eager to discover what remarkable treasures the so-called special sign-in might yield the next day, upon awakening, Su Hong promptly engaged in the sign-in, serving as a prelude to the upcoming special sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have received 1 great restoration pill. Upon seeing the sign-in reward, Su Heng's expression brightened. He had scarcely procured a few of these great restoration pills. Not only were they beneficial for the cultivation of Grand Masters, but they also significantly aided even the great Grand Masters. Su Heng's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Grand Master, merely a step away from transcending into the realm of Great Grand Master. The great restoration pill he had just acquired was sufficient to shatter his constraints and elevate him to the status of a Great Grand Master. An 18-year-old Great Grand Master, while not unprecedented, he had yet to hear of anyone possessing such extraordinary talent within the borders of Dechen. Su Hong opened his mouth, allowing the great restoration pill to dissolve upon his tongue. The overwhelming medicinal energy surged through his limbs and bones, continuously nourishing his body and providing the necessary energy for his breakthrough. The moment his aura erupted, it was instantly detected by the great Grand Master of the Southern Prince's residence. Zhao Gao swiftly intervened, suppressing the aura. The Southern Prince's residence had been thoroughly ensnared by the web of control, ensuring that no rumors would escape. Zhao Gao and the 2 elder experts from Xin Ming gathered in Su Heng's courtyard, erecting protective barriers to shield him from any unwitting intrusions that might disrupt his breakthrough. As for the aura, the guardians of the Southern Prince's residence certainly sensed it. However, it lasted only a fleeting moment, preventing them from discerning its source. They recognized that someone was attempting to break through to the Great Grand Master realm but remained oblivious to the identity of the individual. They could not fathom that it was Su Heng. After all, an 18-year-old Great Grand Master was beyond their wildest imaginations. Ultimately, they could only attribute it to one of the individuals under the prince's command achieving a breakthrough. This was the most plausible and only explanation they could conceive. The chief guardian of the Southern Prince's residence, however, refrained from voicing any opinions, though a look of concern flashed across his face. As one of the 5 pinnacle Grand Masters in the Southern Territories, he was privy to many of the underlying truths. Particularly, as one of the 3 pinnacle Grand Masters within the Prince's residence, he was well aware of matters concerning his lord. It was precisely this knowledge that rendered his expression grave. He had investigated the sudden emergence of these individuals surrounding the prince, yet they seemed to have appeared out of thin air, leaving no trace. These individuals possessed formidable strength. He had clashed with Zhao Gao. Although both were at the pinnacle of Grand Master, he realized after just one encounter that he was no match for him. The prince was presently incapable of intervening, and a breakthrough to the celestial being realm was not something to be achieved overnight. He feared that the prince might be manipulated by these individuals, betraying the trust his lord had placed in him prior to departing. Now, with the Southern Prince's residence ensnared by the so-called web of control, they found it exceedingly difficult to convey any information. They could only place their hopes on the prince, wishing for his swift return after a successful breakthrough with the chief guardian sighed in resignation and ultimately closed his eyes to cultivate. Meanwhile, the medicinal power of the Great Restoration Pill continued to permeate and fill Su Heng's body. Utilizing this energy, Su Hong diligently refined his meridians and foundational roots, enriching his essence. After approximately half an hour, everything fell into place. Su Hong focused his energy and exerted his strength, breaking free from his constraints and achieving the rank of Great Grand Master. Boom! The aura of a Great Grand Master surged forth. Yet before it could escape the confines of the room, it was swiftly halted. Su Hong reigned in his aura, allowing it to dissipate. As he felt the abundant and formidable power within him, Su Hong couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. This was the might of a great grandmaster. Such strength made him feel invincible, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion born from his recent breakthrough, and nevertheless, it was indisputable that his power as a great grandmaster was at least tenfold greater than before. This was merely the great grandmaster level. He could scarcely imagine the extent of strength one might possess in the celestial being realm or the land deity realm. Su Hong believed that the day of his ascendance to such heights would not be far off. When that time arrived, not only would celestial beings be within his reach, but even those entities beyond them could be attainable. As the door swung open, Yi Zhaogao and the two elder experts from Xianming entered. "Congratulations, young master, on ascending to a higher level and achieving the rank of Great Grand Master," they chorused in unison. The stronger the host became, the higher their own potential soared, leading them to unimaginable accomplishments. Chapter 28. The royal family is not afraid of taking large steps that might trip them up. In response, Su Hong merely acknowledged with a casual nod. For the people of Dechen, a great grandmaster might indeed signify entry into the ranks of the powerful. However, for Su Hong, it was still nothing more than the status of an ant, according to his memories from his past life. This world barely qualified as a high martial realm, not even reaching the low profound level, let alone those so-called emperors, immortals, and deities. Has the royal envoy arrived? Su Hong, recalling something, inquired of Zhao Gao. The envoy has only just arrived. Does the young master wish to receive them? Zhao Gao responded, to which the two elder experts from Xianming exited the room. Have them wait. Su Hong rose, issuing a command. Zhao Gao understood and withdrew. Wang Chun and Wen Xia then entered the room with attendants, assisting Su Hong with his ablutions. Yu Hong Hall. A familiar location, a familiar scene, yet with different individuals. My lord, it is quite astonishing that at this juncture the residents of the Prince of Southern Town displays such negligence, as if we are of no consequence to them. They have already been waiting for nearly an hour, and yet the heir of the Southern Town Prince has yet to make an appearance, which is nothing short of a deliberate slight. They have come on imperial orders, representing His Majesty himself. Such behavior from the other party is a blatant disregard for the great Qian and for His Majesty. Upon hearing these words, the individual referred to as the deputy minister furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, unaware of the gravity of the situation. This mere official of the Ministry of Rights is clearly overstepping his bounds. Matters of nobility and titles are naturally to be managed by the Ministry of Rights. Even the Southern Town Prince's affairs could be conducted by the Minister of Rights himself. However, the minister is an old traditionalist who reveres imperial authority and adheres strictly to Confucian rituals and principles. Fearing potential complications, the chief of the secretariat sent me in his stead, as I am of his lineage. As for this official of the Ministry of Rights, he is but a favored disciple of the minister, otherwise he would not have been granted such a position. Should you dare utter such words again, I shall ensure you do not leave the southern borders. The deputy minister warned, his tone firm. The official of the Ministry of Rights, despite his earlier reluctance, found himself speechless, swallowing his retort. Alas, those of us hailing from the academies find it exceedingly difficult to contend with these so-called aristocratic families. The academies may refrain from interference, but should the powerful families choose to act, they will not remain passive spectators. Meanwhile, Su Hong had completed his morning ablutions and arrived at the Yu Hong Hall, where he naturally overheard the deputy minister's remarks. Upon seeing the newcomer, the deputy minister bowed respectfully. Despite the earlier friction, the official of the Ministry of Rights could do nothing but bow in response. Although the news of the imperial edict's announcement had been suppressed, it was hardly a secret among them. You need not stand on ceremony, Su Hong remarked, taking his seat at the head of the table. The two, not having heard the prince's command, stood obediently. Official, Su Hong addressed. Present, sir. The official stepped forward, awaiting instructions. There are some servants in my household who lack decorum. I require your guidance in rectifying their behavior. Su Hong instructed, lifting a cup of tea to his lips. I shall comply, the official replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly realizing he was being dismissed. After all, despite being an official of the Ministry of Rights, the conduct of maids and servants hardly fell within his purview. Wang Chun emerged to lead the official away. Please have a seat, Su Hong invited. Once the official had departed, a maid soon entered with a fresh pot of tea. What of the imperial edict? Su Hong inquired. The deputy minister, who had only just settled into his seat, immediately stood, producing the imperial edict he had carried with him. Su Hong accepted it, unfolding it for inspection. I have received the edict. "The formalities may be omitted," he stated casually, setting it down on the table. "Does my uncle have any messages to convey?" Su Hong inquired further. "This is a communication from the chief of the secretariat for the prince," the deputy minister disclosed, producing a sealed letter adorned with a distinctive mark. Su Hong took it and examined its contents. Upon reading, his eyes narrowed slightly, and with a decisive grip, the paper crumbled in his hands. "See to it that the deputy minister enjoys a well-deserved rest," Su Hong commanded, though a hint of ire lingered in his tone. The deputy minister, astute as he was, sensed that the letter contained information that had incensed the prince, which explained the latter's current demeanor. He promptly bowed to the prince and departed, with the ceremony now cancelled. Remaining a few extra days posed no issue. Upon returning to the Jingheng courtyard, Su Heng's demeanor shifted back to its usual calm. With no trace of the earlier anger remaining, however, he recognized that Li Chen had played a clever move. By leveraging the calculations of the astrological bureau to draw in the harem, he aimed to consolidate imperial power while diffusing the influence of the aristocratic families. After all, the so-called concubines represented these powerful clans. As long as it benefited them, what did it matter which side they ultimately aligned with? Su Heng's concern stemmed from the fact that many of these noble families had already been affected. His second uncle had but one son and one daughter, the latter of whom was included in this selection. Moreover, even his maternal lineage, the Zhang family of Jiangnan, found itself on the selection list. The Zhang family, while not as wealthy as rival clans, certainly held significant influence. It was hardly surprising that the imperial family sought to gain control over them, yet, the imperial family's actions could backfire spectacularly. To select so many daughters from noble families at once risked provoking backlash from the various clans. No wonder they chose to feign illness and temporarily transfer power to his second uncle, an attempt to shift the burden of responsibility onto him. Or perhaps to have the current chief of the secretariat set an example by sending his own daughter into the palace first. But was that truly feasible? Although this matter was of no direct concern to Su Hong and the list contained none from the southern town prince's household, he would not allow the other party's schemes to succeed. He held no worries regarding the Zhang family. After all, maintaining such a vast enterprise must require formidable strength, or else they would have long attracted the covetous eyes of rival factions. Moreover, situated in Jiangnan, one of the most prosperous regions of the Great Qian, they were distanced from the imperial capital, and the emperor would be unlikely to overreach. His worries lay with his second uncle's family. Given the proximity to the imperial capital, which inevitably bore implications, it was imperative to find an opportunity to distance his second uncle's family from the imperial capital. Chapter 29. Is the imperial family's shadow too dark? Or is someone framing them? The southern town army moved with remarkable speed. By the following day, they had assembled their forces and positioned themselves at the borders of Ningzhou, after the swift demise of the Bai Li clan. In order to prevent a coalition between the Nanzhao and Zhou clans, the southern town army refrained from taking any rash actions, remaining stationed in Ningzhou to intimidate the two factions. Now, having received news of the southern town prince's military intentions towards the Zhou clan, they had no intention of delaying, with the previous commander of the southern town army, Mu Shan, having perished in battle. Su Hong had no capable generals at his disposal, thus, he promoted one of the former vice-commanders of the southern town army to serve as its temporary leader. Once Su Hong had a more suitable candidate, he would naturally arrange for them to take command of the southern town army. The southern town army's display of force in Ningzhou undoubtedly captured the attention of the Zhou clan. Ningzhou not only bordered the Bai Li clan but also the Zhou clan, with both factions occupying equal shares of territory. With the Bai Li clan now eradicated, the southern town army's movements could only signal an impending confrontation with the Zhou clan. In the Zhou mountains, at the Zhou stronghold, an elder of master-level proficiency approached the high priest seated at the center of the altar. Great priest, the southern town army has mobilized. The elder reported, the former Li clan had split into three branches, the chief lineage, the maiden lineage, and the high priest lineage, collectively forming the Li clan. However, the clan had been shattered, with the core lineages suffering severe losses. Nearly extinguished, the high priest lineage and the maiden lineage had descended southward, forming the Bai Li and Zhou clans. The Zhou clan specialized in sorcery, with the high priest revered among them. Hearing this, the high priest did not open his eyes, nor did his expression betray any emotion. It was unclear whether his bizarrely intricate tattoos obscured his features or if he simply harbored no concern. I understand, the high priest replied, his eyes remaining closed, signifying his awareness of the situation. The elder, witnessing the high priest's demeanor, chose not to elaborate further and retreated. Once alone, the high priest finally opened his eyes. Casting his gaze towards the north, the southern town prince, he murmured softly, a glimmer of hatred flashing in his eyes. Had it not been for the southern town prince, the Li clan would not have been fragmented to such a degree. Reduced to its current state, the revival of the Li clan had never slipped from his thoughts. He had once believed that teaching the art of sorcery could enable him to control Emperor Li Chen and restore the clan. But that individual proved to be utterly inept, incapable of even performing basic sorcery. In the end, he was left with no choice but to intervene personally. Did he truly think that the Jiuli tribe could be easily vanquished like the Baili tribe? The high priest closed his eyes once more, gathering his spiritual power, which spread through his body and the altar beneath him, radiating outward. Should the southern town army dare to encroach upon the territory of the Jiuli clan, he would not hesitate to turn 100,000 soldiers into his puppets. As for Su Hong, he remained oblivious to these machinations. Even if he were aware, he would hardly regard them with any genuine concern. How could one person's strength contend with an army of 100,000, even if he were to utilize sorcery? Did he truly believe himself a transcendent being, to control 100,000 troops? Does he possess 100,000 sorcerous insects? The southern town army marched southward, heading towards the southeast. Compared to the mountainous terrain of the Baili clan, the Jiuli territory fared somewhat better. Though it was not without its own challenges, the landscape remained undulating, but it featured a few meadows and plains. The population of the Jiuli clan was even smaller than that of the Baili clan. As raising sorcery insects often led to dire consequences, with individuals becoming their prey, this contributed to the scant numbers of the clan, as the act of nurturing venomous insects often resulted in one becoming a meal themselves. After all, the prime sustenance for these sorcery insects was their blood. The members of the Jiuli clan, aside from a handful scattered across various locales, largely congregated in the Jiuli mountains. With their core stronghold established at Jiuli Zhai, the troops of Zhennan have temporarily set up camp, choosing to remain in place. Alas, the Jiuli clan is known to possess 4 formidable grandmasters, among whom the high priest has already reached the pinnacle of power. Unless the Zhennan royal residence dispatches strong warriors, they will certainly face considerable disadvantages in terms of peak combat strength. Your Highness, we have received news from Duanshui, Zhao Gao announced from outside while Su Hong was in the midst of his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Hong furrowed his brow slightly. He understood that Zhao Gao would not disturb him during his training unless it was a matter of urgency. The fact that he chose to interrupt must indicate that something significant had transpired, perhaps even a remarkable catch. The door opened of its own accord, and Zhao Gao stepped inside. Your Highness, Duanshui followed the trail and discovered the enemy's stronghold. Unearthing these items. As he spoke, he presented a square wooden box, slightly larger than a basketball, before Su Hong. Noticing the box, Su Hong frowned but proceeded to open it. Inside lay a white jade box, presumably containing a pill. Su Hong examined it closely. No wonder there had been a betrayal. This was indeed a substantial find. Since Duanshui had discovered it, it would be best to entrust it to him. Surely, this item would enable Duanshui to break through to the pinnacle realm. After conveying his thoughts, Su Hong set the white jade box aside and began inspecting the other contents within the wooden box. They were letters, at least 30 in number, suggesting that the sender had been in contact with the figure behind this scheme for quite some time. Su Hong randomly picked one up to examine. The contents appeared to be correspondence from the royal family spanning several years. But why was this pill still in existence? The sender could have easily fabricated a story about a fortuitous encounter. Hastening recovery and breaking through to Grandmaster rank, wouldn't that have been preferable? Yet this pill remained, seemingly not a relic from years past. And what of these letters? How could one explain them? They appeared deliberately placed, as if meant to be discovered. Given that the individual had been cautious throughout their life, it seemed unlikely they would make such a fundamental error. The letters had not been burned, but rather collected, which was quite perplexing. Investigate any news regarding the Di Xiandan from the past 2 years, Su Hong commanded. The Di Xiandan was indeed the name of the pill within the white jade box. Such items were rarer than soul-biting powder, typically only possessed by the highest echelons of power. Once revealed, they would undoubtedly incite frenzy. A slight inquiry would surely yield traces to follow. Was it that the royal family was blind to the darkness beneath their own lamp? Or was someone scheming in the shadows, intending to use the Zhennan royal residence to exhaust the royal family and reap the benefits? Regardless of which scenario it was, anyone daring to plot against the Zhennan royal residence would find no mercy from him. However, at present, there was an urgent matter he wished to address. If resolved, it would undoubtedly yield exponential growth for the development of Luo Wang. Chapter 30. Entering the 10,000 Souls Forest once prepared. I shall head towards Jiangnan. Su Hong directed his gaze towards Zhao Gao, issuing his command. With the Di Xiandan in hand, Duanque's breakthrough was a certainty, and he had little to fear from the Jiuli clan. Zhao Gao acknowledged with a nod and then exited. Currently, the Zhennan royal residence was a fortress, with all dissenters having been dealt with by the Luo Wang. As night fell, a carriage departed from Yunzhou. Heading towards Jiangzhou. Jiangnan consists of 5 states, with Jiangzhou being the most prosperous among them. The Jiang family, one of the 3 most powerful clans in Jiangnan, held considerable sway. Furthermore, the Jiangshi Commercial Association under the Jiang family had amassed unimaginable wealth. Su Heng's mother hailed from the Jiang family, but due to his father's circumstances, she had passed away in sorrow. The relationship between the 2 families had reached a freezing point, with little contact in recent years. In the 100 Yu region, within a stone cave, a middle-aged man opened his eyes. His aura contained, though referred to as a cave, it was more accurately described as a hollow mountain. At the bottom lay a lotus pond emitting white mist. With a stone slab the size of a bed protruding from the center, the middle-aged man sat cross-legged on this slab, engaged in his cultivation. Above the stone slab, light streamed in through an intentionally created opening. Sunlight filtered into the cave, illuminating the stone slab, where the sunlight mingled with the white mist, shrouding the middle-aged man in an ethereal glow, adding an air of grace and mystery upon opening his eyes. Another middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, adorned in a jade crown and luxurious garments, embellished with various jewels. His beard was thick and he bore a prominent belly, exuding an air of opulence. This man was none other than the ruler of the 100 Yu. Ruanwei news from the southern territories indicates that your son has annihilated the Bai Li and Mu clans. Mu Shan is also dead, and he is now preparing to strike against the Jiuli clan. Ruanwei informed Su Liuan. Upon hearing this, Su Liuan furrowed his brow. However, he did not dwell on it. The insignificant Bai Li clan was of little concern. The Jiuli clan, on the other hand, was not to be trifled with, especially their high priest, who was far more formidable than he appeared. A single misstep could result in the destruction of half the southern territories. You need not worry. According to our scouts, your son commands at least 10 unfamiliar Grandmaster-level warriors, Wanwei reassured him, seemingly sensing his concern. 10. Su Liuan's frown deepened. After all, Grandmaster-level warriors were not as common as cabbages. Where had Hong Er found such allies, or were these individuals seeking to leverage Hong Er's strength to seize control of Deqian? Focus on your breakthrough, there will be no significant issues for the time being. The royal family will be kept at bay beyond the 100 Yu, only with your advancement will there be hope for survival in the 100 Yu and southern territories, Ruanwei stated. Before turning and disappearing back into the shadows, understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Liuan closed his eyes once more, returning to his cultivation. The surrounding white mist flowed into his body, enhancing his prowess. Without the cultivation of a terrestrial deity, they would soon become lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. The entire southern territory would descend into a hellish nightmare. Achieving the realm of terrestrial deity was of utmost importance. Indeed, Su Liuan was not merely a grandmaster, he was a genuine celestial being. However, for the sake of secrecy, he had not disclosed this information over the years. His wife, Zhang Yanwan, hailed from a mysterious background, making it impossible for him to struggle even to break through to celestial status. She had not died, rather, she had faked her death to leave Deqian for a hidden realm. After all, how could a grandmaster easily succumb to despair? Before departing, she entrusted him with a precious artifact, and with that artifact, achieving terrestrial deity was hardly an issue. As a celestial being, he was well aware of the machinations of those around him. Yet, this also presented an opportunity to conceal himself and focus on his breakthrough. The 100 Yu had long since fallen under his control. However, he was concerned that the royal family might grow increasingly wary, making it crucial that only a handful knew of this matter. With the contingencies he had left within the Zhennan royal residence, he could guarantee Hong Er's safety. Yet, perhaps this was also a blessing for the other party. He had failed to fulfill his duties as a father, and he could only hope that in the next life, they would experience the fullness of paternal love outside the Jiuli mountains. 100,000 Zhennan soldiers stood ready, awaiting orders to advance. The 2 Xin Ming elders, Jingyu, and the 5 others had successfully united with the Zhennan forces. The Jiuli territory had but 4 grandmasters. Aside from the peak grandmaster high priest of the Jiuli clan, the others posed little threat. What shall we do? Bai He Xianjian inquired of Jingyu, who stood beside him. Hearing this, the newly appointed commander of the Zhennan forces and several vice-commanders turned their gazes towards Jingyu. The Li River flowed through the Jiuli territory, but its course ran past the Jiuli mountains. posing no obstacle to the Zhennan forces, yet before reaching the Jiuli Mountains lay a vast forest, within which the Jiuli people had undoubtedly set traps. There were also venomous creatures and treacherous swamps. A moment's inattention could lead to heavy losses for the Zhennan army. Wait, Jingyu replied nonchalantly, as if he had anticipated this. After uttering the word, he closed his eyes, entering a state of waiting. The others, seeing that Jingyu did not intend to elaborate, remained puzzled but chose not to inquire further, instead waiting in silence, after approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Several figures emerged from the dense forest. Many recognized these individuals by their attire. They were indeed agents of the Luo Wang. Their strength was at the Grandmaster level, and they had been dispatched to gather intelligence long before the Zhennan forces entered the Jiuli territory. When the Baili clan was annihilated, the Luo Wang had sought ways to infiltrate the Jiuli territory. Unfortunately, the Jiuli people were already scarce in number, and each individual shared familial ties, with even relatives possessing mutual connections through the use of goo insects. Moreover, their clan loyalty was profound. Most would rather die than betray their kin, rendering coercion and temptation utterly ineffective. The connections were intricate and tightly bound, making it no easy task to insert an agent among them. Otherwise, if executed properly, the Luo Wang alone could have inflicted devastating losses upon the Jiuli clan. Dismantling it from within, the newcomers handed a piece of animal hide to Jingyu. The astonishing creature approached, meticulously examining the details. The beast hide was marked with rudimentary routes, accompanied by numerous annotations, indicating the optimal paths through the dense forest. This wilderness posed considerable dangers for them. And naturally, the same applied to the people of the Jiuli tribe. Having resided here for an extensive period, the Jiuli tribe must be well acquainted with the forest, at least possessing knowledge of the safe passages. This map could guide them through the thicket, minimizing their losses to the greatest extent. With the map in hand, the astonishing creature no longer hesitated, issuing direct orders for the Zhennan army to advance along the designated route. As for the map's reliability, the lethal assassins of the Luo network had already verified it for them. Jiuli Mountain. The high priest spoke. The treasures have been stolen. Around the altar, a venerable master elder of the Jiuli tribe addressed the high priest, reporting the situation. Understood. The high priest remained seated upon the altar, his eyes still closed, responding in a measured tone. Observing the elder's departure, he opened his eyes, casting his gaze toward the dense forest beyond Jiuli Mountain, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Those who enter the forest of 10,000 souls find their fates no longer in their own hands. Chapter 31. This altar is the greatest source of confidence for the Jiuli tribe. The entirety of Jiuli Mountain lies under his control. Every blade of grass, every tree, every bird and beast within this mountain serves as his eyes and ears. Whenever he desires, he can effortlessly ascertain what transpires within Jiuli Mountain. When the intruders sent their agents into Jiuli Mountain, he was already aware. Thus, he chose to play along, refraining from exposing their plans, instead granting them the opportunity to steal the map. What good is the map? Crossing the forest of 10,000 souls is not a simple feat. Had it been easy, the southern territories of Deqian would have long been unified, forcing them to bow in submission. The high priest's gaze shifted toward the forest of 10,000 souls, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Without the cursed insects within them, they dare to traverse the forest of 10,000 souls? Let the forest greet them appropriately. The reason is simple. This forest of 10,000 souls is alive. Within the forest of 10,000 souls. The astonishing creature and her party entered. The initial phase was manageable. However, as they ventured deeper, a dense fog began to rise. This fog seemed to be composed of some peculiar substance, rendering even the formidable master unable to see through it entirely. A scream pierced the air. Before they could react, more cries of terror followed. The astonishing creature sensed something was amiss, her expression darkening dramatically. In preparation for unforeseen circumstances, each soldier had been connected by a rope. But now the rope had mysteriously snapped, severing many of their connections. With the fog obscuring their vision, entry was easy, but escape was proving to be quite the challenge. Light a fire. The astonishing creature, feeling helpless, pondered for a moment before reaching this decision. By igniting the surrounding trees, they might uncover their bearings amidst the fog, thus increasing their chances of a safe exit. With her command, numerous soldiers set to work igniting flames. However, the forest was damp, the ground a mire of waterlogged mud, and the air thick with mist. The fire not only failed to illuminate a path for the Zhennan army but also generated an abundance of smoke, further obscuring the already murky conditions within the forest. Damn it, the astonishing creature exclaimed in frustration. The Zhennan army continued to retreat, yet no matter how they backtracked, they could not return to their original starting point. They had only spent half an hour entering, yet they had now been retracing their steps for an entire hour without escaping the forest. This woodland was undeniably sinister. She regretted her impatience. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. If the Zhennan army were to perish here, how could she ever face the prince again? Clenching her teeth, the astonishing creature resolved to leap into the air. Using the surrounding trees for leverage to survey the situation. A being of her caliber could soar briefly, though it would demand considerable spiritual energy. However, as she ascended, her vision remained an expanse of white. Devoid of any discernible landmarks, not only was the path they had taken invisible, but even the towering Jiuli mountain had vanished from sight. A formation, the realization struck her swiftly: this forest was a colossal array. Yet, she was uncertain of the formation's core. If only she knew, breaking the array would be significantly easier. On Jiuli mountain, the high priest stood atop the peak, gazing down at the fog-laden forest below. Observing the rising smoke, he naturally connected it to the Zhennan army's endeavors. A smirk graced the high priest's lips. Jiuli mountain was once the stronghold of the Li tribe, meticulously arranged by generations of powerful Li warriors. Not easily breached. Had it not been for the severe losses suffered by the Li tribe, the southern territories would not have found an opportunity to exploit their weaknesses. However, that day of reckoning is surely approaching. Blood will flow, calamity will befall the living, and it is time for them to face the consequences. The high priest cast one last glance at the forest below before returning to the altar. The elements of nature are intertwined. Fire conquers wood, and this is beyond reproach. Yet, how could the ancestors of the Li tribe have failed to foresee that the forest of 10,000 souls would not be so easily overcome? Wait and see, the true spectacle is only just beginning. Within the forest of 10,000 souls, after several harrowing attempts, the astonishing creature found her spiritual energy rapidly depleting, yet the exit remained elusive. None among them possessed the knowledge to break the array, and even if they did, it would not be a swift task. Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted around them. The soldiers' eyes turned crimson, filled with a bloodthirsty ferocity. This is bad. Not only the astonishing creature but even Heibai Shenjin and Inua sense the impending danger of the fog. It is toxic. It possesses a controlling nature. Once ensnared, one becomes a remorseless killer. Soldiers unable to withstand the effects turned their blades on their comrades, treating those who had once fought alongside them as bitter enemies. Each strike was lethal, every blow a fatal blow. Already struggling to suppress their internal turmoil, they were caught off guard and stabbed by their own allies. Some fell without even comprehending what had transpired, lifeless upon the ground. Though the Zhennan army was composed of elite warriors, they remained human, vulnerable to such bizarre attacks, leaving them defenseless. This marked the first time the astonishing creature felt such profound regret and helplessness. The world here was a stark contrast to the one she had previously inhabited. Here, the powerful could rend mountains and split seas, claiming lives from miles away. Moreover, the inhabitants had already achieved the immortality sought by the first emperor. This world teemed with limitless possibilities. She could no longer measure it by her previous standards. With this realization, her energy surged, and, under these dire circumstances, she achieved a breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of a grand master. The elevation of her cultivation further enhanced her perception. Traversing the forest may still pose challenges, but retreating was no longer as daunting. Moreover, the water had broken. The sword in her hand, the Jingyan sword, seemed to resonate with the Duanshui sword, guiding her toward the path of retreat. The astonishing creature was the first to speak, leading the soldiers trapped within the forest to pull back. 2 grandmasters at their peak. Sensing the powerful aura that had just erupted, the high priest couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Yet, he held little trepidation. Even with 2 grandmasters at their peak, they would find it no easy task to traverse the forest of 10,000 souls. And do not assume that once they pass through, there will be no further dangers. Jiuli mountain is not so easily approached. Furthermore, he had yet to unleash his full power. The high priest glanced back at the altar, an inscrutable expression flickering in his eyes. This altar was the greatest source of confidence for the Jiuli tribe. Chapter 32. Under the moonlight, those entities should awaken. Although the Zhennan army successfully retreated, they suffered devastating losses. Of the 20,000 who entered, 1/5 perished, and another 1/5 were gravely injured, rendered incapable of further combat. The Jiuli tribe. This was the first time the astonishing creature felt such intense hatred. A mere Jiuli tribe had inflicted such heavy losses upon the Zhennan army. The prince had entrusted her with this mission, yet she had allowed such devastation to befall his forces. She felt utterly ashamed. If given the opportunity, she would ensure that not a single soul from the Jiuli tribe remained unscathed. The array within the forest was peculiar. Passing through without breaking it would not be an easy task. I suggest using explosives to dismantle it. Once the foundation of the array is damaged, the forest will pose no threat, proposed Lu Zhengke, voicing his opinion. This forest is vast. Utilizing explosives will require a substantial amount. Moreover, if we opt for explosives, it will undoubtedly delay our progress, replied Hebai Shenjian, expressing his dissent. Then why not carve a path through the forest? We could swiftly traverse it and reach Jiuli Mountain, suggested Hebai Shenjian, but this idea was still dismissed. That won't work, nor will this. Aren't you from the Luo network supposed to be formidable? Send someone to eliminate the leaders of the Jiuli tribe. It would save us a lot of trouble, Hebai Shenjian interjected, his irritation evident. The astonishing creature and Duanshui exchanged glances, seemingly sharing an understanding. Upon witnessing their expressions, Hebai Shenjian quickly realized, I was just making a suggestion. You two shouldn't take it seriously. We wouldn't want to fall into a trap, losing both our forces and our lives. He, the Crane Pan elder, promptly spoke up to offer counsel, warning that if they truly fell into an ambush and perished amidst the peaks of Jiuli Mountain, it would become exceedingly arduous to mount an assault on the stronghold. You two, he addressed, take the Zhennan army, whether to attack or to blast, and swiftly carve a path to Jiuli Mountain. As for the four of us, we shall infiltrate the depths of Jiuli Mountain. Rest assured, our combined prowess is such that even if we encounter a trap, we are unlikely to be ensnared. Jing and I voiced his perspective, and the individuals from the Luo net harbored no objections, given their inherent identity as assassins, well-versed in the art of assassination. The Crane Pan elder and the dear staff guest offered no rebuttal to this assertion. With two grandmasters at their zenith and two others in their later stages, penetrating Jiuli Mountain should not pose a significant hurdle, yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of trepidation lingered. Agreed, logically, they should have ventured together for precaution, as their presence here served merely as a stabilizing force, while the actual operation would need to be handled by the Zhennan army. Moreover, the newly appointed commander of the Zhennan army was also of Grandmaster caliber. Alleviating concerns regarding safety, however, they were not assassins, nor had they trained in the techniques of the Luo net. Thus, should they rashly accompany the others, they risked becoming a burden. In light of this, it was prudent to remain behind. As they had articulated, with their cultivation levels, even should they fail, retreating would not pose a significant issue. In harmonious accord, both factions set about their preparations. Under the cover of night, Jing and I and his three companions ventured into the dense forest, intending to infiltrate Jiuli Mountain. However, as they re-entered the thicket, a high priest stationed at the altar became aware of their presence. He was neither surprised nor overly concerned. It is known that the forest of 10,000 souls is far more perilous under the veil of night. The high priest lifted his gaze to the moon above. With the moonlight reigning, those entities should be stirring, he mused. The high priest closed his eyes once more, for apart from the celestial beings, he harbored no belief that mere grandmaster levels could successfully traverse the forest of 10,000 souls by night. Within the forest of 10,000 souls, the sensitive Duanshui immediately sensed something amiss. The other three companions quickly noted Duanshui's unease. They halted, and before a word could be spoken, Duanshui produced a brown vial, from which he dispensed 4 black pills, each the size of a mung bean. Yin Yang clan's wares. For those accustomed to dealings with the Yin Yang clan, Jing and I and the others were not taken aback. Indeed, if the practitioners of the Yin Yang clan were present, they would not find themselves in such a predicament, for it was they who excelled in dealing with such matters. Unlike the layman who merely understood the art of combat, each of the 4 consumed a pill, and soon they sped towards Jiuli Mountain. However, the moon tonight seemed extraordinarily bright for reasons unknown. As they advanced deeper, they experienced an unsettling realization. Under the moonlight, the forest was devoid of the eerie mists. Instead, it was unusually illuminated. Within this woodland, shadowy figures began to materialize before them, resembling phantoms drifting like lost souls, their gazes hollow, devoid of any semblance of life. Yet, with the Yin Yang clan's concealment pills, the 4 appeared to blend seamlessly into the throng of spirits. Guided by the moonlight, they swiftly discerned the direction of Jiuli Mountain. All 4 were formidable grandmasters, and their speed was remarkable. Before long, they emerged from the thicket, reaching the foot of Jiuli Mountain. Seizing the remaining potency of the concealment pills, they hastened upward, headed straight for Jiuli village. The map retrieved by the assassination-level operative from the Luo net contained the location of Jiuli village. While traps could obscure their path, Jiuli village itself would not relocate. However, upon nearing Jiuli village, they sensed an anomaly. The atmosphere was oddly silent, too silent for comfort. Moreover, as a clan, how could the Jiuli people not have sentries on watch? The village lay shrouded in darkness, exuding an air of desolation, as if it had long been abandoned. How could this be? As the core of the Jiuli clan, Jiuli village should not have fallen into such disrepair. contradicting the information relayed by the assassination-level operative, as if they had entered an entirely different realm. This is bad, Duan Shui quickly realized, and the others reacted just as swiftly, arriving at a conclusion. Was this an illusion? Or perhaps a formation? Regardless of the nature of the situation, the immediate priority was to address the current predicament. Jing Yan'ai raised his hand, revealing a crimson mark upon his palm. This isn't an illusion. If it were, pain would suffice to shatter it, but since that is not the case, it must be a formation. There was something amiss with the Jiuli clan. Were they not adept in controlling poisons and taming beasts? What were these formations? Was there a master behind the scenes aiding the Jiuli clan, or had they acquired knowledge of these formations themselves? Given the circumstances, the four leaned toward the latter theory. Yet who had imparted such knowledge to the Jiuli clan? What was the purpose behind teaching them these formations? Chapter 33, The Power of Moonlight, the Eerie Altar, and the Mysterious Crystal. The high priest sensed something. A flicker of astonishment crossing his visage. This illusion had not ensnared them. How had they escaped its grasp? Yet this was not the time for contemplation. The fact that they had broken free from the illusion meant that Jiuli village lay completely exposed before them. After all, they were four formidable grandmasters, two of whom were at their peak. A moment's carelessness could lead to grievous losses for Jiuli village. As the true form of Jiuli village emerged, Jing Yan'ai and his companions stood revealed before the Jiuli clan members. 3 grandmasters, several masters, and numerous innate and acquired fighters stood resolutely before the village, obstructing the advance of the four. Among the 3 grandmasters, the most powerful was the village's elder, a figure of late grandmaster rank, while the other 2 were at the initial grandmaster stage. In the face of such a formation, not to mention 4 grandmasters, even one of their number would be capable of resolving this matter. Heibai Xuanzhan was the first to strike. The 2 blades, black and white, were unleashed against the elder of Jiuli village. Though both were late grandmasters, Heibai Xuanzhan, as an assassin, was unafraid of direct confrontation, especially in an ambush scenario. Boom! The elder of the Jiuli clan reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly countering the attack. The other Jiuli clan members remained on high alert, guarding against the actions of the remaining 3. Yet the latter had no intention of engaging. They merely observed in silence. The elder easily deflected the attack, but soon realized the intent behind Heibai Xuanzhan's maneuver. Utilizing the force of the counter, they aimed straight for the other 2 grandmasters. The 2 Jiuli grandmasters were caught off guard by the audacity of the attack, not expecting such a brazen assault. Especially one that was a sneak attack. Though they understood they could not prevail, they would not remain passive. They joined forces to fend off the sudden onslaught. Heibai Xuanzhan was confident that with this strike, he could take the lives of both. However, the elder, being a late grandmaster, was not to be underestimated. Realizing the urgency, he acted quickly to thwart the assailants, yet, in the end, he was too late. Heibai Xuanzhan knew that if the adversary retaliated, he could at most eliminate one, while the other would certainly suffer grievous injury. He fixed his aim on the figure to the left, thrusting his blade forward, with the right blade raised to parry the elder's attack. He sent the other grandmaster tumbling away. Heibai Xuanzhan swiftly retreated, rejoining his comrades. Duan Shui and Jing Yan'ai refrained from attacking, focusing their gaze on a location behind the Jiuli clan. There, they sensed an aura that matched their own strength. It must be the high priest of the Jiuli clan. The high priest's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated arriving in time, but the grandmaster had already been slain by the moment he arrived. He aimed to intervene, but at the very least, he needed to ensure the survival of the late grandmaster. Yet before this thought could fully form, he found himself locked onto by 2 powerful auras. The high priest regarded the 2 opposite him with great vigilance, ultimately gritting his teeth and suppressing the rage within. Retreat. The high priest revealed himself, taking position at the forefront of the group and addressing the elder behind him. With one grandmaster dead and another gravely wounded, continuing the battle would only lead to further casualties. Without hesitation, the elder led the others back into Jiuli village. May I inquire, has my Jiuli village offended the Zhennan Wangfu? We have not participated in any affairs concerning the Wang. The Baili clan still has 3 days to surrender. Why is it that with us, it becomes a matter of extermination? The high priest questioned. Addressing the opposing party, Jing Yan'ai and the others remained silent. They were well aware of the intentions behind the others' actions. However, stalling for time would yield no results. Those who were destined to die would still meet their fate. Engage, Jing Yan'ai declared first, swiftly launching himself towards the high priest with a furious assault. As an established grandmaster, the high priest was no ordinary adversary. He twisted his staff to deflect the incoming attack. Yet, the very next moment, Duan Shui's strike followed closely, aimed directly at the high priest's face. Meanwhile, Heibai Xuanzhan and Yan Ri surged into Jiuli village, targeting the members of the Jiuli clan. The high priest attempted to disengage and defend, but he found himself heavily suppressed by two adversaries of equal rank. One could only watch helplessly as the other, like a ravenous wolf, plunged into the heart of the clan. The two late-stage grandmasters could not be restrained by the elder alone. So be it, to gain something one must also sacrifice. The high priest swiftly extricated himself, increasing the distance between himself and the two, and then made a beeline for the summit of Mount Jiuli. Without uttering a word, the two followed suit in perfect taciturnity. Upon noticing their pursuit, a hint of a smile graced the high priest's face. To perish beneath the altar is indeed a fortune for you both. Once you are dealt with, the rest will pose little threat. The loss of two peak grandmasters would surely cause the mighty southern King Manor to suffer for quite some time. Atop Mount Jiuli, the high priest alighted upon the altar, raising his gaze to the moonlit sky. Heaven is aiding me. The high priest chuckled heartily and turned his attention to the two who had just arrived. He then brought his staff crashing down onto the altar's center, perfectly landing in the designated slot. With both hands forming seals, he channeled his spiritual energy into the altar. The moonstone atop his staff began to radiate a luminous glow, as if summoning the power of moonlight. This is dire. Although they were uncertain of the adversary's true intentions and unaware of the altar's formidable capabilities, they knew that they could not allow the other to succeed. In unison, they launched an assault to thwart the high priest's actions. The most effective course of action was to destroy the altar. However, as they approached, the moonlight energy surrounding the altar surged forth, transforming into a barrier that shielded the altar and completely blocked their access. The moonstone absorbed the moonlight at an ever-increasing pace, its quantity steadily amplifying. It appeared as though the stone served as a conduit, transferring the moonlight's power into the altar. The high priest was enveloped in the moonlight, exuding a radiant glow, resembling a deity beneath the moon's illumination. The stone detached and ascended into the sky. Akin to a second full moon rising, the brilliance cast its glow over the entire Mount Jiuli. Most critically, under the baptism of this moonlight power, the high priestess' cultivation rapidly surged, already at the peak of grandmaster level. Should he break through further, he would ascend to the realm of celestial beings. Below the celestial realm are but ants. Even though they were grandmasters, they remained merely larger ants, ultimately unable to escape their true nature. Chapter 34. The 8 Great Clans of Deqian, captured by the terrifying salamander. Almost instinctively the two fled swiftly, yet, how could the high priest allow the two to escape with their prize slipping away? He harnessed the surrounding moonlight energy, conjuring 2 spears of moonlight that hurtled towards them. Faced with such peril, they dodged rapidly, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. The spears crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. The two dared not exhibit any semblance of carelessness and swiftly took flight. Should the others succeed in reaching the celestial realm, they would face only a dead end. Crack, a barrier rose in the moonlit area, thunder crashing above it as if to seal them away utterly. The terrifying salamander attempted to shatter this barrier, but the overwhelming recoil sent her flying, leaving the barrier unscathed. The two quickly realized the source of this power. It was the stone. The altar served as the focal point, while the stone was the source of the barrier's might. However, neither the stone nor the altar could be circumvented, yet if they allowed the other to transform successfully, they would still confront a dead end. Either way, they faced death. They had little choice but to perish together. The terrifying salamander glanced at the time. Perhaps by dawn this predicament would be resolved, yet there remained over an hour until dawn. Ample time for the other to break through. Several times, they exchanged glances, each taking action to press forward. Excellent. Sensing the immense power coursing within, he too felt compelled to test his own strength. Gripping his staff, the high priest swung it outwards to counter the attack from Duan Shui. He then swiftly withdrew the staff, redirecting it straight at the terrifying salamander. Sensing the force emanating from the stone, the salamander instinctively sought to defend herself. However, the current high priest, while not yet fully in the celestial realm, was perilously close. With this strike, the terrifying salamander had no means of evasion. Duan Shui steadied himself, intent on assisting the salamander, but it was far too late. The staff collided with the salamander's chest, unleashing an overwhelmingly potent force. Boom! The salamander flew like a severed kite, crashing against the barrier, which unleashed arcs of electricity that exacerbated her injuries. In a single blow, the salamander was grievously wounded. Stripped of her combat capabilities, Duan Shui could not afford to check on her condition and instead sought to conceal himself, awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively. Yet, what once seemed a viable chance had now become a grim reality. The high priest vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the concealed presence of his foes. After several cautious probes, he seized his opportunity. Thrusting his staff outward, boom, it was as though he collided with some tangible object, and without exception, Duanshui was also sent flying. The two were severely injured, finding even the simplest of movements laborious, let alone continuing the battle. With their disturbances eliminated, the high priest felt at ease to cultivate his prowess. Regrettably, this was only a temporary reprieve, yet even so, the surge of power brought him substantial benefits. The prospect of genuinely breaking through into the celestial realm promised vast rewards. The abundant moonlight energy flowed through the stone, ceaselessly infusing the high priest's body. Of the terrifying salamander, and Duanshui could only watch in helplessness, unable to intervene. Boom, a wave of oppressive force surged forth. As if shattering some barrier, the powerful energy radiated outward, permeating the territory of Mount Jolie Dai. In that instant, many strong individuals across the realm of Deqian opened their eyes. After all, a celestial being was akin to a nuclear weapon. They would not act without necessity. Celestial beings seldom engaged one another, for should the situation spiral out of control, it would not bode well for any involved. In Qianjing, Li Chen stood at the entrance of the Huanyu Hall. Gazing southward, the court had a tighter grip on the aura of celestial beings than anyone else. Beside Li Chen stood a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk, exuding an air of an enlightened master. As the head of the Bureau of Astronomy, he was well aware that this aura was not that of a true celestial being. South of Deqian, apart from the Jolie tribe's altar, the Saintess Temple of Nanzhao, and the moon worship sect, none could exhibit celestial-level prowess. Given the reports, it could only be attributed to the Jolie tribe. What remained uncertain was whether the Southern King would make an appearance in the face of such a crisis. A smirk flickered across Li Chen's face. It was a display of arrogance that would ultimately lead to one's own downfall. If Nanzhao, the Jolie tribe, and Baiwei were truly so uncomplicated, how could Deqian allow their unchecked growth? The realms of Deqian were far more intricate than they appeared. Without a celestial being to oversee matters, all was but a fade of prosperity. The 8 great clans of Deqian were an insurmountable hurdle for the likes of the Southern King's manor. These 8 clans, steeped in history, had endured countless epochs. As the landscape transformed, the tides shifted, storms brewed, and rain fell. The legacies of millennia-old clans and centuries-old dynasties were perhaps best exemplified in their existence. The Wang clan of Langya, the Shao clan of Lanling, the Xie clan of Shenlu, any one of the 8 clans could not be rivaled by a mere Southern King's manor. Treason. One must first possess the capability to even consider such a notion. Had it not been for the celestial being's restraint, fearing the world might accuse Deqian of being a tyrant, would he have allowed such traitorous elements to linger to this day? It would be best for them to perish in that barbaric land. Sparing him the trouble of intervening, Li Chen turned and returned to the Huanyu Hall. The head of the Bureau of Astronomy watched as Li Chen departed, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he said nothing. Fate is immutable. To forcibly alter it is to act against the heavens, which ultimately invites divine retribution. The head of the Bureau of Astronomy did not linger, vanishing from sight. Deqian was a shackle. But this world was no less a constraint. In the end, it would all be in vain. Beyond the prison, one could scarcely overcome the fetters. The high priest had successfully ascended to the celestial realm. Feeling the power within him swell to its zenith, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, as if he were the master of heaven and earth. The high priest floated effortlessly, gliding through the air until he stood before the terrifying salamander. Lifting her chin, the salamander turned her head, attempting to escape his grasp, but her chin was firmly held, rendering her utterly incapable of doing so. Channeling her strength, the salamander sought to retaliate, yet the high priest merely applied a slight pressure. Draining her of all her power, with a mere flick, he cast her aside. I have yet to experiment with a grandmaster-level Gu master. A sinister smile flickered across the high priest's face. After all, the goo worms cultivated within a grandmaster's body would undoubtedly be far more formidable. So reckless as to dare unleash chaos upon his Mount Jolie, they would pay the price accordingly. From this day forth, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of being unable to seek life or death. Chapter 35, The Might of Celestial Beings, an Urgent Summoning of Temporary Forces. Ding, a fatal crisis has been detected for the system character. Ding, a unique signing opportunity remains for the host. Would you like to sign in to avert the crisis? Just as Su Hong entered Zhangzhou's territory, he received the system's notification, causing him to furrow his brow. A crisis. Although he was unaware of the specifics, Su Hong chose to sign in, and this opportunity was likely a reward for him becoming the Southern King. A unique signing, a troop card, and a character summoning card. Ding, a special check-in is underway. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in as the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal Li Tai, with a duration of 15 minutes. Ding, a fatal crisis has been detected concerning the system character. And transportation is in progress. The system's repeated announcements momentarily left Su Hong in a state of confusion. Once he regained his composure, he promptly accessed the specific details of the temporary mission within the system. Name, Li Tai Bai cultivation level? Weapon, Azure Lotus sword duration, 14 minutes and 20 seconds. Upon viewing the attributes panel provided by the system, Su Hong was momentarily taken aback. The cultivation level was represented by a string of question marks. Could it be the realm of earthly immortals? However, logically speaking, he should be able to probe further. Why then was he met only with a series of question marks? Was it possible that the earthly immortal realm was not the pinnacle of this world? Or perhaps the rumors held a grain of truth. He decided to find an inn to settle down first. At that moment, Su Hong felt no urgency to head to the Zhang family. It was prudent to wait until the system's affairs concluded. No faction nor any realm is simple. At Jiuli Mountain, both Jing and I and Duanshui were assassins. How could they possibly be captured, in the event of failure? Only one fate awaited them, death. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a shared resolve to die today. Even if they perished, the entire Jiuli clan would be made to suffer. Duanshui quickly consumed a pill, though its effects were uncertain. Immediately thereafter, both launched their attacks, their respective swords hovering before them. They vowed to sacrifice their souls to the sword, determined to carve a piece of flesh from their opponent. Both endured immense pain, continuously channeling spiritual energy into their swords, intermingling it with soul force. The agony of having their souls torn apart is not something ordinary individuals could withstand. This technique is not one that just anyone can wield. As most would find it nearly impossible to endure, many had perished before even infusing their souls, yet both were resilient and strong-willed, naturally capable of succeeding. Their souls were sufficient to empower the sword with the might of a celestial being. Two beams of sword light surged toward the high priest, while the two assassins felt as though they had expended all their strength, overreaching, sensing the power within the two beams of light. The high priest remained unfazed. Even if these two beams reached the plane of celestial beings, what of it? They had merely earned the right to contend with him, yet still could not escape the fate of failure. The high priest planted his staff before him, swiftly forming seals and channeling his spiritual energy into it. The surrounding moonlight energy converged, creating a halo around the altar, enveloping the high priest within. If he could not break through his own protective barrier, what qualifications did they have to harm him? The power of a celestial being granted him immense confidence. Boom! The beams of light crashed against his barrier. The first beam struck, causing his expression to change dramatically as he hurriedly summoned the surrounding moonlight energy. However, the two beams came one after the other, leaving him little time to react. The first beam's impact caused him to stagger back several steps, nearly shattering the protective barrier he had formed. Though the opponent's desperate strike possessed the might of a celestial being, he nearly forgot that his own celestial power was only temporary, not inherently his. Compared to true celestial beings, a gap still existed. The high priest swiftly gathered the surrounding moonlight energy before him, attempting to withstand the second beam of light, yet it was too late. The second beam, propelled by the first, shattered his protective barrier. The sword light surged towards him, and despite his efforts to resist, he could not avert the second beam as it descended upon him. The high priest instinctively raised his staff to defend, but the force of the backlash sent him flying. Furthermore, due to his manipulation of moonlight energy, the halo encompassing Jiuli Mountain vanished. He and the others, by Shenzhen and Yanri, now had the opportunity to enter. They had hoped that the second beam would inflict severe injury upon the high priest, granting them sufficient chance to escape. However, their expectations were overly optimistic. The high priest rose, his staff's crystal continuously absorbing moonlight energy from the surroundings. Infusing it into his body, he rapidly recovered while replenishing his lost strength. For him, the moonlight energy served as the finest healing force. As long as the moonlight remained, he could continue to fight. As the high priest advanced, Duanshui and Jing and I wished to speak, urging the two to retreat, but they found themselves unable to do so. The assassins of their net feared not death initially, they had contemplated sparing their lives. But since they sought their demise, they would oblige. The moment the high priest spoke, his staff pointed towards Duanshui. The crystal atop the staff pulsed with energy, releasing a laser that shot towards Duanshui. The adversary had previously obstructed him, thus it was time to send them to meet the King of Hell. Duanshui possessed no means to retaliate against this attack, watching helplessly as it descended. However, by Shenzhen and Yanri would not stand idly by, launching their efforts to intercept it. Even knowing that their strength would struggle to block this strike, they still charged forward without hesitation. No, Jing and I, straining against her wound, could only utter this single word. Regret flickered in her expression.
had she been more cautious, had she scrutinized the situation more carefully, perhaps today's calamity could have been averted. Alas, there were no what ifs, it was her fault, entirely her fault, this was all her error.
Boom! With their combined strength, how could they withstand such an attack? The moment they made contact, they were violently thrown back by the overwhelming force, blood gushed forth as they sustained grave injuries from a single blow. The relentless attack continued, heading straight for Duanshui. Accepting his fate, Duanshui shut his eyes, knowing that his master lacked the strength of a celestial being. My life is forfeit. Chapter 36, Li Taibai takes action. The malevolent entity suppressed beneath the altar. What a pity that it would never experience the grandeur of this world. Duanshui could not help but lament inwardly, yet as he confronted death with composure, he found that the attack was dissipating. It seemed as though it had reached a critical point, beyond which it would vanish entirely. In the blink of an eye, the attack had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Could it be that the opponent's attack had limitations? Only the high priest quickly realized this. A formidable power had intervened, annihilating his attack entirely. Only a true celestial being could accomplish such a feat. Had a celestial being descended upon Jiuli Mountain, which esteemed elder has come, the high priest's gaze swept the surroundings. Yet he detected no signs of an anomaly. This realization darkened his expression. After all, he was a celestial being, presiding over the altar, with the entirety of Jiuli Mountain under his control, yet he had sensed nothing amiss. Which could only imply that the newcomer was no ordinary celestial being. Please, esteemed elder, reveal yourself. The high priest spoke again, for he was certain that his attack had not dissipated of its own accord, but rather had been extinguished by a powerful force. Jing and I and the others began to survey the area, yet if even the high priest failed to perceive anything, how could they hope to? A flicker of anger crossed the high priest's face. The other party was utterly ungrateful. Even after such displays of strength, they still dared to be so arrogant, as if he were inconsequential. Very well. If you refuse to show yourself, I shall see if you dare appear once I have dealt with these fools. Surging with spiritual energy, the high priest unleashed an attack upon Jing and I and Duanshui. Given their current state, even a casual strike from him would not be something they could withstand. The attack split in two, hurtling towards them, yet, curiously, the two attacks dissipated before reaching them. Why bother? Li Taibai made no effort to conceal himself. Revealing his form directly, treading upon the void, each step he took resembled a leisurely descent down a staircase, with azure lotuses blooming beneath his feet. Hearing this sound, the onlookers instinctively raised their heads. Gazing at the suddenly appearing youth, clad in azure robes, Li Taibai bore a hint of Dunhuang aesthetics. A strand of hair fell by his temple, accentuating his ethereal presence. Li Taibai raised his hand, and 4 strands of spiritual energy descended, each flowing into the bodies of the 4 individuals. Bai Shen Jian and Yen Ri were relatively fortunate. Their injuries were severe, yet not beyond healing. However, Jing and I and Duanshui suffered soul injuries, and his spiritual energy could only mend physical wounds, not those of the spirit. How intriguing! Noticing the altar's structure, Li Taibai chuckled softly. He then turned his gaze towards the high priest of the Jiuli clan. His previous delay in acting was due to recognizing the abnormality beneath the altar. He had intended to investigate further, yet the other party had hastily forced him into action. Perhaps the timing was still not right. Under the weight of Li Taibai's gaze, the high priest instinctively averted his eyes, feeling as if there were no secrets he could keep under such scrutiny. Li Taibai flicked his hand, sending forth an attack directly towards the high priest. The high priest dared not exhibit any negligence. He quickly summoned the energy from the crystal in his hand, striving to block the impending strike. Almost all the power of the moonlight converged before the high priest. This life-threatening crisis allowed for no jest or carelessness. The attack unleashed by Li Taibai appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet the might it harbored was beyond imagination. Upon contact with the barrier forged by the high priest, it dissipated instantly. From 1 comes 2, from 2 comes 3, from 3 emerges all things. In the blink of an eye, myriad beams of sword light coalesced, continuously spreading and swirling, enveloping the entirety of Jiuli Mountain. The dazzling sword light seemed intent on banishing the darkness, illuminating the heavens above. As the sword light descended, the high priest found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Deep down, he understood all too well that he could not withstand it. However, he was not one to easily concede. If it came to it, he would fight to the bitter end. The high priest gathered his strength, promptly activating the crystal stone, and inexplicably new wounds appeared on his body. A torrent of blood flowed forth from him like a spring, continuously spilling onto the altar, filling the grooves of the intricate patterns inscribed there. The high priest's complexion turned pale as death. Reminiscent of a specter from the netherworld, his aura extremely feeble, yet a smile spread across his face.
Today he may perish, but his adversary would not escape unscathed either. No matter how powerful that person might be, they too would face their demise. An overwhelming crimson light erupted from the altar, an aura of malevolence emanating that evoked a sense of revulsion. The clash of red and white stood opposed to one another, as if intent on cleaving the world in two. Naturally, this spectacle drew the attention of numerous factions, for such a situation could not be overlooked. Madman, many factions cursed the actions of the Jiuli clan's high priest upon witnessing his behavior. Yet, they were equally astonished by the prowess of the individual opposite him, who was at least a celestial being of high caliber. In all of Dichen, aside from a select few factions that possessed such ancient relics, the rest lacked the foundation to compete. Among these relics, there was some degree of mutual recognition, yet this particular individual was entirely unknown. The most critical factor was the opponent's age. Such youth paired with such cultivation was impossible to ignore. At the moment the bloodlight surged, the potent bloodthirst completely engulfed the high priest, leaving no trace of his body behind, consumed entirely by the sanguine radiance. It then transformed into a colossal blood shadow beast. This beast stood upright, resembling both a wolf and a tiger, while also bearing some likeness to the legendary Tao Tai, as if each had left their mark, forming a peculiar hybrid. In light of this scenario, Li Taibai remained unfazed. He considered it mere phantoms. Even if the entities beneath the altar emerged, they were unworthy of his blade. The surrounding sword light flowed and surged toward the blood energy. The clash of blood light and sword light consumed each other, yet Li Taibai remained indifferent. Such sword light was abundant and readily at his disposal, but what of his adversary? Once the blood energy was exhausted and no more could be provided, it would be akin to a toothless tiger, posing no threat. Li Taibai's fingers came together, lifting slightly. In an instant, myriad beams of sword light converged into the sky, coalescing into a gigantic sword of overwhelming might. He pressed down with his hand, and that colossal sword descended upon the phantom. The giant sword struck the blood shadow's crown, yet it did not shatter it apart. The formidable force of the sword surged outward, unleashing a tremendous power. The mountains behind Jiuli Mountain were cleaved asunder, transformed into a vast canyon by this assault. The momentum did not falter, surging toward the heavens as if intent on tearing the sky itself. The sword light dissipated, yet it severed the clouds at the horizon. As dawn broke, the sky brightened, as though the sword light had cleaved the night in twain. With a single strike, night turned to day, dividing yin and yang. Looking back, where was the trace of that blood shadow? The staff vanished, leaving only the crystal stone now floating above the altar, radiating a soft glow. Li Taibai beckoned, and the crystal stone descended into his palm. He then gathered a blue lotus in his hand and pushed it toward the altar. The blue lotus fell onto the altar and vanished, but a massive blue lotus briefly materialized before swiftly disappearing again. The altar resembled the inner sanctum of a lotus, with the petals firmly sealing it within. Li Taibai cast one last glance at Jingyu and Duanshui, shaking his head with a wave of his hand. Two blue lotuses entered each of their bodies. Their condition was beyond his capacity to safeguard. The crystal stone also found its way into Jingyu's palm. Li Taibai intended to depart immediately but sensed something amiss. His gaze turned toward the direction of Qianjing, piercing through layers of void until it landed upon the head of the chief of the Qingtian Monitor. The chief of the Qingtian Monitor knelt upon the ground, crying out in agony as blood tears streamed from his eyes, clearly suffering a grievous injury. As the chief of the Qingtian Monitor, such a situation naturally attracted the attention of many within the imperial palace. Not only that, but even numerous celestial beings turned their gazes toward him. However, a powerful aura soon erupted from within the depths of the palace, repelling the onlookers. The existence within the palace had acted, and the celestial beings probing did not mind giving face to the individual. Yet, the fact that someone could inflict a heavy blow on a half-step celestial being from such a distance was indeed worthy of scrutiny. What they had come to understand was that the Southern King's residence was far from as simple as it appeared. To make a move against the Southern King's residence, one must consider this individual. With this person around, it would not be an easy task to set the Southern King's residence in motion. However, what did this have to do with them? If there were troubles to be dealt with, it ought to be the royal family that should concern themselves, not them meddling in affairs. Li Taibai withdrew his gaze, glancing toward Jiangzhou, with his display of intimidation. The Southern King's residence was temporarily safe. He only hoped that they could grow stronger soon. Having completed these matters, Li Taibai vanished. Xian and Yan Ri promptly checked on the conditions of the two. Discovering that neither was in good shape, they hurriedly gathered their people and made their way toward the Southern King's residence, with the death of the Jiuli clan's high priest. The capture of Jiuli Mountain was as certain as fate itself. Even without their intervention, the remaining southern army would face no obstacles whatsoever. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the task. Rewards are being distributed, please check them at your convenience. The system's voice prompted Su Hong to exhale in relief. The obliteration of the Li clan indicated that Li Taibai had fulfilled his mission. The high priest had been slain, and the majority of the Jiu Li clan's members had also been eliminated by He Xian and Yan Ri. The entire Li clan was on the brink of extinction. Whether the southern army needed to intervene was no longer of significance. However, this incident served as a lesson. Each of these factions was indeed far from simple had it not been for his remaining special signing opportunities. This time, not only would he have failed to conquer the Jiu Li clan, but he would have also suffered severe losses. The system utilized the 3 signing opportunities, 2 summoning cards, and 1 legion card. These were all the resources Su Hong had at his disposal. He had originally planned to save them, but at this moment, they were no longer necessary. Ding, processing. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing the Poison Master Jiasu and the Haoran Righteousness Technique, 9 in True Scripture. Name, Poison Master Jiasu. Cultivation, Peak Innate Realm. Description, a military strategist from the Three Kingdoms era, known for his unparalleled strategies and near-demonic intelligence. Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning Ding Chuanxiu and the Tianshan Tonglao. Name, Ding Chuanxiu. Cultivation, Peak Grand Master, Early Celestial Realm, Ultimate Skills, 3 Laughs of Carefree Powder, Continuous Pearl Corpse Poison, Transformation Demon Art, Carefree Sect Martial Arts, Profession, Master of Poison Arts. Description, a Master of Poison Arts. Possessing unparalleled skill in toxin creation, capable of killing invisibly. Even celestial beings can fall victim to his poison. Under the Transformation Demon Art, he can temporarily elevate to Celestial Cultivation. Name, Tianshan Tonglao. Cultivation, Mid-Celestial Realm. Ultimate Skills, Life and Death Talisman. Tianshan 6 Sun Palm, Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand, 8 Desolations, and 6 Harmonies. Unique Supremacy. Description, the leader of the Lingjiu Palace in Tianshan, commanding 36 caves and 72 islands, capable of ending a life within 2 moves. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 5,000 white robe troops, with a complimentary Peak Grand Master General, Chen Xingji. Upon viewing the system's attribute panel, Su Hong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. 2 celestial beings brought him a measure of comfort. Moreover, he had summoned the White Robe Army, known for its formidable reputation. Renowned generals such as Mo Zilio commanded respect and fear from countless armies. The key was that he had also summoned the troublesome character. With their abilities, could Li Qian withstand it? Su Hong deployed Tianshan Tonglao and the White Robe Army to the southern borders. While Jiasu was sent to Qianjing.as for the Xingqiu Old Monster, they were positioned nearby to ensure his safety. He intended to have Jiasu enter the court. He was confident that with his abilities, he could elevate Jiasu to a high position. As for the Haoran Righteousness Technique and the 9 in True Scripture, Su Hong decided to leave them within the system space, as he was too lazy to cultivate. He would retrieve them whenever needed. With matters resolved, Su Hong wasted no time and headed straight for the Jiang family. Nansao.as, one of the 3 most powerful factions in the southern region of Deqian. Nanzhao's strength could arguably claim the top position. Within Nanzhao, apart from the royal family, there were 2 other major factions, the Baihui sect and the Xinggu Temple. Both factions had existed for an extraordinarily long time and were deeply revered and trusted by the people of Nanzhao. Their prestige rivaling that of Nanzhao itself. The surname of the Nanzhao kingdom is Duan. However, there exists another clan whose strength and prestige are equally formidable, and that is the Quan family. The internal situation of Nanzhao is intricate, yet it is precisely this complexity of relationships that allows for a buffer provided by the Li ethnic group. Naturally, Deqian would refrain from waging war against Nanzhao, for it remains a sovereign nation, and subjugating it would not be a trivial endeavor. Yet, with the Li ethnic group now obliterated and their territory incorporated into Deqian's domain, the absence of this buffer signifies that Deqian can launch an assault on Nanzhao at any moment. Chapter 38, The Situation in Nanzhao. Methods to treat the severed water and the surprised salamander. In the court of Nanzhao, Duanyang sat upon the throne, his gaze sweeping across the gathered ministers through the imperial crown. Do any of you have something to say? Duanyang's tone appeared calm, but beneath it simmered a suppressed fury. With the Li ethnic group vanquished, Nanzhao now shares a direct border with Deqian. Given Deqian's posture, it is difficult to imagine that they would not take action against Nanzhao should Deqian truly decide to strike. Even the combined forces of the Baihui sect and the Holy Maiden Temple might struggle to withstand their onslaught. At that juncture, should Nanzhao fall, he would become the king of a fallen nation, bereft of the dignity to face his ancestors of the Duan clan. Your Majesty, I believe there is no need for excessive worry. The demise of the Li ethnic group was a consequence of their own reckless actions, and moreover, De Qian may not necessarily direct their forces against us. The only concern lies with the Prince of Zhennan. The Prince of Zhennan harbors ambitious designs, particularly the newly appointed prince, who is no ordinary adversary. However, the more formidable he is, the less we need to fear. The Prince of Zhennan commands a powerful being. And the true threat lies with the Li royal family. I propose we station troops at the border for defense. We need not offend anyone. Let the grievances between the Prince of Zhennan and the Li family resolve themselves. If the Prince of Zhennan indeed contemplates waging war on Nanzhao, we could easily collaborate with the Li family. Therefore, I urge your Majesty not to fret, but rather to observe the situation. The National Master of Nanzhao spoke, articulating his perspective. I believe the National Master speaks wisely. I second that. I concur, echoed the assembled ministers, expressing their lack of concern regarding the matter. Furthermore, even if Nanzhao were to be annihilated, they could simply shift allegiance to another faction who would not submit, especially the Quan family, which wields considerable power within Nanzhao, co-governing alongside the Duan family. Should the Duan family falter, it would hardly impact the Quan family. In fact, to maintain stability in Nanzhao, the Li family may find it necessary to confer rewards upon the Quan family, utilizing their influence to govern the region. Additionally, as the National Master has articulated, there is no need for undue anxiety. In light of this, let the matter be entrusted to the Grand Minister to handle. Dismissed. With that, Duan Yong opted to conclude the court session. A somewhat rotund middle-aged man among the ministers stepped forward. Bowing deeply, I shall obey the royal command. At the Zhennan prince's residence, the surprised salamander and severed water were returned, though both were in dire condition, having suffered damage to their souls if not treated promptly. They risked becoming imbeciles or even perishing. However, within the entire Zhennan prince's residence, no physician was capable of offering aid. Moreover, both were at the pinnacle of grand mastery, and only a celestial-level healer could potentially save them. Yet, celestial-level beings are exceedingly rare, let alone celestial-level physicians. Were it not for the two strands of spiritual energy left by Li Taibai temporarily shielding them, they likely would not have endured for long. Should the protective energy exhaust, even divine intervention would be futile. What shall we do? Should we send word to our lord? Bai He and Xin Jian exchanged glances, realizing they had no recourse but to place their hopes in their lord. Otherwise, who could rescue the two? Would they truly stand by and watch as their souls dissipated? Silence, Oyezi interjected, silencing Bai He and Xin Jian. Although Oyezi was not a physician, he was a master blacksmith and possessed a greater understanding of the soul than these laymen. Channeling spiritual energy through the two's arms, he thoroughly examined their condition. After a lengthy pause, he frowned and withdrew his energy. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Even that old coot might struggle to provide salvation. With a heavy sigh, Oyezi resigned himself to fate. Just as he was about to retract his hand, he noticed something. The surprised salamander appeared to be tightly gripping something in her hand. In her current state, she was already in a deep slumber, and her clenching of the object was purely instinctual. With a surge of spiritual energy, Oyezi caused the surprised salamander to release her grip, revealing the object within her hand. It turned out to be this item. Fate had not yet abandoned them. Two paths lay before them. First, to wait upon their fortune, or to resign themselves to death. Second, for this old man to extract their souls and merge them into their spiritual swords, allowing them to exist in the form of sword spirits. Oyezi articulated his thoughts, albeit with the acknowledgement of inherent risks. As there was a 50% chance of failure, this was a last resort. Even with the aid of that crystal, the odds could only be improved to 50%. He possessed the necessary forging skills. Yet his cultivation was insufficient to reach such heights. Such an endeavor was akin to defying destiny. Without formidable strength or abundant spiritual energy, he risked depleting his own lifespan. Yet, in this moment, it was the only option available. Should they attempt to heal them, there was a 50% chance of survival, but doing nothing would undoubtedly lead to death. Proceed, he declared, recognizing this as their sole choice, the only means to ensure the survival of the two. With their lord absent and the leader missing, both individuals in a state of unconsciousness, it was up to them to make the decision. As for the sword spirit, what of it, as long as they were powerful enough? Sword spirits could also take on human form, allowing for a seamless transition between the two. Very well, but we must wait until nightfall. Oyezi was not surprised by this response, yet he knew that waiting until night was necessary. The crystal would only exhibit its best effects at night, and he required time to prepare. Just as he was about to take action, he sensed something. "Who goes there?" "Oh yes," he called out, his voice sharp as he addressed the unseen presence. Hearing his words, the gathered individuals swiftly drew their swords, forming a defensive perimeter against the shadows. The Tianshan young lady revealed herself, for there was no need for hostility. The moment she materialized, Oh Yezi narrowed his eyes slightly. Her cultivation level was undoubtedly that of a celestial. "Under the command of our lord, the Tianshan young lady has arrived. To avoid any misunderstandings, the Tianshan young lady spoke, offering an explanation. As she did so, she subtly released a hint of her aura, for as a celestial level being she had no cause to deceive anyone. Such concerns were unnecessary, as the summoned figures from the system were inherently attuned to one another. The moment the Tianshan young lady's aura was released, she too sensed something and fell silent. Chapter 39, The Foundations of the Eight Great Clans die in the Confucian Sacred Ground, the White Deer Academy. With the presence of the Tianshan young lady, the probability of success increased by 20%. However, the specifics would still hinge on the arrival of night. Ideally, a full moon night would be the most opportune time, as it would further elevate the success rate by an additional 20%. Yet, given the current condition of the two, it was evident they would not survive until the full moon. In Shenzhen. At the Su residence, Su Luqi stood in the courtyard gazing towards the southern borders, while behind him stood Su Huan. Su Luqi sighed deeply, lowering his head as he returned to kneel beside the tea stove. Observing this, Su Huan hurriedly poured a cup of tea from the pot for his father. "Why are you so worried, father?" Su Huan could not help but inquire, since the fluctuations of celestial level forces had emanated from the southern borders. His father's brow had remained furrowed, an expression of deep concern etched upon his features. He could not comprehend why having a celestial level being stationed at their residence was not a source of comfort. Surely, if the royal family wished to act against them, they would have to think twice. Why, then, did his father appear so troubled, as though disaster were imminent? Su Luqi lifted the teacup, intending to take a sip. Yet his worry compelled him to set it down instead. "You do not understand." Su Luqi sighed heavily, his face marred with concern. However, seeing his son's expression prompted him to offer an explanation. After all, his child had grown, and some matters warranted disclosure. Do you know why the great clans hold prominence within Deqian? Su Luqi turned to his son, his curiosity piqued. The great clans within Deqian are numerous, intricately interwoven through marriage and mutual interests, such that the slightest disturbance can affect them all. Moreover, bloodline-based family structures provide greater stability than other sects or factions, hence the dominance of great clans within Deqian. Su Huan contemplated for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Upon hearing his response, Su Luqi regarded his son and began to elaborate. "Indeed, but not entirely. Within Deqian, the great clans hold sway, yet it is the eight great clans that truly reign supreme. These eight great clans boast a long and untraceable lineage. Undeniably, they symbolize immense power. Should the eight great clans choose to act, the world would be subdued. The Li family is one such clan among the eight." Su Luqi continued detailing what he knew. The eight great clans are as follows: the Wang clan of Langia, the Xiao clan of Lanling, the Xie clan of Qinzhou, the Cui clan of Qinghe, the Li clan of Nanjian, the Yang clan of Hongjun, the Lu clan of Fanyang, and the Zhang clan of Xingyang. In terms of strength, the Li family ranks fifth among the eight great clans. The Li family stands as a paragon among the eight great aristocratic clans. Serving as their vanguard in upholding the dignities of these venerable houses, the interests of the Li family are of little consequence. What truly matters is the welfare of the eight great clans. If it were merely a nascent celestial being, it would not pose a threat to their dominion. Yet, that individual has likely ascended to a high realm among celestial beings, and such a presence cannot be overlooked by the eight great clans. They will either submit to their authority or face annihilation. The emergence of another clan to share in their vested interests is utterly intolerable to them. In the eyes of the eight great clans, the Su family is no more significant than Amir Antsu spoke, unable to stifle a sigh of resignation. Hearing his father's words, Su Huan was taken aback, feeling a tinge of defeat as well. He had believed that the Su family was the most formidable clan in the entirety of Deqian, save for the imperial family. Who could have anticipated that the eight great clans were lurking in the shadows? Furthermore, the Li family is merely the fifth among these clans. What of the first-ranked Wang family of Langia? Is there not a formidable being of terrestrial immortality safeguarding them? He suddenly felt diminutive. Experiencing a profound shift from hunter to hunted, however, he quickly regained his composure, determination etching itself upon his visage. Who decrees that only eight great clans may exist? Who says that the Su family cannot ascend to become the ninth?
who dictates that the Su family cannot claim the title of the foremost clan. Su Huan's eyes sparkled with resolve, accompanied by a yearning for the future of the Su family. Father, I wish to enter the rear mountain of the White Deer Academy,
Su Huan declared, his voice unwavering. Lacking exceptional talent in martial cultivation and military leadership, the only asset he could offer was his accomplishments in Confucianism. The White Deer Academy, revered as a sanctum for scholars, bestows upon its disciples a lifetime of honor. Admission to the academy is based solely on merit, regardless of one's lineage. The rear mountain of the academy serves as the resting place for the great sages of generations past, with the Forest of 10,000 Tablets being the most notable. To gain control over the White Deer Academy, the primary criterion is to summon the most tablets with one's talent. The one who summons the greatest number shall be a candidate for leadership. If he were to seize control of the academy, even the 8 great clans would have to weigh their options before attempting to harm the Su family. Regarding his cousin in the past, he had lacked confidence. However, after recent developments, he felt a newfound faith in his cousin. He was confident that if the two brothers united in purpose, the Su family could carve out a path to greatness. Su Elqi was not surprised by this declaration. He merely scrutinized his son, seemingly gauging his sincerity. Since you have made your decision, then pursue it, he affirmed. As for the court, there is still your father. The rear mountain of the White Deer Academy harbors not only the Forest of 10,000 Tablets but also the Cave of 10,000 Bones, a graveyard for the remains of those who sought to be disciples. It is a perilous place, perhaps even a forbidden zone, yet it also brims with opportunity. Many who entered the rear mountain emerged transformed, becoming contemporary sages or entering the realm of celestial beings, with some attaining enlightenment in the dragon field. He understood that the chances of his son emerging victorious were slim, and the likelihood of him remaining in the rear mountain was considerable. But what choice did they have? The offspring of the Su family fear not the specter of death. Su Huan knelt before his father, solemnly bowing 3 times as a farewell. After all, the likelihood of his return was exceedingly low, yet, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would not yield. Su Elqi turned his back to Su Huan, raising his head as if gazing at the heavens, perhaps to prevent tears from cascading down his cheeks. As a grandmaster, Su Elqi was acutely aware of the implications of his son's departure. Lowering his head, he wiped away the tears pooling in his eyes. In the shadows, Shang-Chi observed this poignant scene. Shortly thereafter, a figure from the web of spies approached Shang-Chi, informed the higher-ups about young Master Su Huan's intention to enter the rear mountain of the White Deer Academy. Shang-Chi instructed before departing. The operative, having received the command, hastily left to carry out the orders. Chapter 40. The forging of swords and the melding of souls begins at the Sword Pavilion and the Heavenly Mechanism Bureau. Bailey Mountain. Under the luminous moonlight, a colossal sword-forging furnace stood at the summit of Bailey Mountain, continuously emanating a searing heat. Uyuizi stood before the furnace, frequently glancing skyward as he calculated something in his mind. It is nearly time. As he spoke, the others present began to stir, taking their positions around the furnace, radiating outward in a circle. This moment marked the peak of moonlight energy, sufficient to sustain their needs. The choice of this location was deliberate for 2 reasons. First, Bailey Mountain ranks among the highest peaks in the southern borders, enabling greater absorption of moonlight energy. Second, such an audacious endeavor would undoubtedly attract significant attention, and the influx of moonlight energy would draw the gaze of various powers. Even if it were discovered that this was the doing of the Prince of Zhennan's residence, any delay would be beneficial. Uyuizi raised his hand, and a crystal floated into his palm. The moment the crystal appeared, the grandmasters present channeled their energies, converging upon the crystal in Uyuizi's hand. The crystal activated, unleashing a torrent of moonlight energy that cascaded into the heart of Bailey Mountain. Whether it was due to the contrast or the surrounding moonlight energy being absorbed, the moonlight seemed to pour down like a celestial river, converging at the mountain's peak. Uyuizi then let a drop of blood fall into the furnace, intensifying the flames within. The broken water sword and the surging salamander sword stood upright in the furnace, their blades glowing a brilliant gold as the surrounding moonlight energy flowed into them. This commotion naturally drew the attention of numerous factions, particularly in the territory of the Li clan, a focal point for many forces. Jingzhou, Sword Pavilion. As one of the most powerful factions among the 7 states of the southern borders, such a disturbance naturally captured the attention of the Sword Pavilion's leaders. The head of the Sword Pavilion stood within its halls, observing the happenings in Bailey with keen interest. Situated in Shudao Mountain, which boasts a considerable elevation, he could discern the radiant beams descending from afar. What a tumultuous era, the head of the Sword Pavilion remarked, exhaling a lengthy sigh before turning to depart. Moreover, any faction within Diqian with celestial beings in their ranks took heed of this event. However, the vast distance made it difficult for even celestial beings to investigate thoroughly. Furthermore, they sensed a formidable force that obscured their attempts at reconnaissance. In the depths of the imperial palace in Tianjing. A deep sigh echoed, followed by a prolonged silence. After a lengthy pause, a voice finally spoke up. Could it be that those entities have returned once more? That seems unlikely. If it were them, the commotion would be far greater than today's. Could this disturbance be the work of that old man from the moon worship sect? Voices within the palace speculated. Let us not concern ourselves with it. It poses no significant threat. Should it escalate beyond our control, those individuals will intervene. We need not fret. The key issue is that the swordsman from earlier, I suspect his cultivation surpasses that of a celestial being. How else could he traverse thousands of miles to injure a half-step celestial being? Moreover, the celestial officials of the past have always been from the Heavenly Mechanism Bureau. Though a half-step celestial being may lack the full cultivation, their prowess in technique is not inferior to that of true celestial beings. An aged voice interjected, laced with apprehension. Perhaps it is merely a close proximity or the use of some secret technique. Such a world cannot possibly give rise to terrestrial immortals. Silence, before the speaker could finish. A voice from deeper within halted him. Let us not concern ourselves with matters in the southern borders. How long can a grasshopper after autumn continue to leap? After this statement, silence enveloped the gathering once more. Restoring a tranquil atmosphere. In Jiangzhou, Su Hong instinctively sensed the turmoil in Bailey, suspecting new troubles had arisen in the southern borders. Yet, with Zhao Gao's report, he quickly grasped the situation's context. Prior to the preparations, emissaries from the southern borders had already conveyed the news here. Such a significant event warranted informing Su Hong. However, time was of the essence. The surging salamander and the broken water could not afford delays for consultation. Confident that their master would acquiesce. My lord, there is one more matter. Zhao Gao began, relaying the news that young Master Su Huan had ventured to the rear mountain of the White Deer Academy. He had only just received this information, classified as a top-secret dispatch, demanding utmost caution. Accompanying this news was further intelligence regarding the White Deer Academy. In recent days, Shang-Chi had been gathering insights in Tianjing. Keeping tabs on various factions of the rear mountain of the White Deer Academy was indeed renowned. As Su Hong perused the details, a frown creased his brow. The White Deer Academy is perilous, yet its strength is formidable. To seize control of it would equate to commanding the allegiance of all scholars across the realm. After all, who does not aspire to enter the White Deer Academy for their cultivation? In his recollections, his second uncle had once been a disciple there. Moreover, under the auspices of the Bailu Academy, he withstood the pressures and ascended to the esteemed position of the current minister of the Imperial Secretariat. The Su family, already renowned for their exceptional merits, had caused considerable distress to the sovereign, and the mere existence of a southern town prince's mansion was enough to trouble them. It would be one thing if they could not be dissuaded. But how could it be permitted for members of the Su family to once again occupy high office? Yet, for reasons unknown, communication between the two parties seemed to have ceased. The Academy subsequently supported a new representative, who was now one of the four formidable figures in the court, the minister Yuan Xingzhou. However, the most pressing concern at present remained the matter regarding his cousin, relying solely on the other party. Entering the rear mountain of Bailu Academy would likely lead to certain death, with no chance of survival. Suddenly Su Hong recalled the Confucian technique he had acquired through his signing, the Haoran Righteous Qi method. If he could sign for this Confucian masterpiece, could he not also summon the great Confucian scholars? Yaxing Mengzi, Jisheng Kongzi, Chapter 41, System Mall, Cultivating the Celestial Realm. He decided to transcribe this method into 2 copies. One to be sent to Tianjing for his uncle and Jia Xiu, while the other would be dispatched to Bailu Academy for his cousin. Additionally, he instructed Yenri and Heibai Shanjian to enter Bailu Academy to safeguard his cousin's safety. After contemplating for a moment, Su Hong retrieved the Haoran Righteous Qi method from the system space and instructed Zhao Gao accordingly. The main issue was that he currently had no suitable candidates or opportunities for summoning. Otherwise, sending a great Confucian would be the optimal choice. Zhao Gao complied and promptly withdrew. Su Hong turned his gaze toward the southern frontier and sighed. The crux of the matter was that he could not leave at present. Otherwise, he would not have minded making the journey himself. After all, though he lacked genuine scholarly prowess, as the saying goes, one who has read Tang poetry 300 times may not compose poetry but can still steal from it. Yet, the tasks assigned by the system prevented him from departing for the time being. Side quest: control the Zhang family and utilize the Zhang Merchant Association for his own ends. Rewards: activation of the system mall. 1 special signing opportunity, 1 special occupation summoning chance, and 5 signing opportunities. Celestial plan. 1. Cultivate 1 celestial powerhouse, reward, 1 summoning opportunity and 3 signing chances. 2. Cultivate 3 celestial powerhouses, reward, 1 temporary powerhouse summoning card, 1 summoning opportunity, and 5 signing chances. 3. Cultivate 10 celestial powerhouses, reward, 1 organizational card, 1 special summoning opportunity, 1 special signing opportunity, and 10 signing chances. Deification plan, to be determined. Here, deity refers to terrestrial immortals. Note, celestial powerhouses can be cultivated independently or captured. This is the task issued by the system. Although Tianshan Tonglao and Ding Chuanxiu are not included in this list, the Jiang Merchant Association must be brought under his control, as he is exceedingly eager for the system mall. Once the system mall is activated, he would no longer be at such a disadvantage. Bailey Mountain. Cold sweat trickled down Oyezi's brow. Given his current cultivation, even with various forms of assistance, it was still somewhat daunting. Distracted, Oyezi glanced at the moonlight and sensed the situation within the sword-forging furnace. Soul rise. Oyezi drew upon his spiritual energy to extract the souls of Duanshui and Jingni. The power of the soul is inherently fragile, and to infuse it into the sword-forging furnace for fusion with the sword body without any protective measures would result in their souls being scorched to oblivion upon mere proximity to the furnace. The moonlight's essence evenly enveloped the souls of the two, shielding them from the searing flames. However, the sword body remained exceedingly hot, and the suffering required for the souls to become sword spirits was not something an ordinary person could endure. This endeavor was akin to defying the heavens to alter fate. Success rates were exceedingly low, with perhaps only 1 successful attempt out of 100. Consequently, many sword cultivators opted for nurturing spirits rather than endowing them. As the probability of success in endowing was not high, and few would willingly live their lives under the control of a sword body. Should the sword be destroyed, the spirit would perish. Ah! The agonizing cries echoed, as if they were enduring unimaginable torment, each sound piercing to the very marrow of their being, penetrating their souls. The onlookers could only watch helplessly, for in such circumstances, they could offer no assistance. Everything depended on the two to endure. To persevere would mean transforming through trials. To falter would spell death and dissolution. Their suffering continued, and all Oyezi could do was use the moonlight's essence to protect the souls of the two. Yet the trials they must face remained unavoidable, a matter beyond his control. Their voices grew fainter, yet within Oyezi's perception, the fusion of the souls with the sword body was barely 1/3 complete. At this rate, it seemed unlikely they would endure this tribulation. Oyezi acted swiftly, splitting the crystal stone in two, which swiftly transformed into liquid and surged into the sword body. With the aid of this crystal, the integration of the two with the sword body accelerated somewhat. Now, they had fused approximately 2/3 of the way, yet 1/3 remained, and this final stage was the most crucial. Without the moonlight stone, they would no longer have the means to leverage the moonlight's essence. Moreover, relying too heavily on the moonlight's essence was also inadvisable. Under Oyezi's leadership, everyone acted in unison, channeling their spiritual energy into the two, safeguarding their souls and assisting in the swift fusion. Their voices dwindled, gradually fading into silence. Upon witnessing this, Oyezi could not help but sigh. Their spiritual energy could protect certain aspects, but there were limitations, and some matters were solely dependent on the individuals involved. It was evident that the two had not withstood the ordeal. Hearing this sigh, the others understood the implication, especially the 5 sword servants, who could hardly accept such a conclusion, began checking to validate the findings. They recognized the slim odds of this outcome, yet they were unwilling to accept it. Oyezi withdrew his spiritual energy. Given the circumstances, there was no need to waste any further energy. Lacking Oyezi as a conduit, the collective power dispersed back to their respective bodies. It was still too much to bear. Had his cultivation advanced further, or if today had been a full moon night, the outcome might have been different. Oyezi sighed in resignation, feeling a mix of regret and self-reproach. However, he soon sensed a shift and turned his gaze toward the sword furnace, where the entire furnace emanated with vital energy. 2 green lotuses enveloped the two swords within. The onlookers could not help but look on, and soon they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The 2 green lotuses grew rapidly, bursting forth from the sword-forging furnace in mere moments, as if the entire furnace served as their foundation. Swaying in the wind, suddenly thunder crashed, and the sky grew dim. Resembling the end of the world, the 2 green lotuses bloomed, releasing the spiritual swords they had encased. The 2 spiritual swords soared into the sky, followed by a surge of sword energy, as if they aimed to rend the heavens apart. Boom! Thunder roared, followed by the pitter-patter of rain. In an instant, a torrential downpour began, pouring down in sheets. They succeeded. Only Oyezi understood that this was a success. Such a substantial infusion of moonlight essence, coupled with the melting of half a moonlight stone, along with the lingering spiritual energy of that individual, not only transformed the two into sword spirits but also elevated their cultivation to the celestial realm. Now the two sword spirits, possessed the strength of celestial beings, and both were at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. The Jingni sword and Duanshui sword could indeed be deemed spiritual swords. Furthermore, Oyezi's power was on the verge of entering the celestial realm, having successfully forged two spiritual swords. The feedback from the spiritual energy also allowed his cultivation to break through to the celestial realm, achieving mid-stage as well. It seemed that the individual's strength had reached an extraordinary peak. Otherwise, breaking through to the celestial realm would have been the limit, let alone advancing to mid-stage. A joyous occasion for all. Truly a moment of collective jubilation. Zhangzhou Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the celestial plan and cultivating 3 celestial powerhouses. Rewards have been distributed. Please check them at your convenience. Chapter 42, The 3 Rebirths of the Divine Monk. Fengxing Yang and the great scholar Zhang Shan. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Hong felt a twinge of confusion, yet he turned his gaze toward the system space. 1 temporary powerhouse summoning card, 2 summoning opportunities, and 8 signing opportunities, exactly the rewards allocated for cultivating celestial powerhouses. But had they truly broken through to the celestial realm, combining this with the knowledge he possessed, Su Hong felt his suspicions solidify. He glanced at the summoning character section, confirming his hypothesis. He had expected at most 3 celestial beings at the initial stage, yet to his astonishment, 3 celestial beings at mid-stage had emerged. Given the current circumstances, it meant that they now had 5 celestial-level powerhouses on their side, not counting the 3 summoning cards in his possession. This development suggested they could indeed take action against Baiyue and Nanzhao. While he was not well acquainted with the situation in Baiyue, since his father was able to enter that territory, it implied a significant connection with the Baiyue clan. If they could conquer it without shedding blood, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. However, for the time being, the priority was to secure the Nanzhao region. Regardless of its size, it was still a nation, and though small, it was complete in its structure. Moreover, the Baiyue sect and Xingu Temple were formidable factions, likely with their own celestial-level powerhouses, yet there was no need for excessive concern at this moment, for they also had several celestial powerhouses on their side. He issued orders to the southern region, instructing Tianshan Tonglao to lead Jingni and Duanshui southward to control the upper echelons of Nanzhao. Additionally, he commanded Chunxingji to independently lead the White Robe Army and the Snow Dragon Cavalry into uninhabited territories for training. After deliberating, Su Hong spoke thus: dispatching troops overtly would undoubtedly provoke Li Qian's resistance and expose the strength of the southern region. Instead, it would be wiser to send Tianshan Tonglao Jingni and Duanshui southward. In the realm of the celestial beings, it would be no exaggeration to say that even a humble place like Nanzhao could serve as a gateway to the ancient clans, where one might not necessarily face insurmountable challenges. The life and death talisman, practiced by the revered Tianshan Tonglao, stands as the most effective means to control the higher echelons of Nanzhao. Once they are subjugated, the entirety of Nanzhao would inevitably fall under his dominion, allowing him to become the true puppeteer behind the scenes. Furthermore, this orchestration would remain concealed from the eyes of outsiders. As for the White Robe Army and the Great Snow Dragon Riders, their presence would be a mere extravagance. It would be far more advantageous to venture into uncharted territories. By incorporating these desolate lands into the southern domain, one could also enhance military training, elevating the prowess of both armies. In the western region of the Li clan, the eastern part of Baiyue, and the northern expanse of Nanzhao lies a perilous wasteland. This place is rife with danger, its environment notoriously harsh, teeming with ferocious beasts, yet it is also a land of opportunity. Due to its prolonged abandonment, rare treasures like century-old spiritual mushrooms and vermilion fruits, which are seldom found in the outside world, await discovery. A cohort has retreated to execute the orders of their master. System activated, utilizing 8 sign-in opportunities. Ding, congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 celestial pill. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the red bone fan. Congratulations, host, for receiving the 9-flower umbrella. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the White Horse Soaring Cloud Spear. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Sunflower Scripture. Congratulations, host, for summoning the 3 Crossing Divine Monk. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 4 Symbols 8 Trigrams Formation. Congratulations, host, for receiving Blood Spirit Grass. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Su Hong turned his gaze towards the Celestial Pill and the 3 Crossing Divine Monk. Among the rewards from the sign-in, these items appeared to hold the utmost value. The Celestial Pill, as its name suggests, is a potion capable of enabling grandmasters to transcend into the realm of celestial beings. Su Hong had already formulated a plan regarding the ownership of this elixir. The 3 Crossing Divine Monks, namely Crossing Calamity, Crossing Tribulation, and Crossing Adversity, are all eminent Buddhist monks who have reached the celestial realm. Although they are merely in the initial stages, their combined strength is unlikely to be inferior to that of those in the late celestial stage. With the addition of 3 celestial beings under his command, Su Heng's ambitions began to crystallize. He utilized both summoning opportunities. Ding! Congratulations, host, for summoning Feng Qingyang and the Great Confucian Zhang Xian. Name: Feng Qingyang. Cultivation: Late Celestial Realm Sword Technique, Duge 9 Swords. Description: a senior of the Huashan School's sword sect. Inheritor of the Duge 9 Swords, with swordsmanship that has reached the divine realm. Name: Zhang Xian. Cultivation: Late Celestial Realm. Description: Zhang Xian, styled Kongcheng, was a Confucian scholar during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. A master of the classics, renowned for his comprehensive annotations of Confucian texts, dedicating his life to preserving ancient cultural relics, thereby ushering classical studies into a unified era. He authored numerous works, including the treatise on the 7 celestial administrations, amounting to over 1 million words, known as Zhang Studies, and is celebrated as a paragon of Confucian scholarship in the Han Dynasty. Upon viewing the system's attribute panel, Su Hong could not help but feel astonished. He had suddenly acquired 2 formidable figures in the late celestial realm. While he was familiar with Feng Qingyang, the name Zhang Xian was somewhat unfamiliar. After conducting an inquiry within the system, he gained a clearer understanding. The annotations of the Analects were indeed the handiwork of this individual. Without his contributions, the Analects might have remained incomplete in later generations. Summoning a contemporary Great Confucian could be attributed to either his own fortune or the system's subtle machinations. With Zhang Xian, a luminary in classical studies, at the helm of the Bailu Academy, the process of governance might become considerably smoother. Su Hong, discarding any pretense, summoned him directly and positioned him near the Bailu Academy. As for Feng Qingyang, he was dispatched to Tianjing. Although his second uncle held the title of Minister of the Imperial Secretariat, he was merely a grandmaster. With Feng Qingyang's presence, the safety of his uncle and the development of individuals like Sheng Qi would be greatly enhanced. Su Hong raised his hand to retrieve a temporary summoning card. Previously, this card had summoned a powerhouse like Li Tai Bai. He now wondered what caliber of strength he might summon this time. As he gazed at the summoning card, he naturally noted the image depicted upon it. It was none other than himself. Through the card, Su Hong discerned the identity of the individual to be summoned. However, knowing who it was caused him a momentary surprise. He tucked it away, knowing it would serve as a trump card when the time was right. Unfortunately, it was bound by a time constraint. Otherwise, he would have summoned the individual forth to witness their grandeur. Su Hong had a premonition that this summoning card would soon prove invaluable. Next, his attention shifted to the Blood Spirit Grass. With such a substance capable of enhancing one's vitality, combined with his previous acquisitions, it would suffice to elevate his cultivation to the mid or even late Grandmaster stage. Su Hong first dispatched someone to deliver the celestial pill to Zhao Gao before retreating to his chamber to enter seclusion. Currently, he was at the early Grandmaster stage, and by the time he emerged from his retreat, he would at least have ascended to the mid-Grandmaster stage. At that moment, the true spectacle would commence. The Li Qin imperial family must not disappoint this prince. Chapter 43, Zhang family head Zhang Yunhe and Zhang Xian arrive at Bailu Academy in the Zhang family Mingwei Hall. What did you say? Zhang Yunhe, the current head of the Zhang family, rose from his seat, fixing his gaze on the old steward before him, his voice tinged with incredulity. The old steward, upon hearing his master's inquiry, instinctively bent his back. Zhang Yunhe resumed his seat, gripping the armrests of the wooden chair. Master, this is the intelligence relayed by our merchant guild's informants. It should be accurate. The old steward, still slightly bowed, raised his head to report to the family head. This matter need not concern you, but do not let my father know, Zhang Yunhe instructed, a thought crossing his mind. He was curious to see what his nephew's intentions were upon returning to the Zhang family. Reconciliation, Zhang Yun has sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, he was his own blood relative, and his sister's dying wish had been to protect her only son a little more. However, if it were not for that man, how could his sister have fallen ill from worry and departed this world prematurely? He could not overcome this emotional hurdle. Initially, he had hoped that as long as his nephew was willing to draw close to the Zhang family, he would not forget that the Zhang family was his mother's family. After all, what fault lay with the innocent child? The past was entirely a result of his father's indiscretions. What connection did it have to the child? He bore no resentment, nor did the Zhang family, for flowing through his veins was the blood of the Zhang family, making him their legitimate grandson. Yet, what was the outcome? Over the years, the other party had not returned even once. Not a single letter in response to the missives sent by his grandfather had been received. Since the other party was unwilling to draw near, what need was there for the Zhang family to eagerly present their warm affections to a cold shoulder? If the other party was disinclined, then he would treat it as though the Zhang family had never had this legitimate grandson. He was determined to observe what purpose the other party harbored in this visit. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Yun had turned his attention to the old steward. Compile a summary of the recent news for me. The old steward nodded, fully aware of his master's intentions. After all, they were bound by blood, and he was the only descendant of the eldest daughter. How could the head of the family truly suppress his concern? The old steward acknowledged and promptly took his leave. Bailu Academy, as the most prestigious academy in the entirety of Deqian, spans an extensive area. Located in Lingzhou, it lies to the northeast of Tianjin. Beyond Lingzhou are the territories of the 8 great families. As the overlord of Lingzhou, Bailu Academy is afforded considerable autonomy, with its governance not falling under Deqian's jurisdiction. Bailu Mountain, the site of Bailu Academy, is steeped in legend. It is said that the academy's founding director journeyed here in pursuit of a white deer. Fortuitously, he attained enlightenment on this mountain, stepping into the realm of sages, thus naming the mountain Bailu and establishing the academy to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. The Bailu gracefully reclines amidst the swirling mists. Indeed, a sight to behold. Not far from Bailu Academy, an elderly man stroked his beard, gazing up at the mountain where the academy is situated, and could not help but offer praise. He then lifted his feet and ambled forward. With each step, it felt as though he traversed great distances, and in the blink of an eye, the elderly figure vanished. Within Bailu Academy, an old man clad in white robes opened his eyes, casting his gaze towards the mountain gate. He was the current head of Bailu Academy, a contemporary great Confucian. After a moment of contemplation, his figure disappeared, and in an instant, he appeared at the mountain gate. With Zhang Xian's cultivation, he naturally sensed the situation but paid it no mind. Smiling as he approached, before he could articulate his purpose, he was invited in by the man opposite him. Zhang Xian, unpretentious, followed the elderly man into Bailu Academy. I in the Falling Blossom Courtyard, situated at the rear of Bailu Academy. This locale is a sanctuary accessible only to a select few within the academy. The two sat across from each other, with a young attendant kneeling between them, preparing tea and pouring water. May I inquire what brings you here today? The head of Bailu Academy pushed the tea towards Zhang Xian. Fixing his gaze upon him as he posed the question, Zhang Xian reached out to take the cup but met with resistance. A soft smile crossed his face as he comprehended the intent behind this action. Channeling his strength, he attempted to seize the teacup. However, the head of Bailu Academy had intended this as a test, and how could he easily allow the cup to be taken? The two engaged in a contest of strength, their powers intertwining as the teacup spun in midair, water swirling within it, forming a miniature vortex. Both demonstrated remarkable precision in their control as the cup hovered in the air, what appears to be an ordinary cup. Amidst the fierce contest between the two individuals, remains unscathed, devoid of any damage. The water within the cup transforms into a serpentine dragon, swirling around the vessel as if to shield it within its embrace. Suddenly, a powerful force falters, causing the cup to shatter under the strain of their energies. Zhang Xian swiftly intervenes, encircling the shards with the water dragon, preventing them from scattering. The fragments settle upon the tea table, and the water dragon, seemingly imbued with life, slips into a nearby teacup. Zhang Xian lifts it and takes a gentle sip. Indeed, a fine tea. A smile graces Zhang Xian's face as he places the cup back on the table. The head of the White Deer Academy momentarily displays a look of astonishment, but quickly regains composure. Ultimately, he finds himself outmatched. Your vastness is admirable, he concedes. The head of the White Deer Academy raises his own cup in acknowledgement to Zhang Xian and subsequently takes a sip. Aside from the White Deer Academy, it seems there exists another great scholar in the world. He had underestimated the capabilities of others. Your prowess is remarkable. Coincidentally, our academy is in need of a vice president. Might you be interested? The head of the academy extends an olive branch of the realm of celestial beings, and the stature of a great scholar are both worthy of the academy's pursuit. Are you not concerned that I might harbor ulterior motives? Zhang Xian smiles, opting not to respond to the inquiry but instead poses his own question. Upon hearing this, the head of the White Deer Academy chuckles heartily. If you had no purpose, you would not have come directly to our institution. Even if you possess intentions, what of it? The White Deer Academy has stood the test of time, equipped with sufficient foundation to weather any storm. Should you possess the capability and ambition, what harm would it be to entrust the directorship of the academy to you? The head of the academy smiles, exhibiting a sense of openness. However, it is easier said than done. Everything hinges upon your abilities. What if I were to come under command? Zhang Xian speaks again, taking another sip of tea while regarding the head of the White Deer Academy, seemingly eager to discern his reaction. The head of the academy, momentarily taken aback, quickly regains his composure. To be a great scholar is both a realm and a status. The one who commands a great scholar likely possesses capabilities beyond even the royal family. Does he not? But who could it be? What manner of person could compel a great scholar to such lengths? You overthink, my friend. I trust you are aware of how the head of the White Deer Academy comes to be. If one truly possesses the ability, traversing the back mountain, we at the White Deer Academy are not mere pedants. Chapter 44. The invisible giant hand enveloping the entirety of Deqian. The head of the White Deer Academy speaks with a smile. But he also sets forth a condition. To take charge of the White Deer Academy, you may, but you must first pass the trials of the back mountain. Those who succeed in the trials are exceedingly rare. And one must also navigate the 100 Saints Forest. Any nefarious or ill-intentioned individuals would naturally fail to traverse the 100 Saints Forest, let alone aspire to lead the academy. If that is the case, then it is better to comply than to refuse. Zhang Xian does not decline, for becoming the head of the White Deer Academy would indeed afford him considerable influence. In Jiangzhou, boom, a surge of energy reverberates through the room where Su Hong resides. Outside, Ding Chuanqiu immediately senses the disturbance, opening his eyes and waving his hand to contain the energy, preventing it from leaking out. He then closes his eyes again. A breakthrough in cultivation necessitates time for consolidation and acclimatization. And he cannot emerge too swiftly. After approximately the duration of a tea break, the door swings open, and Su Hong steps out. Zhao Gao and Ding Chuanqiu await outside, with Zhao Gao now exuding the aura of a celestial being. Although he is only at the initial stage, he is undeniably a formidable celestial presence. Deliver the tribute to the Jiang family, Su Hong instructs succinctly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao immediately comprehends his master's intent. After all, he is the maternal grandson of the Jiang family. Should there be any intention, it would not necessitate a direct tribute. However, doing so would reveal his identity, since he chooses to send a tribute. It indicates a desire to keep the connection between the Zhennan Wangfu and the Jiang family discreet. Zhao Gao acknowledges and promptly departs. The web of intrigue operates swiftly, silently placing the tribute upon Zhang Yunha's desk. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhang Yunha notices the tribute. Although he has his suspicions, he still opens it to inspect. Finding it as he anticipated, he unleashes his power, shattering the tribute to pieces. As the leader of the Jiang family, Zhang Yunha's own cultivation is formidable as well. The following day, Jiang family commerce, master, the guests have arrived, the old steward reports to Zhang Yunha. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunha sets aside his account book and glances at the old steward. Let them in, he commands. Today, he has come to this commerce primarily to see his nephew. The Jiang residence is not safe. He is acutely aware of that. Should anyone discover his nephew's connection to the Jiang family, it would spell trouble for everyone involved. Zhang Yunha rises and approaches the tea table, kneeling to sit. He pours 2 cups of the somewhat darkened tea from the boiling kettle, pushing 1 cup across the table. Upon entering, Su Hong witnesses the scene. Uncle Su Hong bows slightly, offering a greeting. Zhang Yunha does not respond, instead casting a glance over Su Heng's shoulder, furrowing his brow slightly. A sense of danger looms. A celestial being is present. Please take a seat. Zhang Yunha places his teaspoon down and speaks. Su Hong turns, exchanging looks with the 2 men before kneeling before Zhang Yunha. Zhao Gao closes the door, taking position alongside Ding Chuanqiu. Old steward, why are you taking up space? Where should I stand? This is tea that your maternal grandfather treasures. Do try it. Zhang Yunha lifts a cup first, tasting it. It is somewhat bitter, but the bitterness gives way to sweetness and fragrance. Zhang Yunha cannot help but let out a sigh. After all, he is the only descendant of his sister. Despite his initial plans, seeing him in person stirs his heart. Blood ties connect them. How fierce could he truly be toward his nephew? The fact that Su Hang is willing to call him uncle is sufficient, even if today he may harbor other intentions. Let us speak plainly. if I can assist, in light of your mother, the Jiang family will not be stingy. Zhang Yun sets down his teacup, getting straight to the point. What is your view of the royal family, uncle? Su Hong does not respond directly but rather inquires indirectly about Zhang Yun's perspective on the royal family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's hand halts, gripping the teaspoon. As he directs his gaze towards Su Hong, however, he quickly regains his composure, pouring more tea into his cup. The royal family, a hint of mockery plays upon Zhang Yun's face. Mingled with self-deprecation, you cannot move the royal family. Zhang Yunhe places the teaspoon down, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Is it because of the 8 great families? In recent days, the web of intrigue has uncovered numerous pieces of information, including the 8 great families. Thus, upon witnessing his uncle's evident trepidation toward the royal family, Su Hong cannot resist asking. Hearing this, Zhang Yunhe pauses, but upon recalling the 2 celestial beings outside, it becomes less surprising. Yes and no, Zhang Yunhe begins, yet offers no further explanation. Some matters are better left unspoken. Knowing too much is not always beneficial. Observing his uncle's demeanor, Su Hong senses something amiss, according to the information gathered by the web of intrigue. The Zhang family should be aware that his mother's death is inextricably linked to the royal family, yet Zhang Yun's conduct suggests that there may be hidden circumstances he is unaware of. His mother was the most outstanding woman of the Zhang family, surpassing even his father's talents. She was hailed as the foremost talented woman of Jiangzhou, with countless suitors, yet she chose his father. When she married, her cultivation had already reached the master realm. Although she suffered injuries during childbirth, nevertheless, as a master-level expert, and with the resources of the Zhang family, how could she lack the means to recover her vitality? How could she succumb to despair so easily? If no one conspired against her, it would be unbelievable. The greatest suspicion falls upon the royal family. It seems the Zhang family's intelligence network has managed to uncover the web of intrigue's whereabouts and even trace it back to him. He cannot believe that the Zhang family, with their capabilities, would fail to ascertain the specifics of that fateful day. The Zhang family was indeed aware of the events that transpired and understands that it was the royal family's doing. Initially, the Zhang family dispatched 3 celestial beings to infiltrate Chenjing to eliminate a few royal family members, intending to convey that the Zhang family is not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, they were thwarted. Over the years, both the Zhennan Wangfu and the Zhang family have been well aware of each other's situations. Their lack of contact has been a consideration for both their safety. It is not that the Zhang family does not wish for revenge, rather, as long as those individuals are present, the Zhang family cannot seek retribution. They require the royal family to act on their behalf, to become their spearhead, and thus they cannot allow anyone to challenge the royal family's authority. How could the founder of Deqian, a castaway of the Li family, rise to prominence, overshadowing so many illustrious clans and sects to establish Deqian? Without the support of those families, even if he worked diligently for 1,000 years, it would be an impossibility. Chapter 45, The Mastery of the Zhang Clan's Commerce. As the system marketplace was unveiled, the monk sweeping the floor interjected, "You need not involve yourself in this matter, simply be aware that the royal family is of little consequence, but those who stand behind them pose a genuine threat." Zhang Yun has set down his cup, reflecting that if not for the interference of those individuals, could such a trivial royal lineage dare to offend the Zhang family? Su Hong, upon hearing these words, furrowed his brow. Of the entities behind the royal family. As he contemplated his uncle's words, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. It seemed his uncle regarded the royal family with an air of disdain. Regardless of their stature, the royal family was backed by formidable celestial beings, perhaps even land deities were among their ranks, yet in his uncle's tone, they appeared as insignificant as mere ants. Could it be that the Zhang family harbored secrets of their own? Su Hong felt as though he had brushed against something profound, yet simultaneously sensed he had grasped nothing at all. Of the entire world seemed ensnared in an invisible web, with them merely as the ants nurtured beneath it. This epiphany startled Su Hong, yet he quickly regained his composure. Even so, what of it? With the system firmly in his grasp, that was his greatest assurance. Do you wish to utilize the Zhang clan's commerce for your own ends? At that moment, Zhang Yun has suddenly realized the implications of the mention of the royal family alongside his mother. Years had passed without a meeting, and the veiled nature of their encounter sparked his curiosity. He was no fool to have risen to command the Zhang clan's commerce. It dawned on him that his nephew aspired to emulate that historical figure and establish a new dynasty. However, such ambitions were fraught with difficulty. Those behind the scenes would not permit their marionette to be extinguished, nor allow an uncontrollable individual to serve as their spokesperson, yet, since the other party was inclined to test the waters, The Zhang family harbored no fear should defeat befall them. They possessed the means to ensure the other's survival. If it proved untenable to remain, they could simply withdraw. The royal family had powerful allies. Was it to be assumed that the Zhang family lacked support? Upon hearing his uncle's candid inquiry, Su Hong did not withhold the truth and nodded in affirmation. Zhang Yunhe glanced at Su Hong. Recalling the enigmatic team and the two celestial beings outside, coupled with the recent actions of the other party, it was entirely possible that they could indeed carve out a new foundation. Zhang Yunhe retrieved a jade token from his waist and placed it on the table before Su Hong. This is the clan's decree, capable of commanding all commerce under the Zhang name within the Great Qian realm. The Zhang clan's commerce is at your disposal. Zhang Yunhe took a sip of his tea, imparting these words with a nonchalant air. The potential loss of such a minor venture held little weight for the Zhang family. Su Hong was taken aback by the ease with which the token was bestowed upon him. He had anticipated a more arduous negotiation, perhaps even a confrontation. Could this be attributed to the bonds of blood? All along, he had felt a disconnection from this otherworldly realm. Su Hong was Su Hang, and he was merely an isolated entity. The family he knew was not truly his family, but rather a collection of paper figures or mere data. Yet today's gesture compelled him to question whether such a perception was indeed accurate. Thank you, uncle, Su Hong expressed as he accepted the token, distilling his myriad thoughts into a single phrase. Zhang Yunhe replied. Offering no further comments. If you have matters to attend to, you may leave, he stated, not attempting to retain Su Hang's presence. Su Hong, too, refrained from indulging in sentimentality, explaining that he needed to visit the Bailu Academy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunhe paused momentarily, yet ultimately refrained from saying anything further. The royal family was no trifling matter. The Bailu Academy, which invoked their wariness, was certainly formidable. Wait a moment. If the opportunity arises, return to the Zhang family and pay a visit to your maternal grandfather, Zhang Yunhe suggested without lifting his gaze, casually sipping his tea. Understood, Su Hong replied, bowing respectfully before departing from the Zhang clan's commerce. Upon exiting, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task of mastering the Zhang clan. Rewards are being dispensed. Ding, the system marketplace has been activated. Ding, first time activation detected. The host is granted a random selection from the available items. Elated by the system's announcement, Su Hong immersed himself in the system marketplace. It was a veritable treasure trove, filled with items he had never encountered before. Among them, the summoning cards of those formidable beings at the top beckoned to him. Their prowess reaching the pinnacle of land deities. However, he noted the absence of Li Tai Bai. Could it be that the individual surpassed even the realm of land deities? Additionally, there were numerous spiritual herbs and elixirs, alongside an array of peculiar items, many of which he had never heard of. If given the chance, he would desire them all, yet alas, he could only draw one. Not if he were to possess them all. The entire Great Qian would be within his grasp. A system, initiate the draw. With the majority of items being ordinary, there was a genuine risk of drawing something mundane if luck were to falter. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring the Sweeping Monk, who, Su Hong exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the system's announcement. After all, the Sweeping Monk was a notable figure in martial arts literature, yet Su Hong believed that the monk's abilities were somewhat exaggerated. He could rank among the top 10, but certainly not in the top 3. Name, Sweeping Monk cultivation, early stage land deity technique, Shaolin secret arts, 72 unique skills description, an unnamed old monk responsible for cleaning the sutra repository at Shaolin Temple. Possessing unfathomable martial prowess, profound wisdom, and mastery of both Buddhist and Taoist martial arts, as well as deep medical knowledge. A land deity, Su Hang's expression brightened. Although merely at the early stage, he was indeed a land deity. A true figure standing atop the Great Qian. He even suspected that there were perhaps no others of such caliber within the realm. However, according to his uncle, there existed a mysterious force in the shadows. It was likely that this force harbored individuals of such strength, thus it was prudent to exercise caution when necessary. A system, how do I purchase items from the marketplace? Su Hong inquired, seeking clarity on the matter. After all, the emergence of goods was intended for trade. Ding, to purchase items from the system marketplace, purchasing points are required. Note, 1 tael of gold equals 1 purchasing point. Upon reading the system's explanation, Su Hang felt a sense of indignation at the system's shrewdness. 1 tael of gold equated to 100 taels of silver, or 10,000 copper coins. For others, this might pose a challenge. But for those from prominent families, gold and silver were merely commonplace. Moreover, as the master of the Zhang clan's commerce, withdrawing 1 million taels or 10 million taels of gold should not pose a significant issue. Su Hong did not dwell on it. If he truly found himself in need, he had countless means to procure it. His attention then shifted to the system space. Being the master of the Zhang clan's commerce brought more than just the activation of the marketplace as a reward. He had a special sign-in opportunity, a unique profession summoning chance, and 5 sign-in opportunities. Chapter 46, Temporary Cultivation Card for Peak Land Deity Merchant El Bue System. Utilize all. Su Hong resolved to use the sign-ins without reservation. For only through utilization could they yield their maximum value. Ding. Processing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 heavenly person pill, 1 low-grade spiritual stone, 1 replacement puppet talisman, and 100,000 taels of silver. Your memory is now impeccable. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a temporary cultivation card for Peak Land Deity. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned Merchant El Bue. Name, El Bue Cultivation. Early stage heavenly person description, a renowned merchant, politician, and philosopher during the late Warring States period. Serving as the Prime Minister of the Qin state and overseeing the compilation of the El Shirchuanshu, well versed in the art of commerce, seeing that the special profession summoned was El Bue. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not disappointed. After all, in Su Heng's estimation of special professions, he expected something akin to an artifact craftsman, alchemist, or geomancer. At the very least, he anticipated a formation master or talisman master. When did merchants become classified as special professions? Nevertheless, Su Hong did not express his discontent. Perhaps this was a quirk of the system. Indeed, with the market now active, the more wealth generated, the more advantageous it would be for him. The 2 summoned figures, the sweeping monk was dispatched to the southern prince's residence to oversee the southern region, while El Bue remained within the Zhang clan's commerce, where Jia Su was already present in the court. Allowing El Bue to manage the accumulation of wealth for him. However, Su Heng's gaze was soon captivated by a particular item. With a thought, a bluish crystal the size of a bottle cap appeared in his hand. The moment the spiritual stone entered his body, he sensed the immense spiritual energy contained within. Could it be that this world was not merely a martial arts realm, but rather a realm of immortals? Su Hong had read many novels in his past life and had certainly heard of spiritual stones. With the presence of low-grade spiritual stones, it was inevitable that there were medium and high-grade ones as well. Was it possible that he was merely in a novice village, with a broader expanse awaiting beyond? Su Hong felt as though he had grasped the crux of his current situation. A system. How many purchasing points can be exchanged for this low-grade spiritual stone? Su Hong inquired, toying with the stone in his hand. Ding. As a higher-tier currency, spiritual stones far surpass gold and silver and are not recommended for exchange. Should the host insist on exchanging, the system can redeem it for 10,000 purchasing points. 10,000 purchasing points, a single low-grade spiritual stone equating to 10,000 taels of gold, and given the system's posture, it was likely even more than that. Su Hong tucked the spiritual stone away. Since he was not in need of the 10,000 taels of gold, it was prudent to hold on to it. As for the death talisman, as the name suggests, it serves to shield the host from a fatal blow. This elixir shall be delivered to the Zhang residence and entrusted to my uncle. Su Hong retrieved the celestial pill and handed it to a subordinate. Bestow upon me the wooden peach, and I shall repay you with exquisite jade. As long as he treats him well, he is never stingy in return. The other party has rendered him significant assistance, and a small token of appreciation is only appropriate. Though it is likely that the recipient does not require it, one must still express gratitude, such as the ebb and flow of human relationships, the intricacies of social etiquette. As for his second uncle, it seems he would not require such gestures. The subordinate withdrew, while Su Hong cast his gaze toward the direction of White Deer Mountain. He did not intend to journey there personally, after all. He had sensed his uncle's demeanor, and it was evident that the White Deer Academy was far from simple. The entirety of Great Qian is divided into 36 provinces. The southern region comprises 7 provinces. The Jiangnan Region 5, the Eastern Region 3, the Northeast 8, the Northern Region 6, and the Western Region 5. The Ling Province, home to the White Deer Academy, and the Tian Province, where Qianjing is located, together comprise these 36 provinces. Among the 3 provinces of the Eastern Region, Qian Province is predominant, being the fief of the royal family led by Princess Yuyang, and is one of the wealthiest areas within Great Qian. The 8 provinces of the northeast are each occupied by one of the 8 great families. The 6 provinces of the northern region are governed by the Prince of Zhennan, tasked with fending off the northern Mang. In the western region, 4 provinces are under the control of the Marquis of Jinshi, defending against the nations of the western territories, while the remaining province, Sang Province, is the fief of the current Minister of the Interior. Suluchi Itsang Province borders Qing Province, governed by the southern region. Should one wish to strategize, Su Hong could only contemplate the 5 provinces of Jiangnan. In Jiangnan, the influence of the great families is prevalent. The royal family has considered appointing individuals for governance. However, of those dispatched, 8 out of 10 are from the great families, with the remaining 2 having intricate ties to them. Ultimately, the royal family's appointed officials are rendered ineffectual, and the great families reign supreme in the 5 provinces of Jiangnan. Perhaps by leveraging the Jiang Merchant Association, the entire Jiangnan region could be brought under unified control. As for other areas, relying solely on interests would likely yield little tangible progress. Only through conquest via warfare could one bring them under the dominion of the southern region. Furthermore, the formidable sects entrenched within each province cannot be underestimated. Indeed, no alternate world is easily navigated or simple. Ultimately, Su Hong made the decision to proceed to the White Deer Academy. He was curious to ascertain just how extraordinary this institution truly was. He still possessed a trump card, so he did not fret about his safety. However, matters concerning Nanzhao and Baiwa must be prioritized. Having made his choice, Su Hong set forth with Zhao Gao toward the White Deer Academy. As for Ding Chuanqiu, he was dispatched back to the southern region to assist Tianshan Tonglao and others in seizing Nanzhao and Baiwa. The rewards for conquering Baiwei and Nanzhao would undoubtedly bolster the strength of the southern region significantly, making the task of subjugating all of Great Qian considerably easier. As Su Hong and his companions journeyed northward, they signed in a few times, though none yielded any valuable results. In just a few days, utilizing the capabilities of the Net of Heaven, they also compiled the wealth of the Zhennan prince's residence. What to say? It was difficult to articulate. He had always believed that the Zhennan prince's residence was wealthy given the Su family's accumulation over the years, the spoils of war, and the royal family's rewards. The quantity of gold should be in the tens of millions of taels, if not at least several 100,000 taels. Right, indeed, there were several 100,000 taels, but they were not gold, rather silver. Perhaps it was a considerable sum, yet the Zhennan prince's residence governs the 7 provinces of the southern region. Surely it could not be limited to this amount. With Zhao Gao's report, Su Hong gradually came to understand. The aristocracy of Great Qian is exempt from taxation, so even though the Zhennan prince's residence oversees the 7 provinces of the southern region, their tax revenue is negligible. As for plundering during wars, the Li-peopled Baiwei, these regions could be deemed barbaric lands, mostly self-sufficient, with little trade. Where would the gold and silver come from? And regarding rewards, the Zhennan prince's residence commands an army of 300,000. Surely they must distribute military pay, offerings, guards, servants, and training expenses. All require funds, do they not? To speak candidly, if they manage to avoid a deficit and still retain several 100,000 taels of silver, it would be a cause for gratitude. Money, regardless of its location, is a coveted commodity, pursued by many. Chapter 47. To die for the royal family, their glory. Fortunately, the system has proven effective, yielding several celestial powerhouses through sign-ins, coupled with the Jiang Merchant Association. They would not lack for gold and silver. However, who would ever find such resources excessive? To be prudent, Su Hong withdrew 100,000 taels of gold from the Jiang Merchant Association using the Jiang family's token. It was not that the Jiang Merchant Association lacked funds, but large-scale financial transactions required preparation. Despite their wealth, a significant portion of their funds was tied up in goods. Su Hong could only request that they extract gold and silver to the best of their ability without disrupting the operations of the Jiang Merchant Association. Zhang Yunhan naturally received word of his nephew's withdrawal of 100,000 taels of gold from the Jiang Merchant Association. However, he was not distressed, it was merely 100,000 taels. If not for the caution of those beneath him, with that token, he could have withdrawn 1,000,000 taels without issue. What did you say? Zhang Yunhan's voice rose slightly, his gaze shifting to the old steward. But he quickly regained his composure. The individual had served the Jiang family for many years, and his loyalty was trustworthy. Storage methods, Zhang Yunhan murmured softly, realizing that his nephew was indeed more complex than he appeared. Possessing such methods suggested the involvement of other forces from the continent. The more he pondered, the more he felt this possibility. After all, such abilities were not commonly held by ordinary individuals. Soon after, the old steward spoke again, reiterating Su Heng's instructions. Hearing this, Zhang Yunhan felt a twinge of confusion. After all, what could his nephew need so much gold and silver for? For ordinary individuals, such resources may be essential, but for them, they were merely numbers and worthless metal. Nevertheless, since his nephew required it, as an uncle, he would not be stingy. The Jiang Merchant Association could allocate at least 1 billion taels of gold. If he were willing to bear some loss, several billion was not out of the question. However, such a large-scale financial movement would inevitably attract considerable attention. Zhang Yunhe pondered deeply and soon recalled something. I remember that among the locations of the gold mines reported by our scouts, one is near the southern region. Zhang Yunhe inquired of the old steward. The old steward, after a moment's thought, also recalled this matter and promptly reported, indeed, there is one, and according to our investigation, the quantity that can be mined is at least in the billions. However, it is located in an uninhabited area. What about our young master? The old steward reminded him. Zhang Yunhe understood the implication behind the steward's words but paid it little mind. After all, if the other party lacked the means, they would have perished long ago. Conveying this information to him, it was all up to his own judgment. Moreover, he reminded him that the lands of the Li people are rich not only in spiritual herbs and medicines. After speaking, Zhang Yunhe returned to his seat. The old steward bowed respectfully and then withdrew. Once the steward departed, Zhang Yunhe took out a jade box from his sleeve. Inside lay the celestial pill sent by Su Hong. Zhang Yunhe couldn't help but sigh. The item was excellent, but unfortunately he had no use for it. He carefully stored it away, for it was a sincere gesture from a child. A sister, Hunger has grown up. If the other party could truly achieve something, perhaps. Zhang Yunhe sighed deeply, a sense of solitude and melancholy enveloping him. Qianjing.Su Luqi had just concluded court and exited the palace gates. The carriage traveled along the Suzaku Avenue. Inside, Su Luqi sat, resting with closed eyes, the worry etched between his brows. Recently, the political situation had been exceedingly unstable, as if the royal family had anticipated this and feigned illness to evade scrutiny. Su Luqi sensed something, his eyes opening in confusion. However, he quickly regained composure, and the carriage continued onward. Suddenly, the horses were startled, whinnying loudly, threatening to overturn the carriage. Yet, the two grandmaster protectors of the Su family were no fools. They swiftly reacted, stabilizing the carriage while quickly shielding the occupants and horses. The Su family's guards were equally vigilant, scanning their surroundings with apprehension. Then, a dozen figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, all of whom were masters of martial arts. The two leading figures had even attained the level of grandmaster, armed with curved blades. These assailants seemed to act with intent. After all, such standard curved blades were rarely wielded by anyone other than the northern Mang. A plot to assassinate, this was Su Luqi's only thought, yet his expression remained calm, tinged with curiosity about who sought to harm him, the royal family, or perhaps members of the other great families. He felt no concern for his safety. After all, he was in Qianjing, beneath the feet of the emperor. The imperial guards patrolled regularly, and it wouldn't take long for them to notice any disturbances. If the imperial guards did not intervene, that would be even better. At least he could confirm his suspicions. After all, only a select few could command the imperial guards, and any movement on their part would surely leave traces for him to follow. If all else failed, he could hold the imperial guards accountable for neglect, leading to the dismissal of several individuals and placing his own men within their ranks. Yong'an Gate, this was the boundary between the imperial city and the inner city, as well as the gateway into the imperial city. Li Chen stood atop the city wall, gazing at the Suzaku Avenue stretching toward the horizon. Behind him stood the commander of the imperial guards, Zhang Yuan, a member of one of the 8 great families, the Zheng family. Your servant dares to inquire, what significance does your majesty attach to this action? Zhang Yuan expressed his confusion, having pondered the matter thoroughly before finally deciding to voice his thoughts. Were it to occur beyond the capital, it might have been acceptable. However, this transpires within the very heart of the capital itself, despite the presence of over a dozen masters and the protection of 2 grandmasters. The Chancellor of the Secretariat boasts 2 grandmasters in attendance, not to mention that the Chancellor himself is a formidable grandmaster. The disciples of the White Deer Academy are equally formidable. Relying solely on these individuals to resolve the matter is akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Furthermore, the imperial guards are perpetually patrolling the capital, rendering any swift action utterly unattainable. Given this impasse, he finds himself at a loss to understand the emperor's true intentions behind such maneuvers. Li Chen refrained from elaboration. His gaze fixed upon the Zhuke Avenue. His objective has never been to engage in bloodshed. Killing is but a trivial endeavor. Were he inclined to do so, he would not resort to such clumsy tactics. Ensuring the demise of his adversaries without a trace is, indeed, a matter of utmost simplicity. As over a dozen masters surged toward the carriage with lethal intent, their faces obscured, each strike was imbued with deadly precision. The 2 grandmasters joined the fray, targeting the grandmasters of the Su family. Yet, before any confrontation could ensue, they abruptly redirected their assault toward the interior of the carriage. The 2 quickly regained their composure. But several masters intervened to fend off the attackers, while another grandmaster continuously obstructed their advance. The grandmaster who attempted to breach the carriage was met with an overwhelming force and was violently expelled from it. Spewing forth blood in great gulps, retreat, the other grandmaster, witnessing the chaos, hastily assisted his injured companion and chose to flee. Half of the dozen masters remained behind, while the two grandmasters attempted to pursue but were thwarted by Su Lvq's intervention. "Deliver the bodies to the Dali temple," Su Lvq commanded succinctly. The carriage then proceeded toward the Su family's estate. Some matters, he surmised, required no investigation as he could infer their implications. At the Yong'an Gates Tower. A eunuch approached Li Chun from behind, bowing slightly as he conveyed, "Your Majesty, the Chancellor of the Secretariat has intervened. This time, I require a living witness," Li Chen replied, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The Su family evidently commanded a remarkably potent organization, with operatives infiltrating the palace among maids, eunuchs, and even guards, yet these individuals exhibited ironclad resolve, revealing little under interrogation, and would choose self-destruction at the slightest opportunity. He had summoned two celestial beings from the ancestral grounds specifically for the purpose of soul-searching, firmly believing that these individuals could not withstand such scrutiny. The eunuch bowed and subsequently withdrew. "Your Majesty," regardless, Zhang Yuan began to speak but was silenced by a fierce reprimand. "Silence, it is their fortune to die for the imperial family. I am the sovereign, they are but subjects, they must recognize their place." Li Chen's gaze bore into Zhang Yuan, a pointed reminder of the deceased masters and a tacit admonishment of Zhang Yuan's standing. Chapter 48. Li Chen's schemes. Feng Qingyang strikes. "I acknowledge my transgressions," Zhang Yuan uttered, kneeling in apparent resignation. Though hailing from one of the 8 esteemed families, he was merely a collateral descendant, a dispensable entity. All must pave the way for the legitimate line. Such is the fate of those in the periphery. The supremacy of imperial authority is clear, yet distinctions between legitimate and collateral lines remain. In this world, only strength grants one the confidence to speak. Li Chen departed, while Zhang Yuan lingered, hesitant to rise. After a lengthy pause, he finally stood, casting a glance toward the direction of the Su family before descending the city wall. Meanwhile, the two grandmasters supported each other, with several masters vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Although they held the title of grandmasters, they remained mere pawns in the grand scheme of higher powers. Uncertain if the forces they fled from were in pursuit, their sole recourse was to arrive at the designated location where celestial beings had already laid a trap. Awaiting the emergence of their quarry like catching fish in a barrel, before reaching their destination, the less severely injured grandmaster sensed something amiss. Glancing warily about, a gust of wind swept through, and one by one, bodies collapsed. He felt a sudden warmth in his throat before crumpling to the ground. In the haze of consciousness, he perceived the silhouette of an old man departing. The assailant was none other than Feng Qingyang. Unperturbed by detection, even if those aged individuals within the imperial family were to uncover his actions, he held no fear. With a single stride, he covered a considerable distance, leaving only a slowly fading figure in his wake. The imperial guards soon became aware of the unfolding situation. Zhang Yuan surveyed the fallen bodies, a chill creeping over him. He was acutely aware of their circumstances, and this understanding unsettled him further. How long had it been? How could these individuals be dead? He directed his gaze toward the Su family, recognizing that these individuals were agents of the imperial family and could not have been dispatched by them. Yet they lay lifeless. Aside from the Su family, he could conceive of no other faction responsible. Nearby, a coroner examined the corpses. Zhang Yuan knelt to inspect one of the grandmasters, discovering a wound no larger than a hair's breadth at the neck. With only a trickle of blood seeping forth, such a minor injury, likely just a superficial cut, had led to the demise of a grandmaster, celestial being. This was Zhang Yuan's first thought, and moreover, this celestial was undoubtedly a master of the sword. Their mastery of the sword had reached an extraordinary level, for otherwise such a feat would be unattainable. Did the Su family harbor a celestial being? Zhang Yuan felt his heart race with a mix of panic and disbelief. How could the Su family possibly possess a celestial being? He lowered his gaze once more to the corpses below. Such an individual could not be a mere celestial being of average caliber. The Su family's concealment ran far deeper than he had imagined. No wonder the imperial family regarded them with such trepidation. Even at the cost of several masters, the Su family and the imperial family were both colossal entities in his eyes. He could not afford to offend either. Zhang Yuan glanced once more toward the Su family's direction, lost in thought. Ultimately, he turned and vanished from sight, leaving the matter in the capable hands of the Dali temple.
At the Su family estate, upon returning, Su Lvq promptly dismissed all attendants. Feng Qingyang, revealing himself, stood before Su Lvq. Although Su Lvq had anticipated the encounter, he was still taken aback by the sudden appearance of the old man. The figure before him seemed an unremarkable elder, exuding no threat whatsoever, yet, having traversed the layers of the Su family's defenses to arrive here, and having conveyed information to him en route, such an individual could not possibly be ordinary. A celestial being, and not just any celestial, but one of exceptional prowess. This was the singular thought occupying Su Lvq's mind. As a grandmaster and a disciple of the academy, he understood that someone capable of eliciting such a response from him must be extraordinary. The matter has been resolved, Feng Qingyang stated. I have been sent to oversee the security of the Su estate. Upon hearing this, Su Lvq's curiosity was piqued. Where had his nephew recruited such formidable allies? After all, celestial beings were not to be found like cabbages. Moreover, to have one regard his nephew as their lord was exceedingly unusual. Everything about this was far from ordinary. If ascending to the celestial realm were truly so effortless, why would his elder brother resort to faking his own death to achieve such a breakthrough? Could it be due to the Zhang family? The Zhang family was no ordinary faction, and he was well aware of this. Rumors suggested they hailed from beyond the borders of the Great Qian, for such a wealthy commercial entity could not possibly be tolerated by the imperial family. They had long since sought to consolidate the Zhang clan's commerce under imperial control through various pretexts. Unable to fathom the situation, Su Lvq reluctantly attributed it all to the Zhang family. Thank you, esteemed elder, Su Lvq said, bowing to Feng Qingyang. Su Fu, please escort the elder to rest. The old steward of the Su family stepped forward to lead Feng Qingyang away. Watching their departing figures, Su Lvq could not help but sigh. Celestial beings were akin to nuclear weapons, serving primarily as a deterrent. The visible might of the Great Qian remained firmly in the hands of grandmasters. Yet, the presence of a celestial being within the Su family provided him with a measure of reassurance. Su Lvq turned his gaze toward the direction of the White Deer Academy, pondering the fate of Huan Er. He could only hope that his old friends would, if necessary, safeguard Huan Er's life. In that moment, he recalled the refined youth in the court, seemingly gentle and kind to all, yet privately more cunning than anyone else. In recent days, with the emperor gravely ill, the court had fallen under his regency. He had even appointed that youth to the position of Minister of Rights. When he submitted his memorial, he had expected Li Chen to refuse or contest the position. Yet, the latter simply glanced at it and made a decision, leaving Su Lvq to wonder if the imperial family was concealing some grand stratagem. With a sigh, Su Lvq resolved that when the time came, he would face whatever challenges arose. At the Huan Yu Hall, a figure cloaked in black robes emerged, catching Li Chen off guard. Nevertheless, he straightened himself, instructing those in attendance to withdraw. The figure's behavior suggested that they had gleaned some significant information. Otherwise, they would not have acted so. What have you discovered? Li Chen inquired, casting a fleeting glance at the cloaked figure. The intervention of two celestial beings should have rendered the situation easily manageable. In the hands of celestial beings, death would be a luxury. Upon encountering someone without uttering a word, Li Chen could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor. Had he failed, narrowing his eyes, he cast a cold glance at the figure clad in black robes. He understood that if the individual before him had not failed, silence would not have been their response. The black-robed man responded. Soon elaborating, all individuals were slain before reaching the designated location. I have observed the state of the deceased. It was the work of a sword Dao Celestial, whose strength surpasses my OWN. At this point, the black-robed man furrowed his brow, reluctant to concede the truth, yet it was undeniable that he could not match the prowess of that opponent. Should they cross paths, it would surely be he who perished. Chapter 49, The Red-Haired Youth Suppressing Under the 100 Saints Forest. A sword Dao Celestial. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's brow furrowed, and he murmured softly, celestial beings were already a rarity, let alone one specializing in the sword Dao. Which faction had taken such action, the Zhang family, or could it be that the Su family was concealing something unknown to him? Investigate this matter for me. I am eager to uncover which faction dares to defy the decrees laid down above. Li Chen commanded. The black-robed man acknowledged with a nod and promptly withdrew. As for Li Chen, his gaze shifted towards the southern territories. These inept individuals had taken far too long to eliminate the prince of the southern town. Su Luan, what have you been hiding all these years? Bailu City, a renowned metropolis within Lingzhou, was situated near Bailu Mountain, managed directly by the Bailu Academy. Bailu City was a subordinate force closely aligned with the academy. After several leisurely days of travel, Su Hong arrived in Bailu City. The trials set by the Bailu Academy would not commence anytime soon, thus there was no need for him to rush.
Moreover, even when the trials began, he certainly would not be required to engage in them personally. He could accept the Academy's offerings, but he had no desire to assume the role of its president. At the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Su Hong stood by the window, observing the bustling street below. Due to regional influences, Bailu City was home to a considerable number of Confucian scholars, clad in white robes. These scholars appeared exceedingly refined and courteous. However, whether they were genuine scholars or mere pretenders remained uncertain. Zhao Gao appeared behind Su Hong, and with Su Heng's current cultivation level, he was naturally able to detect the other's arrival. This was primarily because Zhao Gao did not attempt to conceal his presence. Otherwise, a celestial being would not be so easily discerned. What is it? Su Hong inquired. The remnants of the network had indeed spread within Bailu City, albeit their foundation was not deep, resulting in limited intelligence gathered. Mr. Zhang has been appointed as the vice president of the Bailu Academy. However, we still have not discerned the specific circumstances surrounding the Academy's rear mountain. Zhao Gao confessed, unable to hide his frustration. Those who participate in the trials at the Academy's rear mountain are as good as dead. There is no chance they could emerge alive. Even those who do survive either ascend to high-ranking positions within the Academy or become formidable powerhouses. Furthermore, those who know anything about the rear mountain of the Bailu Academy remain tight-lipped, making it impossible to uncover any useful information. Despite having anticipated this outcome, Su Hong was still somewhat taken aback. From his uncle's tone, he had gathered that the Bailu Academy was anything but ordinary. Moreover, the 100 Saints Forest was not a place that could merely be called a forest by Confucians unless it was a sacred site, such as Kong Lin. Well, if we cannot uncover anything, then we cannot. It matters little to me, Su Hong remarked nonchalantly. He did not believe the so-called Confucian saints in this world could compare to the prominent Confucian figures of his previous life. He could exert control if he chose, but if he could not, he would simply establish a Jixia Academy and summon the illustrious figures from his former existence. Additionally, here is news from Jiangzhou. Zhao Gao raised his hand and retrieved a piece of cloth from his sleeve, presenting it to Su Hong. After a brief glance, Su Hong understood the situation outlined upon it. Let them handle it, he replied, returning the cloth to Zhao Gao. Such matters did not require his direct involvement. Chen Xingji happened to be in an uninhabited area, and it was best to entrust him with the investigation. Zhao Gao withdrew, while Su Heng's gaze returned to the direction of the Bailu Academy. He had an inkling that the answers he sought lay within its confines. Bailu Academy, in the 100 Saints Forest. The statue at the center emitted a faint golden light, and the powerful disturbance immediately alerted the strong cultivators within the Bailu Academy. An elder sweeping the grounds noticed the anomaly and hastily attempted to suppress the surge of energy. Boom! The force was overwhelming, sending the elder stumbling backward. However, soon after, the other statues within the 100 Saints Forest began to exert their power, seemingly connecting to some kind of formation, yet, they still could not suppress the statue in the center. Several powerful beings, whose auras rivaled that of the elder, swiftly arrived and, after a cursory glance at the situation in the 100 Saints Forest, could not help but frown. They promptly joined forces, utilizing their formidable cultivation and the remnants of the formation to barely suppress the statue. Once again, tranquility returned to the 100 Saints Forest. Had it not been for the fallen leaves scattered across the ground, one would think that nothing had transpired. The energy of the group appeared somewhat depleted as they converged together. This entity is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. I fear it will soon break free of its seal, the eldest among them remarked, his strength allowing him to perceive the situation with greater clarity. If it were to occur once more, we would likely be left with no choice but to resort to our final move, but without our suppression, how long can this seal truly hold? Perhaps we should contact the higher-ups and request reinforcements to strengthen the seal, suggested the elder who had been sweeping, having spent most of his time guarding this place and possessing the keenest awareness of the entity beneath. Were it not for this duty, he would not wish to devote his entire life to guarding the 100 Saints Forest, yet, they had no choice. It was their responsibility, should the entity beneath escape. It would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the world. The means of the higher-ups would hardly require suppression, the leading elder interjected, offering a hint. The others were not fools, they understood without needing the statement to be completed. Let us advance the trials by a few days, otherwise, we may not be able to contain it. The elder sighed resignedly. There was little they could do. Had a solution been available, they would not have to languish in this place, wasting their lives. Though the others sighed in resignation, they ultimately said nothing further. Gradually, they vanished from the sight, leaving only the elder who had been sweeping the grounds, beneath the 100 Saints Forest, a red-haired youth. bound by iron chains, opened his eyes. His gaze was crimson, laced with a hint of cunning and an unspoken thrill. "You have finally arrived," he exclaimed, bursting into manic laughter, his mirth bordering on madness. Su Hong remained unaware that he had been targeted. Even if he did, it would matter little to him, as he had no intentions of visiting the Bailu Academy, Southern Territories. Prince of the Southern Towns Estate, Miss, a letter of greeting has arrived from the Sword Pavilion. Wang Chun, attending to the myriad affairs of the Prince of the Southern Towns Estate, heard this report. The guard placed the letter upon the desk and promptly withdrew. Wang Chun furrowed her brow. Puzzled. As a first-class maid of the prince's estate, she had certainly heard of the Sword Pavilion's reputation. However, what could be the purpose of their letter? Chapter 50. This realm is no longer a prison. Wang Chun opened the letter and began to read its contents. Upon finishing, her frown deepened further. What scheme was the Sword Pavilion concocting? Requesting to meet the young master to discuss a significant matter. Although the purpose of the Sword Pavilion was unclear, Wang Chun still sent word to the prince. As a mere maid, she could not make such decisions. Everything must be left to the prince's judgment. Miss Wang Chun, news has arrived from the South Xiaozhou. Several of the lords have encountered obstacles. Before Wang Chun could settle down to address other minor matters, a report came from the network's remnants outside the door. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun immediately instructed them to enter. She found it perplexing that 3 celestial beings would be hindered. As the remnants entered and reported, they relayed the information they had gathered. After comprehending the situation, Wang Chun began to piece it together. The officials from South Xiaozhou had indeed managed to control several individuals. However, for reasons unknown, their actions had still been detected by the people from South Xiaozhou. Though the Holy Maiden Temple and the Moon Worship sect were at odds, they still understood the importance of cooperation in matters of greater significance. The two factions had chosen to collaborate, particularly the Holy Maiden Temple, which somehow employed some bizarre means to effortlessly identify the controlled individuals from among a crowd. This had resulted in a slowdown of their progress. Moreover, the members of the Moon Worship sect had a knack for precisely tracking their movements, making their task all the more challenging. The prince's command is to dominate South Xiaozhou, not merely to control its inhabitants. In other words, an empty South Xiaozhou would suffice. Wang Chun instructed the remnants. The remnants withdrew, and Wang Chun could not help but rub her temples. When will the prince return? Jingzhou, Sword Pavilion. The night was adorned with a myriad of stars. Yet not a sliver of moonlight was visible. What news? The head of the Sword Pavilion inquired upon seeing the visitor. Before a response could be given, the newcomer began to relay the situation. The head of the Sword Pavilion, upon hearing the report, withdrew his gaze and directed it toward the direction of the Prince of the Southern Towns Estate. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish," he remarked, sensing the hesitation of the person behind him, encouraging them to speak freely. Upon hearing these words, it seemed as though the man's pent-up emotions found a release, prompting him to inquire further. "Senior brother, my Sword Pavilion has never interfered in the conflicts of the major powers. We have always maintained our integrity. Why then, should you present a letter of homage to the Prince of Southern Town? If the imperial court were to learn of this and mistakenly believe that our Sword Pavilion has entanglements with the prince, would it not thrust us into an abyss from which we could never return? Moreover, what is the Prince of Southern Town worth? Were it not for the favor of the imperial court, a faction lacking even a celestial being would not be worthy of governing the southern region." The man appeared unable to contain his grievances, expressing his discontent in a steady stream. The leader of the Sword Pavilion, however, did not react with anger. Instead, he regarded the man with a calm demeanor. One could hardly blame him for such feelings, for deep down, the leader harbored similar sentiments. Yet, the matter was not solely within his purview. The divine sword's guidance left no room for refusal. The leader of the Sword Pavilion remained silent, his gaze shifting toward the direction of the sword tomb. Following his senior brother's line of sight, the man understood the implication. With a resigned sigh, he ceased his inquiries and withdrew with the Su family. The leader of the Sword Pavilion murmured softly, seemingly taken aback that the divine sword's guidance pointed to the Su family. Nevertheless, the activation of the divine sword signified the advent of a monumental era. He lifted his gaze to the heavens. At last, this realm was no longer a cage. As night fell, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the Su family. Long before the visitor approached, Feng Qingyang had already sensed their presence. The intruder's concealment was as transparent as glass to Feng Qingyang. Thus, upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, he chose not to impede their entry, allowing them to enter the Su family with ease. However, he did not anticipate that the individual would struggle to locate their intended destination. Had they not prepared adequately before arriving, reluctantly Feng Qingyang decided to reveal himself. He appeared silently behind Zheng Yuan, who instinctively turned around, startled to find a face before him. Taken aback, Zhang Yuan instinctively recoiled, his right hand instinctively launching an attack, yet Feng Qingyang met this strike with an air of nonchalance. He raised his right hand, grasping Zhang Yuan's wrist and dissipating his force. "Follow me," Feng Qingyang instructed succinctly before leading the way, rubbing his sore wrist. Zhang Yuan regarded Feng Qingyang's retreating figure, though he had begun to form conjectures about the other's intentions. He remained uncertain. However, it soon dawned on him that given Feng Qingyang's prowess, should he truly wish to take action against him, Zhang Yuan would likely have met his demise before even reaching the Su family. Now that the other had revealed himself, it appeared he was already aware of Zhang Yuan's purpose. Without further delay, Zhang Yuan followed in pursuit. Strangely, despite the seemingly short distance between them, no matter how hard he tried, he could not close the gap. But they appeared to be mere arm's length apart, yet it felt as though an insurmountable chasm separated them. Celestial realm, Zhang Yuan's mind raced with this initial thought. Could it be that those individuals were acting on his behalf? Before he could ponder further, they had already reached their destination. "Second master awaits you inside. Please enter," Feng Qingyang stated before disappearing from sight. Zhang Yuan cast a glance around and spotted a familiar figure in the pavilion at the lake's center. Approaching, he saw the Minister of State standing with his hands clasped behind him. Beside a pot of freshly brewed tea, Commander Zhang Yuan, "I pay my respects to the Minister of State." Zhang Yuan removed his hat, revealing his true identity, and bowed deeply to Su Luqi. "There is no need for excessive formalities." "Commander Zhang, you may speak freely," Su Luqi replied, turning to scrutinize Zhang Yuan as he knelt. Zhang Yuan, not one to be foolish, understood the underlying message. As Su Luqi reached for the teacup, Zhang Yuan, quick on his feet, took it first and poured the tea for him. "But if you have matters to discuss, please do so directly." Su Luqi, comfortably raising his cup, inquired of the still-standing Zhang Yuan. "I, Zhang Yuan, am willing to serve the Minister of State. I hope for your acceptance." Zhang Yuan knelt on the ground, openly declaring his intentions. Su Luqi, observing this, was not taken aback. After all, if it were not for Feng Qingyang, Zhang Yuan would not be present. Thus, he had surmised some of the man's motivations. However, to assume he could effortlessly join his ranks was presumptuous. "Do you think you can simply ascend the stairs by the roadside? Your reasoning?" Su Luqi lifted his gaze slightly, casting a glance at Zhang Yuan as he sipped his tea. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan appeared conflicted, but soon his expression hardened with determination. "To alter my fate." Su Luqi paused at this response, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Zhang Yuan indeed hailed from one of the 8 great families, yet he belonged to a collateral line. The distinctions between the main line and the collateral branches were stark. Regardless of Zhang Yuan's future achievements, he would always serve the main line, never ascending to the pinnacle of the Zhang family's hierarchy. "Not sufficient." Su Luqi gently blew on the tea, shaking his head slightly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan clenched his teeth. If he did not sacrifice something today, achieving his goal would be exceedingly difficult. The emperor's actions today were aimed at investigating the mysterious organization under the Minister of State. Moreover, he had summoned 2 celestial beings from deep within the palace, awaiting the minister's people to arrive. This would be the perfect opportunity for the royal family to conduct their soul-searching. Zhang Yuan spoke, relaying what he had learned today. Su Luqi was not surprised. After all, anyone capable of reaching such a position was no fool. It seemed that Commander Zhang had come to the wrong place. "For today, consider that I have not seen you return whence you came." Su Luqi remarked, attempting to rise and leave, yet he did not genuinely intend to depart. Rather, he sought to extract more information from Zhang Yuan. Indeed, upon witnessing such behavior, Zhang Yuan grew anxious, hastily standing, only to realize his folly and kneel once more. "The trial grounds have been selected in the southern region," Zhang Yuan hurriedly interjected, conveying the vital information he believed would hold weight. Upon hearing this, Su Luqi halted, turning to face Zhang Yuan. "Do you know the strength of those dispatched?" Su Luqi was not surprised by the arrival of those individuals nor by their choice of location in the southern region. What he truly cared about was the level of prowess of those who had come. That was the crux of the matter. "This, I am unaware. However, I can endeavor to investigate," Zhang Yuan replied, feeling a sense of relief as he recognized that the situation was stabilizing. Su Luqi's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yuan, but soon shifted away. "You may leave for now. Should I require your presence, I will inform you." He resumed his seat, pouring himself another cup of tea. Zhang Yuan's face lit up with joy, but he quickly composed himself, bowing to Su Luqi before taking his leave. After Zhang Yuan departed, Shang-Chi emerged from the shadows. "Second master, this individual," Shang-Chi began, Intending to caution his master but was interrupted. I am aware, Su Luki replied, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Zheng Yuan's retreating figure, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. He prided himself on his discernment. Able to distinguish between sincerity and deceit, Zheng Yuan had concealed himself well, and his reasoning was remarkably sound, yet he had overlooked a critical point. Why had he chosen the Su family, or rather, why had he chosen Su Hong? If he was aware of those individuals' existence, he surely knew their strength. How many celestial beings and terrestrial immortals had perished at their hands, to ally with him while opposing those individuals? Anyone with a sound mind would think twice before doing so, yet he had taken this path, suggesting he was but a pawn in a larger game. Has your young master gone to the White Deer Academy? Su Luki inquired of Shang-Chi, his tone carrying an air of certainty. Upon hearing this question, Shang-Chi hesitated but ultimately did not conceal the truth. Yes, send word to him, urging him to come to the capital at his earliest convenience. Su Luki drained his cup of tea and promptly stood, striding out of the pavilion. It is quite late. We must attend court tomorrow. Shang-Chi did not question further. In recent days, they had gleaned considerable intelligence regarding the web of intrigue. And combined with the mention of the trial, it was likely that Su Luki intended to summon the prince to the capital for this very matter. Shang-Chi vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuan returned home. Upon entering his chamber and preparing to remove his night attire, he was met by the sight of an elder seated before him. I pay my respects to the Grand Elder, Zheng Yuan said, approaching with a sense of urgency, not daring to remove his clothing just yet. How did it go? The elder opened his eyes, casting a scrutinizing glance at the kneeling Zheng Yuan. Rest assured, the old man agreed. However, gaining his trust will likely require more time, Zheng Yuan reported, not daring to conceal any details. Indeed, the elder responded, seemingly unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. After all, he was the minister of state of the Great Qian. If trust could be so easily garnered, it would be a different matter altogether. The family head will take action regarding this matter. He will assist you in earning the others' trust. However, it is imperative that you thoroughly investigate the Su family, particularly the situation concerning the Prince of Southern Town. Do not neglect that mysterious force as well. Do you understand? The elder spoke, his tone inevitably imbued with a measure of solemnity. Rest assured, esteemed Grand Elder and clan, I shall diligently uncover the secrets of the Su family, Zheng Yuan hastily declared, expressing his unwavering loyalty. The people are entrusted to you. Do not let the clan down. The Zheng family does not harbor useless individuals. His voice gradually faded, and by the time Zheng Yuan lifted his gaze, the figure was no longer present in the seat. However, behind Zheng Yuan emerged a group of individuals clad in black robes. Upon seeing their attire, Zheng Yuan immediately recognized their identities. These were the elite assassins cultivated in secrecy by the clan, 2 grandmasters and 10 masters, a total of 12 in number. You may all depart, Zheng Yuan commanded, and the black-robed figures vanished without a trace. As he found himself alone, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. How could he be unaware of the clan's intentions? He was merely a pawn in their grand design. Yet, without the clan, how could he have attained his current status, commanding the Imperial Guards as their leader? It could be said that all he possessed was granted by the clan. Without them, he might have amounted to nothing. However, he was also reluctant to offend the Su family, for they were no trifling matter. But what choice did he have? Under the eaves, one must bow their head. This was the harsh reality. This was fate. He could neither resist nor oppose it. After all, those individuals were simply too formidable, instilling a sense of helplessness in any who dared to defy them. Perhaps in this lifetime, they were destined to remain as mere livestock, bred for the amusement of others. No one wishes to live like an animal, yet there is little choice. Even the earthly immortals had their heads severed and hung at the entrance as a warning to all. He was not even a celestial being, lacking even the qualifications to resist. Chapter 52. The rulers of the former Deqian land. Su Hong enters the capital in the city of White Deer. With the ever-improving network, the transmission of information naturally accelerated. Su Hong also received news from the southern region, the Sword Pavilion. Upon reading the news from the south, Su Hong couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Alongside the news came specific details regarding the Sword Pavilion. Since the establishment of Deqian, these major sects had rarely ventured out, and even their recruitment of disciples was notably low-key. Particularly, the Sword Pavilion had not made an appearance since the founding of Deqian. However, a century prior, before the establishment of Deqian, the lands were under the dominion of a force known as the De Liang dynasty. Under Deqian's rule, clans, sects, and dynasties thrived in mutual development and exchange. creating a vibrant scene. During that era, various forces interacted with one another. Even the so-called clans would send their disciples to appropriate sects for guidance in cultivation. Even the Deliang royal family was no exception. Establishing sects as national teachings, sects would hold tournaments periodically to engage in competitions. The cultivation environment back then was vastly superior to the present. Although celestial beings were powerful, they were not as elusive as they are now, where one seldom sees them. Additionally, during that time, there were still earthly immortals stationed among the major forces. Furthermore, the Deliang territory encompassed 52 states. Unlike the 36 states of today, the 12 states of Yanyan to the north were seized by Bei Mang amid the chaos, with another 4 states lost to the northeast, effectively becoming forbidden zones, inaccessible to outsiders. The 8 great clans served as formidable obstacles, guarding these surrounding areas. The Sword Pavilion once boasted earthly immortals among its ranks. Among those slain were the earthly immortals from the Sword Pavilion. It remains unknown whether the Sword Pavilion still possesses earthly immortal level experts today. However, there is no doubt that powerful celestial beings still reside within the Sword Pavilion. After careful consideration, Su Hong decided to return to the southern region to ascertain the true intentions of the Sword Pavilion. As for the trials at the White Deer Academy, he had no intention of participating, and with ample time before the trials commenced, he could return without haste. Having made his decision, Su Hong instructed his aides to prepare for the journey back to the southern region the following day. Su Hong boarded a carriage, intending to leave White Deer City for the south. However, he soon received an urgent dispatch from the capital. After reading the missive, Su Hong couldn't help but frown. To Qianjing, he directed Zhao Gao, the coachman. Without inquiring further, Zhao Gao guided the carriage towards the capital. Fortunately, the Lingzhou where the White Deer Academy was located bordered the Tianzhou where Qianjing resided, thus not requiring much time for travel. Even so, it took almost a day to reach Qianjing, and by the time they arrived, night had already fallen. The Bafang Tavern, an established establishment in the capital, it had temporarily become the headquarters of the Luo network in Qianjing. Having been taken over by Shang Qi, the information gathered by the Luo network was first compiled and recorded here. The critical information was then swiftly dispatched through various channels. Shang Qi had already received the news and was prepared to lead them to a secret chamber beneath the Bafang Tavern. Master, he knelt in greeting, and Su Hong helped him to his feet. The reason the second master summoned you to the capital is likely related to those matters, Shang Qi stated, promptly presenting the gathered information to Su Hong. As Su Hong examined the contents, his frown deepened with each passing moment. The situation was more complex than he had anticipated. Take me to see my second uncle. Su Hong set aside the document and turned his gaze toward Shang Qi. Without delay, Shang Qi approached a bookshelf and turned a brush holder, causing the shelves to part and reveal a hidden passageway illuminated by oil lamps on either side. The passage led swiftly to the rear courtyard of the Su residence. Shang Qi, being well acquainted with the Su family, guided Su Hong directly to the courtyard where Su Luqi resided. Within the central secretariat, even the maids, servants, and guards had all been replaced by members of the Luo network. Given the sensitive nature of this information, if it were to reach the royal family, they would inevitably hold the central secretariat accountable. To mitigate any risk, Shang Qi opted for a complete replacement, ensuring that everyone was part of the Luo network. In the Kangwu courtyard, Su Luqi, who was attending to official documents, sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow, questioning the shadows. He set down the vermilion brush and fixed his gaze on the darkness. As for safety, he was not particularly concerned, for with that esteemed elder present, it was somewhat fanciful to expect anyone to enter the Su residence unnoticed. Could it be that spies lurking within the Su residence had not been dealt with thoroughly? It is I. Second uncle. Su Hong revealed himself, perhaps feeling a tinge of awkwardness for his actions, and addressed the other person. He found it challenging to face him openly, as his body belonged to a previous life, yet his soul was from another era. In other words, they were not truly kin, which made him somewhat uneasy in the presence of his predecessor's family. Or perhaps he simply did not know how to confront them. Upon hearing this form of address, Su Luqi had already formed a guess in his heart, though it felt somewhat surreal. He rose and gazed at the young man before him, standing before Su Hong. They exchanged glances, rendered momentarily speechless. You've grown, and you're taller too. Su Luqi patted Su Hong's shoulder, tears shimmering in his eyes. Su Hong slightly turned his head, and Shang Qi and Zhao Gao, understanding the cue, withdrew, observing the two departing figures. Su Luqi was naturally familiar with Shang Qi, yet he was not acquainted with the other individual, likely a trusted aide of Hanger. Noticing Su Luqi's gaze, Zhao Gao briefly met it before quickly averting his eyes and vanishing into the room. This fleeting glance caused Su Luqi's pupils to constrict, a chilling sensation washing over him, akin to being watched by a venomous serpent. A celestial being, yet he refrained from questioning further. His nephew harbored secrets. Having secrets was no issue, for everyone possessed them, as long as they did not pose a threat to the clan. When the time was right, the other party would naturally reveal them, if they chose not to. Pressing further would yield no genuine truth. That said, he couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing that his nephew might be exploited by others and become a pawn of those with ulterior motives.
After all, wasn't the founding ancestor of Deqian in a similar predicament? It was only through such circumstances that he managed to seize the foundation and establish the Deqian dynasty amidst the overwhelming Diliang. Otherwise, how could he have stirred such waves against the might of Diliang? Chapter 53, The World Beyond Deqian. Tianshan Continent. Lin Xianmen. Yet, Deqian too had become a mere chess piece. Controlled by others, with life and death no longer in its own hands, the two faced each other. Kneeling. Su Luqi poured a spoonful of tea into a clean cup for Su Hong. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Su Luqi lifted his cup first, blowing gently before taking a slow sip. Tom. It was better for the other to inquire. After all, he believed that Su Hong possessed considerable information. Though some core details remained elusive, this Qin Jing, despite its apparent prosperity, was fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. The longer one lingered, the greater the risk of discovery. The forces behind Deqian are external, aren't they? Su Hong posed his question. Upon hearing this, Su Luqi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Su Hong before placing his cup down. Indeed, I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but during my studies at the White Deer Academy, I perused some of the texts there. The force controlling the royal family is known as Lin Xianmen, said to originate from a place called Tianshan Continent. This force is exceedingly powerful. Powerful enough to leave no room for resistance. The terrestrial immortals, in their hands, remain akin to humble farm chickens and stray dogs. Their might seems too profound to be encapsulated merely by their cultivation. Reminiscent of the legendary celestial beings of the royal family, or rather the 8 prominent clans, are but mere spokespersons for them. The true terror does not lie with the royals or the 8 clans, but with the denizens of the Tianshan Continent. Su Luqi spoke, his brow furrowed deeply as he expressed a palpable fear towards these factions. Over the years, there have been those who contemplated rebellion, with the remnants of the Daliang dynasty being the most notable. Although Daliang has fallen, it persists with a handful of surviving soldiers, not to be underestimated. It is not merely the celestial warriors, even terrestrial immortals still linger. Yet, what is the outcome? Before those individuals, they remain exceedingly weak. With no room to retaliate, upon hearing his uncle's words, Su Hong could not help but frown. However, he did not exhibit fear, rather, he maintained an air of normalcy, even feeling a twinge of excitement within. He had suspected it all along. It could not merely be a martial arts world, it must encompass elements of immortal fantasy. While martial arts are commendable, they pale in comparison to immortal tales. Given that the latter offers the promise of longevity, regardless of the context, the pursuit of eternal life is an endeavor that has long captivated humanity. The 4 northeastern provinces, they must serve as the gateway to the Tianshan Continent. Correct, Su Hong inquired, articulating his curiosity. Indeed, but also not quite so. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe them as a transit hub. The 4 northeastern provinces, rather than being mere provinces, are more akin to cities. Within these 4 cities, forces from the Tianshan Continent are stationed alongside numerous formidable individuals from the Deqian and Beimang, collectively constructing these cities. They are named after the 4 symbols: Qinglong City, Baihu City, Xuanwu City, and Zhuke City. These cities are merely hubs. To venture to the Tianshan Continent, one must cross the seas. Su Luqi elaborated, recounting all he knew. Beyond the northeast lies an expanse of ancient forests, dense with primordial vegetation. The inhabitants are primarily tiger hunters and nomadic peoples, later usurped by the denizens of the Tianshan Continent. Those individuals regard human life as inconsequential. In their eyes, the people of Deqian are no different from swine or dogs. They kill at will, butcher as they please. In just a few short years, the population of the 4 provinces has been reduced by more than half. As for the other half, they either find themselves thrust into gladiatorial arenas for entertainment or live in servitude. Enduring humiliation, coupled with the circumstances of the Yenyun 12 provinces, Deqian has gradually diminished from 52 provinces to 36. Upon hearing this, Su Heng's heart began to speculate. Setting sail, could it be that this place is akin to a small island, much like the relationship between Sakura and Huaxia? But what of the trials? What exactly are they? Su Hong voiced his concerns. In response, Su Luqi let out a helpless sigh. This is a disgrace.
the so-called trials are merely opportunities for those disciples of the immortal sects to use the citizens of Dacian as fodder for their tests. In past trials, they would compete to see who could kill more, with the strongest slaughterer determined by their realm. Each trial is a hell on earth, with countless lives lost. The citizens of Dacian appear as nothing more than livestock in the eyes of these individuals. They are unable to resist, nor could they ever hope to. A resistance would only invite harsher suppression. Lucci spoke, his voice thick with emotion. The intervals between trials are unpredictable, they have occurred after 10 years. And at times, even 20. However, it is likely that one will be forthcoming soon, and this time, the royal family will probably select the southern region as the trial site. When that time comes, the south will be engulfed in suffering. And the royal family will hardly need to exert much effort to eliminate the threat from that region. Lucci said, his brow etched with concern. Such a splendid opportunity for the royal family to employ a knife to kill. They would certainly not let it slip away easily. After listening, Su Hong understood much of the situation and felt little surprise. After all, having read numerous novels, he could deduce certain truths. His sole curiosity lay in the strength of the Tianxian continent, particularly the power of the Linxian sect. How is the realm of cultivators classified in the Tianxian continent? Shi refinement, foundation establishment, martial king, martial sovereign, or perhaps creation nirvana? Can the system provide information on the classification of cultivators within the Tianxian continent? Su Hong sought assistance from the system, for such knowledge could only be acquired by venturing into the Tianxian continent or by relying on the system to inform him. Ding, detection reveals that the host lacks the necessary permissions. Querying is not currently supported. Given the system's response, Su Hong had his suspicions, especially considering he could not even retrieve information on Li Taibai's cultivation level. It was not surprising that he could not inquire about the realms of cultivation within the Tianxian continent. Uncle, the capital is perilous. We should find an opportunity to return to the southern region, Su Hong contemplated before speaking. After all, he would inevitably find himself at odds with the Dacian in the future. Should his uncle remain in the capital, it would only make him feel constrained. Though he could choose to disregard it, he was aware that such a reputation would not be favorable. Hence, this inquiry was primarily a test. Upon hearing this, Su Lucci smiled and shook his head. He lifted the teacup and drained its contents in one go, tasting the bitterness, helplessness, and self-deprecation within. Once you enter the capital, how easy is it to leave? He wished to depart, but would the Li royal family permit it? It was likely that before he could even escape the capital, he would meet a grim fate, even if he were fortunate enough to leave. The royal family would undoubtedly be eager to strike at the southern region, considering they would no longer hold any leverage over it. Chapter 54. Have you lost your life? The eunuchs only the royal family can utilize. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that his rise to this position was, in part, due to the influence of the Bailu Academy, and in part because the royal family sought to retain him as a hostage to restrain the southern region. He has occupied this position for many years. To be frank, he has grown somewhat weary of it, yet he finds himself unable to withdraw. The royal family would not allow him to retire safely. However, that no longer matters. Throughout his life, he has stood above countless others and enjoyed many years of privilege. What more could he possibly pursue? Su Lucci set down his teacup and retrieved a jade pendant from his waist. This is my token. With it, you can command everything in Sangzhou. Should I ever encounter misfortune, I hope you will look out for your cousin. Su Lucci's gaze lingered on the jade pendant, his fingers caressing its surface. Throughout his life, he has been ensnared by power, and when he finally wished to extricate himself, he realized it had become exceedingly difficult. Sitting in this position, how could one avoid offending others, even if the royal family refrains from acting? A multitude of others would seek his life. Although he does not know what the future holds, it is prudent to prepare for all eventualities. Uncle's senior phone will certainly ensure your safety. If it ever comes to that, Shengqi will surely take you away. Su Hong offered a comforting remark, unsure of what else to say. If it truly reaches that juncture, even if the entire web of intrigue within the capital were to collapse, he would ensure that the individual is safely escorted out. However, upon observing his uncle, he noticed something amiss. The aura emanating from him felt distinctly unsettling, although he remained at the peak of the Grand Master realm. He exuded an alarming sense of danger. Su Hang activated his illusory eye, seeking to discern the true state of his uncle. Name: Su Lucci. Cultivation, Peak Grand Master Technique, Confucian Official's Sacred Heart Method. Description: Su Lucci, Minister of the Dacian Court, Third Master of the Bailu Academy, nurtures a sacred heart. Upon achieving success, he may break through his limits. Note: according to the records of the Bailu Academy, there was once a sage who With a mortal body read for a century and, in a single moment of enlightenment, stepped into the realm of terrestrial immortals. Upon seeing the system's explanation, Su Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. The third master of the Bailu Academy. His uncle is no ordinary individual. It is said that the former head of the Bailu Academy took on 3 disciples. The eldest disciple passed the trials and inherited the position of headmaster. The second disciple became the second master of the academy, assisting the elder brother in governing the Bailu Academy, yet, the third disciple remained shrouded in mystery, with even their name never disclosed, known only to be in seclusion at the academy's rear mountain. Unexpectedly, this legendary third disciple turns out to be his very own uncle, the minister of the court. Su Lucci did not elaborate further, merely responding with a sound of acknowledgement as he handed the jade pendant to Su Heng. Honor is not lacking either, but compared to Su Heng, he remains somewhat inferior. As long as the Su family can flourish and endure, he places little value on power. He believes Honor feels the same. Let us go. Su Lucci released his grip, returning to his original position and signaling for the others to leave. Within the capital, there are no secrets. The longer one stays, the more perilous it becomes. Moreover, his ambitions lie beyond this place, and there will undoubtedly be broader horizons awaiting him to explore. Su Heng, not wishing to linger, did not press the matter further. He stood and bowed respectfully to Su Lucci. Take care, uncle. With a bow, Su Heng turned and exited the premises. Initially, he had worried that his cousin's entry into the Bailu Academy might lead to complications, but it seemed he had overthought the situation. With a father like that, his cousin would undoubtedly be safe. Watching the departing figure, Su Lucci sighed softly. Brother, you have raised a fine son. Su Lucci murmured, draining the last of his tea, after leaving the Su family. Su Heng and Zhao Gao did not delay, preparing to depart the city in a horse-drawn carriage. As night fell over the capital, security measures had tightened considerably. The flow of people entering and leaving the city had diminished significantly. But the inspections had become more thorough. Even Su Heng's carriage was not spared, being ordered to halt for inspection. Su Heng had no desire to complicate matters, for if he attracted undue attention, his arrival in Xianjing would no longer remain a secret. How audacious, who, of your standing, dares to pry into the affairs within the carriage? To his astonishment, some of those conducting the inspection, oblivious to the danger, attempted to lift the curtain and peer inside. Zhao Gao immediately intervened, for who among them could simply meet his master at will? Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers promptly aimed their spears at the carriage. Vigilant and wary of any hostile moves, stand down, barked a middle-aged man, who appeared to hold some rank, reprimanding the soldiers around him. Though puzzled, the soldiers complied, sheathing their weapons and resuming their posts. My lord, forgive their ignorance. They have disturbed you. The middle-aged man bowed deeply, his face a mask of ingratiation. Zhao Gao offered no glance in return, guiding the carriage out of the city gates. The middle-aged man's smile remained unwavering as he watched the carriage depart. The onlookers could not help but wonder who could elicit such deference from the commander. Could it be a figure of immense significance? A nearby man, likely a deputy commander, could not contain himself and inquired, Commander, who is this person that warrants such respect? His curiosity was piqued, especially since there were no distinguishing marks upon the carriage. If there had been any insignia, they would have surely allowed passage without hesitation. I do not know. To their surprise, the commander replied with such candor. This response left the gathered individuals even more perplexed, unable to fathom why the commander would treat someone with such reverence. Observing the confusion etched on the faces of those around him, the middle-aged man felt a wave of exasperation. A gathering of the oblivious. No wonder they were mere soldiers while he held the rank of commander. It was not without reason. What could they possibly discern from that person? In a moment of indulgence, he felt compelled to enlighten them. Upon hearing his words, many wore expressions of bewilderment. It was somewhat redundant. If they could see, they would have acted accordingly and granted passage long ago. Yet, the deputy commander, deep in thought, began to unravel the mystery. What could he perceive about the individual? Perhaps it was that he was a eunuch. After considerable contemplation, the deputy commander concluded as much. My lord, even if he is a eunuch, we should at least refer to him as an inner servant. The middle-aged man playfully tapped the deputy's helmeted head. Wincing at the pain in his hand, there are still third-rank officials before the chancellor. Though some may lack roots, they are close to the emperor. Those near the emperor are not to be trifled with. They take great offense at being called eunuchs. If they harbor a grudge, one might not live to tell the tale. Inner servants serve the imperial family. Even those of different royal lines must not employ them. To do so would be seen as usurpation, treason, and a crime worthy of extermination. The person we encountered earlier possessed at least the prowess of a grandmaster. Inner servants of such caliber are not commonplace. They are typically trusted confidants. If we were to offend him, and he merely whispered a word to his master, our lives would be forfeit. The middle-aged man spoke with grave seriousness. The others present now comprehended the gravity of the situation, their demeanor reflecting newfound understanding. It was no wonder the commander held such authority over them. They were merely lowly soldiers. The middle-aged man ceased further discussion, his gaze directed toward the direction in which the carriage had vanished. Such high-ranking inner servants generally required only a token to pass unhindered, yet this one had chosen to remain exceedingly low-key, and he had never encountered this particular inner servant before. Could it be that a certain lady had slipped out? Yet that seemed unlikely. After all, these ladies, though they appeared glamorous, could not leave the palace without permission. To do so carelessly would lead to certain discovery and, inevitably, a death sentence. Perhaps he was mistaken, shaking his head. The middle-aged man dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, this matter must not be disclosed. Should rumors reach my ears, do not blame me for being merciless. With a sweeping glance over those present, he ensured their silence before turning to depart the scene. Chapter 55, Revolutionary Insights on Cultivation Realms. Su Hong remained unaware of his interlocutor's thoughts. Even if he were, he would not be concerned. Discreetly replacing a commander was no formidable task for him. After all, of late, the Chen Emperor had feigned illness, leaving governance in the hands of his uncle. With Jia Su's machinations, several high-ranking officials had been ousted, allowing their subordinates to ascend. Within the carriage, Su Hong closed his eyes, immersing his mind in the system marketplace. Given the current circumstances, even with a formidable expert in the realm of terrestrial immortals on their side, they were still insignificant compared to their adversaries. While he trained in martial arts, they pursued the path of immortality, a distinction that was fundamentally profound. As he scoured the system marketplace, he saw treasures potent enough to withstand the impending trial. Yet, after an exhaustive search, he found nothing of value. The system's tier was correlated with his cultivation level. At his current prowess, he could only access information up to the terrestrial immortal level. To reach beyond that would likely require him to attain the celestial realm. As a late-stage grandmaster, with the system's assistance, achieving the celestial realm was not an insurmountable challenge. The crux of the matter lay in his ignorance of when their adversaries would arrive and how much time remained for them. Northeast 4 prefectures. Su Hong murmured softly. If he wished to ascertain when his opponents would strike, his best bet lay in the Northeast 4 prefectures. To Zhangzhou. After some deliberation, he instructed Zhao Gao, the driver. If anyone could provide him with answers, it would be his uncle. He had faith that his uncle possessed insights beyond what his second uncle knew. Over the course of 2 days, the carriage journeyed from north to south, arriving at Jiangzhou just before nightfall. However, if they were to proceed to the Zhang family estate, it would likely be well past midnight. Su Hong was unconcerned. He could bear the wait. Upon arriving at the Zhang family estate, Su Hong did not conceal his identity, presenting his token to gain entry. Learning of the visitor's arrival, Zhang Yunhe instructed the old steward to escort him to his quarters. What has transpired? Zhang Yunhe inquired. Noting Su Heng's travel-worn appearance, Su Hong did not respond immediately, merely scanning the surroundings. Zhang Yunhe promptly understood, signaling to the steward, who discreetly vacated the room, leaving only the two of them. Let us sit and speak. Zhang Yunhe took the initiative, pouring tea from a steaming kettle. Uncle, are you aware of the Northeast 4 prefectures? Su Heng's gaze bore into Zhang Yunhe's, as if seeking the answers he craved in his uncle's countenance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunhe paused, his hand holding the teaspoon momentarily stilled, yet he quickly regained composure, casually pouring tea for Su Hong without haste. Gradually Zhang Yunhe placed the spoon down, leisurely lifted the cup to his nose, inhaling its aroma before taking a measured sip. Observing this, Su Hong too found his anxiety dissipating. He had indeed been somewhat hasty. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a crumbling wall, even if the day of reckoning were to arrive. There was no need for excessive worry. He may not be able to protect everyone, but safeguarding himself was sufficient. Though this sentiment may seem irresponsible, if the situation reached that critical juncture, preserving his own life would be the priority. He could always seek vengeance later. While the Northeast consists of 4 prefectures, it is merely 4 cities. Surely, his second uncle had already informed him of these matters. However, the knowledge his second uncle possessed was superficial, lacking the deeper intricacies. The reason 4 Symbols City is so named is that it encompasses a vast array of formations known as the 4 Symbols Gathering Spirit Array. The array continuously draws upon the Earth's spiritual veins, reinforcing its structure while simultaneously converging at its core. At the heart lies a concealed city known as 4 Symbols City, serving as the nexus between the Tianshan continent and this region. In ancient times, one had to traverse the ocean to reach this place. However, over the years, powerful beings have constructed a teleportation array connecting the two locations. Through this array, one can traverse the distance without the need for a perilous sea voyage. The Four Symbols City remains hidden within the formation, revealing merely the four cities of Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu. The substantial absorption of Earth's spiritual veins has resulted in the current state of the world, where cultivation is far more arduous than in the past. Even breaking through to the celestial realm has become exceedingly challenging. If this trend continues, the very act of advancing to the Grandmaster level may soon become a formidable endeavor. Zhang Yun has savored his tea, elucidating these matters to Su Hong. Upon hearing this, Su Hong could not help but furrow his brow. From his extensive reading of novels, he understood that those capable of constructing teleportation arrays were not ordinary individuals. Moreover, creating such formations, particularly a teleportation array, would necessitate a wealth of materials. What could possibly motivate such elaborate schemes in this locale? Was it merely a trial? He certainly did not believe it would be so simple. After all, if a trial were to be undertaken, why go through such elaborate means? What, in the end, could possibly be of such value to warrant their scheming? What is the hierarchy of realms in the Tianxian continent? Unable to restrain himself, Su Hong posed this inquiry. Upon hearing the question, Zhang Yun slightly lifted his gaze to glance at his nephew. Ultimately, he chose not to withhold the truth, as such matters would inevitably come to light. The cultivation levels of the Tianxian continent are classified from lowest to highest as follows: Martial Apprentice, Martial Warrior, Martial Master, Great Martial Master, Martial Sect, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Sovereign, Martial Saint, and Martial Deity, comprising a total of 10 realms. It is said that above the martial deity there exists a realm known as martial god, yet legends remain merely that, legends, and I am not well versed in the specifics. The martial arts of Dacian and those of the Tianxian continent differ in nomenclature, yet they ultimately correspond in essence. The postnatal realm corresponds to the martial apprentice level, while the earthly immortal aligns with the martial king level. However, given the current state of spiritual energy within Dacian, it is insufficient for individuals to break through to the martial king realm and attain the status of martial emperor. The primary issue lies in the lack of spiritual energy. Were there sufficient energy, it would not pose a problem. Regrettably, the spiritual energy throughout Dacian is inherently thin, and with the people from the Tianxian continent drawing upon the earth's spiritual veins, the possibility has been further diminished. One could even declare it an age of dwindling magic. To alter this situation, one must either seek out spiritual veins or depart for the Tianxian continent. Otherwise, remaining here would only lead to a fate of languishing away. Should you harbor such thoughts, I can facilitate your journey to the Tianxian continent, but it can only be you. Beyond that, even I would be powerless. As Zhang Yun spoke, he could not help but furrow his brow and let out a long sigh. Chapter 001, A letter to the readers. Today marks the 5th day of this book's verification period. The author suspects that it has inadvertently entered its debut phase, as the backend has suddenly seen a surge in requests for updates and comments. Due to the recent changes on the Tomato platform, the author can now view readers' comments from the backend. I took a cursory glance at the feedback and discovered numerous issues. Responding to each one individually seems somewhat unrealistic, so I have opted to create a dedicated chapter for a brief response. Firstly, regarding the titles of cousins, this is a fault of the author, who has perhaps overestimated the reader's familiarity in everyday life. Whether it be a cousin or a brother, they are simply referred to as brother, big brother, second brother, or younger brother. The notion of addressing someone as a cousin is rarely entertained. It is simply brother. While this may be a matter of common knowledge, I must apologize for not having grasped it adequately. I ask for your forgiveness for my ignorance. I shall take heed and ensure such elementary errors do not recur in the future. Secondly, regarding the protagonist's breakthrough to the Great Master level, I can only extend my apologies once more. This oversight was entirely my own. I simply forgot to incorporate it, after a few days without updates. It is easy to lose track of details. Additionally, with the recent teaching certification exam, my mind may have been somewhat muddled, which is understandable. However, I have made the necessary adjustments in the back end. I sincerely apologize for any negative reading experience this may have caused. Thirdly, concerning the issue of cultivation levels, specifically when to use certain abilities, I had completely forgotten about the summoning cards in my possession. This lapse in memory led me to previously write that I would advance a month's worth of summoning opportunities to call forth a temporary powerful ally to resolve a crisis. It was only when I began writing about the Li clan that I suddenly remembered, prompting me to make the change. However, given that several chapters had already passed, it became impractical to make sweeping revisions. And thus I had to use this excuse to reconcile the events. I genuinely apologize, it was indeed a moment of forgetfulness. Fourthly, regarding the summoning of characters, some readers have questioned why figures from the Heavenly Dragon and the 8 parts are present in the Qin Moon. It is unnecessary to compare their merits, as I do not write outlines. This is partly due to my own laziness, but I find outlines to be more restrictive than helpful, as they often lead me astray from the story's natural progression. When it comes to summoning characters, I simply think of someone and search for them to see if they fit, then proceed with the summoning. As the protagonist's strength grows, it is inevitable that the summoned characters will become increasingly powerful, as it must align with the protagonist's development. It is not a matter of one character being superior to another, there is no concept of elevating one at the expense of another. Moreover, the summoned individuals are influenced by the system, which undoubtedly bestows certain advantages upon them. Take Zheng Xian, for instance. My summoning of him stemmed from having seen a short video that provided me with a basic understanding of his character. When searching for the list of great Confucian scholars from ancient China, his name naturally appeared. Although Jia Su hailed from a family of great scholars, he does not meet the standard of greatness himself. It is not without reason that he is referred to as a master of classics. Had he not annotated the Analects, it is likely that they would have been even more incomplete today. Previously, I had no knowledge of this individual, yet his contributions cannot be overlooked. He certainly does not possess the strength of a transcendent being. However, this does not imply that he is inferior to others. In the future, I may summon figures such as the sub-sage Mengzi or the sage Confucius. Their strengths cannot simply be assigned to the realm of body refinement. That would be unrealistic and impractical. This is merely a matter of summoning order, coupled with the influence of the system. There is no concept of elevating one character above another, nor is there any hierarchy dictating who must be subordinate to whom. Everything is spontaneous. Whoever comes to mind is summoned. If you have any suggestions for worthy candidates, please feel free to comment, and I will consider them accordingly. Fifthly, I must address the issue of cultivation. Initially, I had not thoroughly thought out the development trajectory, leading me to use terms like Great Master and Earthly Immortal. I even contemplated using titles like Diamond Zhishan and Tian Xiang, because I believed I could write at least 500,000 words about Dakian. However, it seems I overestimated myself. As I continued writing, I found myself delving into higher levels of complexity. Last night, while establishing the settings, I was indeed contemplating the hierarchy of cultivation levels, which prompted me to add a chapter. I had considered writing in a manner similar to previous works, setting the levels akin to those in the Golden Finger series, yet, it still felt inadequate in relation to my current narrative. I even thought about adding levels such as Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment above Earthly Immortal. However, upon reflection, I felt it might not quite fit. I even entertained the idea of having 2 concurrent cultivation methods, divided into a Mortal Path and Martial Path, with titles like Martial King and Martial Emperor. Yet, I feared readers might find it hard to remember and could become confused, making it difficult to align the spiritual and martial systems. Adding unnecessary complexity would detract from the elegance of the narrative, so I ultimately settled on the current cultivation hierarchy. Most readers approach novels as a means of emotional release, if they can read with enjoyment and satisfaction. That is sufficient. After a long day's labor, how many readers can endure additional mental exertion? I too wished for the Earthly Immortal to reach higher levels, such as the Unity Realm or even the Primordial Spirit Realm. But I felt it would complicate subsequent developments, thus, I positioned it at the Spirit Origin Realm level, which I believe to be the most suitable classification, aligning well with future settings. Martial arts indeed leads to transcendence. That much is true, but the paths of spiritual cultivation and martial cultivation do possess distinct differences. Spiritual stones are divided into upper and lower grades, and spiritual energy itself exhibits levels. This is simply a fact. The above points summarize my responses to the comments I have received, merely reflecting my personal views, and should not be elevated to any higher significance. I also acknowledge my own laziness. During the day, I indulge in leisure activities, playing games and watching videos, primarily because I lack a backlog of manuscripts. During the day, I struggle to write. I even considered starting a live stream to motivate myself, but I was too lazy. Late at night is when inspiration strikes, yet I must rise early for class the next day, fearing I won't wake up during the last 2 hours of each night. I rely solely on that time to create miracles. This is a flaw on my part, and I will strive to improve, though I can only do so to the best of my ability. After a couple of days, I will have to start my thesis and prepare for an internship. There are certain uncontrollable factors that I cannot foresee. Alright, I shall conclude here. I wish you all a pleasant reading experience. Please continue to support this book by giving it a nudge for updates, leaving favorable reviews, and sharing your thoughts. If you could also follow the author, that would be even better. I read all your comments and will take your opinions seriously. Your support is always the driving force behind my writing. Thank you all. Chapter 56. The turmoil of Nanzhao. Upon hearing this, Su Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, wearing an expression of realization. Could it be that the Jiang family is also a force from the Tianxin continent? Moreover, their strength appears to be quite formidable, otherwise how could they dare to speak in such a manner? There is no possibility of Su Hong leaving, after all he is now at the late stage of the great master. With the system's assistance, attaining transcendent status should not be overly challenging. Once he achieves transcendent status, even if individuals from the Tianxin continent were to arrive, he would not fear them. Furthermore, he possesses a powerful trump card. Making defeat unlikely, however, the matter of seizing Nanzhao and Baiwa must be expedited. Uncle, one last question. What is it that Daqian possesses that is worthy of their scheming? Su Heng's gaze bore down on his uncle, as if seeking to unearth clues from his expression. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's hand, which was holding the teacup, paused momentarily before he set it down. He understood that the other party would inevitably pose this question. But regrettably, it was information he truly could not divulge given the current circumstances of the other party. Knowing the truth would be of no avail and could even invite perilous consequences. I am unclear. Zhang Yun's head was slightly bowed as he lifted the teacup from the table. Observing his uncle's demeanor, Su Hong could certainly discern that the other was deliberately concealing something from him. However, since he chose to do so, it must be for a reason. Perhaps it is due to my current lack of strength that knowing would serve little purpose. I thank you for your revelation today. Uncle, I shall repay this kindness in the future. Su Hong rose and bowed deeply to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun said nothing, merely sipping his tea with an air of nonchalance. Be careful, take all necessary precautions. Zhang Yun remarked, his gaze fixed on the darkened tea in his cup. Su Hong, not wishing to be overly sentimental, recognized that he had more pressing matters to attend to, sensing that the other had departed. Zhang Yun set down his cup and turned his gaze toward the direction of Su Heng's exit. After a lengthy pause, he let out a sigh. After all, he had not raised Su Hong by his side. The Jiang family ties were tenuous. A sister, your son seems to be an outsider in the Jiang family, Zhang Yun murmured softly, his eyes returning to the swirling liquid in his cup after leaving the Jiang family. Su Hong made a beeline for Yunzhou City. His return to Yunzhou was motivated by two primary matters: the affairs of the Sword Pavilion and his father's situation. If there were any other concerns, they would pertain to the matters of Nanzhao and Baiwei. System task: subordinate force to annex the Sword Pavilion as a vassal. Task rewards: 1 special summoning opportunity, 1 summoning chance, 3 sign-in opportunities, and 1,000 purchase points. This was indeed one of the principal reasons for his return to the southern territories. Yunzhou, the Prince of Zhenan's manor. Su Hong arrived at the Prince of Zhenan's manor 2 days later. He returned to his own courtyard, Jinghong Courtyard. Upon receiving the news, Wang Chun and Wenxia hurried to Jinghong Courtyard. To adhere to regulations, the Prince of Zhennan naturally possessed his own quarters. However, Su Hong found Jinghong Courtyard quite satisfactory and had no desire to relocate. Hence he continued to reside there. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon entering the hall, Wang Chun and Wenxia immediately saw Su Hong and bowed deeply in respect. Rise, Su Hong said, taking a sip of tea. You both have worked hard during my absence. In the interim, the two had been diligently managing the affairs of the manor, supporting one another. The breadth of responsibilities within the Prince of Zhenan's manor was extensive, and their ability to handle matters efficiently was commendable. It is a blessing for us to serve the prince, they replied, exchanging glances and displaying joy upon receiving their master's praise. However, our cultivation has only progressed a minor realm. We have become somewhat complacent. Su Hong shifted the conversation to their cultivation levels. As his maidservants, their skills still lingered at the innate realm, which seemed rather inadequate. Your Highness, forgive us. Wang Chun and Wenxia immediately knelt, explaining that their lack of progress was not due to a lack of effort, but rather that certain achievements could not be attained through mere diligence. Even with the treasures found within the prince's manor, they could only elevate their cultivation to the late innate realm. Moreover, considering their ages, reaching the late innate realm at this stage was no small feat. Yet they lacked the courage to voice this. Zhao Gao, listening nearby, remained expressionless, but inwardly scoffed. Do you think everyone is like you? To elevate from the acquired realm to a grandmaster level in just a month, to be a maidservant of the Prince of Zhennan, one must possess exceptional talent. It was not that they had not tried hard. Rather, their peer was exceptionally gifted, making their own efforts seem trivial in comparison. Rise, what news do we have from Nanzhao? Su Hong inquired about the situation in Nanzhao. Wang Chun and Wen Xiao exchanged glances and stood up. Wang Chun proceeded to report the current state of affairs in Nanzhao. Among the high officials, many have already fallen under control. However, both the Moon Worship sect and the Holy Maiden Temple have slaughtered quite a number.
The various factions are in a state of panic, fearing the next blade might fall upon them. The Moon Worship sect, the Holy Maiden Temple, and the Nanzhao royal family. It can be said that the entire Nanzhao is in turmoil. Tianshan Tonglao has also seized the opportunity to absorb numerous factions. Now, over half of the forces in Nanzhao have fallen under their control, yet, the Moon Worship sect and the Holy Maiden Temple remain threats that cannot be overlooked. If these two thorns are not removed, even if Nanzhao is entirely under control, it would merely be an empty shell. Su Hong listened quietly, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation in Nanzhao. Ultimately, it would depend on the Sword Pavilion. If they could be brought to submission, their strong warriors could be at his disposal, making the conquest of Nanzhao considerably easier. Send a message to the Sword Pavilion. Su Hong instructed Wang Chun with a glance. Upon receiving the order, she withdrew. Once the others had exited, only Su Hong and Zhao Gao remained in the hall. Take the Jingni sword and Duanshui sword, and personally journey to the territory of Baiwei. If you can subdue Baiwei without bloodshed, it will save us considerable effort. As he spoke, Su Hong handed the jade seal of the Prince of Southern Zhennan to Zhao Gao. With this in hand, many troubles could be alleviated. Since his father could leverage the Baiwei territory for a breakthrough, it surely indicated some form of mutual interest with the Baiwei king. If he could utilize their influence to fully conquer Baiwei, it would save him a great deal of effort. Furthermore, with the Duanshui sword and Jingni sword at his disposal, Zhao Gao would have a measure of security as he entered Baiwei alone. Zhao Gao, being astute, immediately grasped his master's intentions at accepting the jade seal. He took his leave. Chapter 57. Is the Prince of Southern Zhennan mocking my sword pavilion? Shortly thereafter, Wen Xiao re-entered, holding a ledger. Your Highness, this is the summary of the financial accounts you requested. She presented the ledger before Su Hong. He took it and began to review the contents. After deducting daily expenses, the matter could yield 600,000 taels of silver. The Su family had withdrawn 300,000 taels. The various businesses under the prince's domain had amassed 800,000 taels. Nanzhao had sent over 100,000 taels of gold and 10 million taels of silver. Additionally, a mysterious group delivered 300,000 taels of gold, totaling 67 million taels. Wen Xiao recounted these figures as if she were intimately familiar with them. Su Hong had inadvertently discovered that she possessed a remarkable sensitivity to numbers. She seemed to manage the expenditures of the prince's manor with exceptional precision, akin to a photographic memory. This reinforced Su Heng's conviction. Since she was naturally gifted in this regard, there was no need to stifle her talent. He nodded in satisfaction, approving of her performance. That sum of 300,000 taels must have originated from the Jiang clan's commerce. However, I did not expect Nanzhao to be so affluent. 20 million taels of gold is a considerable amount, even for the Prince of Southern Zhennan. Upon further contemplation, the reasons became clear. Tianshan Tonglao and others had eliminated several factions, accumulating their wealth over the years. Coupled with Nanzhao's abundant mineral resources, it was not surprising. If Chen Xingji could locate and successfully exploit the gold mine, it would bring him closer to realizing his ambitions. Understood, you may retire to rest now, Su Hong instructed as he placed the ledger on the table. After Wen Xiao exited, he too left Jingheng Courtyard. This silver and gold would undoubtedly be stored in the treasury. After navigating through multiple layers of security, Su Hong successfully entered the treasury of the Prince of Southern Zhennan. Before him lay a dazzling array of silver ingots, stacked high in neat rows. The silvery sheen emanating from the ingots illuminated the vault far more brilliantly than the luminous pearls used for lighting. It was no wonder that so many corrupt officials existed. The visual impact was beyond description. To speak shamelessly, had I possessed such abilities in my past life, I might have been even more avaricious. System, collect all the gold and silver from the treasury, out of sight, out of mind. Let this filth be transformed into a cold string of numbers. Ding, detected. The treasury contains a total of 400,000 taels of gold and 27 million taels of silver. Would you like to convert it all into 67 million purchase points? Confirm, Su Hong responded without a moment's hesitation, opting for the conversion. Ding, conversion successful. Purchase points have been credited to your account. Please check your account at your convenience. Hearing the system's voice, Su Hong turned and vanished from the treasury. He had faith in the system. The next morning, the master of the Sword Pavilion, accompanied by two elders, arrived in Yunzhou City. Master, are we truly going to collaborate with the Prince of Southern Zhennan?
The elders accompanying the sword pavilion were both grandmaster-level warriors, their prowess at the pinnacle of that realm. As for the master of the sword pavilion, his aura was reclusive, making it impossible to discern his true level. Though he had undoubtedly entered the realm of heaven, and it remained unclear at which tier he stood within that realm. As fellow denizens of the southern territories, the sword pavilion had no alternative this time. The master of the sword pavilion spoke, his gaze sweeping over the bustling market. Moreover, the divine sword has chosen to ally with the Prince of Zhennan. Perhaps the long-held aspirations of the sword pavilion may finally be realized through this partnership. Upon hearing these words, the elder fell silent, letting out a prolonged sigh. The Duke of Zhennan, to put it mildly, is a noble of the Dechen dynasty, yet its mightiest warrior barely reaches the pinnacle of the grandmaster level. Lacking even a celestial being among their ranks, how could they possibly be worthy of collaborating with the sword pavilion? Although recent events have indeed stirred some commotion, it still falls short of capturing the attention of the sword pavilion. One cannot help but wonder how the divine sword came to select the Duke of Zhennan. Could it be that the divine sword has erred? Such thoughts were not ones he dared to voice. For the divine sword is the very embodiment of faith for the sword pavilion, beyond reproach. Since the divine sword has made its choice, all they could do is acquiesce. The three did not conceal their intentions. Boldly making their way towards the Duke's residence, the members of the sword pavilion carried themselves with upright dignity, disdainful of any underhanded tactics or shrouded actions. Upon reaching the entrance of the Duke's residence, the guards stationed there spotted the three middle-aged men carrying swords from a distance. After exchanging a glance with a companion, the latter promptly made his way inside to relay the news. As the trio arrived at the entrance, one of the guards approached them without hesitation. "Might you be esteemed elders from the sword pavilion?" he inquired. "Indeed," came the nonchalant reply from the pavilion master. "Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. I have already dispatched someone to inform our lord," the guard said with a smile, explaining that the higher-ups had instructed them to pay heed to the sword pavilion's representatives. They had not anticipated such promptness, believing it would take several days. The pavilion master nodded, refraining from further remarks. At his level of cultivation, such matters were insufficient to disturb his tranquility, observing their leader's demeanor. The other two elders felt no need to voice their own sentiments. Before long, Wang Chun emerged, accompanied by the guard who had gone to deliver the message to "I apologize for the delay. Our lord has been waiting in the main hall for you." Esteemed guests, Wang Chun's countenance was adorned with a smile, exhibiting poise that neither flattered nor diminished their stature. Witnessing this, the two elders' expressions fell instantly. The Duke of Zhennan truly held an air of arrogance. They had deigned to visit in person, and this was the reception they received, a mere innate realm servant. What was the difference between this and an outright insult? The pavilion master's expression also soured. His brow furrowing slightly, the actions of the Duke's residence bordered on excessive. Having sent someone specifically to report, they still allowed a servant of the innate realm to greet them. Surely, if not the Duke himself, at least a figure of significance should have been dispatched to receive them. No, could it be that such a grand estate could not produce even a grandmaster-level powerhouse? Were they intent on humiliating the sword pavilion? Or simply wishing to assert their dominance? As the saying goes, what goes around, comes around. The pavilion master was determined to see whether the Duke of Zhennan truly possessed the audacity to treat the sword pavilion with such disdain, or if they were merely ignorant of the grander scheme of things. Chapter 58. Is there a celestial being residing in the Duke of Zhennan's estate? The three followed their guide into the Duke's residence. True to its status as a noble of the Dechen dynasty, the layout, design, and standards of the estate were all meticulously orchestrated: pavilions, flowing waters, artificial mountains, gardens, and ponds, elements that ordinary folk could only dream of. As for the soldiers patrolling the grounds, the trio paid them little heed. While innate realm warriors might be considered average in the southern territories, they remained beneath the notice of the sword pavilion members. However, an elderly monk sweeping the ground soon captured the pavilion master's attention. What was a monk doing in the Duke's residence? The man kept his head bowed, methodically sweeping the fallen leaves. The pavilion master furrowed his brow slightly. Unable to sense any aura emanating from him, this could only mean one of two things: either the monk's cultivation level surpassed his own, or he was indeed an ordinary mortal. Yet, could it be possible for a mere mortal monk to exist within the Duke's estate? Moments later, the woman accompanying them bowed respectfully to the old monk, who paid her no mind, continuing his task of sweeping the ground. The scene did not escape the pavilion master's scrutiny, though the woman was only of the innate realm. She was a confidant of the Duke. A mere official of the third rank would command respect within the Duke's estate, yet here she was bowing to an old monk. If there were no ulterior motives at play, It was hard to believe. This led him to conclude that the monk's cultivation must indeed far exceed his own, leading him to mistakenly perceive the monk as an ordinary person. He was already in the celestial realm. Only a true immortal could elude his perception. Could it be that this old monk was an immortal? The pavilion master's first instinct was disbelief. After all, how could such a being exist within the Duke's residence? There were few powers in the southern territories that could rival the Duke of Zhennan among the Grandmaster-level warriors. The Sword Pavilion could easily summon several. Many powerful factions had never regarded the Duke's residence with any seriousness. Nevertheless, as a noble of the Dechen dynasty, opposing them would be tantamount to disrespecting the Dechen itself. For the sake of maintaining order and deterring other factions, the Dechen would inevitably intervene in such matters. Therefore, even if the Duke's estate did not command their respect, they were reluctant to provoke it unduly. Moreover, there was the matter of the trials. Any faction with a celestial being at its helm would not act recklessly. They might even resort to feigned death to conceal their presence. After all, those who ascend to the celestial realm are often aware, to some extent, of the trials. If they were to make too much noise, they would not be spared by the higher powers, and the Dechen would seize upon the trials to eliminate any emerging threats, thereby safeguarding its dominion. This explains why, despite the considerable number of celestial beings within Dechen's territory, they remained reluctant to reveal themselves. In the trials, casualties among celestial beings were not uncommon. If even the immortals were hiding, one could only imagine the plight of their own celestial warriors, perhaps sensing the pavilion master's gaze. The old monk lifted his eyes slightly, glancing at the 3me, and it was this momentary glance that solidified the pavilion master's suspicions. Those eyes were deep and distant, seemingly imbued with boundless energy. Within the depths of those eyes, he perceived the formidable visage of a great Arhat, golden and radiant, bathed in fierce flames, hands clasped in prayer, resembling an unyielding deity. The pavilion master's breath quickened, his heart racing at the overwhelming power emanating from the monk. An immortal, the monk had undoubtedly reached the realm of the immortals. Fortunately, the monk averted his gaze, sparing the pavilion master from succumbing to any mental turmoil. "Master, what troubles you?" The two elders, now aware of their leader's unease, rushed to assess the situation. "Nothing," the pavilion master waved a hand dismissively, his attention shifting from the old monk. Yet, a myriad of questions swirled within him. How could the Duke's estate possibly harbor an immortal? Furthermore, was he a monk from the Western Buddhist kingdom? Had the Duke's residence forged some cooperation with the Western Buddhist kingdom? Even if such a partnership existed, they certainly would not dispatch an immortal to greet them. Did they not fear dragging the entire Buddhist kingdom into this whirlwind? The pavilion master was filled with bewilderment, yet no answers came forth, compelling him to follow his guide deeper into the Duke's estate. Wang Chun too sensed the oddity, though she chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. The arrangements made by the Duke were not to be underestimated. After a brief while, the pavilion master furrowed his brow once more. Could it be that the Duke's estate truly had ties to the Western Buddhist kingdom? How else could the sound of wooden fish resonate? And it seemed there was more than one. Yet, separated by mere walls, he could not ascertain the cause. The pavilion master glanced at Wang Chun and then at the two elders behind him. Expanding his spiritual sense, he sought to probe beyond the walls for clarity. Boom! The pavilion master failed to glean any specific information. As his spiritual sense breached the barrier, 3 resounding golden bells repelled it forcefully. His mind went blank, and he staggered back a couple of steps. Had it not been for the two elders' quick reflexes, he might have stumbled to the ground. This incident naturally drew the attention of Wang Chun and the two elders. Wang Chun remained composed. As this had all been anticipated by her lord, curiosity, after all, could lead one to peril, and human nature was often unable to escape its essence. However, the two elders were suddenly aware of the anomaly. Their master, a celestial being, had been repelled, and the implications were clear. The Duke's estate housed not one, but multiple celestial beings. This revelation left them momentarily speechless, caught in disbelief. It was akin to a diligent student, accustomed to wearing faded clothes and earning tuition by scavenging, suddenly being told he was a billionaire. Such a jarring disparity was hard to fathom. Now, they were confronted with the same disbelief. How could the Duke's estate possibly harbor celestial beings? If such were the case, how could Dechen allow the Duke's residence to persist unchallenged? What was the truth? What was real? This world seemed a tapestry of illusion and reality, blurring the lines between dreams and existence. Observing the expressions of the two elders, the pavilion master could not help but sigh. If he were to inform them that the seemingly unremarkable old monk they had just encountered was, in fact, an immortal, he wondered what their reactions would be. Chapter 59. I can assure you that no one shall take a single step out of the Zhennan Wang. Yet, he did not convey this to the two individuals. Instead, he cast a wary glance towards the hall of the Zhennan Wang. It appears that today's negotiations are not as straightforward as anticipated. Following Wang Chun, the three of them arrived at the Yuheng Hall. A young man was seated at the head of the table, gently blowing on the tea in his cup before taking a delicate sip to it. Seemed as though he had not noticed their arrival. But was that truly possible? Your Highness, the esteemed guests from the Sword Pavilion have arrived, Wang Chun reported to Su Hong with a respectful bow. Upon hearing this, Su Hong leisurely set down his cup and turned his gaze towards the three. He had sensed their cultivation levels the moment they stepped into the Zhennan Wang, so their presence did not surprise him. However, it struck him as somewhat absurd. When he first arrived, the earthly immortals were nowhere to be seen. And the celestial beings were absent. The Grandmasters were the pinnacle, yet now, not only were Grandmaster-level cultivators emerging like they were abundant, but even celestial beings were making their appearances. Perhaps, in due time, even the earthly immortals would reveal themselves. We have come to pay our respects to the Zhennan Wang. The head of the Sword Pavilion clasped his fists, though he did not bow, speaking in a symbolic manner. As the apparent rulers of the southern territories. The Zhennan Wang may lack celestial beings, but it commands an army of 300,000 and holds the title of a noble within the Great Qian dynasty. Furthermore, what he had just witnessed warranted this courtesy. However, as a celestial being, he possessed his own pride and dignity. He would not bow before the imperial capital. Such behavior already showed considerable deference to the other party. The two elders behind him also clasped their fists but remained silent. Su Hong was unconcerned by this. After all, following today, they would have to respectfully pay their respects to him. You are too courteous. Please have a seat. Su Hong did not rise, merely propping his left arm on the table. His hands deftly rotating the TCUP. As soon as he finished speaking, a maid entered with tea. At the head of the Sword Pavilion paid little mind to this, taking a seat, yet none initiated conversation. They simply sipped their tea. After approximately 10 minutes, the tea in Su Hang's cup had cooled somewhat. He relaxed his grip, causing the lid to clatter against the cup, producing a crisp sound. Unbothered, he set it down on the table and adjusted his robe. You three haven't tea come merely to enjoy the tea of the Zhennan Wang, have you? Su Hong raised his head, casting a casual glance at the three, accompanied by a light chuckle. He had no time to waste with the Sword Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the head of the Sword Pavilion could not help but set down his cup. However, he did not speak, instead scanning the surrounding servants and maids. His meaning unmistakable. Rest assured, the two behind you will not betray you. Those from the Zhennan Wang shall remain steadfast. Su Hong, recognizing the other party's concerns, offered a brief explanation, confident in his assertion. Yet, to assuage their worries, he signaled to Wang Chun. Consequently, only the four of them remained in the Yuheng Hall. Speak. Su Hong turned his body slightly, shifting in his chair. This seat is rather stiff, far from the comfort of a sofa. Your Highness, we from the Sword Pavilion wish to cooperate with you and coexist with the southern territories, the head of the Sword Pavilion stated, revealing the purpose of their visit. Su Hong, upon hearing this, directed his gaze towards the head of the Sword Pavilion. Not interested, the system's task was to have him annex the Sword Pavilion as a vassal force. Cooperation was not an option, since there is a celestial being stationed within the Zhennan Wang. It implies that you are aware of the trial. Given the Li Qian imperial family's apprehension towards the southern territories, it is highly likely that the trial location will be chosen within the southern territories. When those individuals arrive, it will spell catastrophe for the southern territories, turning it into a living hell. Do you truly wish to witness such a scene? The head of the Sword Pavilion spoke earnestly. Attempting to persuade him, however, Su Hong remained unmoved, swirling the tea in his cup, observing the patterns upon it. Have you finished speaking? Su Hong cast a glance at the other party, inquiring, what you say holds no interest for me. He diverted his gaze, continuing to scrutinize the design on his cup. Witnessing Su Hang's indifferent demeanor, the two elders behind the head of the Sword Pavilion could no longer contain themselves. Brat, do not be ungrateful. The Sword Pavilion's willingness to collaborate with the Zhennan Wang is a favor extended to you. Are you truly waiting for the day the southern territories faces devastation before you regret your decision? As the Zhennan Wang, you must possess the awareness befitting a noble. Protecting the people under your command is your duty and obligation. By refusing to cooperate with the Sword Pavilion, do you intend to disregard the citizens of the southern territories? Or do you wish to relinquish your military power and become a mere lackey of the Li Qian imperial family? The Sword Pavilion has humbled itself, seeking an alliance with the Zhennan Wang to advance together. Yet you express disinterest? How bold of you to utter such ignorant words! Truly you are but a young fool, with ambitions loftier than the heavens but lacking substance. Hearing this, Su Hong slammed the cup onto the table with significant force. The cup shattered, and tea splattered everywhere. This commotion naturally drew the attention of the strong within the Zhennan Wang. Wang Chun immediately led the guards in a stand down. Xu Hong rose, ordering them to retreat. Wang Chun cast a glance at the surrounding guards, and then led them out. The gaze of the elder remained fixed on the scene. Should any untoward actions arise, he would not allow the prince to fall into danger. Once everyone had retreated, Su Hong turned his attention to the Grandmaster-level cultivator who had spoken. Cooperate with your sword pavilion, Su Hong inquired. Do you believe that such an alliance will prevent the southern territories from facing destruction? Pray tell, does your sword pavilion possess earthly immortals or beings beyond them? I recall that the head of your sword pavilion's earthly immortal ancestor still hangs in the northeast 4 states. Does it not? Does your sword pavilion still have earthly immortals? Are they merely clinging to life or can they exert any power? Su Hong spoke disdainfully. Cooperation implies an equal partnership. To come in with an air of superiority, placing oneself above the other party. If that were the case, why would they even consider cooperation? They might as well obliterate the Zhennan Wang and seize control of it. But would the sword pavilion dare? Su Heng's gaze fell upon the elder of the sword pavilion, filled with mockery. If they did not dare, then they should know their place. Let us not forget, we are within the Zhennan Wang. Should you provoke my ire, I can assure you none of you shall take even a step out of this Zhennan Wang. Chapter 60. The sword pavilion's submission. The hidden mastermind is actually her. Su Hong spoke, showing no regard for the other party's dignity. Dignity is not granted by others, it is earned through one's own efforts. Since they failed to comprehend the situation, he had no qualms about helping them see the current state of affairs. Cooperation was absolutely out of the question. Su Hong directly stated his position, yet he swiftly shifted gears. After all, the system's task still loomed over him. While cooperation was impossible, the sword pavilion could submit to him. Su Heng's gaze fell upon the head of the sword pavilion, articulating his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the head of the sword pavilion halted the 2 elders behind him from speaking, directing his attention towards Su Heng. He was eager to discern the source of the other party's confidence. Was it those monks outside? Although the sword pavilion's strength had waned, it had not yet reached the point of becoming someone else's servant. Moreover, even if the western region's Buddhist kingdom were to dispatch powerful beings into the southern territories, would they truly act against their own agreements? What is your reasoning? The head of the sword pavilion inquired. Voicing his doubts. To compel the sword pavilion's submission, one must present commensurate strength. Su Hong could not help but chuckle at this. In his realm, there was no reasoning. If they were willing, then they were. If not, they could leave. He had never lacked for vassals. If they missed this opportunity, it was sufficient proof that they were fated to be a part. As for the system's task, he would eventually capture the entire sword pavilion. There would inevitably be willing participants, desiring high rewards while fearing risks. Where in the world does such a good deal exist? He cared not for other places, but in his domain it was impossible. See them out. Su Hong concluded, rising to depart. The head of the sword pavilion was taken aback. Why was he not following the script? Wasn't this the moment to showcase strength and humiliate them? After all, such was the narrative in stories. How could it not apply here? Your Highness, please wait. The head of the sword pavilion hastily spoke, attempting to retain him. If they allowed him to leave, the next opportunity to meet would not be as facile as today. Furthermore, the guidance of the divine sword lay before them, leaving them no room to refuse. May I inquire, was the swordsman who wielded his sword on Jiuli Mountain that day one of your subordinates? Seeing that Su Hong had paused, the head of the sword pavilion seized the chance to inquire about the matter. That single strike had captivated many swordsmen. The sword pavilion had previously sent someone to investigate Jiuli Mountain. Having deduced from the canyon split by that strike, along with the pervasive sword intent surrounding it, that it was likely the work of a sword immortal. In other words, within the Zhennan Wang. There were not only holy monks but also formidable sword immortal cultivators present. The monks of the land immortal realm are referred to as holy monks, the Confucians as sages, and the swordsmen as sword immortals. Sword saints, or sword gods, what then? Su Hong replied affirmatively, and then raised his foot, intending to depart. The sword pavilion is willing to heed the prince's orders. The pavilion master knelt, clasping his fists, adopting a humble posture. The other 2 elders, witnessing their master's demeanor, wished to voice their thoughts but were met with the unwavering gaze on the other's face. They too knelt, choosing submission. Upon hearing this, Su Hong turned around. Observing the sincerity reflected in their expressions, which piqued his curiosity, could it be that the sword path holds such an irresistible allure for these swordsmen? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Rewards have been dispatched to the system space. Ding! the host has achieved the subordinate task accomplishment for the first time, granting an additional opportunity for a sign-in. Hearing the system's announcement, Su Hong glanced at the three individuals but refrained from saying much more. He had his doubts about their autonomy, yet the issuance of rewards by the system implied their authority. The request from the Sword Pavilion is hereby granted. Upon finishing his words, Su Hong turned to leave the Yuhong Palace. Preoccupied with checking his system rewards. 1 Special summoning opportunity, 1 summoning chance, for sign-in opportunities, and 1,000 purchasing points. Jinghong Courtyard System, sign-in ding, signing in, ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a package of free points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Blood Bodhi. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the martial technique Silence Finger. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sunflower Scripture. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the martial technique 10,000 swords. Returning to the origin, upon seeing the fruits of his sign-in, Su Hong could not help but feel speechless. The daily sign-in opportunity rarely yielded anything of value, only the chances obtained through task completion had a slightly higher probability of good rewards. But what is the situation now? A package of free points, why not a special spicy snack just for him? As for the Sunflower Scripture, does it imply that to practice this skill one must first undergo self-castration? Fortunately, the other items were quite decent. That Blood Bodhi would perfectly assist him in breaking through to the peak of the Grandmaster stage. Let us use the 2 summoning cards as well. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Sword Saint Yi Guqing. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a trial card for Spirit Fire. Name, Yi Guqing Cultivation, Mid-Stage Land Immortal Martial Technique, Celestial Flight Description, the Master of White Cloud City. Yi Guqing wields a sword with unparalleled sharpness, recognized as a master swordsman by the sword god Shimen Choi Xue. Yi Guqing looks down upon others, embodying the lament of a solitary master. Name, Spirit Fire Trial Card. Flame, 10,000 Beasts. Spirit Fire Description, any land immortal who comes into contact with this fire shall meet their demise. After reading the explanations, Su Heng's expression brightened. Yet another land immortal, and a renowned sword Saint Yi Guqing at that. If he could summon Shimen Shui Shui and Dugacho Bai together, the combined swordsmanship of the three would surely instill fear in the hearts of the great Qian Sword Pavilion. This Sword Pavilion has indeed bestowed upon him a grand gift. However, before he could act, he sensed an approaching presence. It was Zhengang. I have seen the prince. Zhengang entered the courtyard and bowed to his prince. What brings you here? Su Hong felt a flicker of curiosity about the visitor's arrival. Reporting to the prince, there are some leads concerning the housekeeper's matter. At this revelation, Su Heng's brow furrowed slightly as he straightened his posture. Had it not been for Zhengang's reminder, he would have forgotten about it entirely. According to Cha Zi's investigation, the individual had traveled to Xian Prefecture. Additionally, Cha Zi discovered that at an auction several years ago, an official, in an effort to present a gift to the princess, exhausted his fortune to acquire the earth-profound pill. Zhengang relayed the findings of Cha Zi's investigation. Upon hearing this, Su Heng's brow furrowed further. He had sensed that other forces were likely involved in this matter. Yet he had not anticipated that it would be her, the Princess of Yuyang, elder sister of the Chen Emperor Li Chen. Chapter 61, Princess of Yuyang. Yizhao Gao enters the land of Baiwei. This Princess of Yuyang is no ordinary figure. She is the elder sister of the Taizong Emperor, and the aunt of Li Chen, over the course of 3 generations in the great Qian dynasty. Taizong, and Li Chen, who is still alive, without a temple name. The Princess of Yuyang is the daughter of Taizu, the sister of Taizong, and the aunt of Li Chen. Initially, the Taizong Emperor favored consort Yang and even contemplated making her son Prince Su the crown prince to inherit the throne. However, the elders of the Li clan intervened, turning the tide and preventing the Li family's rule from being squandered. Yet, it was not feasible to let those elders manage the court. At that time, Li Chen was still young and incapable of governing. It was his aunt, the Princess of Yuyang, who stabilized the court during his absence. During her time in power, she nurtured many loyal subordinates and accrued numerous benefits for herself. Later, when Li Chen took over governance, he was pressured by the Li clan's elders, leading her to retreat to the sidelines. Nevertheless, her influence remained formidable, as she controlled 3 of the 12 provinces governed by the royal family. The royal relatives under her command regarded her with great esteem. Should she continue to govern, she might very well become a female emperor. Moreover, there is an amusing anecdote. When the Li family planned a marriage alliance with the southern town king's residence, the chosen princess was none other than the Princess of Yuyang. However, her parents, deeply in love, declined the royal proposal. To save the royal family's face, they ultimately disbanded an army of 70,000. Now, could the actions of the Princess of Yuyang stem from a love turned to hatred? Su Hong shook his head, casting aside the thoughts that surfaced in his mind. His father's romantic escapades were of no concern to him. Nor did he have any interest in them, however, since the Princess of Yuyang dared to oppose him, he would be unyielding in return. By the way, how has the matter concerning the assassination attempt on me by the shadowy gate progressed? Su Hong recalled something and inquired of Jin Gang. Upon hearing this, Jin Gang pondered momentarily, quickly recalling the situation. This matter was initially under his purview. The shadowy gate is located within Izhou, and Chazi's web had destroyed several of their strongholds. For some unknown reason, a few days ago, they withdrew entirely from the southern region. By the time Chazi located their headquarters, they had already fled. Jin Gang lowered his head as he spoke. Feeling that he had failed in managing the situation, allowing the assassins of the shadowy gate to escape. No matter, a few rats cannot stir up a storm. Su Hong bore no ill will towards him. A force guarded by a celestial realm expert was not worth his efforts. The most crucial matters now were to secure Nanzhao and the Baiwei territory, as well as his own breakthrough. In the coming days, I shall enter seclusion. You must manage the affairs of the royal residence diligently. Furthermore, Nanzhao and Baiwei must be swiftly subdued. I hope to receive good news upon concluding my seclusion. As for the sword pavilion, there is no need for further concern. Su Hang glanced at Jin Gang and issued his command, "Your subordinate shall not disappoint the prince's trust." Jin Gang clasped his fists and bowed. Then withdrew. Watching his retreating figure, Su Hong turned and entered the secret chamber. Ever since he learned of his second uncle's identity, he had ceased to worry much about his cousin. Moreover, with Zhang Xian keeping watch, matters concerning the White Deer Academy were not overly troubling. With this blood bodhi, achieving the peak of the Grand Master stage should pose no challenge. The border of Qingzhou and Baiwei. Zhao Gao, as a celestial realm expert, traversed the distance to the Baiwei territory, which lay merely a Qingzhou away, without requiring excessive time. However, it did consume a considerable amount of spirit power. Zhao Gao looked up at the time. Several hours remained until nightfall. He found a spot to replenish his internal spirit power. As for Duanshui and Jingni, they had infiltrated the Black Cavalry army due to the connection with the sword. Gathering intelligence, night soon descended, and Zhao Gao observed the darkness, preparing to cross the border and enter the Baiwei territory. With Duanshui and Jingni providing cover, Zhao Gao seized the opportunity to successfully cross the border and set foot on Baiwei soil. As the narrative unfolds, one might sense a hint of smuggling, perhaps? Nevertheless, the situation attracted the attention of the Black Cavalry commander. Thus, for prudence's sake, a message was dispatched to the Baiwei territory. The Baiwei land is vast. Even a celestial realm expert like Zhao Gao took until dawn to reach the Baiwei royal court. However, he was unaware of the whereabouts of the old king. Zhao Gao cast his gaze toward the royal court. Perhaps the Baiwei king would possess the information he sought. Zhao Gao stealthily infiltrated the royal court, leveraging his celestial realm cultivation to evade the layers of scrutiny, ultimately arriving at the Baiwei king's chambers. The Baiwei king was absent. At this hour, he was likely attending a court meeting. Zhao Gao concealed himself and began to recover the spirit energy he had expended in the hall of the Yu King. The Baiwei king, currently in session, received a secret letter, causing him to furrow his brow. Unless there was an urgent matter, he would not hasten to report during court. After taking the letter, his frown deepened with each line he read. It appeared that a powerful figure had evaded the Black Cavalry's scrutiny and entered the Baiwei territory. Who could possibly avoid the Black Cavalry's investigation, making them hesitant to confirm? Could it be that Li Chen has taken action? Dismissed, the Baiwei king concluded, rising from his throne and departing the hall of the Yu King Dai in the Baiwei king's chambers. Zhao Gao opened his eyes, sensing someone had entered the chamber. The individual wore a crown adorned with jade and jewels, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. The Baiwei king. This was Zhao Gao's only thought. Everyone leave, the Baiwei king commanded, dismissing those present. Just as Zhao Gao was seeking an opportunity, he felt a surge of joy at the king's actions. After everyone had departed, the king of Baiwei approached the royal throne, casting a vigilant glance around. He then tugged at the yellow drapery that adorned the throne, revealing a hidden space behind the wall. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Gao's pupils involuntarily contracted. The other party indeed possessed remarkable skills. After all, those permitted near the royal throne were few, and by concealing a secret passage behind it, they effectively isolated many. Just as the king of Baiwei sensed something amiss, Zhao Gao swiftly positioned the Jingni sword against his neck. The king of Baiwei's pupils narrowed upon seeing this. A celestial being, before he could utter a word.
Zhao Gao produced the jade seal of the king of Zhennan. Upon seeing the seal, the king of Baiwei instinctively turned his gaze to Zhao Gao, clearly recognizing it as well. The heir has sent subordinates here on urgent business to see the prince, Zhao Gao stated, articulating his purpose. The king of Baiwei's immediate reaction was disbelief. After all, this was a matter of great significance, and the king of Zhennan had not disclosed it to his heir to prevent any leaks. Nevertheless, he chose to take Zhao Gao to meet the king of Zhennan. Follow me, the king of Baiwei said, leading the way into the secret chamber. The chamber was a labyrinth of complexities laden with numerous mechanisms. Without guidance, it would be nearly impossible to navigate correctly. As they entered, Su Luan was seated in a meditative posture. However, at his level of cultivation, he could not be deceived by their arrival, just as Zhao Gao was prepared to scrutinize the appearance of his master's father. A figure appeared before him in an instant. The person moved with astonishing speed, swiftly seizing Zhao Gao by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Zhao Gao felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His eyes filled with disbelief. Wasn't the old prince merely at the peak of the Grand Master level, who had spread such misleading information? How could a peak Grand Master render him a nascent celestial being? Utterly defenseless, unable even to react, this was clearly the work of a celestial master, and not just any, but one at the pinnacle of celestial being, mere steps away from becoming a terrestrial immortal. Zhao Gao's face flushed with indignation, yet Su Luan showed no signs of relenting. A celestial master was not so easily subdued. The king of Baiwei then began to explain. This was the king of Baiwei's intention. If the claims were true, it would be a joyous occasion. However, should they prove false, the intruders would not escape once they entered this place. The Duanshui sword and Jingni sword were unleashed, aimed directly at Su Luan. Sensing danger, Su Luan quickly evaded, and Zhao Gao seized the opportunity to momentarily escape the grip on his neck. Su Luan exerted force with both hands, sending the two swords flying. The Duanshui and Jingni collided, transforming into humanoid forms. Su Luan's pupils involuntarily contracted. Sword spirits, who are you truly? Su Luan demanded, his power coalescing as he fixed his gaze upon the three. His expression conveyed a clear warning: if they did not speak the truth, he would not hesitate to act with hostility. Such eunuchs, apart from the royal family, were utterly unusable by the various princely houses. The esteemed clans and sects scorned them as rootless beings and thus would not employ them. Moreover, the most crucial point was the sword spirits. Divine swords possess spirits. How could two celestial-grade swords give rise to sword spirits? Even terrestrial immortals struggle to nurture them, let alone mere celestial beings. Old prince, we truly serve the heir, Zhao Gao exclaimed, feeling a deep sense of regret. He wished he had merely sent a letter from the heir. They had not anticipated that the father of their master was so formidable. Far from the rumored peak Grand Master, but rather at the pinnacle of celestial being, having concealed an entire realm, deceiving the world. Zhao Gao hastily produced the jade seal of the king of Zhennan, which belonged to his master. Su Luan, upon seeing this, could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Receiving the jade seal, he infused it with his spiritual energy. What has Hanger sent you here for? Su Luan inquired, his belief in their words strengthening. The jade seal of the king of Zhennan was crafted through special methods, only manipulable by those of the Zhennan royal lineage. The energy contained within was unmistakably from Hanger, and through the residual spiritual energy, he sensed that Hanger might have transcended the Grand Master realm. The heir has sent us to inform the prince that the land of Baiwei shall submit to the heir, Zhao Gao stated, leaving nothing concealed. Su Luan's gaze shifted to Zhao Gao, as if trying to discern any inconsistencies in his expression. The Bai Li and Zhou Li clans had already been vanquished, and he was well aware that Hanger was scheming for the southern call. Deducing that Hanger would not overlook the fertile land of Baiwei, very well. Su Luan did not refuse. After all, everything he did was for the Su family and the king of Zhennan. These matters were meant for the heir, not to be taken to the grave. Since Hanger possessed greater means and abilities than he, it was prudent to entrust the matters to him in advance. Long ago, when he broke through to the celestial realm, he had already formed a partnership with the land of Baiwei. Over the years, as his cultivation grew, their relationship had evolved from partnership to submission. The land of Baiwei served as the retreat for the king of Zhennan, should the day come when the Zhennan royal house could no longer evade danger. They could take refuge in the land of Baiwei and venture into the far west. Zhao Gao did not expect matters to unfold so smoothly, feeling somewhat astonished, however, since the master's orders had been fulfilled. There was nothing more to discuss. See them off, Su Luan commanded, turning to the king of Baiwei. The king of Baiwei nodded slightly and escorted the two from the premises, watching their departing figures. Su Luan let out a deep sigh. If the other party wished to act, then let them do so. All he could do as their father was to offer his support. Yunwan, Hanger has grown up.
Did you see that? After many years apart, he wondered how she fared now. Su Luan murmured softly, glancing at the sunlight streaming down from above. In his hand appeared a translucent cerulean orb. Should hang or fail, or if she still could not escape the trials ahead, he would ensure her departure from this place, no matter the cost. Perhaps she had truly matured. Su Luan recalled the moment when that sword struck. Perhaps with that person present, Hanger would not falter in this trial. In the King of Zhennan's residence, Su Hang, who was in seclusion consuming blood bodhi with the intention of breaking through the peak of the Grand Master level, suddenly opened his eyes. The cause? Merely the system's announcement: the land of Baiwa has been captured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the land of Baiwa. Rewards have been delivered to the system space. 1 special sign-in opportunity, 1 summoning opportunity, and 3 sign-in opportunities. Sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial dan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9-colored jade lingji. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the compendium of herbs. Seeing these items from the sign-in, Su Hang could not help but check their attributes. He was already familiar with the celestial dan, having previously signed for 2. The 9-colored jade lingji was extraordinary. Even a terrestrial immortal would benefit from its consumption. In other words, with these items, he could potentially break through to the celestial realm and even the terrestrial immortal realm before exiting seclusion. While this was said, it was somewhat unrealistic. After all, even with such items, breaking through was not an achievement that could be accomplished overnight. As for the compendium of herbs, it recorded numerous spiritual herbs, detailing their effects, growth habits, and various prescriptions. Su Hang closed his eyes, mobilizing his spiritual energy to refine the medicinal power of the blood bodhi within him. I'll save them for later, once my cultivation successfully breaks through. I may summon even more powerful beings. Everything fell silent as Su Hang focused on his breakthrough. During Su Hang's period of seclusion, the King of Zhennan's residence underwent tremendous changes. In these 2 months, the King of Zhennan's residence experienced rapid development. Chen Xingji and others, who had ventured into uncharted territory, successfully located a gold mine and orderly dispatched personnel for extraction. Meanwhile, the 5,000 white robe troops and 10,000 great snow dragon riders achieved significant enhancements during this time. By battling fierce beasts and honing themselves with their blood essence, their cultivation surpassed that of before. The 6 sword slaves Yen Ri and the 2 elders Xin Ming were all in seclusion, striding for breakthroughs, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their master's grand undertaking. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed. However, during this time, the trial at the back mountain of the White Deer Academy was proceeding steadily. The results had yet to be announced. On this day, the atmosphere at the King of Zhennan's residence grew dim, and a light drizzle began to fall. The sweeping monk and Yi Guqing sat opposite one another. Sensing the unusual circumstances, they exchanged glances and turned their attention toward the Jinghang courtyard. With their cultivation levels, they could naturally perceive the disturbances within. It seemed their master was on the verge of a breakthrough. Just as they turned their heads, a thunderous clap echoed, and lightning tore through the sky as if rending the heavens open. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge toward the Jinghang courtyard. Boom! The aura of celestial being radiated outward, sweeping across the entire King of Zhennan's residence in mere moments. Celestial being, mid-stage. Yi Guqing remarked, having detected the precise realm. In just 2 months, he had ascended from the late Grand Master level to the mid-stage of celestial being. Indeed, no comparison could be made between individuals. They withdrew their gazes, refraining from intervening. At this juncture, whether to conceal or reveal has lost its significance. The forthcoming movements of the southern town prince's residence cannot be hidden any longer. Yi Guqing raised his teacup, giving a subtle nod to the sweeping monk. The monk smiled and raised his cup in kind, savoring the tea within it. The aura of the celestial realm emanated forth, immediately detected by those with keen perception. In Shanjing, as the sovereign of the Great Qian, the Li Qian royal family naturally possessed the means to investigate this aura. Within the Huanyu Hall, Li Qian gazed towards the southern territories, his brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that Su Luyuan has broken through to the celestial realm? He pondered. Investigate, Li Qian commanded those behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the southern direction. A hint of ruthlessness emerging on his brow. It seemed that the southern town prince's residence could no longer be allowed to exist. In the Su family, Su Luqi stood atop the Wuchuan terrace, his gaze directed towards the southern realm, his expression as calm as an ancient weld. He was well aware that this commotion was not instigated by his elder brother. However, he had his suspicions that it was closely linked to his nephew. Prepare to descend, Su Luqi instructed those behind him. Shang-Chi understood and bowed slightly before retreating. At the Sword Pavilion, given the proximity of Jingzhou to Yunzhou and their shared location in the southern territories. The pavilion master could naturally sense when someone broke through to the celestial realm. With a sigh, the pavilion master turned to glance at the sword mound behind him, uncertain if the decision of the divine sword was indeed the right one. Yet a choice had already been made. Even if the path ahead led to a chasm of 10,000 fathoms, even if this journey resulted in utter destruction, they had no retreat left and could only press onward. In the southern town prince's residence, Su Cheng withdrew his power and exhaled deeply. Although he had only reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm, it was somewhat lacking with the medicinal power of the 9-colored jade spirit mushroom. It was not impossible for one at the peak of the celestial realm to break through to the land immortal level, yet he found that he had merely elevated his strength to mid-stage upon breaking through to the celestial realm. Time had been too short to fully refine the medicinal potency, otherwise he would have preferred to remain hidden until he reached the land immortal level. However, that was not feasible. There were matters awaiting his attention. The mid-stage of the celestial realm was sufficient. Sensing the power within him, Su Cheng clenched his fist, rising to his feet and striding towards the courtyard. The rain outside had ceased, and upon his emergence, Zhao Gao Yanri, Heibai Shen Jian, and Elder Shen Ming had already gathered in the courtyard. Su Cheng cast a glance over them. Each had made significant progress, with the lowest being at the peak of the Grand Master level. It was unfortunate that none had yet broken through to the celestial realm, but that was adequate. Order the 100,000 troops of the southern town to march south. This prince intends to seize the southern Zhao territory. Su Cheng commanded. It was imperative that matters progress swiftly, for his current rate of development was excessively slow. Should he wait for those individuals to arrive, it would likely result in difficulties in opposition. However, if he could consolidate the resources of the entire Great Qian, perhaps the situation would change. The first objective was to secure the southern Zhao territory. Once the task of unifying the southern realm was accomplished, he could then march north to the capital. To sustain war through war is the best strategy. As those present dispersed, Zhao Gao remained. What of the matters I instructed you on? Su Cheng inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhao Gao, replying to Your Highness, the 5,000 divine strategy troops have been successfully assembled. Each is equipped with the breaking spirit crossbow devised by Master Ouyang, which integrates the rapid-fire capability of Zhuge's repeating crossbow. After further enhancements by Master Ouyang, its power has increased significantly, now named the Zhuge breaking spirit crossbow. If the numbers are sufficient, even celestial realm experts may struggle to withstand it, Zhao Gao reported. In these past 2 months, his sole focus had been this task. The 5,000 troops were not recruited through traditional means but selected from the 70,000 initially dispersed, after over a month of training. While they could not yet boast perfect accuracy, they were far from missing their targets. Su Cheng acknowledged, not surprised. This divine strategy army would undoubtedly play a crucial role in the upcoming offensive against southern Zhao. Accelerate production. The Divine Strategy Army will be equipped to a level of 100,000 troops, with 100,000 Divine Strategy troops armed with Zhuge breaking spirit crossbows. Even celestial realm beings, let alone land immortals, would find themselves like a sieve. Prepare to descend, Su Cheng commanded, then resumed his seat. Zhao Gao bowed respectfully and exited. Su Cheng immersed his consciousness into the system space. He still had pressing matters to attend to and was curious about what rewards awaited him now that he had reached the celestial realm. A single organizational card, 1 special summoning opportunity, 2 special signing opportunities, 1 summoning opportunity, and 10 signing opportunities were accrued. Aside from the 2 unused before his seclusion, most of the substantial rewards stemmed from the Celestial Plan, which aimed to create 10 celestial realm beings. Even considering the sweeping monk and Yi Guqing, the number of celestial beings in the southern town prince's residence still fell short. However, the Sword Pavilion, as a long-established force, had once produced land immortals, so it was improbable that it lacked celestial realm experts. Moreover, given that the Baiwei region had already submitted, he found it hard to believe there were no celestial beings in that area. He had to question whether his father was somehow linked to a hidden royal system, as this entire family seemed destined to be protagonists. Chapter 64, The Assassination Organization. Liuzhou with a single organizational card. 1 special summoning opportunity, 2 special signing opportunities, 1 summoning opportunity, and 10 signing opportunities. Su Cheng began with the signing. During his 2 months of seclusion, he had engaged in some signing, but most of the rewards were quite mundane. To him, they bore little significance, though others might find them valuable. Additionally, he had signed a robust individual who was dispatched to Shenzhou. The divine hidden gate and the earthly mysterious pill were also not to be underestimated. He did not believe this princess was easy to deal with. Beep, congratulations, host, on successful signing. Beep, congratulations, host, on obtaining the blood ignition technique, the longevity technique of heaven and earth, the eternal spring technique, a drop of dragon blood. The celestial pill formula, a bottle of jade mysterious pills, a spirit gathering array disc, 100 low-grade spirit stones, a soul-nourishing herb, and 100-year Juro fruit. Upon seeing the results of his signing, they appeared somewhat stronger than before, albeit only marginally. Su Chang did not delve into the attributes of these items but instead focused on the two special signing opportunities. Beep, congratulations, host, on obtaining a single strike at the initial stage of the Martial Emperor realm. Beep, congratulations, host, on obtaining the technique for returning to the original Tai technique. The system's announcements brought a smile to Su Cheng's face. According to his uncle, a land immortal was equivalent to the Martial King realm. Thus the Martial Emperor would surpass the land immortal level. Among those participating in the trials, it was likely that few would exceed the Martial Emperor level, otherwise it would be implausible for them to easily slay land immortals. As for the techniques, Su Cheng had learned from the system that without techniques, deficiencies might not manifest in the early stages, but they would become increasingly evident later on. A good technique would significantly enhance the absorption and operation of spiritual energy. While certain special physiques could achieve this, having a technique would exponentially increase effectiveness. However, many of these techniques were predominantly controlled by a select few powers, serving as a means for the major factions and families to maintain their esteemed positions. Su Cheng then redirected his attention to the summoning opportunity, special summoning opportunity, and organizational card. Beep, congratulations, host, on summoning Huang Zhong. Beep, congratulations, host, on summoning the herbalist Li Shizhen. Beep, congratulations, host, on summoning the assassination organization Liuxia. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. How had he summoned the assassination organization again? He had anticipated summoning the Yin Yang family instead. Name, Huang Zhong cultivation, mid-stage of the celestial realm weapon, 8 treasures Qilin Bao 9 Phoenix Morning Sun Blade description. Huang Zhong is renowned as the foremost archer of the 3 kingdoms. Possessing extraordinary swordsmanship, yet he ultimately perished beneath an arrow. Name, Li Shizhen cultivation, peak Grand Master profession, herbalist description. Li Shizhen was a renowned pharmacologist of the Ming dynasty, authoring the Compendium of Materia Medica. Su Cheng merely glanced at the attributes of the two before shifting his focus to Liuxia. Name, Wei Zhuang cultivation, initial stage of the land immortal weapon, shark tooth sword description, the sole disciple of the Ghost Valley's horizontal sword technique. A sword sage's apprentice, and the highest leader of the assassination organization. Liuxia members, Han Fei Zinu Zhengliang Nongyu Baifeng Qilian Song Langwan Wushuan Guiyin Fu Heqilan. Aside from Wei Zhuang being at the land immortal level, the other members ranged from the initial to the late stages of the celestial realm. Indeed, his cultivation level was linked to the strength of the summon characters. Take Wu Wang and Liuxia as examples. Clearly, Wu Wang was stronger, yet due to being summoned first, its power was overshadowed by the freshly summoned Liuxia. When he had summoned Wu Wang, it had only been at the postnatal stage. Now that he was a celestial being, the two were no longer comparable. Su Cheng summoned the members of Liuxia, but instead of bringing them to the southern town prince's residence, he deployed them to Xianzhou. The geographical location of Xianzhou was exceptionally significant. With Lingzhou and Tianzhou to the west and the northeastern 8 states to the north. If he had chosen to act, he must plan accordingly. Once he dealt with southern Zhao, it would be time to turn his attention to the Great Qian. Huang Zhong and Li Shizhen were summoned and settled within the southern town prince's residence. Once matters were nearing resolution, Zhao Gao approached Su Cheng in the Jingqing courtyard. Your Highness, preparations are complete.
Let us depart, Su Hong spoke, and soon revealed his form. Departing the Jinghang courtyard with Zhao Gao, the carriage journeyed southward, heading straight for Nansao. Su Hong did not conceal the matter of mobilizing troops against Nanzhao. So as he and his companions left the Jinnan Wang mansion, news of the impending assault on the southern border swiftly spread from the Jinnan Wang mansion, radiating outward. Jingu, the first to receive the news, found itself in a geographically advantageous position due to its proximity to the 2 states. Junior brother, take 2 elders and select some disciples to accompany you to Nanzhao. The leader of Jingu proclaimed. They were all inextricably linked, sharing in each other's fortunes and misfortunes. Although the Jinnan Wang mansion had not issued any demands, they needed to possess the foresight to act. While they could not provide aid in times of dire need, they must certainly contribute to moments of prosperity. The individual referred to as junior brother by the leader of Jingu wished to voice a response.
Yet upon meeting his senior's gaze, he ultimately chose silence and withdrew quietly. The leader's attention then turned to the southernmost regions, fully aware that with the presence of that earthly immortal and several celestial beings, the Zhennan Wang mansion stood no chance of failure. Sending someone forth merely signified Jian Ji's stance. The news rapidly ascended northward, soon reaching the imperial court. Dai and the Wu Ji Hall ministers gathered in assembly, evidently engaged in court proceedings. Sul Qian stood on the second platform, beneath the dragon throne, casting a scrutinizing glance over the ministers below. Chancellor, the Zhennan Wang moves his troops without imperial decree. This crime is tantamount to treason. Moreover, Nanzhao has maintained amicable relations with our Deqian. Such actions jeopardize the ties between our two nations, and thus, the offenders must be punished. He looked to the chancellor, urging fair handling of the matter. As the news arrived, several individuals immediately rose to speak. They were close associates of the Lu family, seizing the opportunity to voice their concerns. The five prominent families of Deqian, the imperial Li family, the Su family, the Chu family of the Duke of State, the Lu family of Duke Lu, and the Yi family of the Grand Tutor, all held extraordinary legacies, far surpassing that of ordinary clans. Although the Yi family had withdrawn from court affairs in recent years, their influence remained formidable. Particularly Grand Tutor Yi had educated all three rulers of Deqian, earning him the title of a true elder statesman. As the years passed and Grand Tutor Yi returned to his homeland, the Yi family gradually receded from political life, returning to Jiangnan. The two largest families in Jiangnan were the Jiang family and the Yi family. Originally, the Jiang family possessed sufficient strength to qualify as the sixth prominent family. However, their establishment was nearly a century ago, thus they were not included. The Jiang family, disdainful of the so-called five great families, chose not to involve themselves with them. Regarding the Lu family, their ties were intricately linked to one of the eight great families. Upon hearing the words of the two ministers, the other officials chose silence, including the Minister of Personnel and the Duke of Ningbo. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the current Deqian court was a realm dominated by the Su family. As long as the flames did not encroach upon them, they were disinclined to intervene. Noticing the lack of responses from those present, the two exchanged glances, a flicker of anxiety crossing their faces. Suddenly, a young official clad in crimson robes stepped forward. Despite his youthful appearance and frail demeanor, he commanded an aura that demanded respect. He resembled a venomous serpent. Once targeted, one could expect no favorable outcome. The individual was Jia Su, now serving as the Minister of Justice. After the previous minister, a member of the Lu family, was removed, Jia Su had taken his place. Chancellor, what these two have said bears merit. I propose we dispatch two individuals to the southern borders to convey the imperial edict, urging the Zhennan Wang to withdraw his forces, Jia Su suggested, startling many present. What was going on today? Had he changed his tune? No, I refuse, one minister exclaimed, panic etched across his face. To venture to the southern borders now is tantamount to seeking death. They clearly wish to lead us into the fire. Another minister quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Going south now was indeed a perilous endeavor. Such disgraceful behavior in the court is unbecoming of Deqian officials. Bring those two gentlemen down, Jia Su ordered, and immediately 4 guards entered the Wu Ji Hall, intending to escort the pair away. Other ministers, fearful of attracting the ire of this formidable figure, quickly averted their gazes, unwilling to draw attention to themselves. Sul Qian chose not to speak further, tacitly allowing the situation to unfold as it would. The remaining 3 ministers feigned ignorance, unwilling to meddle in this affair. To offend the currently influential Su family over these two would be a fool's errand. While they were unsure of the connection between the two men, they were well aware that Jia Su had been handpicked by the chancellor. Wait, just as the two believed their fates were sealed, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Upon hearing it, their expression shifted from despair to joy. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the grand hall. An elderly man slowly made his way inside. Greetings, Duke Lu. Upon seeing the newcomer, several in attendance silently cursed their misfortune but still stood, clasping their fists in respect. This man had fought alongside the founding emperor to establish the dynasty, the Duke of State. Duke Lu, the first Duke of the South, and the first Duke of the North, all were figures who had aided the founding emperor. Even the current sovereign would treat them with a degree of deference. Yet now only the Duke of Lu and the Duke of State remained among the living. Jia Su, with his back to the newcomer, wore a cold smile. The fish has taken the bait. Greetings, Duke Lu. Jia Su turned to face him, merely clasping his fists without bowing, exuding an air of indifference. How could I be unaware that the Deqian court is now under the dominion of Minister Jia? Duke Lu cast a glance at him, then began to question, having no intention of demanding respect from someone he deemed unworthy. A mere boy lacking mastery, yet possessing a cruel heart. allowing him to grow unchecked would spell disaster for Deqian.
Duke Lu has not graced the court in some time. What brings you here today? Sul Qian remained in place, calmly redirecting attention towards himself. To purge the court of its malignant influences, Duke Lu positioned himself beside Sul Qian. Sharing the same platform, being the emperor's appointed regent, he had some standing, and due respect should be afforded. Do you recognize your crimes? Duke Lu fixed his gaze upon Jia Su, his presence radiating the aura of a grandmaster as he began to interrogate him. Jia Su felt slightly pressured by the intensity of the old man's presence. This was not how martial ethics were supposed to work. However, seizing an opportunity, he feigned a collapse. Minister Jia. Immediately several ministers rushed to catch the falling Jia Su, who began to cough theatrically. Duke Lu, to engage in violence within the Wuji Hall. Do you and your Lu family plot treason? At once a minister aligned with Jia Su stepped forward, questioning vehemently. Previously, Minister Lu conspired with foreign factions to commit treason, and now Duke Lu threatens the Minister of Justice in the court. While Duke Lu has rendered great service to Deqian, he cannot disregard the law and belittle its statutes. Ministers supportive of Jia Su all voiced their condemnation of Duke Lu's actions. Jia Su, however, remained unconcerned, fully aware that such trivial matters could not lead to a conviction, even if a conviction were achieved. The Chancellor's temporary regency lacked the authority to penalize a figure of Duke Lu's stature. Ultimately, when the imperial decree arrived, it was likely that the case would be overturned. His aim was to force the Deqian emperor into the open, to reduce the Lu family to dust, leaving no chance for redemption. Cough cough. Jia Su could not suppress a few coughs, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Quickly summoned the imperial physician, noticing the commotion. Ministers shouted towards the hall's entrance, causing chaos to erupt within the Wuji Hall. Chancellor, is this the state of the Deqian court under your regency? Such poor performance, do you truly believe you can unseat me? Duke Lu addressed Sul Qian, his tone dripping with disdain. The Lu family's foundations were deep, and their ties with the imperial Li family were strong. Did they truly think such petty schemes could topple him? A fool's dream. Though the schemes may be crude, they are effective, Sul Qian replied, his gaze shifting towards the hall's entrance. Surely, the scouts had relayed the message to Li Chen by now, but if Li Chen learned of his intent to act against the Lu family, making use of his regent powers to execute first and report later, he could not possibly stand by and watch the loyal Lu family be dismantled. Thus, upon hearing this news, Li Chen would undoubtedly make an appearance. Once he did, their objectives would be fulfilled. Duke Lu observed as Sul Qian's gaze remained fixed on the entrance, as if awaiting someone. Noticing Sul Qian's calm demeanor and confidence, a frown creased his brow. Could it be that Sul Qian's contingency plan lay elsewhere? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. The emperor has arrived. The voice of the chief eunuch Gong Hao rang out, imbued with the commanding presence of a grandmaster. Upon hearing this, the ministers immediately fell silent, returning to their respective places. Even Jia Su was assisted to clear a path through the center of the hall. Duke Lu, we shall see what unfolds. Sul Qian concluded, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chapter 66. When the dead has a master, what does this have to do with the Li family? Duke Lu pondered, though he found it hard to believe that this would be the means of his downfall. Greetings, Your Majesty. The ministers bowed deeply, paying their respects to Li Chen. Li Chen moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, requiring support from another, his complexion exceedingly pale, occasionally succumbing to a fit of coughs. What could be the matter? Seated upon the dragon throne, Li Chen cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals before inquiring. At that moment, eunuch Hao hastily presented a cup of tea, only to be met with Li Chen's refusal. I have a memorial to present. Neither Duke Lu nor Su Luqi spoke, yet a courtier clad in crimson robes from the steps below stepped forward. I wish to impeach Duke Lu for harboring treachery and plotting rebellion. The speaker was none other than the Grand Inspector, an ally of Jia Su. Upon hearing this, several ministers present felt a wave of trepidation, simultaneously sensing the extraordinary nature of the day's events. The Chancellor and Jia Su were preparing to strike against the Duke Lu's household. Your Majesty, this is the evidence I have uncovered. I implore Your Majesty to review it. The Grand Inspector retrieved a memorial from his sleeve, lifting it high for Li Chen's perusal. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Li Chen understood he could not feign ignorance with so many eyes upon him. With a discreet glance at eunuch Hao, who comprehended the signal, he took the memorial and presented it before His Majesty. As Li Chen accepted it, his already pallid face grew even more ghastly. Many ministers could not help but wonder what could provoke such a reaction from the emperor. Duke Lu, you truly have outdone yourself. For with a heightened sense of agitation, Li Chen slammed the memorial onto Duke Lu's table. Your Majesty, forgive me. The ministers present immediately knelt, including Duke Lu himself, picking up the fallen memorial.
Duke Lu sought to discern its contents that had incited such ire. A swift glance revealed the reason. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Seeing the contents of the memorial, Duke Lu immediately began to plead his case. Your Majesty, the individual has already been delivered to Duke Lu's residence. The truth will be revealed upon investigation. The Grand Inspector pressed forward, intent on ensuring Duke Lu's family faced utter ruin, leaving no chance for redemption. Li Chen regarded Duke Lu, acknowledging that the latter's actions had indeed crossed the line with the Li family. Due to the selection of daughters from prominent families, the Lu family had developed nefarious intentions. Plotting to send someone into the palace, and not merely to enter, but to conceive an heir, with the ambition to support a new monarch from behind the scenes, cough, 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 unable to suppress a violent fit of coughing. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, summon the imperial physician. Eunuch Hao, witnessing the scene, urgently spoke, but Li Chen raised his hand to halt him. He then directed his gaze toward Su Luqi. As you are the regent, I entrust this matter to you. Handle it impartially. Li Chen's voice was exceedingly weak as he leaned on Eunuch Hao for support, choosing to depart. I shall handle it impartially, and will not betray your Majesty's trust. Su Luqi had not anticipated the ease with which matters would unfold, leaving them with several contingencies still unutilized, yet this sufficed, for Li Chen's actions had already sealed the fate of the Lu family, leaving them with no chance for resurgence. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Duke Lu, still unwilling to concede, called out, but Li Chen's figure had already vanished. The Lu family is guilty of treason. They shall be imprisoned, and after the truth is ascertained, further measures will be taken. Su Luqi's declaration resonated, solidifying the resolution. Duke Lu rose from the ground, his gaze filled with malice directed at Su Luqi, contemplating a strike to eliminate him on the spot. For they were both at the pinnacle of grandmasters. He felt confident, however. After much deliberation, he ultimately refrained from taking such a risk. Should he act rashly, the Lu family would be unable to rescue him. I shall depart on my own. Facing the imperial guards, Duke Lu displayed no courtesy. Though he had fallen from grace, he remained a grandmaster, not someone to be trifled with a glare at Su Luqi and a cold snort. He exited the grand hall. Su Luqi remained unfazed, recognizing this as merely their first step. Exchanging glances with Jia Su, they quickly averted their eyes. In the Huanyu hall, Li Chen reclined on a soft couch, savoring the tea before him, entirely devoid of any appearance of injury. Should he wish to safeguard Duke Lu, he could easily do so, but he had no such desire. The influence of the 7 great families had extended too far, and the fate of the Lu family served as a warning to them. Moreover, the actions were instigated by Chancellor Su Luqi, thus having no connection to the Li family. Should the Lu family seek vengeance, it would be justifiable to pursue the Su family. Ultimately, he stood to gain nothing. Why meddle in such affairs? What of the situation in the southern territories? Li Chen straightened, inquiring into the shadows. 2 Celestial Guardians have already been summoned. This time, their demise is assured. The concealed figure responded. Celestial strongmen must either conceal themselves or submit to the imperial family to survive the trials. How fares Su Heng's situation? Li Chen pondered, prompting another question. No news has arrived yet, but his son might serve as a convenient pretext. The figure in the shadows continued, reporting the circumstances. You shall personally intervene in this matter. Do not disappoint me. After Li Chen's command, he reclined once more, and the shadows fell silent. Unbeknownst to Su Hong, Li Chen had dispatched individuals to assassinate him. Even if he were aware, he would hardly be concerned, for he deemed celestial beings inconsequential. In the southern region, Su Han, accompanied by Zhao Gao and other allies, arrived at this location. Since we are approaching the moon worship sect, let us first subdue them, Su Hong declared, sealing the fate of the moon worship sect with his words. No sooner had Su Hong spoken than 5,000 divine strategy army soldiers sprung into action. Meanwhile, 100,000 southern Jin army prepared to confront the forces of the southern Zhao. Su Hong refrained from deploying powerful figures to swiftly resolve the conflict, for this presented an excellent opportunity for training. At Moon Worship Mountain, the headquarters of the moon worship sect resembled a crescent moon. The sect leader stood within the moon worship tower, flanked by 2 guardians. As a pinnacle grandmaster, the leader possessed the spiritual acuity to sense the situation below the mountain. However, he dismissed it, confident that the moon worship sect had endured for many years and could not be easily breached. Today, he intended to demonstrate to the southern Zhao king the might of the moon worship sect. Did he truly believe that the moon worship sect could be trifled with, akin to the Holy Maiden Temple? At the foot of Moon Worship Mountain, Su Hong exchanged a glance with Zhao Gao, who understood the signal. Zhao Gao levitated in mid-air, channeling his spiritual energy before unleashing a devastating palm strike towards the mountain. The great Qian had long been lagging in martial prowess, and with the formation arts similarly lacking, how could the moon worship sect possibly maintain a protective array, this colossal palm infused with celestial might? Surged toward the entire moon worship sect. Many disciples of the moon worship sect facing this strike felt no inclination to resist. Even the leader's expression turned grim. He was acutely aware of the celestial expert on the opposing side. Otherwise, the moon worship sect and the Holy Maiden Temple would have long united against them, leaving no room for the adversaries. However, it was merely a temporary manifestation of celestial power through certain means. While they could withstand, to retaliate would be an entirely different matter. The giant palm descended, not allowing the sect leader even a moment to react. Boom! With the impact of the palm, the moon worship sect suffered catastrophic losses. With the moon worship tower collapsing under the assault. Up, Su Hong commanded, instructing the Divine Strategy Army to clear the path with their Zhuge crossbows. With the Zhuge crossbows in play, even grandmasters would find it impossible to withstand. The multitude of disciples within the moon worship sect, regardless of their numbers, could not endure multiple volleys from the Zhuge crossbows. The Divine Strategy Army pressed forward, and upon encountering the moon worship sect personnel, unleashed a barrage of crossbow bolts. Many disciples and officials of the moon worship sect were caught unawares, turning into mere targets. Some were struck down before they even had the chance to react. With the Divine Strategy Army forging ahead, they quickly ascended Moon Worship Mountain. In front of the collapsed Moon Worship Tower, the sect leader remained acutely aware of the threat posed by the crossbow bolts. Having just witnessed their power, he knew that even the elders of the moon worship sect could not withstand them. Should the number of bolts increase, even he would struggle to defend against them. The crossbows aimed directly at them, instilling a sense of dread in their hearts, preventing any rash movements for fear of the impending barrage. The Divine Strategy Army parted the way, and Su Hong stepped forward to confront the sect leader. Noticing Zhao Gao's imposing presence behind Su Hong, the sect leader could not help but furrow his brow. This individual emanated an aura of shadow and coldness, akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. Only celestial experts could evoke such a feeling in him. You must be the Southern Zhao King, as your reputation precedes you, the sect leader spoke, his tone laced with an icy edge. Su Hong remained silent. And the soldiers behind him, understanding the cue, immediately unleashed a volley of crossbow bolts. The Zhuge crossbow could fire 12 arrows in rapid succession, with hundreds of Divine Strategy soldiers firing in unison. Even a grandmaster would struggle to withstand the assault. Despite the efforts of the elders of the moon worship sect to defend themselves, they found it increasingly difficult to hold their ground. The moment they exposed even the slightest vulnerability, their defenses crumbled. The sect leader, along with the elders, fought valiantly to repel the onslaught, planning to strike back during the reload, hoping to eliminate any possibility of counterattack. As one volley of spirit crossbow bolts was unleashed, another wave surged forth, leaving them with no opportunity to retaliate. The sickening sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed through the air, and one elder after another fell to the ground. Even though these elders were formidable grandmasters, they remained powerless against the onslaught of the Zhuge spirit crossbow. In a mere moment, only the leader of the Baiwei sect and 2 protective elders remained. Yet, under the relentless barrage of arrows, it seemed unlikely they could endure for long. Damn it, the leader of the Baiwei sect cursed under his breath, instinctively contemplating an escape. If he did not flee soon, the chance to do so would vanish. Master, quickly retreat, the 2 protective elders urged, positioning themselves before the sect leader to buy him precious moments for his escape. Gritting his teeth, the sect leader ultimately chose not to act recklessly. Survival was their only hope. The Baiwei sect was doomed, and should the Xingu temple fall as well, they would be reduced to mere strays. He needed to escape and deliver news to the Xingu temple. Allowing them to prepare, only by allying with the Xingu temple could they hope to confront the celestial-level adversaries. The Baiwei sect leader hastily fled toward the rear mountains of the sect. Seeing this, Zhao Gao immediately pursued, fearing the leader might slip away, but was halted by Su Hong. Su Hong's gaze was fixed on the Baiwei sect leader. Although he was not a celestial, the leader was a peak grandmaster. While he could not fly, gliding for a brief moment was not beyond his capabilities. Su Hong remained unperturbed, unconcerned about the possibility of the leader's escape. Meanwhile, the 2 protective elders, under the sustained assault of the Zhuge spirit crossbow, faltered. One was pierced through the arm, hampering his movements, and soon other parts of his body followed suit. Gradually, they could no longer defend themselves and succumbed to the crossbow bolts. The Baiwei sect leader dared not show any sign of complacency and swiftly made his escape. Yet, a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. Despite the presence of celestial-level experts on the opposing side, they had not taken action. Were they truly so complacent as to allow him to leave? Before he could ponder this further, a sense of lethal threat surged within him. This overwhelming danger chilled him to the bone, rendering him numb, as if his blood had turned icy in an instant. Almost instinctively he dodged, only to see an arrow hurtling toward him with astonishing speed. The Baiwasek leader instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, but the arrow was far too swift, leaving him no time to counter. In the moment he lifted his arms, the arrow pierced through both hands and continued unabated, striking his heart. Blood gushed from the Baiwasek leader's mouth as his eyes widened in disbelief. He yearned to glimpse the identity of his assailant, yet he could not even manage to keep his eyes open. Ultimately he plummeted from the sky. As his lifeless body struck the ground, blood continued to pour from his mouth. Swiftly obscuring his vision, he wished to speak, but found himself utterly incapable. In the end, he closed his eyes forever, filled with regret. Huang Zhong then revealed himself, the arrow that felled the leader having been loosed by him. "I am Huang Zhong, and I have fulfilled my lord's command by slaying the rebel." Huang Zhong knelt with his bow, cupping his fists in respect to Su Hong. "You are too kind, Han Shang." Su Hong replied, helping him to his feet. Witnessing Huang Zhong's archery skills today, Su Hong acknowledged their undeniable prowess. From this day forth, the Shen's army would be entrusted to General Huang. Chapter 68, The White Jade Disc. The fall of Nanzhao City. "Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations," Huang Zhong declared, immediately kneeling on one knee to pledge his loyalty. Yet no commander would wish for anything less than to lead a force, especially one as distinguished as a member of the 5 Tiger Generals. He vowed to fulfill his lord's trust and mold the Shen's army into a sharp blade in his lord's hand. Su Hong helped him rise. It was precisely due to his faith in Huang Zhong's archery that he had entrusted the Shen's army to him. If the Shen's army could learn even a fraction from him, it would be enough to undergo a transformative rebirth. "Secure the battlefield, leaving no survivors," Su Hong commanded, turning to Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao understood and departed with his men. The Baiwei sect had thrived in Nanzhao for many years. Its foundation was not to be underestimated. What Su Hong truly sought was gold. Soon after, Zhao Gao approached Su Hong, carrying a square wooden box. Upon opening it, the contents revealed a white jade disc. The sight of this artifact caused Su Hong to furrow his brow, activating his illusory eye. The information regarding the white jade disc became undeniably clear. Name: White Jade Disc. Grade: Celestial. Description: the white jade disc is a treasured artifact of the Baiwei sect, capable of absorbing the power of moonlight for cultivation. Additionally, it serves as an excellent instrument of slaughter, containing years of moonlight power within. A single strike can obliterate celestial-level experts, when used during the full moon. Its destructive power is doubled. Upon reading the system's explanation, Su Hong could not help but frown. It seemed this artifact had not been utilized by the enemy, or else it would not have been left behind. This served as a warning to Su Hong. If the Baiwei sect possessed such a weapon, could the Xinggu Temple, sharing the same faction, lack one as well? Indeed, one must never underestimate the forces of the world, lest one fall victim to their own complacency. Rally the Shen's army. "We shall attack the Xinggu Temple," Su Hong declared, believing it best to act swiftly to avert any unforeseen complications. Only a small portion of people remained on Baiwei Mountain, while the majority had already moved toward the Xinggu Temple. The capital of Nanzhao lay at its southernmost point, with the southern sea just a few dozen miles beyond. The Baiwei sect occupied the northeast, while the Xinggu Temple was situated within the capital. After securing Baiwei Mountain, they would proceed southwest. The Xinggu Temple held a unique status, akin to the national religion of Nanzhao. The people of Nanzhao revered not a deity, but the so-called Xinggu. The temple enjoyed immense popularity within Nanzhao, beloved by the populace. Each year, the ruler of Nanzhao, alongside court ministers, would visit the Xinggu Temple to pay their respects. Yet Su Hong remained unfazed. Only the incompetent would place their hopes in so-called deities. True strength lies in the pursuit of one's desires, without reliance on mythical figures. As Su Hong and his companions advanced, they encountered resistance from the Nanzhao army in various sects. Yet they were swiftly overcome. With several rounds of fire, no one dared obstruct their path. Gradually, the journey south became devoid of hindrances. Some cities even opened their gates and surrender within merely 2 days. They pressed on toward Nanzhao City. Outside the city, the Nanzhao soldiers stood ready for battle. In recent days, the Nanzhao forces had not been idle mobilizing from surrounding areas. However, due to many being under the control of Tianshan Tonglao, they were unable to summon reinforcements. Ultimately, with the Imperial Guards and the Feather Forest Army combined, they numbered little over 300,000 troops. Su Hong, seated in his carriage, was unconcerned, not rushing the Shen's army or the southern troops to attack. With just over 100,000 men against 30,000 on enemy territory, caution was warranted. Yet, the citizens and soldiers of Nanzhao felt no sense of confidence. Time passed, and Su Hong remained in his carriage, Eyes closed in contemplation, the Nanzhao general atop the city wall pondered what the enemy awaited. They had received no reports of movement from the Shenyang army or the Black Cavalry. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Gao approached the carriage, reporting to Su Hong. Su Hong opened his eyes, lifting the carriage curtain to gaze toward Nanzhao City. Suddenly, a series of deafening sounds erupted, akin to the earth trembling. Chaos ensued atop the city wall. Soldiers turning against their comrades. This was, of course, the work of Ding Chuanqiu and Tianshan Tonglao. While one could easily detect a life and death talisman, could one discern poison? Sure, one could detect it, but could they examine each individual and expend such effort? As soldiers turned traitor, many were caught off guard, meeting their demise at the hands of their supposed allies. Trusting one another as comrades in arms, they had let their guards down, yet betrayal came swiftly, sending them to meet their end. Ding Chuanqiu, concealed within the Feather Forest army on the city wall, struck quickly at the moment of the explosion, eliminating the army's commander. The other nearby deputy commanders, seeking to intervene, stood no chance against Ding Chuanqiu. In mere moments, they too were dispatched. With their commander gone and distrust festering among the ranks, the Nanzhao army descended into chaos. The Feather Forest army, now under the control of Ding Chuanqiu and Tianshan Tonglao, unleashed devastation that was impossible to evade. Just moments before, comrades had fought alongside them, but in the blink of an eye, betrayal struck from the side, leaving them defenseless. Ding Chuanqiu signaled to a nearby ally, who promptly understood and led a contingent to open the city gates. While Ding Chuanqiu's gaze turned inward, the recent explosion had been the signal. In the present day, turmoil has erupted within the royal palace, yet the precise circumstances remain unclear, despite the fact that Tianshan Tonglao is a formidable figure in the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Ding Chuanqiu harbors no worries for her safety. His concern lies instead with the interference from the disciples of the Shanggu Temple, which has hindered their progress. The gates of Nanzhao City have been flung open, allowing the Zhennan army and the Shen's army to enter in an orderly fashion. Let us proceed, Su Hong declared, lowering the curtain of the carriage. Zhao Gao expertly leaped to the front of the carriage, assuming the role of the coachman. In the entirety of Dakian, it seems only Su Hong could afford such extravagance as to have a celestial-level expert serve as a mere driver. Chapter 69. Today in Nanzhao is tomorrow for your Zhennan prince's mansion at Shanggu Temple. A seemingly youthful yet silver-haired beauty sat cross-legged upon a mat, her hands clasped together and eyes shut in a posture of deep reverence. Before her stood a stone statue, depicting a compassionate and benevolent woman. Temple Master. A young woman clad in blue entered, bowing slightly in respect. The beauty, referred to as the Temple Master, opened her eyes and glanced at the statue before rising to bow in homage. She then turned to the newcomer and said, "You are still young. There is no need for you to remain." Upon seeing the visitor, the beauty let out a sigh. The life of my disciple was saved by the Temple Master. I am willing to share the fate of Shanggu Temple. The young woman knelt, tears welling in her eyes. The beauty said nothing further, merely helping her to her feet. "Let us go and see this legendary Zhennan prince," she stated, leading the young woman out of the grand hall and into the square. In the square stood another colossal stone statue, identical to that in the temple, gazing down with a compassionate expression as if watching over its most devout followers. Before the statue was a large incense burner, its incense still unextinguished. However, after today, it is likely that no one will come to offer incense to Shanggu again. The beauty stood at the entrance of the grand hall, her gaze fixed on the temple's entrance. She understood that Nanzhao was destined to face this calamity. The city was simply unable to withstand the iron cavalry of the southern realms. She had hoped that the Baihui sect could hold them off for a time, granting them a chance, but ultimately it proved futile. Nanzhao Palace. At this moment, chaos reigned within the Nanzhao Palace. Eunuchs and palace maids were fleeing for their lives. Guards were embroiled in fierce battles, and bodies lay strewn across the palace floor. After dispatching the two elderly members of the royal family, Tianshan Tonglao made her way directly to the Nanzhao Court Taiha Hall, the site of Nanzhao's court assemblies and the center of its power. Was eerily desolate today, lacking even the presence of the guards. "Your Majesty, we must go. The assault from outside is too fierce. Nanzhao cannot hold out any longer. As long as there are green mountains, one need not fear for firewood," urged the chief eunuch and the commander of the imperial guards in unison. Yet, the ruler of Nanzhao remained unmoved, seated firmly upon the dragon throne. "You may all leave. Anyone can depart, but I, as the ruler, cannot abandon my post. I am the sovereign of Nanzhao and must share its fate." The ruler of Nanzhao spoke resolutely, unwilling to flee. This was his nation, the legacy of the Duan family through the ages. Seeing their pleas fall on deaf ears, the two men ceased their arguments. As loyal subjects of Nanzhao, they could not bear to live while their sovereign perished. Today, they would share the fate of Nanzhao. General Kuo, the ruler turned his gaze to the commander of the Imperial Guards. "It is time for you to take action." "Yes, my lord," the commander replied, kneeling with his sword in hand. They all understood that there was little hope for a turnaround in Nanzhao today. This bow might be the last exchange of etiquette between ruler and subjects. While the forces of Dakian have yet to breach our gates, you must go personally. The Duan clan would rather perish than live in disgrace. The ruler of Nanzhao knew this was a cruel command, but he had no other choice. The palace was already besieged, and Shanggu Temple would likely be too preoccupied to assist the Duan family. As royalty would prefer total annihilation over a life of humiliation. My lord, the commander exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing such words. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Moreover, we have not yet reached a point of absolute despair. Perhaps some princes or princesses can still escape. The Kuo and Duan families had intermarried extensively, their bloodlines entwined over generations. To ask him to carry out such a deed was beyond his capacity. There is no need for you to go. Just as their conversation unfolded, Tianshan Tonglao entered with the Imperial Guards, armed with bows and arrows aimed at the three men. Tianshan Tonglao regarded the three grandmasters. But in her eyes, they were still insufficient. The entire Duan clan would not escape her grasp. "Beware, sorceress. Do not become too arrogant," the commander retorted, unable to tolerate her brazen demeanor. He unsheathed his sword and charged at Tianshan Tonglao. However, she paid little heed to his attack. As his strike drew near, she unleashed the Tianshan Jame, effortlessly sending him flying. His sword was wrenched from his grasp, skidding across the floor of Taiha Hall. While the commander collided violently with one of the hall's pillars, with a cough, blood spurted forth as the late-stage grandmaster suffered grievously from a single blow, rendered incapable of further resistance. A celestial. Only a celestial could inflict such injury with such ease, lamented the ruler of Nanzhao. Celestial-level experts were a rarity in Nanzhao, and facing such a being, not even a peak grandmaster could evade death. Without hesitation, Tianshan Tonglao teleported to the side of the fallen commander. With a swift motion, she crushed his throat with her fingers. His eyes widened in shock as blood poured forth like a torrent. Ultimately departing this world with an expression of unwillingness, Tianshan Tonglao signaled to the Imperial Guards, acknowledging that, as a sovereign, the ruler might still have some value, and thus they should keep watch for his return. The ruler of Nanzhao observed the approaching four Imperial Guards with an expression as calm as an ancient well. The chief eunuch positioned himself protectively in front of the ruler, prepared to eliminate anyone who dared approach. A mere eunuch, his death matters little, Tianshan Tonglao thought. Unyielding in her intent, she swiftly closed the distance, employing the Tianshan Jame to strike the eunuch down. However, she noticed something amiss with the ruler of Nanzhao. After sending the eunuch flying, she hurried to the ruler's side. Pain etched across his face, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Tianshan Tonglao immediately assessed his condition, that he had concealed poison within his mouth. If the spiritual energy surrounding it dissipated, the toxin would take effect. After a brief examination, she realized she could not neutralize the poison. The ruler of Nanzhao let out a hearty laugh, his teeth stained with dark blood. Creating an unsettling visage of the monarch of Nanzhao may die standing, but will never live on his knees. The Zhennan prince's mansion, too powerful for its own good. Should Nanzhao fall, Dakian's wariness will only deepen. Today in Nanzhao is tomorrow for your Zhennan prince's mansion. Chapter 70, The Death of the Ruler of Nanzhao and the Emergence of Shanggu. Upon uttering these words, black blood erupted from the ruler of Nanzhao's mouth, signaling the onset of the poison. He remained seated upon the dragon throne, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Tianshan Tonglao, not blinking even once. "Your Majesty." As a grandmaster, the chief eunuch could sense that his sovereign had already passed into the afterlife. Yet now, severely wounded, he could do nothing but struggle to crawl towards the throne. Tianshan Tonglao did not intervene. What could a gravely injured old eunuch possibly accomplish? Slowly, the chief eunuch reached the side of the throne. Wishing to draw nearer but fearing that his blood might stain it, he thus stopped at the foot of the steps, gathering his internal energy to end his life right there. "Your Majesty, I have come to accompany you," he declared before collapsing to the ground, his eyes slowly closing. "Let us depart." With Tianshan Tonglao's prowess, she sensed that both men had succumbed to death. Remaining here would only squander time. Especially since Shanggu Temple had yet to be dealt with. At Shanggu Temple, the temple master, shielded from the blazing sun by the eaves, opened her eyes and gazed toward the entrance. Soon, she beheld a young man and an elderly eunuch entering together. Upon entering Shanggu Temple, Su Hong surveyed his surroundings. The once bustling temple, renowned for its incense offerings, now appeared desolate. It seemed the worshippers had fled. However, he paid it little mind, for once he conquered Nanzhao, where could these people possibly escape? As Su Heng's gaze met that of the temple master, they stood locked in mutual scrutiny. A peak grandmaster. He discerned through the veil of illusion, noting her formidable aura. Although only a peak grandmaster, he remained cautious. After all, even the Baiyu sect possessed means to slay celestial experts, let alone Shanggu Temple.
Su Hang's gaze shifted to the enormous statue at the center of the square, sensing that the temple's hidden powers might reside within it. Might they possess the ability to summon a deity? He pondered. You must be the Zhennan prince, the temple master inquired. The master of the sacred maiden temple was the first to speak, descending step by step from the stairs. Ultimately, they stood gazing at each other. With the central statue as their focal point, unleash whatever tricks you have, she declared. Otherwise, if it resembles the moon worship sect, where there is not even a chance to employ hidden cards, wouldn't that be utterly frustrating? Su Hang's gaze shifted to the master of the sacred maiden temple, his expression inquisitive. He too wished to discern the hidden cards of the sacred maiden temple, since the prince sought to test the capabilities of the sacred maiden temple. How could they allow him to be disappointed? The master of the sacred maiden temple spoke, expressing a tinge of regret that only two had entered. However, the prospect of slaying the Prince of Zhennan outweighed the killing of countless soldiers from the southern territories. Once he was dead, how could the armies of the south continue their rampage within the southern Zhao territory? Gathering her spiritual energy, the master of the sacred maiden temple centered it around the statue. A faint blue energy rising from the surroundings of the temple. A formation. With a mere glance, Su Hong discerned the opponent's method. However, attempting to use a formation to eliminate him would not be so simple. Activating the Eye of Illusion, the flaws in the yet-to-emerge formation became apparent to Su Hong. The formation ascended, enveloping the entire sacred maiden temple, yet Su Hong remained unconcerned, signaling Zhao Gao with a glance. Zhao Gao understood and immediately harnessed his Tianren-level power to strike at one of the flaws, yet, even with his Tianren cultivation and knowledge of the flaw, he could not dismantle the formation. Don't waste your efforts. In the early stage of Tianren, one cannot breach this formation. The master of the sacred maiden temple was well aware of the presence of Tianren experts within the opposing camp. However, she speculated that the old eunuch was merely at the early stage of Tianren. After all, breaking through to Tianren was notoriously difficult, let alone advancing further within that realm, although there had indeed been a report of a Tianren expert breaking through in the southern territories. Even if there were multiple Tianren experts on their side, they would still meet their demise under this formation. As for the legendary swordsman, it would be better if he did not show up. For if he did, she had plenty of means to deal with him. Boom. Then, to her astonishment, a scene unfolded. At an unknown moment, the formation had been shattered by that person. In his hands, two swords had appeared. Exuding a palpable sense of danger, before she could ponder further, the old eunuch lunged at her, wielding dual swords. Being a Tianren expert, he was not someone she could withstand head-on, especially with those swords emanating a threatening aura. Instinctively she sought to retreat, distancing herself from him. As a grandmaster, her reflexes were commendable. However, the disciple beside her, who had intended to share the fate of the sacred maiden temple, was not so fortunate. By the time the master of the sacred maiden temple remembered him and attempted to intervene, he had already been cleaved in two. Damn it, the master of the sacred maiden temple cursed, quickly retreating. In the sacred maiden temple, her greatest trump card had yet to be employed. A faint blue orb was hurled by the master of the sacred maiden temple. Heading straight for the statue, Zhao Gao instinctively sought to obstruct it, but ultimately he miscalculated and failed to prevent it. Su Hong noticed the action and possessed sufficient ability to intervene, yet he also wished to see if this temple, crowned with the name of the sacred maiden, truly harbored such a figure. The orb merged with the statue, and suddenly it seemed to come alive. Boom! A pressure emanating from the late stage of Tianren surged forth. Radiating outward from the statue, Zhao Gao was forced back by this force, retreating to shield Su Hong. Ding! A system task was issued. Ding! Repel the sacred maiden's incarnation, obliterate the southern Zhao sacred maiden temple. Reward: 1 special sign-in opportunity, 1 temporary incarnation, and 3 sign-in opportunities. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Hong understood that he had made the right gamble. This sacred maiden temple was indeed not a local force. It likely hailed from the Tianxin continent. Ants, you seek death. The sacred maiden's incarnation descended from the statue. The power that had just dispersed made her acutely aware of the current situation in southern Zhao. Igniting her fury, how dare they be so audacious, so utterly unaware of their impending doom? If that was the case, she would not hold back. Chapter 71, The Fall of the Sacred Maiden's Incarnation System. Task updated. God-making plan. The statue appeared to come alive, its stone arm raised as spiritual energy converged in its hand, hurtling towards Su Hong. Observing this, Su Hong remained unfazed. In the late stage of Tianren, even without relying on disposable items,
He felt he would not be significantly inferior in strength, however, given the so-called sacred maiden's status. One could never be too cautious regarding potential hidden tactics. Su Hong silently chanted a phrase to the system. And in a brief moment, his aura surged, elevating him from the mid-stage to the peak of Tianren. The aura of the peak Tianren radiated outward, enveloping the entire sacred maiden temple. With a slight lift of his hand, he halted the opponent's attack. With a subtle exertion of his fingers, he shattered her assault. Witnessing such prowess from him, the sacred maiden could not help but furrow her brow. Yet, how long could one sustain a temporary boost in power? Furthermore, this was merely her incarnation. The strength she could wield would not be significantly less than that of the peak Tianren. However, she soon found herself reconsidering, realizing that the power he exerted was undeniably at the peak Tianren level. Unmistakably not the result of a temporary enhancement. Despicable, the sacred maiden cursed in anger, unable to fathom that such mysterious abilities could exist in this world. There could only be one explanation: he had concealed his true realm and was now fighting at his original level. Apart from this explanation, she could conjure no other possibility. As their battle raged, many began to take notice. The sacred maiden has manifested. Many, witnessing the scene within the sacred maiden temple from afar, found themselves teary-eyed, hastily kneeling, their foreheads touching the ground in reverence. They had devoted their lives to the sacred maiden, never imagining they would witness her divine presence one day. They would willingly face death at her command. Boom! Their techniques clashed fiercely. Although Su Hong held the advantage in cultivation, the opponent was merely an incarnation. The true strength of her original form could not be compared to that of her incarnation, making it difficult to determine a victor. Nonetheless, the advantage lay with Su Hong. Boom! The sacred maiden, unable to withstand, was flung backward. Should her true form descend, Su Hong would undoubtedly be outmatched, yet she was only an incarnation. Currently restrained by the statue, with his cultivation advantage, if he could not prevail under these circumstances, it would be better for him to find a block of tofu to smash his head against. Boom! Seizing the opportunity, Su Hong charged at the sacred maiden, delivering another strike to her chest. However, her confinement to the statue both hindered and benefited her. Like a puppet, it was exceedingly difficult to inflict severe damage upon her. Since you need to reside within this statue, then I shall destroy it and see how you continue to inhabit it. Boom! Several strikes later, even with the sacred maiden's timely reflexes, she was still struck. Now, how could she not understand his intentions? Yet she was powerless to act. After all, within the southern Zhao territory, even grandmasters were a rarity, let alone Tianren experts. In the past, her cultivation had sufficed, at least within the small domain of southern Zhao. She had no need to worry, but who could have predicted that today she would encounter such a monstrous foe? At the peak of Tianren, unless a terrestrial immortal appeared, who could rival him? Observing that his opponent dared to divide her focus during their duel, Su Hong decided to seize the opportunity. Gathering spiritual energy on his fingertips, he appeared to be searching for the perfect moment. Now, Su Hong raised his right hand, pointing at the statue's head. In the next instant, the desolation finger activated, unleashing an attack imbued with a sense of decay and obliteration directly towards the statue's forehead. The sacred maiden, though attempting to defend, ultimately could not evade in time. Boom! The desolation finger struck, and the statue's head exploded. Su Hong quickly maneuvered in front of the statue, delivering a punch to her chest. Without the sacred maiden's incarnation inhabiting the statue, it was only marginally sturdier than an ordinary stone, yet, before a Tianren expert, it remained fragile. With Su Hong's strike, it shattered into uneven fragments. Be cautious. Su Hong did not spare even the golden statue enshrined within the temple. The desolation finger descended, obliterating the golden statue. Su Hong had initially thought it was crafted from heavy gold, but in reality, it merely had a gilded exterior, with most of its composition being copper. As tranquility returned, the sacred maiden's incarnation vanished. Zhao Gao sensed something amiss and hurriedly began to investigate but found nothing. The master of the sacred maiden temple had seemingly escaped at some point. Within the sacred maiden temple, there was no sign of her to be found. The temple was surrounded by the Shinsu army. Even if she sprouted wings, they would shoot her down, yet her whereabouts remained elusive, suggesting there might be hidden secrets within the sacred maiden temple. Zhao Gao was determined to pursue her and eliminate her. But he was halted by Su Hong. According to Su Hong, even if she wished to flee, where could she possibly escape to? Zhao Gao could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Such a significant matter had gone undetected by the net of surveillance. Within the sacred goddess temple, there were at least several thousand disciples, yet they had vanished without a trace. This was a clear dereliction of duty on the part of the surveillance. Upon returning, He would certainly ensure that those responsible for the sacred goddess temple faced consequences. Let us depart. There was no reason to linger any longer. Su Hong, accompanying Zhao Gao, left the place. As for the aftermath, it was only natural that the subordinates would handle it. Ding, congratulations, host, on unifying the southern region. Rewards have been distributed. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining a special signing opportunity, an organizational card, a land immortal summoning card, a special profession summoning card, 3 celestial level summoning cards, a legion card, and 10 signing opportunities. Hearing the system's announcement, a smile spread across Su Heng's face. These rewards were indeed quite generous. One could only wonder what rewards awaited for conquering Deqian, subjugating Beimang, and occupying the various nations of the western regions. Ding, the system tasks have been updated. Task: take control of Deqian. Reward: system upgrade, 1 opportunity for martial emperor level summoning, 3 opportunities for martial king level summoning, 3 special signing opportunities. Task: the demise of the 8 great families. Annihilator: subjugate the 8 great families. Reward: 3 opportunities for martial king level summoning, 3 special signing opportunities, and a number of purchase points. Note: can be completed in batches. Each annihilation or subjugation of a family will yield system rewards. Task: the God-making plan. At Task 1, create 1 land immortal. Reward: unknown. At Task 2, create 3 land immortals. Reward: unknown. At Task 3, create 10 land immortals. Reward: unknown. Chapter 72, the sweeping monk takes action. The Buddha's anger at the diamond. Upon seeing the system's introduction, Su Hong could not help but furrow his brow. The rewards were all unknown, which somewhat diminished his motivation to act. However, with the completion of the task of unifying the South, he had received an opportunity to summon a land immortal. As long as he could summon this individual, the first task of the God-making plan would be accomplished. At that point, he would see what good rewards awaited him. It was a pity that the task concerning the sacred goddess temple had yet to be fulfilled. It would be better to wait until it was completed before launching a significant operation. He also wondered about the situation with the sweeping monk, with thousands of disciples gone from the sacred goddess temple. Su Hong could not possibly allow them to survive. Moreover, the temple master might be able to lead the sweeping monk to their hiding place. In the southern bay, the temple master, possessing peak grandmaster level strength, could traverse dozens of miles with relative ease. She glanced back, noting that the sounds of battle had ceased. As the master of the sacred goddess temple, she naturally sensed the failure of the sacred goddess. There was no longer any reason to remain in southern Zhao. She could only seek refuge in the southern sea. The temple master was highly vigilant, fearing that someone might be following her. However, given her cultivation, she might not even detect the pursuit of a celestial level expert, let alone that of the land immortal level sweeping monk. Once assured that she was not being tracked, the temple master reunited with the disciples of the sacred goddess temple. In a secluded area of the southern sea, a large ship was anchored, surrounded by reeds and in a place rarely trodden by human feet. It served as an excellent hiding spot. Several Grandmaster elders stood on the deck. Accompanied by the core disciples of the sacred goddess temple, the expressions of the Grandmaster elders were grave. After all, the fluctuations of power they had felt were undoubtedly those of a celestial level expert. As elders of the sacred goddess temple, the techniques they practiced were granted by the sacred goddess herself. Although they had not witnessed the battle firsthand, they could discern that the loser was the sacred goddess. If even she had been defeated, had the temple master also met with misfortune, elders, could it be that the temple master has encountered trouble? One disciple voiced his concern, for if the temple master truly faced danger, they would need to act swiftly, otherwise, if they were discovered, their escape would not be so simple. Hearing this, the expressions of the elders darkened. We will wait for another 15 minutes, if there is still no news. We will depart, the elder said, deciding the matter, yet he bore immense pressure, responsible for the safety of over 1,000 disciples of the sacred goddess temple. It was not merely a handful of disciples. Those lacking sufficient cultivation and talent did not even qualify to know about their escape. Hearing this, the elders and disciples present did not voice any objections. 15 minutes should not bring about any significant changes. Besides, their backs were to the southern sea. If the situation turned dire, they could immediately enter the waters. Without vessels, even Grandmaster level experts would face peril in the depths of the sea, a place that struck fear into the hearts of many. Who goes there? The elders sensed something amiss, locking onto an unusual presence. The other elders grew alert at his words. Should they detect an enemy, they would strike with ferocity. The temple master of the sacred goddess temple, revealed herself. Gracefully leaping onto the deck, seeing the temple master return safely, the elder wanted to inquire further. However, the temple master showed no intention of explaining, simply instructing them to start the ship and leave. The elder understood that this was not the time for conversation and gestured to another elder before leaping off the vessel. Channeling his energy, he forcefully pushed against the ship's wooden planks. The ship soon broke free from the shallows, and the elder took a single step onto the water's surface, returning to the deck in one fluid motion. The ship began its slow descent southward. Advancing into the sea, the reeds gradually shrank from their view, eventually vanishing completely. Seeing this, the temple master of the sacred goddess temple let out a sigh of relief. In these waters, even celestial-level experts could not escape death without a means of transport. Once their spiritual energy was depleted, their fate was sealed. On the shore, the sweeping monk watched the departing ship with his hands clasped together, uttering a prayer Namo Amitbha. He then stepped forward, entering the sea. Walking upon the water, each step felt as if he were treading upon solid ground. Moreover, with each stride, he seemed to traverse endless distances. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before the ship carrying the disciples of the sacred goddess temple. With a single step, an invisible staircase appeared beneath his feet, connecting him to the vessel. Moving as if on level ground, he soon stood upon the ship. Who goes there? The sweeping monk did not conceal himself, and his presence was immediately detected by the grandmasters of the sacred goddess temple. The elder and the others wasted no time in rushing towards the location of the sweeping monk. Standing on the ship's deck with his hands clasped, the sweeping monk remained still, the ship's sails billowing behind him. That he showed no intention of aggression, patiently awaiting the gathering of the others. The grandmasters of the sacred goddess temple surrounded him, both intentionally and unintentionally, yet the sweeping monk remained unfazed, directing his gaze toward the temple master. She too noticed his gaze, and an inexplicable fear surged within her. Though his eyes appeared ordinary, each glance sent a tremor through her heart. "What is your intention, master?" the temple master of the sacred goddess temple inquired, uncertain of his purpose and opting for a diplomatic approach. Amitbha, the sweeping monk intoned, "There is no mercy for the unworthy." "You seek death, bald donkey." One forthright elder of the sacred goddess temple could not endure the monk's audacity. Raising his wooden staff, he aimed to teach this monk a lesson. The temple master did not intervene. She wished to test the strength of the monk through this elder. Speculation was merely speculation. Witnessing it firsthand was the only way to be convinced. Amitbha, unperturbed by the impending attack, the sweeping monk remained calm. Reciting another Buddhist verse as if confessing his sins for the day's violence to the heavens and seeking forgiveness for the bloodshed he had caused. However, his gaze shifted, no longer filled with compassion. He now resembled a wrathful diamond of the Buddhist realm, exuding an aura of authority and lethal intent. The sweeping monk raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy through the flower-picking finger, piercing through the head of the Grandmaster Elder. Land Immortal, Chapter 73, Unification of the South. The classification of elixirs. Land Immortal. Though celestial-level experts could reach such heights, for some reason, the temple master felt in her heart that the individual before her was not of the celestial realm. If he were not celestial, yet possessed such capabilities, he could only be a land immortal. How is this possible? The temple master's first thought was one of disbelief. How could there be a land immortal level expert in the southern region? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. The temple master, unwilling to accept this notion, resolved to confront the old monk. The temple master unleashed her lethal strike towards the old monk, but he merely raised his gaze slightly. Then, with a swift step to the side, a tremendous force surged forth, cascading outwards. Boom! The overwhelming power struck those present before they could even react. The temple master was no exception. Before she could comprehend the situation, a powerful force slammed into her forehead, sending her flying. In an instant, her soul began to fade, as if she had never existed in this world at all. As the sweeping monk lifted his foot, leveraging the strength of the ship's planks, he vanished upon the deck. Like a venerable monk who has attained enlightenment, he traversed the air, making his way toward the shore. Boom! The vessel appeared to be struck by an inexplicable force, shattering under its might and gradually succumbing to the depths of the water. The ship was eerily silent, as if devoid of any living soul. Indeed, there were no survivors aboard. In an instant, the monk's strike obliterated the souls of those present, leaving no chance of survival. As the ship slowly sank, the surface of the sea bore no trace of its existence. Even if one or two corpses surfaced, they would vanish in the blink of an eye. After all, this maritime domain was home to numerous bloodthirsty sea beasts. Although these were mere corpses, they were still better than none. The sea remained tranquil, as though nothing had transpired. The sweeping monk reached the shore and turned to glance back at the spot where the ship had vanished. He then bowed deeply towards the site of the sunken vessel and intoned a Buddhist chant. In the blink of an eye, the sweeping monk disappeared from that place. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony. A notification chimed, "Congratulations to the host for obliterating the Holy Maiden Temple. Rewards have been issued." Another notification followed, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special sign-in opportunity, a temporary Dharma body, and 3 sign-in chances." Meanwhile, Su Hong was examining the resources accounted for by those below in the treasury of the southern Zhao kingdom, when he caught the sound of the system's announcement. It seemed the sweeping monk had resolved the situation. "Let us tidy up and return to the southern territory," he instructed. "Leave the southern army in Zhao City to prevent any riots among the populace." Su Hong glanced at Zhao Gao and issued the command. Zhao Gao understood and respectfully withdrew. Now that the southern region was unified, should the trial fail, they still had a retreat capable of falling back to the southern seas. However, Su Hong did not believe he would lose. With the Marquis of the West, the King of the North, and the Princess of Yuyang, summoning them all would expedite their growth and better prepare them for the impending trial. Su Hong's carriage departed Zhao City. Heading towards Yunzhou City, initially he had intended for the 2 elders of Xianming to guard Zhao City, but to his surprise, the Sword Pavilion had also arrived, since they had expressed a desire to oversee Zhao. Su Hong did not refuse, for he doubted they possessed the audacity to scheme against him. If they did, he would not hesitate to eradicate the Sword Pavilion as well. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Vice Master of the Sword Pavilion, a close disciple of the Master, inquired of an elder, "Have we sent word to the sect?" The elder replied, "We have already informed them. They should receive the news by tomorrow at the latest." Originally dispatched to assist the southern Zhao princess residents, they had been somewhat lax in their efforts. Although they had not rushed, their pace was far from slow, yet, upon their arrival, they discovered that the matter had already been resolved. The entirety of the southern Zhao kingdom had been nearly dealt with. The Sword Pavilion members felt somewhat like layabouts. They were uncertain whether the southern Zhao prince's residents had acted too swiftly or if they had been too sluggish. To fulfill their assignment, they had sought this task believing they should at least make a show of effort. Su Hong paid little mind to this. The Sword Pavilion posed no threat. System, sign in. Sitting in his carriage, Su Hong addressed the system, planning to utilize all his sign-in and summoning opportunities. Currently, he was relatively affluent, perhaps the most prosperous since acquiring the system, with 2 special sign-in opportunities: an organization card, a terrestrial immortal summoning card, a special profession summoning card, 3 celestial summoning cards, a legion card, a temporary Dharma body, and 13 sign-in chances. Beep, signing in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a wood spirit flower, a water avoidance pearl, 1000 low-grade spirit stones, a 6 harmonies mirror, a heavenly evil sword, a jade spirit pendant, a greenwood cauldron, the lifetime insights of a 9th-rank alchemist, 1 celestial pill, 1 holy spirit pill, a spirit lock array disc, a blood soul guide, and a spirit suppression seal. 13 items were acquired in total, yet none particularly captured Su Hong's interest. It could be said they were rather ordinary. The collection included alchemy furnaces, spiritual herbs, magical treasures, elixirs, array discs, and secret techniques. Everything was present, though only the so-called 9th-rank alchemist's legacy piqued Su Hong's curiosity, having been in this strange realm for nearly 2 months. He had only ever known the classifications of elixirs as primary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. He had never encountered this notion of 9th-rank elixirs. Could this be the classification within the Tianqian continent? Upon opening the description of the 9th-rank alchemist's legacy, he found his assumptions confirmed. In the Tianqian continent, elixirs were categorized into 9 grades, from 1 to 9, without the subdivisions of primary and intermediate as depicted in novels. Each grade was distinct, with no minor classifications. However, the quality of the elixirs produced did possess levels, such as waste elixirs and perfect grade elixirs. The higher the quality of the crafted elixirs, the better the effects, and vice versa. The grades 1 to 9 corresponded to the martial disciple realm up to the martial saint realm, with the martial emperor grade referred to as emperor grade elixirs alongside the legendary divine grade. Yet, only a handful of alchemists could concoct 9th-rank elixirs, let alone emperor grade elixirs. In other words, this 9th-rank alchemist's legacy would enable one to craft elixirs of the martial saint level. Su Hong had already formulated a plan regarding this legacy. It would be most fitting to entrust it to Li Shizhen, ensuring rapid growth for him. Moreover, with an alchemy furnace at hand, acquiring a unique flame could potentially yield even greater results. The previous celestial pill recipe, along with the various spiritual herbs obtained from sign-ins, would need to be refined into elixirs to maximize their benefits, just as Su Hong intended to use the special sign-in. He noticed something of interest: the Holy Spirit pill. Anything bearing the title of holy must be extraordinary. Could it be a 9th-rank elixir? Instinctively, he sought to review the introduction of the Holy Spirit pill. feeling it was something he had overlooked. Name, Holy Spirit Pill Grade, 6th rank Elixir Description. Consuming this pill guarantees a Martial Zone level expert's breakthrough to Martial King status upon reading the system's explanation. Su Hong was taken aback. A 6th rank elixir, moreover, one capable of facilitating a breakthrough in cultivation. How fortunate he was not to have missed it. Recalling the explanation of the Holy Spirit pill, Su Hong suddenly thought of his frugal father. Being at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, if he could obtain this pill, he would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals. However, the thought of giving this pill to him left Su Hong feeling oddly uncomfortable. Well, without his father, unifying the South would likely require considerable effort. Granting him this pill could be considered a form of compensation. With this thought, Su Hong felt less uneasy. To be cautious and avoid missing anything. He quickly reviewed all the items obtained from the sign-in. Fortunately, there were no oversights. System utilized 2 special sign-ins. Beep, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining Yin Yang Pathfire, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Seeing this item appear from his sign-in made Su Hong furrow his brow slightly. As a longtime bookworm, this weapon was a frequent guest in numerous fantasy novels. Now that he had signed in the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, could it be that the system was aware of his current endeavors? Would the next moment bring a system task urging him to establish a new dynasty named Xia? Yet this was merely Su Heng's speculation. To actually become an emperor, he would undoubtedly decline such an offer. What was so appealing about being an emperor? As long as one was powerful, those so-called sovereigns of holy dynasties would still treat him with the utmost respect. Why engage in such laborious endeavors that yielded little return, wasting his life in the process? However, what was this Yin Yang Pathfire? Had the system heard his wish? Name, Yin Yang Pathfire Grade, 7th rank Spiritual Fire Description. The fire embodies Yin and Yang, achieving balance through the heavens and earth. 7th rank Spiritual Fire. Did this imply that even martial emperor level experts would regard it with trepidation? Yet Su Hong knew this was not the case. If an opportunity presented itself, that would be one thing. Without such an opportunity, even possessing 9th rank Spiritual Fire would not allow him to engage the higher powers, let alone use Spiritual Fire in combat. System, utilize the organization card. Terrestrial Immortal Summoning Card, Special Profession Summoning Card, Celestial Summoning Card, and Legion Card. Su Hong wasted no time, deploying all remaining items. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully using the organization card, summoning the Yin Yun 18 Riders. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully using the Terrestrial Immortal Summoning Card, summoning the Sword God Shiman Shui Shuat. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully using the Special Profession Summoning Card, summoning the Feng Shui Master Yuan Tiangang. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully using the Celestial Summoning Card, summoning Xiaofeng Suzhu and Duanyu. Beep, congratulations for successfully using the Legion Card, summoning 100,000 Weiwu Soldiers. Name, Luoyi Cultivation. Early Celestial Realm Weapon, Silver Spear of the Desert. The remaining 18 Riders Cultivation, Peak Grandmaster Weapons, Daggers, Curved Sabers, Bows and Arrows. Description: the Yin Yun 18 Riders were an elite cavalry unit led by Luo Yi during the Suitang period, equipped with fine arms and diverse weaponry. The Yin Yun 18 Riders were armed with daggers and curved sabers, and each bore a large bow with 18 arrows. The Crescent Moonblade serves as their primary close combat weapon, renowned for its sharpness and formidable lethality, empowering the Yin Yun 18 Riders in battle as if they were infused with the might of a tiger. Name, Shiman Choi Shui Cultivation, late stage of earthly immortal weapon, Black Sheath Sword Technique, one sword from the West. Introduction, the Sword God in White, Master of the Sword Path. Name, Yuan Tian Gang Cultivation, Pinnacle of Celestial Realm Occupation, Feng Shui Master Weapon, Tian Gang Armored Gauntlets. Longquan Sword. Introduction, the National Master of the Tang Dynasty, leader of the unruly heroes. Name, Xiaofeng Cultivation, mid-stage of Celestial Realm Weapon, Dog Beating Stick Martial Technique, Dog Beating Stick Method. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Introduction, the gang leader of the Beggars Sect, a paragon of righteousness. Name, Su Shu Cultivation, late stage of Celestial Realm Weapon, Pinecone Martial Techniques, Shaolin's Ultimate Skills, Lingjiu Palace's Secrets, and the Xiaoyao Sect's Techniques. Xiao Wushang Gong Binding Divine Skill. Introduction, a dual practitioner of Buddhism and Taoism, destined for greatness. Name, Duanyu Cultivation, mid-stage of Celestial Realm Martial Techniques, Lingbo Weibu, 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Introduction, the Charming Scion, the Emperor of Moderation. A series of notifications from the system echoed in succession. followed by the generation of an attribute panel. Upon viewing the system's introduction, Su Hong could not help but exhale in relief. Though there was only one earthly immortal, the other aspects were exceptionally promising. The 100,000 Wei martial soldiers temporarily filled the void of his current lack of an army. With 100,000 Wei martial soldiers, when combined with formidable warriors, the situation with the Marquis of the West was hardly concerning. If his father were to break through, there would be 4 earthly immortals in total. While it appeared substantial, in the presence of those individuals, earthly immortals were not a decisive factor to ensure stability. It was likely he would need to summon a martial emperor-level powerhouse. The carriage journeyed steadily northwest, with some time remaining before reaching Yunzhou. Su Hong meticulously organized the circumstances in his mind and roughly outlined his forthcoming development plans. His first destination was the Bailu Academy. Acquiring it would provide tremendous benefits. However, he had no intention of allowing the 8 great families to thrive, since they wished to act as his hounds. He would not spare the members of the 8 great families. Yangzhou.Yi family. The Yi family is the clan of the current Grand Tutor, holding a position of considerable influence throughout the Jiangnan region. The Jiang family and the Yi family, both prominent families of Jiangnan, effectively co-govern the area. Yixantang.An envoy has issued orders. How could my Yi family dare to disobey? Rest assured, we shall fulfill the mission, declared Yi Yinfeng, the current head of the Yi family, kneeling respectfully. Yi family, do not misjudge yourselves. A hoarse voice echoed from above, sounding like a reminder or perhaps a warning.